if you have a Talmud Chacham, who has a Torah, who has a case against the Amaretz. So we'll say again, so he's a scholar and he's a hearing person who have a Din Torah with himself. So what's that about? Most Inon Lei Zormir Abba. Seat Talmud Chacham, Ula Am Ha'aretz Nan Aminon Lei Tiv. And of course, we also give the Amaretz the opportunity to be seated. But if the Amaretz chooses to stand, less one buck. Well, that doesn't bother us. That's the whole side. The person with you is the problem. When one of the litigants becomes Chacham, at that point in time, we're going to seat him out of deference to his position. But if we're going to seat him, then what? We have to seat the other litigant as well. But if the other litigant chooses to remain standing, that is his decision. So we'll say, let's say he chooses to remain standing, doesn't that speak with the Torah? So the answer is no. Why? Why? Because that's a choice. Meaning we gave him the opportunity to sit. They could have both remained seated. If he chooses to stand, so that's fine, and it does not show the controller that he stands in Torah anymore. Rav Bar Sharia, how did I hear from the Rav? So let's listen to this. Rav Bar Sharia had a Torah before our Prophet Osvei, so they seated Rav. But Osvei now in the Baal. And what happened? They seated the other Leviticus as well. In conformance with the halakhas we just expressed before, that you never just seat one of them, you seat both litigants. Also, Shlichah B'Dina, Batash B'Dina, the Shlichah B'Dina, like the court officer, came and kicked the litigant. Why did he kick the litigant? Because he felt that it was a chutzpah for this other guy to sit down. So what happens? But opening the Amaretz, he caused the Amaretz to stand up. Below Amalek, Rachaba did, and Rachaba did not offer Amaretz litigant to sit down again. So see what's happening over here? Rav Bar Sharia and the Amaretz have been thrown in front of Rachaba. Rachaba sees them both. The court officer, whatever the reason, has some kind of issue with the Amaretz litigant, kicks him, causes him to get up, and Rachaba doesn't offer to see the other litigants again. Which we must see up now. As if after Rachaba had left his stand, the Statman also, does that not share the Amaret's ability to properly advocate for himself? In other words, he's understanding that he's standing. That Barshan is sitting. And when I come up with Amar, you are also sleep over on the fire. About this as well, because at the end of the day, the way you realize that I'm not speaking one of them the Maharaya has seen them both. Obviously, this Amaretz has some type of issue, or I should say, the court officer has some type of issue with the Amaretz. That's some type of interpersonal conflict that's coming on the side that has nothing to do with the Torah. I see it that both in other like that. I done my job as a judge to these people playing through. What's unfolding over here between the Amaretz and the court officer, that's not my issue. But Amar Baratuna, I show me about the Amaretz, because they didn't have a Hajjad. Just listen to this. If I talk about Amaretz, ultimately they have a good Torah with one another. So what's that, Lacham? Lo Likto Surim one of them. You should say to man the sudden meeting. So say, Chacham should not show up in days first earlier to take his seat in the court. The idea is that it's not appropriate that the Torah Me'avana should be seated earlier. Should be seated earlier than Amaretz. Because we'll say, if he's the first one, he's seated in the second one. It looks like again that's a procedure that's not in his sleep. Although Amar eligible Kabilay was that it is only true if he didn't have a Kabisa with the Daya. But if he had a Kabisa with the Daya, they had a Kiyas that Daya normally learned. About Kiyala, he made less than us. We'll say, he's actually going to come back and say this. The Gemara seems to indicate over here that the fact that litigant has a Kabisa with the Daya does not disqualify the Daya from the which is quite fascinating. Okay, we will revisit this in the next session. So the Gemara says, the image of it. Because again, if you have a Chametza, the other litigant walks in and sees that. Sees that Torah Abanim, it doesn't share his hand. Because at the end of the they say that's just part of the normal company. But I'm gonna about it. I certainly have on. The other the sad stuff is that your son will make some of the last week coming. Since last week coming, Rollins. He got to come talk him. He knows testimony. He knows that came after someone. There was a piece we tried to abuse with it by younger are not great as great stature of his company. So call him, come and talk him, hey, come talk him out. Come talk him in those testimonies. But the thing is being introduced by the younger, please see and come talk him, hey, is much better come talk. It's because my God, it's better than this. So it's a lack of cover for it for to come to this basement to testify in a case that is being adjudicated by people who are not as great as you. What's halacha? What's halacha will say? Halacha is you should have missed one of these things. You should have last year coming. No reason. It does not have the testimony in such a situation. But I'm going to shoot later. Half an hour, we also learn this. We also learn this concept. And sometimes when they come to this, represents the lack of comfort for the of the certain circumstances, one could be exempt from a cash particular. Says the Gemara, half an hour, much such over the spot, as the goes ahead hands. A person goes ahead and finds a sack of people. Person's literally against a bad, some type of receptacle. He's got to go. And again, it's not his direct ultimate hand. I'm going to say, it's an object that someone would find, but it's an object that a person of greater stature would not normally bend down to pick up. What's that? A lady said, ultimately, again, he's not obligated to that. So, this is what we call something that you don't know. This is the idea, ultimately, things that are beneath my dignity to God and the purposes of Hashem to eternal lost object. But Allah reminds that if that object is something that I would not pick up based on my station, I'm not obligated to mitzvah Hashem. So to be Gemara suggesting over here that if I know this, but again, the case is being adjudicated by a court, it is quote unquote lesser, then I don't have an obligation to show up in that court for testimony. Just 1 second. How do you use Mamona? So the case of Hashem is monetary issues. So I understand in monetary issues, I might not be obligated to go ahead and what? I might not be obligated to go ahead and pick up an object and return it if you were however, about Surah, in Chachma, in Tibuna, in Yitzhak, and Nebuchadnezzar. Also, when it comes to matters of Isser, my covenant is not important. When it comes to matters of Isser, God calls the positive, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding, there is no intimate, there is no counsel, when it comes to matters of Isser, we do that which is right without regard. So if I no testimony I have from someone else, which very often tells the secret. So I would have to give that testimony of my own covenant. But comment je peux Hashem, wherever there's a possibility, Hashem, any close to ultimately, we don't worry about giving covenant. So then we must suggest and go back to Hashem Sadeka. The concept ultimately, I'm sucking the middle of the people, no? That it's not a I can overlook the object. Simply defined. When it comes to testimony, by the testimony that I'm going to give that testimony, even if the case ultimately again is being adjudicated in a basin which is at a less Shema goes like the Shema have a blood race at this message. The Shema had testimony, you testimony as an advertisement. Asla kamışlar var. Ve ne oldu bu? Başlar var. Vamos, macos que são ali. Ava são os três. Asla kamışlar var. So we don't find it. Let's remember again that Imar knows a dos pronouncement. They come to the basin of Ameinar, and what happens? Osir Luku, Ameinar seated everywhere. He allowed both of them to sit down. Remember again. So everybody's saying that. I'm going to Rashi Ameinar. Rashi said Ameinar 1 second. Baram Ulam. Machlokes Babali. Machlokes also assuming the same as however, about the Individual Kopa Amida, but ultimately again, everyone agrees that the agent give their testimony while standing. Amalei, so the Shaila of course is, why is it that at the end of the day, you are And Nehemiah was one of the witnesses. Why are you seeing it? Why are you seeing it? At the end of the day, on the way, it's Haya saying, Bahaya saying. Listen, right? The two assays. What are the two assays? Right? Assay number one is that the witnesses understand. Assay number two, that goes like this: Es Hashem Elokecha Kira. You shall feel, you shall revere after this powerful. And Gemara Darshim is Baba Kama, the rabbis Tamid Chacham. The rabbis say means that one should honor Tamid Chacham as well. The act of seeing, the act of seeing Radimar, the honoring Tamid Chachamim, and assay the covered Torah on. So I say amazingly enough. I made a call. He called an audible, right? What did he call an audible? He said, I have two assays in front of you. Assay number one is to go ahead and do shahs that the witnesses should stand. Assay number two is to give cover to Talmidei Chachamim. Therefore, again, I felt that the assay to give cover to Radima, in this case, seating, trumps the assay ultimately again of having the eating when they stand. All right, so stop over here for today. The rest of will continue in more of these details. We shall tell them the start.
Good morning. Today's daf is daf Tavchas 28 Masechet Shavuos. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank the annual Talmud Torah sponsor. We thank the Telson family of Eretz Yisrael for sponsoring all the shiurim as is the cost for Restream for Am Yisrael. We also thank Dr. Terry Zinn for sponsoring all the shiurim of the month of Sivan in loving memory of his mother, Doris Zinn, Dvora, Bas, Rabbi Yisrael, Yon, her 50th yard site, Shama Shemchat and the family should have a Nachama. Today's daf is daf Tavchas Masechet Shavuos. We're going to pick up Zion on the days after two dots, somewhere around 12 to 15 lines from the bottom of the page. So just a quick reminder, we learned the Mishnah yesterday where a person said, Shavuos lo ochal kikar zu. Person takes a Shavuot, he's not going to eat a particular loaf of bread. And then he says again, Shavuos lo ochalena. There's a Shavuot that I will not eat it. And then he says again, Shavuos ochalena. So he says three different things. Number one, he's not going to eat this loaf of bread. He says he won't eat it. And he says again, he won't eat it. Gemara analyze why the first time will do. Let's just pick up from there again. All the way. Why do you have to say both? Why do you have to reiterate this shvuos? Why is it says a kamash from the Jesus time at Amar Shlo Ocha? The other Amar Klana. The reason why it's only once is because he first said not going to eat it at all, and then he repeats Shlo Ochlena. In such a sequence, in such a way, he's only going to be chayav once. Lo chayav al chada. Avo Amar Shlo Ochlena. He first said Shlo Ochlena. While the Amar Shlo Ochel, then he said he's not going to eat it at all. No chayav tars. He's going to eat two. The more to explain because to the Rava. The person says he's not going to eat this loaf of bread. So then that particular expression of I won't eat this loaf of bread, so that any part of that loaf of bread becomes forbidden. And therefore, Kivan, once he's eaten a kezayis, in all bulk of that bread, halacha is chayiv. However, if a person says, no, I won't eat this loaf of bread, in other words, the expression of but if a person says, I will not eat this loaf of bread, that means he's not going to eat any part of this loaf of bread. Therefore, as soon as he eats a shear of the kazayas, he is chayiv, he's violated his shvuah, and he has to bring a karban. However, the person says Shlo Ochlena, that expression means he's not going to eat the whole thing, and eating the whole thing is where there's a problem. But if he does not eat the whole thing, then there's not going to be a problem. What's the difference? The difference is the order that he speaks. If he first says he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, which means he's not going to eat the whole thing, and he's not going to eat any of it. And then he reiterates he's not going to eat the whole thing, so that's unnecessary redundancy, because once you can't eat any part of the loaf of bread, so then you don't need to have another expression to say you won't eat the whole thing. There's a problem just eating kizayis. So therefore, in such an order, you would think that that's where he's only chayiv once, so the Mishnah goes ahead to tell us both. And that's how the Gemara says, in other words, if you switch the order and first say he's not going to eat the whole thing, and then say he won't eat any of it, in such a case, he potentially could be chayiv twice. How do you be chayiv twice? If he eats a kazayas, then he eats shvua of shvua of kikar zu, which is the second one. If he eats the whole thing, and he violated the rule that he won't eat the whole thing, he'll be chayiv twice. That was the Gemara from there. Now the Gemara goes on. Shvua shlo achlena. Person takes a shvua that he's not going to eat the whole thing, v'achla, and then he ate it, and he chayiv ala achas. So now again, the Gemara, it's still lumberly. This is the third expression. In other words, you explain to me first the difference between shlo and kikar zu, that I won't eat loaf of bread, and shlo achlena, that I won't eat the whole thing. Fine. But then why does it have to say again shlo achlena? So lumberly. Why do we have to have a third utterance of it? The Gemara says, Hashmon, this teaches me another halach, which is chiyuva hu deleka, hasua ika. A very important rule, says the Gemara. Our Mishnah is simply telling us how many obligations this person has if he violates the shvua. So if a person says, I won't eat this loaf of bread, and then he says, I won't eat it, so in such a case, even though he made 3 shavuos, he chayiv 1 carbon and violates it. However, our Gemara says that the Mishnah says, well, 3 of these make the point that there really are 3. Should make 3 shavuos. How many times will he have violated that if he eats it? Only once. The Gemara says, okay. And the Gemara says the Imish Gafas Ravba Chayla. If you find a place that shvua can actually take effect for it to devolve on something, then halacha is he will be chayiv again. The Gemara says, okay, very nice. Lamai hilchasa. Where is this going to be relevant? In other words, it's pretty nice that he has 3 shavuos. If he's only ever going to be chayiv 1 carbon, who cares if I have 3 shavuos, 1 shavuot, or 30 shavuos? It makes no difference. I'll always only be chayiv 1 carbon. The Gemara says, look at the Rava. In the case of Rava, we'll be able to find the practical difference how many shavuos there are. Amar Rava, she'im nish'al al harishona, if he will reverse the first shavuot. In other words, he goes to a Rav to go ahead and do, it's not a Taras Nadara, but a Taras Shavuot. He goes ahead and takes away his first shavuot. Then also lo shniya tachtah, the second one will fall into its place. We've gone through this Mesechus Nadarim, just to get to bring this out. The way it works when a person has a second valid shvuah on top of another valid shvuah is that the first one kind of hovers. In other words, you have a shvuah that takes effect, and it takes up the slot of shvuah. If you make another one, the other shvuah kind of hovers around and waits to find a place where it can settle itself. Now, if you never remove the first shvuah, then the second one is going to continue hovering for eternity and never will take effect on something. However, once you remove the first shvuah, then immediately the second one falls into its place. And that's the point that Gemara is making. The point that Gemara is making is that even though you could only have effective shvuah looking at once, which means I will have only violated 1 shvuah, and I'll only have to bring 1 carbon. However, if by some mechanism I remove the first shvuah, so then the second one immediately falls into its place, and the shvuah is active again. That's the point the Gemara is making, that this person made 3 shavuos. You remove 1, the second one falls in. You remove the second one, the third one falls in. And that's the relevance of all three of them working. Now, we should try to prove this point that you could have one sitting there waiting to take effect, but it can't until the first one goes away. Later, we say, yeah, let's try to bring a proof to this point. It says, Misha Nadar, Beis Naziros. A person took upon himself 2 different periods of Naziros. Again, Naziros is a person, it's a form of a Shavuah, where a person, or a person takes upon himself to Yudin. If he accepts upon himself to be a Nazir, let's just say it's Stam Naziros is Shloshim Yom, so for 30 days he wants to be a Nazir. During that period of time, he cannot get a haircut, he can't have any great products, he can't become Tachim. Now, the halacha is, he personally says, that he would like to accept upon himself 2 periods of Nazir. So now, he clearly can't do both at the same time. So what works? You have one, and then immediately afterwards, you have the other one in session. And it will be consecutive afterwards. So you have Nazirus period 1 and Nazirus period 2. Now what happens? Umana Rishona, who took the first 30 days, you end the Nazir. End by bringing the carbon and taking the haircut. So what does he do with carbon? He separates the carbon, ready to go ahead and to offer his carbon to take the haircut. And he says, you know what? I got it. I don't want it. So he goes to a Rav and he says, listen, accepting upon himself 2 periods of Naziris, but the first one, and he explains why it was a mistake. So the Nishal al Harishona, afterwards, he goes in and reverses the first one. Now, what does he have left? The second one. Now, what do you think? How does this work? There's 2 options. Option number 1 is that the first 30 days is completely ignored, and it's as if he wasn't a Nazir. Even though he practiced it, he's not a Nazir. And then, period of Nazir kicks in from day 31 till day 60. The Gemara says, no, that's not how it works. The other option is, which is indeed how it works, you delete the Naziris of the first 30 days, and also Lo Shniya Barishona. The second one takes effect during the first period of time. So again, remember this guy, let's just call him Ruvain, steps upon himself 2 periods of Naziris, and he counts the first 30 days, and then he changes his mind, he goes to Rav, and he reverses the essence of the first Naziris. Now the second one takes effect, and guess what? He's done. Now finished the second period of Naziris, because the first one went away, what happens to the Naziris, and the second one, it falls into place. This is exactly what we're saying over here. Which is you have Rikua, it can take effect because something else is in the way. There's no Rikua there. You take the first one, the second goes into its place. Same thing with Zeros. First steps upon itself and he fulfills 30 days in the Zeros and then backs out. So they want that one. What happens compared to the Zeros? And neatly falls into the fifth one, and also low, Shaniya Barish. Gemara says, Afiyafka. It has nothing to do with this case. In other words, these cases are not comparable. Why? Hasam, Nazirus, and Mia Isa. In that case, at least the second Nazirus is there the whole time. The Imani Lorishona, Boy Mahader, Nimna Lashnia. You're going to always have to count the second one. Below Shlah, even if there's no reversal of the first Nazirus. It's not comparable. Why are they not comparable? Because when it comes to Naziros, period 1 and period 2 are there the whole time. You can't do them at the same time because while you're doing 1, you can't do 2. So therefore, typically you'd have to do day 1 through 30 and day 31 through 60. But both periods are there and waiting to take effect. That's not the same as a shvuah. A shvuah takes effect on a particular loaf of bread. Now, in most cases, you'll never be able to enact the second shvuah. Because that loaf of bread is gone, and then the second shvuah has nothing to develop itself upon, has nothing to be relevant upon. So therefore, it's incomparable. You can't compare the 2 cases. The Zero's case has the ability for both periods to actually take effect, but the shvuah does not have the ability for both shvuahs to take effect. Therefore, it's either one or the other. Either you have shvuah 1 or you have Shavua 2, you could never have Shavua 1 and Shavua 2 because it's all relevant to only one loaf of bread. And therefore, if you have Shavua 1, you want a Shavua 2. If you have Shavua 2, you want a Shavua 1. Which is not like Nazirus, because Nazirus you can have Nazirus 1 and then afterwards Nazirus 2, which is very different than the Shavua. Amarava. Nishba ala kikar, person takes the shvua not to eat a loaf of bread, v'achol, and he ate it. So now he did what he shouldn't have done. What's the halacha? Rava says, im shayr mimena kezayis, if he left over an olive-sized piece of bread, halacha is nishawel, can still reverse the shvua, and retroactively it turns out he did not violate the shvua. Achol kula, if he ate the whole thing, at that point in time, since he ate the whole thing, he could no longer go ahead and reverse the shvua. Now, the one wants to analyze this. Amar lei, Rav Ata Beis Rava, Ravashi. Rav Ata, the son of Rava, was analyzing this Ravashi, and he said, "Hey, Hidami, how does this work? Ida Amar Shalom Okal, Shalom Okal. If his expression of the shvua was that I won't eat this loaf of bread, as we explained in the Mishnah, that means he can't even eat a kazayas. So then the kazayas kama abe isura. Once he ate an olive-sized piece of bread, he's already in violation. So now how can you? What's the difference if you have a kazayas left or not? In other words, remember we said when a person says shavua shlo ochal kikar zu, the halacha is he violates the shvua as soon as he eats one kazayas. So now that's what happened. He ate a kazayas. So then why do you have to have a kazayas left at the end to be able to determine whether you can reverse it? He already violated the shvua. It's done. It's over. It's already a problem. So then what do you mean you can go ahead and reverse it? How can you reverse it after you've done it? It's too late. The deed was done. He violated his shvua and he's out. So then if the case was that no, he didn't violate anything yet. Why? Because in this case, you said shloach lena, which means he won't eat the whole thing. If that's the case, and his prohibition is only to eat the whole thing of kazayas, why are you that if he ate a kazayas, it's going to be a problem? Afilu kol shehunami. Even, sorry, not the eating size. Why is Rava saying that if there's a kazayas left at the end, an olive-sized piece of bread at the end, then he could reverse the shvua because he's not yet violated it? You don't need there to be a kazayas at the end if you call shunami. Even if there's just a crumb left at the end, he didn't eat the whole loaf of bread, so he's done a violation of it yet. In other words, we'd say mimanasha. If the case is where he said he's not going to eat any of it, so then once he ate a kazayas, he's out, turning back the clock at that point in time, he violated it. If the case was that he said he's not going to eat the whole thing, so as long as he doesn't eat the whole thing, he gets the reverse because he's not in violation yet. Why does it have to be that no kazayas left at the end, but only a crumb left at the end, he reverse it? Where says this today? Bibayis ema shlo ochel. The case can be talking about that he said he won't eat it at all. Bibayis shlo ochel. He said he won't eat the whole. Let's explain that. Bibayis ema shlo ochel. You can give us a case there, you said don't eat it at all. And then, what I was making was, you can't reverse the shvua if there isn't at least a kazayas left. But if there is a kazayas left at the end, you can remove the shvua on remaining kazayas. So if you have a significant piece at the end, which is a kazayas, you can go to the Rav and say, I made sure that I won't eat any of this bread. I ate half of it, but there's still a kazayas left. I like to do on the kazayas, and the Rav validates that versus that shvua. He knows that shvua. Now, what Rav is saying, since there's a kazayas left, upon which the annulment works, and the shvua goes away, you'd say retroactively goes away on the entire loaf of bread as well. That's Rav's thing. And it means, since the reversal works in the last kazayas, it also works in the first kazayas. You can also suggest it was talking about shlo that his actual expression is he won't eat the whole thing. Now, Rav is pointing out is kazayas Chashiv l'shtuli aleh. Below, lo chashiv l'shtuli aleh. Rav is saying that you're right. Not a violation of the Shavua until you eat the whole thing. However, in terms of reversing the Shavua, you can't go to a Rav and reverse the Shavua on a morsel. You have to have something there to actually reverse the Shavua. Now, if there's a Kazayas left, then you can reverse it. If there's no Kazayas left, you can't reverse it. Now, what's the difference going to be? According to Rava, of course, we have not violated the Shavua. Why? Because you didn't eat the whole loaf of bread. So it's crumb left. Now, the question is, can we come up with an arrangement where you eat that last crumb? Now, if there's only a crumb left, then no, can't. You eat the last crumb, you have then violated the shvuah of the entire loaf of bread. If there's a kazayas left, then yes, you can revert the entire shvuah, and you can eat the remaining piece. Meisvei, I'll ask the question. Me, Shanada, is the case we just brought up a period of Nazirus. Uma, he counts the first one. The hit for Shaleh carbon, and he accepted upon himself, he separated the carbon. The Achar, and after he sets aside the carbon, Nish al Rishayna. He goes ahead and he reverses the first Shavua. The Halacha, as you mentioned, also Rishona, the second one now moves the first one, and he has officially finished both days. So he reverses the first Nazirus, the second one falls into that place, and that was good to go. Now, what do you see from there? You see from there that even though he completed 100% of the Nazirus, still you can go ahead and reverse it and move another one to its place, which is the same thing as Shavua. We see it's not the same. In other words, Rava says in order to go ahead and reverse it, you have to have a Kazayas left. Here, we're reversing Nazirus when he's completely done with the Nazirus. He's after 100% of the days. Nazirus lasts 30 days. You finish all 30 days, and yet we're still allowing him to reverse the Nazirus. So when it comes to a Shavua, we require there to be a Kazayas left at the end. Gemara says, no, that's not a good question. The reason why he can reverse the Nazirus is because he didn't recover. In other words, that's the comparison. A Shavua that has a Kazayas left is the same thing as the Nazirus that has requirements for your carbon left. But that's not true. By the time you keep her, we learned that this case is about even if you did bring the carbon. Gemara says, all right, the Hilach is talking about here. Yeah, and it's Rabbi Eliezer, the Amar Tabachas Makba. You follow the thing Rabbi Eliezer. It says, you don't take your haircut, you're still a Nazir. Otherwise, the reason why I can reverse the first Nazirus is because he's not done yet. The time is done, but all the other obligations are not checked off yet. Yes, it's talking about when you did bring a carbon, but you didn't take your haircut, and your haircut is something which is obligatory. If you don't do it, it's going to still the Nazirus, and this is still reverse. The Gemara says, no, but Tani Gilach. He said so, but even after he took a haircut. Amar Ashi says, the whole question is not a good question. Nazirus, Karamet, you're asking a question from Nazirus onto Shvuah, Mi Garav L'Shniya Shlotakal. What is the entire reason why the second Nazirus doesn't work? It's because the Rishona. There is the first Nazirus blocking it, as we explained earlier. The Ena. But now that one is gone. In other words, the whole thing of Nazirus is you have two Nazirus periods waiting to take effect. The second one is waiting in line for the first one to go away. Now, once you take it away, the second one just falls into place. However, that's different than when it comes to a Shavua. The Shavua doesn't have that problem. In other words, it's only one loaf of bread. It's only one loaf of bread. If that loaf of bread is gone, and that loaf of bread is gone. Therefore, it has no comparison. Amemar disagrees with Rav. This is a filu achor kula. Even if a person ate the entire loaf of bread, there's no kazayas left at the end. Nishal alei is allowed to go ahead and reverse. Now, even shogeg, if we're talking about a person ate it by mistake, machosar carbon, it's still going to remain carbon, and therefore, because there's an outstanding carbon, so reverse the shvuah. Even maybe he ate it intentionally, machosar malchus, he still did not get the lashes, and since the lashes are still outstanding, you can go ahead and reverse it. If they took him as the base did, and they tied up to the post that they used to give the person notice to, at that point in time, you can't reverse it because then Gemara says to the Shmuel, the Rashmi Basin Potter. You tie him up to this post, and then he somehow managed to escape the man of the basin. He's probably not to have Marcus. We explained to the Sefesh Marcus that part of the point of Marcus is that it comes along with an embarrassment. The Mishnah says, so he's embarrassed, and it's very shameful to be tied to the post. Once he suffered that embarrassment, he has discharged his duty of being embarrassed. We don't bring him back to get Marcus anymore. So at that point in time, the Shidam, the Gemara says, incorrect. Baloney. If indeed you ran out, then you'd be right, and at that point in time you can't reverse the shvua. But if you just was simply tied to the post, at that point in time, since you did not get the knockus, you can say, you know what? I'm tied to this post, I'm about to get the knockus. Can someone just please call my Rabbin? I have a quick rabbinic request. Rav comes running over at his beck and call. Yes, what can I do for you? I'd like to reverse my shvua. He says, yes, explain to me what's the Pesach, why you want to do that. An explanation of why you regret it. He explains why you regret it, and the Rav says, I officially know the shvua. I'm tying from the post, and therefore he is good to go. All right. Now we get into a discussion over here. It's called shvua al. The person throws the contingency into his shvua. Shvua says as follows. Shvua, shvua ochal kikazu. Person takes a shvua that he won't eat the loaf of bread. However, only if okazu. Let's just say you have a bagel and a baguette. Let's just use those two examples. I'll try to keep myself consistent through and through and just remember. You have a bagel sitting on the table, and you have a baguette. And the guy says, I will not eat this baguette if I eat the bagel. Which means that if he does not eat the bagel, he can eat the baguette, no problem. But if he eats the bagel, then his shvua effect, and he cannot eat the baguette. Now, let's get a couple points out of it. The pasuk says, I think that's the term of the pasuk. Now, what that means is, when a person makes his shvua, he has to have in mind at the time of the shvua what he's doing. If he makes a shvua and there's some kind of just like amnesia or a lapse that happens at the time of the shvua, it doesn't take effect. The person needs to be conscious and understand what he's talking about when he makes a shvua. If it happens like subconsciously, it doesn't work. That's number one. Number two, in our case, we're talking about a person making a contingency on a shvua. What you have to remember, even though normally a shvua takes effect when you say it, in this case it doesn't. Because when the person says he takes the shvua not to eat a baguette if he eats a bagel, so at that point in time, nothing happens. There's no fear, there's no prohibition. There's no obligation, there's no prohibition. Everything stays the way it is. Only at the time that he eats the bagel does the shvua take effect. So essentially, eating the bagel is making the shvua. If he does not eat the bagel, the shvua never takes effect. So therefore, Gemara says the Achal Asarishona, he eats Bishok. He's spitting out. He forgot. He has a bagel on the table, a baguette on the table. He wakes up in the morning and says, if I eat this, I will forbid myself from eating the baguette if I eat the bagel. He goes to Shafra, she comes home, and he completely forgets about what he said that morning, and he eats it. Okay? Is there anything wrong with eating the bagel? No. He's allowed to eat the bagel. There's no shvua on the bagel. But he completely forgot what he was eating the bagel, but eating the bagel is being forbidden from eating the baguette. And then Rashniya b'meizik. Then he eats the baguette intentionally and says, ooh, it's baguette, I'm not allowed to eat it, because I ate the bagel. Now look, is potter, he is potter. Why? Because at the time that he ate the bagel, he had no idea what he was doing. And therefore, since he had no idea what he was doing at the time that he ate the bagel, he didn't make shvua. Remember, shvua happens only when he eats the bagel. But if he's in spaceland when he's eating the bagel, that means that he was in spaceland and he's making a shvua. you can't make a shavua that way. Shavua has to be conscious to know what you're doing. If you're completely spaced out and you're just eating a bagel, that can't make you make a shavua. So therefore, in this case, since he was not paying attention when he ate the bagel, the shavua does not take effect. And even though he ate the baguette intentionally in violation of his quote-unquote shavua, it's not a problem because the shavua never takes effect. Turn the case around. Rishonim amazing. He eats the bagel intentionally. Now he knows he has the shavua upon himself. They're eating the bagel, which means I can't eat the baguette today. The shniya b'shogeg. And he goes out and he comes back to the kitchen later. He's really hungry. He says, "Oh, delicious baguette sitting on the table," and he eats it. He finishes like, "Oh man, I made a shavua this morning. If I eat the bagel, I can't eat the baguette." That's a typical case where a person made a shavua and forgot and ate it. You have to refund. That's a typical case of where you made a mistake, use a carbon to atone for his shavua that he violated. Next case, Shayim b'shogeg. Let's eat both of them. He's a problem paying attention that day. Bagel by mistake, he baguette by mistake. What the halacha? Top of Tavkas in the bays. Potter. He's potter. Why is he potter in that case? For the same reason as before. The shavua never took effect. Because the shavua never took effect, the second one doesn't work either. In other words, since he ate the bagel in Switzerland, the shvur doesn't work, and therefore, even though he mistakenly ate the baguette, he essentially was allowed to eat the baguette, and there's no problem. Top of Kalkasana Day, still amazing. What if we did both of them on purpose? He eats the bagel, he's like, I know that if I eat this bagel, I'm going to forbid myself from eating the baguette. And then he goes ahead and eats the baguette. Now the Gemara says it depends. It depends which one he ate first. If he went in perfect sequence where he first ate the t'nai, which is the bagel in our case, and then he ate the baguette afterwards, that's exactly the person's in violation, and yes, he has to bring a carbon. However, what if he ate the baguette first? And afterwards he ate the bagel. So now essentially this should work. In other words, we keep calling it the first one and the second one, but he eats the baguette. When he eats the bagel, it should take effect, and now retroactively forbidden from eating the baguette, he should be in violation of the shvur. The Gemara says there's a technical problem with this one. In this case, this brings us to Maflok between Rabbi and Rishtakish, which is Lamad Amar Hashra Safik Shma Shra Chayev. Mandana La Shma Shra Potter. So again, let's just go through this case. He goes into the room and he sits down and eats the bagel. He eats the bagel. So first he eats the bagel, and then he eats the baguette. Everybody agrees that is the case for his tayev. Why? Because as soon as he eats the bagel, you say to him, "Sir, just remember, eating this bagel means you're not going to eat the baguette." And he says, "Yes, acknowledge." He finishes the bagel, and then he says, "You know what? I'm hungry. I'm going to eat the baguette." You know you're not allowed to eat that baguette because you made a shvua. So if you do it, you're in violation of your shvua. Yes. You know there is a punishment for violating your shvua. He says, "Yes, I'm quite aware of that. You know what the punishment is?" He explains, "Yes, I know what the punishment is." And then he goes and eats it. In such a case, he has fulfilled all the requirements to be sent off to basement to get his punishment. However, whatever it is the other way around, he eats the baguette first. So someone's sitting there and says to him, "You know that this baguette potentially could be a problem." He says, "What do you mean?" The guy says, "If after eating this baguette, you eat the bagel, then it will turn out that eating this baguette is forbidden." The person's like, "What if I don't eat it?" He says, "Well, then it's okay." So he says, "Will I be in violation if I eat this or not?" He says, "I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm letting you know that there's a possibility that eating this baguette might at some point today become a problem." So now, that is how stuff. You give a warning, but you aren't sure at the time of the warning if it's actually a problem. In such a case, it's machlokes between Rabbi and Rishtakish. If you will take the opinion, not stuff. In other words, telling a person that, listen, I'm warning you that there might be a problem depending on following scenario, if you think that's considered a good shrug, good warning, then yes, you're in violation. If not, it's not. Now, Rava makes this. I'm not sure if this is Rava anymore. Gemara makes this a little bit more powerful. Talon zu bazu. What if he makes each one contingent on the other? So up until now, the eating of the baguette contingent on eating the bagel. What if this guy makes each one contingent on the other? He says, I won't eat bagel if I eat the baguette, and I won't eat that if I eat the bagel. Okay? Let me go through it. Lo ochal zu, I won't eat this one in lo ochal zu. That's the first case we have. I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Then he says, lo ochal zu, I won't either eat the bagel in ochal zu if I eat the baguette. So basically, he makes each one contingent on the other one. The ochal zu is adon atzmo. He eats this one, knowing exactly what he meant. In other words, he's on purpose. Baguette, ubeshigigas chaverta. The zu is adon atzmo, ubeshigigas chaverta. He eats the bagel and the baguette, knowing that there is a potential shavua not to eat the bagel and the baguette, but he forgets that the bagel is the condition for the baguette, and the baguette is the condition for the bagel. You holding this together, guys? Basically, each one is contingent on the other one. He knows this is the potential problem to one, but he forgets that bagel and the baguette are the one that's responsible for it. What's the halacha? Why? Because the shavua doesn't take effect. Remember, the shavua can only take effect if you know at the time that you're eating the tnai, you have in mind for the tnai to work. What happens if he remembers bagel makes the baguette forbidden? He knows the bagel makes the baguette, and he knows the makes the bagel forbidden, but he forgets that actually there's a shavua on each one. This guy's having some issues, some problems. He should probably get evaluated for some things. The bottom line is he's able to remember some details, but forgets some other details. In such a case, he's chayiv. Why? Because he remembers the tnai. Since he remembers the tnai, that means when he eats it, he's making the shavua. In effect, that means that if he mistakenly violates the shavua by eating the other one, then he's going to be, that's a classic case of the helam, of a mistake, and he has to read the garbage. What happens if it's stay in B'shogeg? He's spacing out the whole comes in, his wife serves him lunch, and the bagel and the baguette on the plate, he forgets when he's such a case. He's possible. Why? Because again, the tnai does not take effect if it's by mistake. Stay in B'mezid, what if he ate both of them on purpose? In home, he knew about the tnai, he knew about the shmua, he knew about the whole thing, he just gobbles all of them up with shalacha. Ashmiya, Mechayim. On the second one, he's obviously chayiv. In other words, he eats the bagel and then eats the baguette. So now for eating the baguette, he's certainly chayiv because the tnai of eating the bagel and now he can't eat the baguette. How about the first one? How about eating the bagel? Is that one? Well, that's exactly the same previous Gemara, where the bagel is contingent upon eating the baguette. Now, you can't really warn him about eating the bagel because you don't know if he's going to eat the baguette. So you say to the guy, you're not allowed to eat this bagel if later you'll eat the baguette. So therefore, we're warning you there's a potential that it might be us if you eat this bagel. That's called that. The Gemara says, "Are we shown a push of the veil from the sluggish?" That is so next to the sluggish, whether such a warning actually works. Mari Afanana Medina. Mari things, and we'll read parentheses just to show us here. Abra Nadarim Tzacham, the 4 types of Nadarim, whereas in Tachamim, you could go ahead and just do as much of even though you said it. We're not going to go through all of them, but just explain where a person makes a nether to give himself to leave Mizaris and charge himself to do the right thing, he's doing desperation, neither Shkagos and mistakes, and a net of the which is beyond his control. Now, what is the case of neither Shkagos? We want to analyze that. Neither Shkagos Ketzad. What's the case of the person making a nether by mistake? Where the person says, Konam, the following thing should be forbidden to me if I ate or drank anything today. In other words, he thinks he did not eat or drink anything that day. So now he makes a nether that something should be off on him. And then after says, oh man, the Nizgar is I forgot I actually ate a bowl of cereal this morning. Or he says, it should be also She'eni Ochal, She'eni Shos, that I won't drink. And then, spacing out again, you made a mistake and ate and drink. In such a case, mutter. Why? Because that's Nidr Shkagos, you made a mistake. But Tanya Allah, we learned, Sheikh Nidr Shkagos Misarim, just like mistaken in Neder is mutter, Ka, Shavuos, Shkagos, Mitaros, the person makes a Shavua by mistake is to be mutter. This is essentially the thing that we were saying before. Because the person mistakenly makes a shvua. Now, for example, by mistake, not realizing that makes him have a shvua, in such a case it doesn't. Eifa Tani, Shvua Tzvirava. Give the parentheses, Eifa was the guy's name. This person whose name was Eifa, the Samaritan name was Eifa, Tani Shvuas Beirab. He learned halachas of shvuas in Rabba's yeshiva. His brother came over to him, or his brother Avimi, and he met him. And Avimi said to Eifa, Shavua Shlo Achalti Mahu. He says, you just finished learning after Shavuos? He says, yes, I learned it, I know it quite well. He says, there are a few questions for you, I'd like to challenge you on the halachas of Shavuos. Eifa says, sure, go for it. He says, what happens if a person makes a Shavua? One Shavua is that I did that. Didn't eat. Another shvuah is that I didn't eat. So it makes two of exactly the same shvuahs, past tense, that I didn't. Now, what's the halacha if he indeed didn't eat that day? So again, it's a Tuesday morning, and the person says, Shavuah shlo achalti, take a shvuah that I did not eat breakfast this morning. And he says, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time, Shavuah shlo achalti, take the shvuah, he did not eat breakfast that morning. Turns out that he did. How many chiyuvim does he have? Amar lei, so Eifa responded to him, he's only chayiv once. Why, what was his thinking? Ain't shvuah kala shvuah. Once you make it, well, you can't make another one. Like earlier today, there's only room for one shvuah at a time. Therefore, if you make two shvuahs which are identical, you're only chayiv for once. Amar lei, his brother said to him, Ishtabah, got you. Made a mistake. Hooray, that's how my brother does, by the way, sometimes. It's the boss. I got you. So, Shavua Lashaka. I shouldn't make a joke out of it. Because I'm in, and the truth is that my focus is quite nuanced. If I have time at the end, I'll try to get back into exactly what the nuance of this my focus is. Harayotza Shavua Lashaka. You're making a mistake. You think that in Shvuah is relevant over here. It's not. Because somebody said I didn't eat breakfast. Guess what? He lied. He did eat breakfast. You're allowed to lie a second time about the second. You can lie about the same thing twice. Person says I didn't eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. They said didn't eat breakfast at 11 o'clock. Both times that he said didn't eat breakfast, he lied, and therefore his past tense shvuah can happen twice. He's chayiv twice. Next case he asks him, Shvuah shlo ochal teisha ve'aseh. Person says, I won't eat 9 figs and I won't eat 10 figs. Now he eats it. Now, what's the halacha? Chayiv al kol achas yachas. So he responded, if it said he's chayiv on both groups. Why? He's chayiv for eating 9 because that's one shvuah. And then he eats the last one, that's the second shvuah. The first shvuah only forbids him from eating 9. The second shvuah forbids him from eating the 10. Therefore, if he eats 9, he violated the first one. He eats the 10th one, he violated the second one. He made a mistake. Itesha lo achel, eser lo achel. It's possible for him to get to the 10 without eating the 9. Therefore, when he makes the second shavua, it's essentially contingent on the first shavua, because you can't violate the second one without the first one. Therefore, it's just the same shavua, and therefore, it's one is only chayiv once.
fetish, right? They see it at a certain time in their sexual development that they're like,
Shavuos lo ochel esher v'tesha ma'u. So he says, what happens if he says, I won't eat 10 and I won't eat 9? So, if he responded, he said, in the chayv alachas, in such a case, only chayv once. Why? Because there is 9 inside 10. Amalei, no. Again, he responds, he said, it's tabach, made a mistake. Eser, who the lo achel. The first shvuah of not eating 10 only forbids us from eating 10. Okay, Shamiyah, he's allowed to eat the 9. So therefore, when he says he's not going to eat Eser Batesha, so the first shvuah says I can't eat 10, but I'm not eating 9. The second shvuah is an entirely different one, which forbids him from eating the 9. Amar Abaya says, Zimnin, there are some times the Mishkachas lo where we can actually say that Eifa is correct. What's that case? The Amar Kedemar, as Mar said, which is, as Rabbi pointed out, first lo ochel te'enim and novim. Person makes a shvuah, he's not going to eat te'enim and a novim together. So in order for him to violate his shvuah, he has to eat te'enim, figs, and a novim. Great. He has to have figs and grapes together. Because of Amar shvuah lo ochel te'enim. Then he makes another shvuah saying, I'm not going to eat figs. Now, top of Chavtas Aleph, what happens? He ate the figs in violation of his Te'enim Shvuah, big Shvuah. Their first carbon, and he sets aside violating his Shvuah. Afterwards, what did he do? He ate out of it. Lukudayu by themselves. So then having Lu'anavim Chatzishir. Lu'anavim is only Chatzishir because it's only half of his violation because he has to eat Lu'anavim, the grapes, together with the Te'enim. Chatzishir lo Machayev carbon, he'll bring the carbon of Chatzishir. So Chanan, you go to Amar Shvuah lo ochel eser, a person that he won't eat all 10. Because of Shvuah lo ochel teisha, means he won't eat 9. So he's violated the 9th Shvuah, similar to violating the Te'enim Shvuah. So here's carbon. He sets aside the carbon. Now the after he sets aside the carbon, ochel asiris, he eats the 10th one. Now, Asiris Tatzishir, the 10th one is Tatzishir because it's only half, or not half, only part of the nation of eating. That's the one that Tatzishir, or Tatzishir will be tied. In other words, it's possible for Mark to find the case.
If your bet wins, in partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boone Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Has to have per wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. No odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
6 and 4, 7 and 4.
All right, so we'll say good morning, and good Chodesh. After Dodi Ziffer, I gotta say after the beautiful Baruch Hashem, for initiating, perpetuating, and it's beautiful to see additional Chava participate. It's really beautiful. I want to say so. Good morning, good Chodesh. It's so sparkling to be here. It's so rainy and dark outside. So beautiful and light and exciting in here. Baruch Hashem, beginning by taking all of our sponsors today. Our annual commentary sponsor for Touch Chaver Yisrael. To dedicating all the Shem instructions this year as a zechus to be served for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Sivan. Havavim Umetova, Stephen Kelly Zin, Loving Arias, his mother and daughters is in Devorah Bas Rabbi Yisrael Yoel, Zechon Levrach on the occasion of our 50th yard site. And our Dachyomi sponsors for today, Gabi and Shana Cohn, the creation of the yard site of Gabi's grandfather, Mayor Atzmin, Mayor Ben Mordechai. Mayor Mordechai, we hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, Merit Hashem, all of the Rishon Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chalmud, the Merit Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Call Maaseh Yudela. Atzmi, just so some of you probably don't know, and this thing is the pillar of this Gila, the pillar of this Gila. When someone who is very, very special, not just to the Mishpachas of Baruch Hashem, to our entire shul. Halagai, everything we do here, Shemet Hashem, that be a source of not Hashem Aliyah for his neshama, and really for the neshamas of all of
those who toiled so hard to create this Gila, both the Gashmias and Ruchmias, and that's how I share Nachas, the letting we accomplish here day in and day out. And we'll say with that, let us get a lot to do today. It's a really great tomorrow ahead of us. Today's daf is Chamzayin 27. We are picking up on Chav on the days 26b at the period. Or at least it's a period in my Gemara. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11, 12 lines down from the top. Bani Ravim Merava. Shravina has the following shot from Rava. Nishma al Kikar, listen to this. I swear, I make a shua, I swear I am not going to eat a loaf of bread. Mistakin allow. And what ends up happening? Mistakin allow means, and now, like literally, sakana. I need to eat it. I mean, sakana, I have to eat it. So what's halacha? Mahu. The word says, sakana, mistakin nishilimar. What are you talking about? There's sakana. I remember again, sakana makes it sound like shiklach nefesh. If it's because then there's nothing to talk about, then obviously again, halacha leisa, you have to go and eat a loaf. What the shayla? Ela mitztaer v'achla b'shigim shvua. Rather, so there's cases of sakana of being, either it's a case of mitztaer. Mitztaer means what? Mitztaer means discomfort. Now, what does that mean? Discomfort. So actually says mitztaer. Birav. I'm hungry. Now again, not like okay, like I'm hungry. In other words, then again, I'm just be hungry. I'm fine. Everything is alright, but I have to be very hungry. Now, actually, points out something very interesting here. It says the most of the piece over here of this tire is I'm really hungry, and even though I'm fully aware that I should I'm still going to eat a loaf of bread. Now, it happens to be what occurred. I then forgot about the shua. So the progression of events like this. Step 1, I swore I'm not going to eat a loaf of bread. Okay, then what happens? Mitztaer, I'm very hungry. And again, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I'm really hungry. I'm going to eat a loaf of bread. I know I made a shua not to. I'm still going to eat the loaf of bread. Then what happens? Before I eat it, I forgot about the shua and then consumed it. So at the time I ate the loaf of bread, I actually forgot about the shua. But the truth is, even had I not forgotten about it, I still would have eaten the loaf. So what's that loaf in such a situation like that? Nice, it's an interesting case. Amalei, Tanina, Shav Midiyaso maybe carbon al Shinidaso. Lo Shav Midiyaso, A maybe carbon al Shinidaso. So here's the litmus test. The litmus test says in general is if you have a lapse of awareness, if somebody would have reminded you about your lapse, if you would have abstained or refrained from the act, that's where you bring a carbon. But if after having been reminded about your lapse, you still would have done the act, then ultimately that comes more to the category of lazy, and therefore there's no carbon. So as I say, interestingly enough, in this case, because even had I remembered my shua, I would have still eaten. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, it's not called shogeg, and therefore no carbon oil. Now again, the pastors, it would probably not rise to the level of amazing to go ahead and get malchus. Right? That probably can't go. But the might say can't be called shogeg. It can't be called shogeg if it's clear that my intention would have been to eat the loaf regardless of the shua. Fascinating. So just kind of two takeaways over there. Obviously, the obvious one is if a person made a shua not to eat the loaf of bread, and there's akanas nefashos. Let's remember again, nothing stands in the way of sakanas nefashos more except immorality and murder. Obviously, shua is not going to stand in the way of you going ahead and saving your life. If, however, again, I made a shua, but I'm really hungry. So the fascinating thing over here is you see how much intentionality plays a role in our lives. So because over here, I'm so hungry, and I made up in my mind, I'm going to eat the loaf regardless. I'm going to eat it regardless. It happens to be now before I eat the loaf, I actually forgot about the shua. That can't be called shogeg. That can't be right. That can't be called hell of shua. Because why? Because again, at a certain point, I expressed that intentionality that I was ready to eat the loaf regardless. Fascinating. Okay, that's the right. I'm a shmuel. I want to interesting case over here. I want to leave. So to discuss them. So saying when a person makes a shua, even if I had complete intention is not enough. There must be articulation. For example, if I had it in my mind, I know I'm not eating this loaf of bread, and I in my mind I'm fully committed that I'm swearing not to eat that loaf. but I never actually verbally articulated it. It is not a binding shvua. Shneimar levate b'svasayim. The pasuk says that what's a shvua? A shvua is a verbal articulation. Verse Mesia is a kasha on this. So the verse Mesia b'svasayim v'lo gamar v'libo minayim. How do I know that Allah Kalamaisa if I articulated a shvua, but did not really have internal that ultimately again that is shvua? How do I know that that works? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, it says about anything you articulate, which makes it sound like over here that actually you care very little about what you think, and you care very much about what you articulate. So it says Haguf Akasha, second line. Haguf Akasha, this is inherent addiction. Amrit is Vasani. On one hand, he said, if I articulate a shvua, I articulate it, there's no level of cognition, right? That's still a good shvua. Other Amar, Gama, even if you have intent, it sounds like even if you have intent without articulation, that should create a binding shvua. However, Sheshes, Halokasha, but Sheshes, it's not a contradiction. And we're talking about what you need to say. It's actually quite interesting. This Vasayu, which I believe, the Hotzi, the self, the law Hotzi, says, listen to this. Hotzi again. This Vasayu teaches me that what? It's not enough to go ahead and have intent and not articulate it. In other words, in order for a shvua to be binding, there must be a verbal articulation. Gamar believe stam minai. How do we know that if there was intention, but never articulation, that doesn't work? The pasuk says the articulation. That's the articulation. Shmuel kasha, but it's problematic. Like why the says, I'm gonna shake how did Spain Mahafi? This I have to say it. This sign the lotion. So we'll say, what does it mean that you have to articulate it? So here's where the halachic definition of articulation. This saying, the lotion gamar balibol hotzi paschitin, hotzi pas soul. So it says, listen to this. What is it? In order for a shvua to be binding, not only do you have to articulate, but you have to articulate that which you had intention for. For example, let's say in my mind, I had in my intention was to say, Shvua Shala Ochal Pas So'orin. I'm sorry, Paskitin. I swear I'm not going to eat wheat bread. But when I said Shvua, what did I say? Shvua Shala Ochal Pas So'orin. I articulated it as, I swear, I'm going to eat barley. So again, attention for wheat bread, articulated in barley bread. I know, or Garabali Paskitin, sorry. So it says, Halach. That shvua will not valid, will not be binding. Why? Because the articulation has to match intention. And if there's one, does not work. So there's a number of different parts of this, right? But part 2 is intention, articulation. So part 1, intention, part 2, articulation, part 3, the articulation has to match the intention. And if that's not there, then ultimately the shvua is not good. Gamar balibal hotzi paschitin. The Hotzi Pas Stam Minayim. What about how it is? Let's say in my mind, my intention was to say I think a shvua not to paschitin. But it turns out that when I said it, I just said pas. I just said pas. How do I know that that is a good shvua? Because you must remember again, why is that a good shvua? Because the truth is only the problematic case is where my articulation does not go ahead and match my intention. Essentially, if I wanted to say pas sorry, but I say pas, although it's not perfect, it works. It works. How do I know? Whatever a person will articulate. Good. So I say, may say, so the pasuk says, whatever you articulate, right, whatever promises or commitments you make, you must go ahead and keep them. Any other show to discuss up. And we know that a promise obligation, whether it's a shvua or a neder, is binding. Particularly, how do I know that intentionality creates a binding commitment? Pasuk says, anyone who knows it, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That even intention, in this case, by the way, it's intention of a neder for tzedakah. It's actually very interesting. Even an intention to give creates a binding obligation. That contradicts what we just said before. Now, granted, I will say, I want to point out, it's two different cases. We've switched over here to neder. Beforehand, we were talking about shua, but still, nevertheless, conceptually, they should really be the same. To which the Gemara says, Shiny Hassan B'Ksiv, call the Divlay. It's different over there because, again, by tzedakah, right, in this case, again, that's by the Mishkan, so in the Mishkan it says, call me Divlay. Any person has generosity of the heart. So what do you see from there? What you see from there is that halacha intentionality is enough, even if it doesn't have articulation. The Gemara said, so why don't you learn from this? Why don't you make, in this case, tzedakah, a vow to give tzedakah? Why don't you make that the paradigmatic example that intentionality works even without articulation? Which we must so the truma bachin snake sudan and gafad. So we'll see because truma. Now again, I want to point out in this case, Rashi points out truma means trumas malachas a mishkan. It actually means again the donations to the mishkan, right? So tzedakah, the neder to give to the mishkan, the Torah expresses it as kol mediv leiv. Furthermore, kadshin karbanos also uses that lashon of kol mediv leiv. So you have two examples over here of tzedakah and karbanos with the Torah. When I say Torah, by the way, by karbanos, it's quoting the pasuk from Divrei Hayom from Navi. So again, in both contexts, the Torah called the Torah uses lashon of mediv leiv to tell you that by tzedakah. And so the obligation to give tzedakah, if you have intention to give tzedakah, that creates a binding obligation. If you have intention to go, that creates a binding obligation. Fully articulated your intention. So there are two examples. In general, whenever we have two examples of a rule, what is that called? Generally, if the Torah wants to create a principle, what does it do? It states it once. If it states the principle twice, what that generally means is the principle applies in these two cases and is not to be applied as a rule in other cases. You can't learn out to other cases. So that's fine if you subscribe to that principle. That's not focus itself. So according to the opinion that says why not create a rule? And see, just like it says, Nediv Leiv by Tzedakah, by Trumas HaMishkan, and it says Nediv Leiv by Karbanos. Let's create a rule. What's the rule? That any time you have intentionality, let's see, even if there's not articulation, that should create a binding obligation. No, there's a reason. It could very well be that this idea that intentionality without articulation works to create a binding obligation is gavka by consecrated items. Look at the two examples. It's trumas HaMishkan, donation to the Mishkan, and karbanos. So maybe this concept of intentionality without articulation works gavka by consecrated items, but cannot necessarily be up to a chulin situation like Shavuos and Nidarim or other Shavuos and Nidarim. What comes out over here is the following. Halakha itself, it turns out, we learn three primary components for a shvua. What is the number one? Intentionality. You have to have in your mind this clear vision of what it is that you are going to be swearing about. Number two, a matching articulation of your intention. Well, I'll call it. Number two is articulation. Right? And number three, there must be a match between your intention and your articulation. Now again, when you see from the Gemara, the match doesn't necessarily have to be exact, but it has to be close enough that the articulation captures the essence of the intention. There are two exceptions to this, namely again, a vow to tzedakah, trumas hamishkan, and karbanos, where in those cases, even intention without articulation will create a binding obligation. Just so you see, there's a term it's like lesson in this, that the articulation has to match the intention. Let's just say, the articulation, which means what? A lot of times in life, we have like this disconnect between what we think or what we want and what we do. So life is all about creating this symmetry between the beliefs that we espouse and that we think about and how we actually live our lives. So there's no notion of it's not enough just to have the right intentions, but those must find full expression in the way that we live and the people that we are. Sometimes the greatest test for this is it's easy to espouse what your hashkafas and what your beliefs are. The best way to know that are you really a person who lives that is if somebody were to watch like a video of your day. And so I watch the video, and I mean the what do they call it? Like the editor's cut, no outtakes or anything like that, right? The full unfiltered vision of my day, would they be able to see what I believe, what I stand for, from the ways that I live? Not from what I say, because anyone could say anything. But the shaila is, do my intentions ultimately find expression in the way that I actually live my life, or is it disconnect between the beliefs I espouse and the actions I engage in? So it's tremendous most hassle for Shavuos. It's not just enough to have the intention, but the intention must actually be articulated in the same exact way. So it's incredible. I'm Mishnah Chavzayin Dalet. Nishpal about Alzheimer's. Well, they actually one of these Mishnahs, you've actually seen a number of these concepts already before. The Mishnah says as follows: Nishpal about Alzheimer's. Well, I swear I'm not going to put on tefillin. I swear to be Mavatal on Mitzvah, but I didn't do it. So it says interesting. In other words, so I did not fulfill my shvuah. What's the halacha? Potter. I'm potter in this case. Obviously, because remember again, the shvuah itself is void. Like you can't swear not to fulfill a mitzvah. The kayim below kiyim potter. So if I made a shvuah to uphold the mitzvah, to perform the mitzvah, and I did not do it, I'm also potter. Why? So again, essentially what the Mishnah is saying is any shvuahs you made regarding mitzvahs essentially are null and void. Now the Gemara says in Shaya, but in Shechai. Now I would have thought that actually a shvuah about a mitzvah should actually work. Why? It's actually quite interesting. So the Gemara says, Shaya, I would have thought, because it's a little bit of a what does the Rebbe say? I'm going to read say, Mine has Shosha Mushbala Mehassinai, Chayba. We'll say, if you could take a shvuah regarding a rishos, what's a rishos? A non-mitzvah act, just a mundane act. If I could swear regarding a loaf of bread, right, or any other mundane thing, for which I have absolutely no pre-existing obligation from Har Sinai. The Gemara says, for by the way, what a beautiful plus to see the words Har Sinai on Rosh Chodesh Sivan. Right, absolutely beautiful rabbis. So the Gemara says, yet you're chayiv on that mitzvah. Shumushba alav eino b'yish chayiv alav. So I say, so you call it. He said, if shvuah creates a binding obligation for even the most mundane things for which you have no pre-existing obligation, then it would stand to reason that you should definitely be able to take a shvuah regarding things for which you are already obligated to do. And shvuah would just impose another layer of obligation. That's what I would have thought. Although there's such a good Seira, and therefore there's a good Seira, should be able to take a shvuah even regarding a mitzvah. No. In Amar Bishvas Harishos, Shekin Asa Ba Lav Kain, Toma Bishvas Mitzvah, Shalo Asa Ba Lav Kain, Shenish Balabata Vlodita Potter. We'll say, remember again, they say back to the Rabbanos Rebbe, you're going to say that your analogy doesn't work. I'll tell you why. Because Shvuah's B3 101 is that what? A Shvuah's B3 has to be able to be phrased in both the positive and the negative. Like, I swear I will eat a loaf of bread. I swear I won't eat a loaf of bread. And if we're talking about regarding a mitzvah, although you can phrase that in the positive, you cannot phrase that in the negative. It doesn't work. Which the Gemara says, fine. That's the position we're doing the Seirah, and that says the Gemara. One would have thought that if you swear to be Mavatal in this, right? Again, I swear I'm not going to put on tefillin. I swear I'm not going to keep Shabbos. You might have thought that ultimately I didn't. And I both said, what's the good news? The good news, I didn't uphold my shvuah. That's the good news, right? I swore I wasn't going to put on tefillin on Wednesday. And Baruch Hashem, I put on tefillin on it. So you might have thought, but you're going to be chayiv. I should be chayiv for not keeping my shvuah. Kamalomar, lahara, or lahated. The pasuk again, we spent almost all of yesterday on this phrase. How does the Torah phrase shuas bitoi? To do something bad or to do something good. So we'll say, so just like again the good that we're referring to over here in the pasuk, ultimately again is a rishos, is something optional. So too the hara, the negative, also has to be something optional. In other words, it has to be a discretionary act. And because the mitzvah is not a discretionary act, therefore it can't fall under the category ultimately of shras bitui. So when it says, this comes to a good case where I swear not to do a mitzvah, and ultimately again, I did not comply with the shvua, that there is no liability. Now again, I will say, why is, if I swear not to put on tefillin, right, and I end up putting on tefillin, why is there no liability? Why is there no liability? Because there's no shvua. Because there's no shvua, right? So the man suggesting, why is there no shvua? Because all the hated refer to discretionary activities. And because putting on tefillin is not a discretionary activity, therefore, local amounts, you can't make a shvuas between around it. It's incredible. So the man says as follows. Conversely, what if I made a shvua? I swear I'm going to put on tefillin today. And I didn't. When I didn't, I might have thought that there should be liability, therefore non-compliance with my shvua. Just the reverse. Hara, the pasuk Shos Bitoi says, Shos Bitoi, you swear to do something bad or to do something good. Just like the negative act you're talking about, there's something discretionary. So to the good act is also discretionary. This comes to exclude ultimately again swearing to perform a mitzvah, which is not discretionary. It's not discretionary. Because it's not discretionary, therefore any shvua you make regarding it, one is going to go ahead and be pater. Incredible. Yakol, so we'll say, so again, so same thing. Now, obviously, what the Gemara is saying over here is we're rejecting the view of Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira. By the way, just keep Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira kind of in your back pocket a little bit, because this is very interesting. That although the Rabban is the Gemara is going with the idea that pretty much any shvuas bitoi regarding a mitzvah is not going to work. Now, again, I will say, remember, what you can do is you could always go ahead. Now, what's the mechanism? If you want to create a mechanism to ultimately, again, create even an additional layer of obligation to do a mitzvah, what can you do? What can you do? Okay, somebody said it. Imagine, remember again, nachshad, all comes back to nachshad, right? So remember again, like one thing you can remember for sure. Right, so remember again, and we'll talk about this. There is a way, if a person wants a mechanism to be Mazaris, to kind of like performance, you can utilize enter on that. You can, but you can't do shvua. You can't do shvua. And again, essentially, because it all comes down to, since again shvua is on the gavra, and since the gavra is already under guarding mitzvos from Har Sinai, imposing a layer of oath obligation doesn't work. And by the way, that's even to perform this. I mean, not to perform a mitzvah, but even to perform it comes down to because the the is discretion. Okay, so Gemara goes on in this theme. Gemara says, what if I swear to do something negative to myself? I don't know. I swear to have stuff in the face. Right? I don't know. Something say. I swear not to eat. I swear not to drink. Right? I swear to negative to myself, and let's say I didn't do it. You might have put your pater. Gemara says, no, not tamarishos, afarishos. Avi mishpal aravi atzmo, below harasharishos biyado. Let's say if I want to do something negative to myself, that's a discretionary act. I can do that. And we're assuming we're not talking about something that puts oneself in mortal danger. But assuming that halacha l'maisa, again, this is something that halacha l'maisa, again, I'm allowed to do to myself. So again, I have right to this. If I say, I swear I'm going to slap myself in the face, again, I'm just using an exaggerated case just to make the point, right? And I don't do so, I'm in violation of my own shvas bitoi. Why? Because slapping myself in the face ultimately is a discretionary act. What if I swear I'm going to slap Ruvain in the face, right? Or I swear I'm going to do something negative or harmful to Ruvain, and I don't do it. That's what the good news is. I didn't do it. Below hara. So Yachol Nishmal Aravi Achen below hara Sheikh Chayiv. Tamalomar La Ra Leitiv. Na Tamalashos Afhara Rashos Otzi Nishmal Aravi Achen below hara Shein Harashos Biyada. So obviously, again, I have no right. I have no to do something negative to someone else. Again, I have myself in the face. I don't have anyone else in the face. So the rabbis had I will say, how do I know that lawful nice again? What if I swear to do something good for someone else? I swear to give Ruben loaf of bread. I swear to give Ruben $10, assuming that Ruben is not enough. Like I swear to God, him a gift. I said, how do I know that ultimately that creates a binding obligation? We must tell them our relatives. We could find there for the or to do something good. So the easy so we'll say one example of doing something negative to someone. I'm gonna hit Ruben in the head and split open his skull.
What's good,
you know
big
that
dog?
definitely
So, what did your doctor say?
So I'm gonna call up and try to kill up again. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna call up again.
Zoot, is it working hours there?
Yeah.
All right, well, call right now. I'll wait.
I don't think they can do anything to help me.
Zoot, shut the fuck up, because you're gonna lose a friendship over this, man. I'm tired of getting insulted, and I'm tired of you insulting people on my server. Call them right now. There are therapies that you can do, no drugs.
Do you know?
Zoot, just call them. I'll wait here for you.
You know what helps me?
Zoot, just call them right now. You're a very talented individual. I think you're funny. Sometimes.
That gets thrown out. And I'm like, what do you do? What can you really do? There's not a game, right? There's not much you can. It's like a PI call in football that costs you the game. Yeah, like there's not much you can do. But it's so frustrating. I've seen that a bunch this season in football. Where a guy, it's like that's not a pass interference call, but it's that's pro game. It's like bad calls pro game. I've never seen a hump tee off on somebody though. Usually it's a dad or a coach just frustrating. But that hump was like team snippet. I wonder if this has been going on the whole game, right? Well, no, because it was going on the whole game. It was like fighting. No, I'm saying maybe the coach was just in his face constantly. Like, I'm done with this shit. It's weird to see him. He got his face, but he's walking up to him. But this makes me feel like he's done. Well, no, I'll tell you what's happening. I bet that coach was talking, like, right him all game. The fight was like, you know what? That's can't do that. That doesn't. No, I'm saying that this doesn't justify this. This is no trying them all game. Watch this in his face. Look at him. See that? He's done. He's done. Listen, you little shit. Don't fucking put in my face like that. He'd had it. He'd had it. Because that guy got in like that, in his face like that, probably touched his nose. He was like, you know what? Gak. Never working again. Kind of appropriate. Never working again. No. You're done. You can't fight, coach. He can't. If you go back and get me. I'm a lawyer. Watch this. Let's go back. Let's just study let me see. Well, this was aggressive. Let's take a look at the aggressive movement. Right, he went in like that, and he came out. He stepped forward. He attacked him. It's a big up too. Big up. But watch. Little guy coming out, and they touch him. Watch this. It's close though. He says something though, like, he's got his hand in his face, dude. He doesn't touch him. You're fucked. Oh, his hand went down. You're fucked. Hand went down. Then push, left hook, kick to the face. You're screwed. There you go. He's fine. Bring him down. Now, hopefully that dad doesn't have a kid on the team. Because, like, that, get beat up by the ref. Get beat up by the up. It's a little bit, I think it's kind of exciting. Yeah, you got hit. Yeah, it's ghetto. Can't have that. It always amazes me how many people don't know how to throw a punch. Thank God. Okay, so we talked about him dying recently, and then so this is. We know why. Yeah. So it is like a guest. He's suicide. I don't know why. Suicide. Oh, suicide. Yeah. Yep. So that's terrible. I had a friend who was a boxer who suffers from this kind of like afterwards. After like leaving the sport. Yeah, head trauma, weird stuff, can do stuff to people. And just not do anything afterwards. There's a ton of reasons. I think a lot of it has. This also happened. Did you know do kiddo? I did. hug somebody and not let them leave. Your daughter's in the wrong. That's stupid. So show me the gym. So that lady that she held down took her dad's phone, tried to steal it, and she held her down till the cops came. She said
that hits the mark, right? Go big or go home. You know, right? So the mice again. So that thing. So we're just giving an example that literally again physically harming someone. Only nine. So also now remember, all of these cases are predicated on the concept that lahara or leheted is talking about non-mitzvah discretionary activity. Right? Because that's really, remember, because if you circle back, the real thing we're really focusing on over here is that Shavuos regarding mitzvahs really don't work. Right? There's no such concept. Why? Because the law of is all discretionary activity. So now the Gemara says, how do you know that? Right? In other words, really at the end of the day, I understand you're making a drasha, but it says, we might be quite the just see. All it says is how do you know that it's talking about discretionary activity? Maybe it's talking mitzvah. Whereas low, I'll tell you, it's like the about dunya tahara, tahara dunya dat. Because remember again, the tov has to be ra, and the ra has to be comparable to the tov. The akish hara v'hatava, mahat tova eino b'beto mitzvah. Hara is saying that the good obviously does not refer to the negation of a mitzvah, so to the ra can't refer to the negation of a mitzvah. Hara is therefore again, obviously we can't be talking about mitzvahs over here. Hara gufa hatava, because in that case ultimately in hara itself is the hatava. The akish hatava la ra, and we'll compare the hatava to the hara. Just like Allah ultimately again is not referring to the fulfillment of a mitzvah. Hatava ain't a big mitzvah because again it's the case hatava gufa rahi. Okay, so that's you understand over here. So we have to exclude mitzvahs from this and instead make this a discretionary act. So we'll say that's the case. Then halakha again, you could run into a situation even if you compare this, even if you want to make this about a dvarishos. In other words, the comparison between the hatava and the hara, which we must say Allah is the to all the rabbos hatava sachilim shmamina b'dvarishos tzidi. So that's very interesting. So the fact that we need the word "o" to go ahead and include a case of doing good for others, but seem to indicate that we're talking only about discretionary activity. Thus, because if we would just be talking about a dvar mitzvah, so versus hashka, haras acherim isradi, hatavas acherim nivoy. If we're including ultimately again a case of haras acherim, does there need to be any discussion about hatavas acherim? And the Gemara says, sorry. So let's stop there. So bottom line, here's the takeaway. The takeaway is that all of this, remember again, let's just go through a quick progression before we get to the next piece. The Gemara says, remember, all of this comes down to now, you can mishvahs weekly with the mitzvahs based on his kal chomer as espoused in the Mishnah. Rabbanan say you cannot. What is the basis of the Rabbanan's drasha? Or what's the basis of their position? A drasha of lahara lehitiv. That's it. Lahara lehitiv only referring to discretionary activity. Bottom line, okay? The Gemara just gave the whole drasha for lahara lehitiv. The Gemara just says, so ultimately, the high old mibai lechalik. Ultimately, using that old distinction, lechalik sarach kra. I don't need also lechalik. Look, why not? You want to say, I'm sorry, lechalik lo sarach kra. So honey is Rabbi Yochanan. That makes it Rabbi Yochanan. Eladoshia ma'iter me. What is this? What are we talking about over here? This here. Ish asher kala es aviv v'asimo. A man will curse. If a man will curse his mother and his father, or his father and his mother. Emi ela aviv v'imo. I don't know that there's liability if he curses both parents. The Gemara says, Emi ela aviv v'imo, aviv v'lo imo, imo v'lo aviv minayin. How do I know that even if he curses one parent and doesn't curse the other, there's liability? Kamalomar aviv v'imo kilel. Aviv kilel imo kilel de Rabbi Yoshia. So Rabbi Yoshia says ultimately again, we can break apart the process. Rabbi Yoshia says, mashma shtein ke'echad, u'mashma Again, on one hand, the pasuk seems to indicate that there's liability for cursing both of them at once, and also liability for cursing one of them, but all cursing them independently. Until the pasuk again tells you specifically, in other words, what Rabbi Yonasan is saying is like this. Even though it mentions father and mother together, the understanding is that you're liable for cursing them together or independently. The only time you have a harmony, that you're only tied for cursing them together is if the pasuk will be explicit about that. So Rabbi Yoshia, because you can still set up a previous confusion. Okay, so again, so that goes back to the previous not all the college. So previous Rabbi Yoshia, it's really unique. So it's possible that reflects the Rabbi Yoshia, and he also Rabbi Yoshia, who got yesterday's by King Rabbi Nachum Ishtamzu. So ultimately, again, I think that the pasuk Lahara Lahate is this. Then ultimately, again, Lahara all Lahate will be always coming to include a Dvar Mitzvah. But ultimately, again, if you assume that Lahara Lahate is talking about even a Dvar Mitzvah, then what? The Gemara says, "Night come a night," and ultimately, what is being excluded? Okay, we'll say, bottom line, again, takeaway, we just did a tremendous amount of exposition of Lahara Lahid, but the bottom line takeaway is Lahara Lahid that teaches me only discretionary activity governed by Shvuas Bitui. As such, Shvuah regarding a mitzvah, Shvuas Bitui regarding the mitzvah, is not going to be a binding Shvuah. That would be Gemara up. I reviewed them Seirah my marishos. I remember again. So he did them Seirah. What was his logic? He made a kavachomer. What was his kavachomer? If ultimately again, if the Shvuah for a discretionary item that you do not have any previous obligation regarding, and the Shvuah was create the binding obligation, the Allah has come a Shvuah create the binding obligation, something that you are already bound to, i.e., a mitzvah. Now, ultimately, again, what are the Rabbanan say that can be really say? Rabbanan say it doesn't work. Why? Because remember, when the Torah teaches Shvuas Bitui, what does the Torah say? Lahara Lahate, which means what? A Shvuas Bitui has to be able to be phrased both in I will and won't do phraseology, positive and negative. And by a Dvar Rishos, by a missionary action, you can do that. By a mitzvah, you cannot. So says the Gemara Rabbanon, Shatu Ekamem Seirah. Rabbanon is saying good. They're saying good back to the Gemara Seirah. Atu Atavas Achirim. La Afagav Delesi Tavas Achirim. And you're going to say that's not true. I'll tell you why it's not true. I say, you go ahead and keep moving a loaf of bread. Imagine if I say in the negative, and you're picked from moving a loaf of bread. That doesn't work. So you can't necessarily phrase every single discretionary act, even in the negative as well. So again, again, that's not true. In other words, there are plenty of cases where you can't frame the discretionary act in the negative and be allowed to do that. So the Gemara says, nevertheless, the Torah says, so what you've been pointing out is there are even cases of discretionary acts where you can't frame it in the negative, yet the Shvuas Bitui still works. Hakanami, b'kiyum mitzvah. Ha'apagav b'leisei b'chikul mitzvah Rabbi Rachmana. So every Rabbi wants to say, so in the case of a mitzvah, even though you can't frame the mitzvah in the negative, the Shvuas Bitui should still work. Which the Gemara says, but Rabbanon, it's not true. Hasam isei below eighted. Isei below kind. It's not true. Rabbanon will say like this: every discretionary act, you can't frame in the negative. Now again, while it's true, I can't say, Shvuah, I'm going to give you a loaf of bread, and Shvuah, I'm going to take from you a loaf of bread. Right? That won't work. But I can do what? I can say,
you're not funny.
Shvuah,
That's why.
I will give you a loaf of bread, and what? And what's the negative? Shvuah, I won't give you a loaf of bread. That works. In other words, so not doing good. Every single Shvuas Bitui that I want to say can be phrased. The positive action can be phrased in a permissible negative way. That is not true by mitzvos. So whereas I can say I will put on tefillin, can't say Shua I won't put on tefillin. That does not work. And because we're careful. Therefore, so therefore, again, a number of concrete pieces of analysis. First of all, ultimately, again, that shvus be made regarding mitzvot. Halacha number one. Now, that really base drasha of the Rabbanon, that shvus between is all anchored in one simple phrase, lahara or lehetiv, which represents what? Discretionary activity. Discretionary activity, and again, once again, reinforce therefore that's how I pass in. Shvus between regarding discretionary activity, based on drasha of the lehetiv. And again, we once again reinforce that in order for a shvus teaching to be valid, what has to happen? You have to be able to phrase it both in the positive and the negative. Beautiful. Mishnah. Shvus lo kikazu, shvus lo achlana, shvus lo achalna, va'achla, eno chayit ala achas. So we'll say this is very important. We've actually seen this before. So we'll say, here's what I do. I take 3 shvus regarding the same loaf of bread. Right? So I say, shvus lo ochal kikazu. I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread. That's number 1. Number 2, shvus lo achlana. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Number 3, shvus lo achalna. I swear I'm not going to eat it. 3 shvus, and I eat it. And I eat it. What's the halacha? Eino chayit ela achas. So we'll say I'm only chayit once. What's the logic behind that? Essentially, once you answer that loaf through a it's asr. Adding on additional layers of prohibition on the shvua is really halachically inconsequential. 3 shvuas, like in a say, once something is, and by the way, this is the mitzvah logic. Same way, once I'm under oath to do a mitzvah, adding on another layer of shvua is halachically inconsequential. So once I answer the loaf and I say, shvua, I'm not going to eat the loaf, subsequent shvuas have no room to devolve on that object, therefore there's only one layer of liability. So the Gemara says, Zuri shvuas bitui, shenas donamakas, bashasa ola vioret. And I will say this shvua that we're talking about, shvuas bitui, chiyav malchus. We violated the shvuas bitui, and I was saying, again, remember, what's the definition of unintentional violation? Out of the shvua, and I committed the act. Ultimately, there is chronic liability, carbon ola vioret. Shvuas shav. What about a false oath? Again, once we're talking, we know what's the definition of shvuas shav. Nishba l'shanos es hayadua. There's a fact that is known to at least 3 people, and I swear to change that fact. Everyone knows that a man is a man, a woman is a woman. I swear that the man is a woman, the woman is a man. That's a shvuas shav. Ultimately, again, what's the halacha? Chayavin al zadona makas b'shivadasa pater. For that case, intentional violation is malchus, accidental violation is pater. Says the Gemara. Lama liva nisna shvuah shelo ochal, shvuah shelo achalna. So I'll say, so here's what's interesting. So if you notice, what was the point that Mishnah was making? Right? The Mishnah is making a point. What's the point? That if you make repetitive shvuahs about the same object, what's the halacha? Only chayit. But if you notice, what did the Mishnah do? The Mishnah varied the law in shvuahs 1, 2, and 3, right? Shvuah number 1 is shelo ochal kikar. So I won't eat this loaf. Shvuah number 2 is shvuah shelo ochalna, right? And then shvuah number 3 is shvuah shelo ochalna. So 2 and 3 are the same. But why? Shvuah shelo ochal kikazu, shvuah shelo ochal kikazu, shvuah shelo ochal kikazu. Why are you varying the lashon? It's very interesting. How come Shmuel time of the Amar shelo ochal v'hada Amar shelo ochalena the la machayda? The order over here is very specific. The reason why you're only chayiv once is because first you said shvuah shelo ochal, and then you said shvuah shelo ochlena. However, about lo ochlena, v'hada amar shelo ochal. Notice if you were to reverse the order, if you were to say shvuah shelo ochalna, which means I will not eat it, and then you were to say shvuah shelo ochal kikazu, and you ate the loaf, you would be liable twice, like Rava. Why? Rava, shvuah shelo ochal kikazu, kevan sha'achal mimena kizayis chayiv. What's this? Rava says, when you make a neder, I swear, I will not eat this loaf. How much of the loaf do you have to eat in order to go ahead and be liable? A kizayis. On the other hand, shelo ochalna, eino chayiv hachi yochal es kula. But if you say shvuah shelo ochalna, I will not eat it, then what? You're only chayiv if you eat the entire loaf. So watch this. This is very interesting. So if a person were to say shvuah shelo ochal kikar, like the Mishnah's case, shvuah shelo ochal kikar, shvuah shelo ochalna. So essentially, again, in my first neder, what did I prohibit? but I read Kizayas. Second neder, Yishlo Ochal Kikar Zu is a Kizayas. Then in the second neder, what? Sorry, Shvur. Second Shvur, what do I say? Shvur what? Which is what? Which is the whole loaf. Since I haven't added anything, right? Why? Obviously, once I'm already chayiv in a Kizayas, of course I'm chayiv in the whole loaf. So nothing's been added in Shavuot. Because nothing's been added, therefore halacha ma'isa, there's no additional layer of liability. So watch this. If I were to say first Shavuot chelna, what's the shear? What's the shear for liability? Whole loaf. I'm only liable to whole loaf. If I then make a second Shavuot shelo kikar zu, now I have added liability. Why? Because before with the first Shavuot, I was only chayiv if I eat the whole loaf. Now with the second Shavuot, I'm chayiv what? Even if I just eat a kizayis. So what do you see from here? When do we say that multiple Shavuos do not create additional liability? When the second Shavuot or third Shavuot don't add a new dimension of Isser. But if the second or third Shavuos add a new dimension of Isser, then they in fact devolve upon the object. Right? Incredible. Right? Or devolve upon the person. Devolve upon the, and that's why which is sense. In other words, a second Shavuot doesn't do anything if it doesn't add anything. But if the second act does add something, then halacha is liability. So if the first Shavuot was, I'm not going to eat the whole loaf, and liability is on the whole loaf, so the whole loaf is already usher. Sorry, different. So I'm already chayv in a kizayis. If I make a secondary shayr, it's chayv on the whole loaf, I haven't added anything. But if the first shvuah was, I won't eat the whole loaf, there's only liability if I eat the loaf. And the second shvuah adds liability for eating a kizayis, and then I eat the loaf, I'm chayv twice. Because the second shvuah, in fact, added a level of Isra onto the loaf. So it's not working for today, but good run today. Shayach, everyone, all right. Still some Rosh Chodesh, new beginnings. To staying on track with that Yomi, Shayach, everyone. A good Chodesh.
So how long has he been sentenced to? It should be 10 years, probably. I think I read it till 6 months. 10, yes.
That's how it's interpreted. Kikar Zu is make Kikar Zu. That's how it's interpreted in Allah. That's how it's understood.
He's got fire commissioner, assault and harassment. Wait, how long is he doing? It's more than that. Go up. Yeah. Keep going.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tilsim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman drushes this year as a zuchus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Abadu and October Shmuel Rabin Karak, in commission of the Yartzeit of Shmuel's father, Lib Ben Yecheskel HaKori Zichron Libracha. And of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the schools of our precious hostages, Hashem. Bring them home with shalom and the courage and the schools of the success of our soldiers. Allow them to be successful. We'll say we wish a special mazel tov to Mr. and Mrs. Ruben Golian on the occasion of the chasna of their daughter last week. Mazel tov. There's Hashem the Pasuk. Results of the Bayis Ne'eman Yisrael. Hopeful with Mazel Bracha Simcha Natzlocha Me've'esim Shanim Tovos. Mazel Tov. So with that, let us begin. With a lot to do today, Hashem. A really interesting dialogue again, where we're going to highlight a number of fundamental principles. And Meretz Hashem will help us on the journey ahead. Today's daf is Chaf 26. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Chaf 25b, first wide line. Abai says as follows: Rav agrees in the following scenario. So we went through this, or I say I went through this a little bit quickly at the end of yesterday's daf. So I want to point out that the Gemara kind of tangentially introduced us now to the second category of Shvuah, which again the Gemara did not formally introduce. Kind of just got up along the way of the journey. Remember, up until now, we have been hyper-focused on one type of Shvuah as victory, which is a declarative Shvuah. Right? I'm going to do something, I'm not going to do something again. the Oraisa, the examples are future oriented. I will eat the loaf of bread. I won't eat the loaf of bread. That's the Shkaim, Shem, Arba, which are two more cases, same Shmuel, just in past tense. I did eat the loaf of bread. I didn't eat a loaf of bread. We're in the midst of, if I'm my focus of, does the Shmuel have to be able to go ahead and be phrased both in the future and does it prospective and retrospective? And also, sub-my focus is, does the Shmuel have to be able to be phrased in the positive and the negative, that I will do and I won't do this act? Tangentially, the Gemara introduced us to Shvuah Sa'idus, which is a Shvuah about whether or not you know testimony for someone. Now again, don't worry, Shvuah Sa'idus is going to get its own time, it's going to get its own document. He's kind of bringing it up tangentially a little bit. Now the Gemara goes on, so that's like this. I say, or Ruben to Shimon, or I say to Ruben, I swear I don't know testimony for you. And he doesn't know the Potter. Ultimately, Potter, I must say Potter for Shua's Bitoy, as we're going to. This is not Shua's Bitoy. But let's say Bichlal, She'ini Yodea Lafaydos. Because since it can't be phrased in the way of I don't know the suit, we'll see this a little bit. Again, I will say, when he says Potter really that it's not a Shua's Bitoy, but ultimately, again, this does enter into Shvuah Sa'idus, which the Gemara says, Yadati v'lo yadati machlokes, he'arti machlokes. Because ultimately, again, if you said v'lo yadati is machlokes, and he'arti v'lo he'arti, I did say this word also be a machlokes. Some of the Shmuel, the Amar Milsa, the Lahaba, lo mechayva l'sha'aba, so Shmuel, he says that something that cannot be phrased in the prospective future version, one is not high for Shua's Bitoy in the past tense version. That's why the Torah creates the category of Shua's. But according to Rav, ultimately he doesn't require this. Why does the Torah create a separate category of Shua's Sa'idus? Which the Gemara says, apparently, in order to create a dual liability for Shvuah Sa'idus, that should be high both for Shvuah Sa'idus and potentially as well for Shvuah Sa'idus. Amalei, that's not possible. You can't say that there's dual liability for one Shvuah. Why not? When the Pasuk talks about liability for Shvuah, it says for one of these. You can buy it only once per Shvuah, but not both. In other words, this is Dr. Glaston brought this up to me at the end of yesterday's shir, that when you speak about all of these Shvuahs that are done incorrectly or falsely, don't they all boil down to Shvuah's Shakar? Right? Assuming that there was intentionality. So isn't there dual? One of the principles we're going to see by Shvuah is every Shvuah fits into a category. Even though you may have commonality, but there's a distinct feature that puts Shvuah in a particular category, specifically for Shua's Bitoy, because remember again, Shua's Bitoy is one of the unique words where there is carbonic liability. There's carbon all of the yodage. Shua Shakar, you'll get Malchus. Shua Shab, you'll get Malchus. But again, that's why here, there's no such thing as dual liability. Every Shua fits very neatly into a category, even though there absolutely is a certain degree of overlap with some of these categories. According to Abaye, why is Shua Sa'idus put in it? All of the Shuas in general, when is their liability? When the next Elam, when there's what we call Ha'alamas Shua, you forgot about the fact that you took your Shua. Because Lo Ne'emar V'Ne'elam, by Shua Sa'idus, interestingly enough, there's no V'Ne'elam. And again, I will say, don't worry, like I said, this is not the spot for Shua Sa'idus. So right now, this is really only being brought up very tangentially in a much bigger discussion. We're going to spend the time on Shua Sa'idus. But yes, Abaye says Shua Sa'idus is unique. Why? L'chayiv ala meiziv kishogeg. So Shua Sa'idus is purposely mentioned separately because there's a different level of liability. Shua Sa'idus, if you intentionally lie, like I swear I don't know any testimony for Reuven. I know testimony for Reuven. I know that I'm intentionally lying. It's amazing. What's the halacha? I'm chayiv. Now this is unique because remember again, generally, for example, right? I swear, I'm not going to go ahead and I swear I didn't eat. No, I swear I'm not going to eat the local bread today, and I have to go out of money to eat the local bread today. I know about the shvu. I know about what's the halacha, what's the chayiv, what's the chayiv. Interesting about this, because remember again, the only time you have a covered Olet Yored in a case of Shvuas Bitui is when there is hell on Shvua. Lapse on Shvua. But if there's intentionality, essentially it's like a Shvua Sheker, right? A Shvua, like a false oath, and there's Malchus. The exception to this rule that you have complete liability even if you know about the Shvua or because of the Shvua, it's Shvua Shvua Avis is the one case where we treat Shogeg and Maze the same way. I'm moving up. Maybe by good, if you violate the Maze, or you make the false show amazing. You chayiv once, but the shogeg chayiv twice. Amaru la'amri da'amri la'achos. Get the deposit says la'achos for one. Achos acham chayvo v'acham chayvo shnayim. It's only one level of liability. You're not chayiv two liabilities. The even amazing. If there was mazes to the two levels of liability, Rava Amar Mishum Dahavar Davar Shebechlal, the Yatza Lidon the Davar Achadash. Because Shuas Eidos ultimately was something that was included in the general cloud of Shuas. Now, ultimately, again, there's a Chiddush. What's the Chiddush that Shechayev for Mazid? All you have is the Chiddush. All you have is the Chiddush. In other words, you need to ask that. Abaye Savar Isa the Shvua B'olam. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Michlal. The Abaye Savar Isa Shvua B'olam. Now look at actually just a moment. Actually, 3 lines up. Well, it begins 4 lines up from about it. End of the 4th line up from about it. So it's the Shuvah. Is of the same Shuvah's Bitui. So what seems to be interesting in all of this is that Abaye still seems to say that there's some element of Shuvah's Bitui in this case of Shuvah's Ha'idos. The Haidul of the Chayiv Karti, Mishum Nidot, Denata Mechayiv. And the only reason why you're not chayiv twice, and Shua say this, once Shua say this, once Shua bitui, is because of an exclusionary phrase. Benafkamina, heicha de'ilu bitui v'lesela edus ki no do edus. Okay, Stephen will say, Stephen Gemara says that phrase over here, Michlal da'abai savar ba'olam, the way the Rashi understands that phrase is, according to Abaye, is an element of Shvuas bitui embedded in Shvuas ha'edos. Abaye agrees with that. The person says, I say to Ruben, I swear I don't know any eidos for you. The low yadale, and it turns out that he did not know. The pater hall the lace be'ini yodea lacha. Eidos. So ultimately, again, because halacha l'maisa, it can't be phrased in the opposite way. Which the says, right? Abaye mehasi. Abaye ultimately retracted this position by saying another possibility is type of chavav. Chada minayu papa amra. One of these statements wasn't made by Abaye, but instead one of these statements ultimately again was made by Papa. Okay, so we'll say so that brings to the end. That brings to the end of this sugya. So again, we're going to do one more, and then we'll top the loose ends of Shmuel's Peter. Let's go back to the Shmuel Omer. Top of Chavot 26. Shmuel says as follows. Shmuel Omer. Eino Chayiv Ela Ala Osmos. This memory again. If we go to our Mishnah, the fundamental machlokas which existed on the Mishnah with the Shmuel Rabbi Akiva. Namely, Rabbi Shmuel said that Shvuas Bitrini exists in a prospective future phrase Shvua. Rabbi Akiva says not true. It applies to all Shvuas, both prospective and retrospective. Says the Gemara. Here we go. So remember again, but this is all that Shvuas people. So Shvuas if you use lashon lahara, all hated. You will swear. The way that's literally translated is one will swear lahara for something hated, right? Or for something, for something bad, hated for something beneficial. Now, what it sounds like Shvuas between only devolves on something that could really be demonstrably tov or ra. Mercy, but there's a whole other bucket of items in life which are neither tov or ra. So what's the thing that doesn't have a ra tava? String bread. There's no objective good or bad in that. Right? As opposed to be saying, I swear I'm going to go ahead and hit Ruvain. I swear I'm going to go ahead and give Ruvain a matana. That could be hara or hatava. Someone's asking, how do I know that in the world of Shuas Bitui, even what we'll call a parrot act, saying that's not hara hatava, could still create a bad mishras. You also just point out over there. What's fascinating about this Gemara is the Musar Haskell on this is it's only by Shuas Bitui that an action doesn't fit into the category of hara v'hatava. In the rest of life, as we go through our lives, everything we do fits into one category or another. I always used to say that there's only one place where you will find parrot, and that's in your kitchen, right? In the rest of life, it's either multiple situations. Either what you're good or it's not good. So I think there are two categories. It's your kitchen and Shvuas Bitui. Shvuas Bitui, this is very important in our lives, our day-to-day lives. There's no such thing as power. Everything I'm doing is either advancing my personal cause or detract from it. And literally every action and every decision to one of those two buckets. And as such, the most important thing in life is to be aware of that and therefore to choose wisely. The Gemara goes like that. So Gemara says, but how do I know about Shuas Bitui? This parrot. It's parrot. There's something that's not hara or hatava. So how do I know that those things also are Shuas Bitui? Kamagomar, O nefesh kisi shava levake bispasai. Or if a person will swear, and again, it's really based on the Vake Sasai means he articulates something mere articulation. So any type of articulation, even if hara for again, it is not subject to hara of hatava. Only is going to be subject to Shvuas Bitui. So any alalah. So furthermore, I only know that a Shvuas Bitui is prospective, future oriented. I'm not saying now again. Let's just get these things nailed down. So how do I know that biblically paradigmatic Shvuas Bitui is a future oriented, a future tense, a prospective Shua? Why? Because that's the way the pasuk phrases it. Lahara or leheti. To do something good or to do something bad. So it's phrased in the future. That's why I only know that a Shvuas Bitui is future focused. The Gemara says, how do I know that Shvuas Bitui applies even retrospectively? Kamulomar, L'chol asher yivate ha'adam b'shvua v'Rabbi Akiva. Therefore, let's say the pasuk says, a read word. L'chol asher yivate ha'adam. Whatever you articulate, future tense, past tense, doesn't matter. It's all called a Shvuas Bitui. So we'll say all of this is Rabbi Akiva. So again, Shitas Rabbi Akiva, Shvuas Bitui. Shvuas Bitui is not just hara v'hatava, but it's even parif. It's even parif. That's ultimately again based on nefesh kisi shalom v'atei b'sayim. Furthermore, although biblically paradigmatic Shvuas Bitui is prospective. This halacha Shvuas Bitui is also stands retrospective from the read as well. That's Rabbi Akiva. Beautiful. And Yishmael says most of this is just on Mishnah. Just quoting the Mishnah. I'm quoting a brisa. And Yishmael says, "Lahara lehitiv lahaba." No, not true. Lahara lehitiv. Ultimately, I guess Shvua is a Shvuas Bitui. So the Gemara says, "Amar lo Rabbi Akiva in came, Eli eludvar shishban hatava v'hara." So again, so Rabbi Akiva says, "Okay, Rabbi Shmuel, so I understand what you're doing, right? In other words, Rabbi Shmuel's logic is very sound. Because what is Rabbi Shmuel saying? Look at the pasuk. What does the pasuk say? Lahara or lehitiv, which is future tense. So you see from here that only a prospective, future-oriented Shvuas is good. So the Kiva says, okay, but if that's the case, Rabbi Shmuel, I only know that you can make a Shvuah regarding things that are either bad or good. they literally fall into that category, one of those two categories. How do you know that you can make shvuas about things that are quote unquote pariv? How do you know that? Oh, because Rabbi Shmuel says, listen, there's a boy, whatever a person says could create the shvuas b'der. It says that the Akiva to Rabbi Shmuel, you agree with the boy, right? You agree with the fact that there's an additional phrase that allows you to expand the scope of shvuas b'der. If that's the case, in Riba HaKasav L'kach, if the reboy is going to work to expand the scope of shvuas b'der from lahara ulahetiv to include other, we'll call it mundane things as well, then use the reboy to expand the scope of shvuas b'der as well, to say that what? It doesn't just apply to future prospective shvuas, but also applies to what? Past retrospective shvuas. What a fantastic conversation. So the Gemara says, Shapir, Kama de Rabbi Akiva Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva is saying good. Right? He's saying good. Saying that he has a solid point about what he's saying to Rabbi Shmuel. Okay, I'm going to be open. So I say, so what's at the core of this machlokas? So I say, this is actually a really beautiful Gemara. I'm going to be open. Rabbi Shmuel, so the Gemara says, what's happening over here is as follows. Rabbi Akiva and Shmuel darshan in two dramatic different ways. So I'm going to be open on Rabbi Shmuel Shimish. So I just want to point out that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel are contemporaries. They just understand like who we're doing it over here. They were both of the Asara Harugim Malchus. They were both tortured and executed by the Romans. So just we'll talk about more. I'm trying to work on myself, especially like to try to actually make this a Dafyomi shir and not a political commentary shir or a hashkafa shir. There's a lot to say on this Gemara. I'm going to save it, but just to understand, have Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva on the same page of Gemara together, learning together, dashing together, saying, this is Kodesh Kadoshim. These people are of a different stratosphere. So watch this. This is even more. Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shmuel Shimish. Gemara says, what's at the core of the machlokas over here? So Rabbi Yochanan says, so Rabbi Shmuel Shimish is Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. Shahaya. Okay. Rabbi Shmuel Shimish is Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. So who's Rabbi Shmuel? His Rebbe was Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. I want to find out very interesting over here. If you notice, it doesn't say Rabbi Shmuel's Rebbe Nechunya ben Akana, but rather how does it phrase it? Shishimish. So this is talking about the idea. You know, we're all familiar with them. That says a person has to have a Rebbe. We all need a Rebbe. Someone we look to. By the way, a Rebbe doesn't have to be necessarily someone we learn Torah from. A Rebbe is someone from whom you learn light from. But if you look, it's fascinating. How does one establish our Rebbe? And how does one learn from a Rebbe? Shimush. Now, what does shimush mean? Right? I don't know. You pick up the shimush sounds like serving, but shimush really means like a much deeper level of interaction. A much deeper level of interaction where there's an active involvement in the Rebbe's life, and the Rebbe has an active involvement in the Talmud's life. That's where that relationship comes from. It's incredible. So Rabbi Shmuel was Mishamish Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. Shahayir Dorish has Kala Torah. Beklalu Prat. Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana, he had one exegetical principle through which one exegetical lens through which he saw the entire Torah. What was that exegetical lens? Klalu Prat. I want to point out. Remember, we say this every single morning about the Yud Gimel Midos, Shat Torah and the Dreshes, but there are 13 exegetical principles. And I just want to point out, you do not have to choose one principle for the entire Torah. In fact, most opinions use multiple exegetical principles in different places. It happens to be that Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana shows what he was, Klal Uprat guy. And the way he looked at, this was who Rabbi Shmuel received his shimush from. This is who he learned by. Therefore, again, Ihu Nami Dorish Beklal Uprat. If my Rebbe did it, I'm going to do it. It's so beautiful, right? So Rabbi Shmuel says, my Rebbe darshan with Klal Uprat, so I'm going to darshan with Klal Uprat. So we'll see how that plays out in just a moment. Rabbi Akiva, get ready for this. Who's Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe? Shishimish es Nachum ish Gamzu. Wow. So I just want to point out how this opens worlds of understanding. Right? Who is Nachum Ish Gamzu? So Nachum Ish Gamzu, Gamzu Latova. Right? Nachum Ish Gamzu was the person ultimately again who was able to see. I mentioned this many times, right? We know the phrase Gamzu Latova. This is also for good. This is also for good. That Nachum, Rabbi Akiva. I will say now. Remember, we tend spiritually corrupt because of Gamzu Latova. It's one of those many times, right? What's Gamzu Latova? Gamzu Latova is like what you say when you're miserable in life. Everything is terrible, but you still want to sound from, right? Like a crack, it's like you have dead. Like, I'm sure it's great. Life is horrible. Life is terrible. This is ridiculous. But I want to sound from, so I say Gamzutova. Gamzutova is one of the most profound spiritual statements upon which the entirety of Yiddishkeit rests, which is the Rebbe Shalom Olam is good. Shalom loves us. He always takes care of us. And even when it's painful, even if it's difficult, I believe with all of my heart, even if I can't wrap my mind around it, that somehow, some way, this is for the good. That was Nachum. That was Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe. Now when you understand who Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe was, now you understand Rabbi Akiva. Now I understand Rabbi Akiva was walking by the Kodesh HaKadosh and again in the Sefes Matos. He's crying, and Rabbi Akiva is laughing. Why? Gamzula Tova. And now I understand Rabbi Akiva as he's literally being tortured to death by the Romans. He says, the whole life I wondered, when am I able to fulfill the mitzvah? When will I be able to do it? That's Rabbi Akiva. Right? Gamzu L'tova. Rabbi Akiva is not just born. Rabbi Akiva is molded. Rabbi Akiva is created. And he's created obviously by himself, by his wife Rachel, but also by his Rabbi Nachum Gamzu. When you understand where Rabbi Akiva comes from, so Rabbi Akiva personality makes so much more sense. Rabbi Akiva's Rabbi Nachum Gamzu. It's incredible. I'll say, by the way, just speak about Chumash Gamzu, which we're not going to do now. It's a whole shit by itself. Who was this person? Anyway, so Rabbi Akiva learned by Nachum Gamzu. So again, Nachum Gamzu, his exegetical principle of choice was a riboy and a miyut, and therefore, Ihunami Dorich Brilliance. Here we go. So now let's show. Well, so now it turns out that the machlokus in the Mishnah Rabbi Akiva is about how to darshan the pasuk because they're both using a different exegetical lens. Rabbi Akiva is using riboy and miyut, and Rabbi Shmuel is using klal uprat. So here we go. My Rabbi Akiva Dorich is a Rabbi Akiva. What Akiva mute the sign. On nefesh shava riba. So the pasuk says nefesh, the right person will swear the riboy. Lahara ulehiv. So again, for good or for bad or for good, that's a miyat. L'chol sheyivata adam chaz riboy. Whatever a person will articulate, that's another riboy. So what do you have over here? Riba umiyat the riba. Now what happens when you have a riboy, a miyat, and a riboy? So the Gemara says riba hakol. That comes to include everything. It's Maribeth. It amplifies everything. So the Gemara says, I riba kol mili. What does it come to include? It comes to that you can make a shuas bitui about any topic, not just about hara or related, but about anything, even para things. Remind me. So what does it come to? Miyat mitzvah. You can't make a shuas bitui about a bar mitzvah. Why not? Because you can't phase in the negative. Like, yeah, I could say I will put on tefillin, but I can't swear that I won't put on tefillin. So that's the miyut. That's Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva's riboy miyut comes to include everything. Everything means any topic, even PowerPoint, and also to include what? Both future tense and past tense. What's the miyut? The miyut is the mitzvah. Good. Rabbi Shmuel Darish Kalufrat. Here we go. If a person will go ahead, right? If a person will articulate any shua, klal, that's your klal. Lahara ulehitiv, That's your prat. Anything you will articulate. Adam. So I just want to point out, if you notice what's happening over here, they're dashing the same words. It's fascinating. They're dashing the same exact words. They're just using a different exegetical lens to darshan. So what do you have? Cloud uprat to cloud. What do you do with the cloud uprat to cloud? So the Gemara says the cloud uprat to cloud. Yeah, so done allocating a prat. So ultimately, the cloud is modified by the prat. The furash, the haba, called the haba. Just like the prat, the hara overhated is future prospective, so too shlas bitoy is only future prospective. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ahani klala la asui afilu dvarim she'in ban hara. But ultimately, again, the cloud also comes to include other things, mundane things, even things that don't fall into the category of hara tava. Ahani prata, so the prat comes to go ahead and help. And the prat comes to exclude even hara, the matters it phrased retrospectively. The Gemara just so maybe switch this around. So again, Yitzchak says it makes sense that everything resembles hara lehitim, which tells me only things that are also because of ba yachal dvaro. Preparing the word yotza sazu shein isu mishum ba yachal dvaro ela mishum bal tishaklu. Rashi says over here lo yachal dvaro. Rashi says, last part of Rashi, so again, in general, seems to be focused on future-oriented things. Lo Tishaku ultimately is focused on past tense things. So Yitzchak Barabin, Amar Kra, O Nefesh Kisi Shava Levate B'Svasayim. Nisha Shvua, so Yitzchak comes along and says like this, Nisha Shvua Kodemes Lebitui. That's only ultimately again where the Shvua precedes the action. Bitui in this context means the action. So the Gemara says, "V'lo shad bitui kodemes l'shvua," but not that the action precedes the shvua, which means what? Shvuas bitui only applies to a case where the shvua precedes the action, which means what? Future prospective shvuas, not to a case where the action precedes the shvua, which is retrospective shvuas bitui. The Gemara says, "Yatsa za'halti v'lo achalti shamaisa kodem l'shvua." Okay, so Yitzchak is siding with Rabbi Yishmael that shvuas bitui is only future. That's incredible. Tanabanan. We must go to the Brisa, and now this Brisa ultimately is going to go ahead and go more to depth to show us what we'll say before. How do we pass it? Because this is killing us. This is killing us, right? Well, I can't go on anymore. Right? What do we do? What do we do? Shmor Rabbi Akiva, because this is bigger. But this gets to the core of Shulas Bitui. So once again, now the Bibat Tzimos is now I feel like everything about to be Shlomo Rabbi Akiva, right? So the ultimately again is darshaning klufat to cloud, and therefore what that yields is Shvuas Bitui is only lahabal, no retrospective. Past tense Shvuas Bitui, but ultimately again the Rivas come to say that doesn't just include lahara hated, it also includes mundane stuff. Rabbi Akiva darshan ribui umiut, it comes to teach you that Shvuas Bitui applies both future and past, and also agrees that it doesn't just include the hara hated, it even includes mundane items. How do we pass him? Rambam says, Hilchos Shvuos, Perek Aleph, Halacha Beis, Imam should begin over Shvuos, the Ein Shvuos Bitui, no, I guess here it is, Ela B'dvarim She'af Shalo La'asosan, Bein Lahaba, Bein L'Sha'ava. Rambam passes like Rabbi Akiva. Someone says, so Shvuas Bitui can be phrased both, or I should say, in order for something to be a Shvuas Bitui, it must have the ability to be phrased both prospectively, future tense, and retrospectively. Now, the Rambam doesn't say it explicitly, but it's clear, it also has to be able to be phrased both in the positive and the negative. Shvuas Bitui has to be something that I can phrase as, I can do this, can't do this, or I will do this, or I won't do this. So again, you need two requirements. Number one, phrased in positive and negative. Number two, be able to be phrased past and future tense. So halacha l'maisa, there's more to say about that specifically yet, but first let's go on ultimately to the Brisa. So halacha l'maisa is keeping the belt, we pass like Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. Here we go. Says the Gemara. So again, I want to say, just really the positive words. On nefesh kisi shavan about it because this is not possible by Shvas Bitoy. The person will swear articulation with his lips. Lahara olehi l'chol asher yivata ha'adam b'shvua. Anything that a person will articulate with a shvua. So now the advice is actions. Ha'adam b'shvua. What does this come to include? Prat or exclude. Prat la'ones. This comes to exclude an extenuating circus. Okay. We'll see what this means. V'ne'elam, and forgot about his shvua. So I said, the paradigmatic case of liability ultimately against the shvua's betways, where I made a shvua, and then what? I forgot about my shvua and transgressed it. V'ne'elam, so that comes to proclamation. This comes to exclude someone who intentionally violates his shvua. Mimenu, from him, shenis alma mimenu shvua. He forgot about the shvua. Your question is, you want to tell you, maybe he remembered the shvua, but he forgot about the object that he swore about. Talmud Omar, the shvua b'ne'elam. There's only liability al ha'elam shvua hu chayiv, ve'ein no chayiv al ha'elam. You're only chayiv for a lapse of awareness about the shvua, but not chayiv for a lapse of awareness about the object you swore. Now, what exactly that means? Now, we'll say, well, we're going to dissect the brisa. So when we say Adam B'Shvuah, that comes to exclude a case of owners. What's owners? So we'll say this is a great case. Watch this. The Karavasi, you have a kind second wide line, 26 Chafav Medala. You have a kind Mikame Darav. Amar Mas, let's listen to this. Ravasi, Rav Khan Ravasi were in Rav's shir. So they heard a shir by Rav, and afterwards, you can imagine they're chazaning it. And what happened? Mar Amar Shvu'asa Dahaki Amarav. Umar Amar Shvu'asa Dahaki Amarav. So say what happened? So the chazaning over shir, and they were disagreeing about what Rav said. So one of them said, I swear Rav said this. And the other one says, I swear Rav said this. So they both took a shvua's bitoy, a declared shvua, about what Rav said. Now what happened? Obviously, Rav came right to the Rav, and Rav discerned one of them was right and one of them was wrong. So we'll say, so about the guy that was wrong, so the one who was wrong said to Rav, Rebbe, did I swear falsely? Your heart literally again took advantage of you, right? Your heart puts you in a compromised position, which is another way of saying, Rashi says, no, you thought you were right. This is not, as I'll say, ultimately again, when a person is convinced about the fact that they are swearing correctly, that's not a shvuas shakar, and ultimately again, it's not a shvuas bitui. That's not our case, right? That's not. So when a person is convinced that what they are doing is right and acts accordingly, that ultimately again is called an ones. Now, halacha l'maisa will have to see exactly what we do with this case, right? Because that would seem to disqualify like a lot of cases, or like a person thinks they're doing the right thing, but they're doing the wrong thing. That there's no liability in that case. In fact, we'll say, by the way, generally, that's what we call shogeg, right? When a person thinks they're doing the right thing, but in fact they're mistaking it. So again, we'll see how so what to do about this by shvuah. Okay, but let's go weiter. So we'll say, but that phrase of litcha anascha, that when you think you're doing the right thing, but it turns out you did something wrong, there may not be liability in that case. Next, and again, so it says in this case, I made a shvuas bitoy, and then ultimately again, I forgot about the shvuah and transgressed it. So shenis al yimenu shvuah. I forgot about the shvuah, I transgressed it. That's when there will be liability. You want to thought, what about if I remember shvuah, but I forgot about the chaytas? Now, let's take a simple case. I swear I won't eat the loaf of bread. Okay, so a case of helam shvuah is obvious, right? I forgot that I made the shvuah. I ate a loaf of bread. Now, what about a case where you remember the shvuah, but for some reason you forgot about the object? So the Gemara says, what is the case? So the Gemara says, so they laughed at this ruling in Eretz Yisrael. Why? because they said shkachas law below. Understand Helam Shvua? What's the Helam Shvua? He goes down Shvua Shvua Ocha Paschitin. The Kasavar Sha'achol Ka'amar. Yeshua Sevinci, Chetzebakim. So you will say, for example, this is an interesting case. I swear I'm not going to eat a loaf of bread, and then what happens? I eat a loaf. Why? Because I forgot that I made a shvua not to eat. I thought I made a shvua to eat. To eat. So that could be a case of Helam Shvua. That's even more dramatic, right? Not only did I forget my shvua, I forgot the shvua that I made, and I thought I made a different one. So again, I know so that's the case of Helam Shvua. But have you ever had a case of where you forget about the object, but you remember the shvua? So perhaps for example, maybe I swore I'm not going to eat bread. So what happens? Because some shall soul and come. I thought that I made a neder about Bamar says the shvua say dakele chefze inchi. In that case, I remember the shvua, right? I forgot about the object. Kevan the chefze inchi lehu hayu helam shvua. Understand? It's all called helam shvua. That's an Eretz Yisrael in Makis. What are you talking about? A distinction between helam shvua and helam chepet. Where I forget about the shvua, I forget about the object. If you forget about the object, what are you effectively forgetting about? The shvua. There's no independence here between the object and the if, for example, again, I swore I wasn't going to eat wheat bread, and I thought I said barley bread, so I ended up eating wheat bread. So again, that means I forgot about the shkot helam chekas. Elazar says you're right, forgetting about the shvua and forgetting about the object. The trick and the shvua definition intertwined. So you're telling me again, we can't have a case where you forget the object but didn't forget about the shvua? I'll give you a case. You go and listen to this. And here's the case. I swear I'm not going to eat wheat bread. And I remember my shvua. I have a basket of bread. In the basket, there's barley loaves and there's wheat loaves. So I know that I swore not to eat a loaf of wheat bread. I put my hand into the basket in order to take a barley loaf, and I end up pulling out a wheat loaf because savar shesaorimi. And again, I thought it was a barley loaf. And I ate it. In this case, I fully remember my shua. I know that I'm not allowed to eat the wheat loaf. And my intention was not to take wheat loaf, was to take a barley loaf. But I ended up taking the wrong loaf. So the shua said, I didn't know the chefza. So a good case of where I absolutely remember my shua, but I forgot the helam, the lapse of awareness is about the object. Abayas, at the end of the day, what's driving carb? We're right. So you'll be chayiv now a carb. What's driving that carbonic liability? What's driving a mistake about the shua? In other words, at the end of the day, it's not the bread that drives carbonic liability. It's sure. Now, granted, the mistake I made over here is that I thought I was eating a barley loaf, but really I ate a wheat loaf. But one of the ramifications of eating, I'm in violation of my shua. So in other words, in this notion of splicing the object from the shua, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. It doesn't work. So whereas lishnachim, not a fallacy. I'm really a biology. So kabin kamaisi Allah. Alternate version of the phraseology of Rabbi says, the bottom line, you're right, you have to bring a shua to eat. Someone say, I swear I'm not going to eat, here's the case, again, same case. I swear I'm not going to eat a loaf of wheat bread. I'm not going to eat wheat bread. So what happens? I put my hand in the basket. I know that I have barley loaves and wheat loaves. My intention is to take a barley loaf. I think I have a barley loaf. I eat it. Turns out to be a wheat loaf. It's okay. So now the one says his liability. So Sof Abai says, "Carbon dekamaisi alei bepas mias helam shvuahu." Why do you bring a carbon? Not because of a loaf, or because of a loaf, but because why? Because the loaf compromised the shvua. In other words, at the end of the day, all roads lead back to wraps of awareness on shvua. Rabbi Yosef Amalek, Rabbi Yosef was right. Even if you are going to punish me, I will make it. Rabbi Yosef will say, no, it's not called the lapse of awareness about the Shavua. Why? Because I remember my Shavua. The lapse over here is about the type of loaf. But if someone could tell me, hey, Silva, put that down, that's a wheat loaf, I would say, wheat loaf. I put it down immediately, and again, I wouldn't eat it. That shows at the end of the day that really what's happening over here is a lack of awareness about not Shavua, but about the object. So it seems to be the majority opinion is, and it makes sense, that creating the distinction between Helam Shavua and Helam Chifetz doesn't make sense. Right? Because either way, at the end of the day, when there is liability, it's because I violated the Shavua. Whether I violate the Shavua because I forget about the Shavua, or I have a misunderstanding about the object, bottom line, it's violation of the Shavua itself, which is liability. So, by the name, Rav Nachman, Helam Zed Zed Yadomahu. What happens if you have a lapse of awareness about both? You forgot about everything. Like a lapse of awareness about the Shavua, lapse of awareness about the object. What happens in a case like that? There's a lapse of awareness about Shavua in that case, and therefore there's liability. But there should be a lapse of awareness about the object, and it should be potter. It's reminded that it took the Shavua. I mean, that's what he's doing. That's called the Helam Shavua, and therefore it's Chayim. But if he would stop as a result, reminded about the nature of the object, that's not talking about the object. Rashi, Klum Pirish Mishvua, Elam Mishum Chayim. Klum Pirish Mishayim, Elam Mishum Shavua. Again, I want to say in general. So what Rabbi wants to suggest that they're intertwined. Someone will only stop because of the Shavua, right? It's not minded about the Chayim. It's about the Shavua. Once again, these objects are intertwined. To divide them seems to be a halachic fiction. Elam Mishum Shavua, in what sounds of Shavua, Elam Lo Shna. There is no distinction. The Gemara wants to suggest over here that again, this is going to the opinion. So, okay, let's take a step back over here. So, here's what we know. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, if the lapse of awareness is about the Shavua, ultimately, again, there's carbonic liability. So I swear that I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread. And then I forget about the Shavua, and I eat the loaf of bread. Simple case. What about if you remember the Shavua, but there's what's called Helam Chayim? I forget about the object. How can I forget about the object? I know it's a loaf of bread, barley. I thought it was barley, and it turned out it was wheat, and I consumed it. Is there carbonic liability in that case? The Brisa says no. The Brisa says, but we begin to seal between it. There's machlokes about that. So according to the Brisa, therefore, wherever there is Helam Chayim, I break the ambiguity or the lack of awareness is about the object. I have complete awareness about the Shavua, lack of awareness about the object. The Brisa says no liability in that case. Yet we just saw a whole school of thought that says that's ridiculous. Lapse of object is the same thing of lapse of Shavua. It's the same thing. So again, Brisa says only chai for lapse of awareness about the Shavua. That's chai for lapse of awareness about the object, and that's how the Gemara ends off over here. Now again, how that works, we'll see. So 2 open items so far. Number 1, what you do in the case of Ones. Ones, right? I literally thought I was swearing truthfully, and it turns out that I swear falsely. What's the halacha in that case? That's open item number 1. Open item number 2, if there is Helam Chayim, I know full well about the Shavua, but I forgot about the object. Let's turn about the object. Is the liability? Open item number 2. Hold on to it until tomorrow. Let's go. We got to turn the page. Send the Gemara. Rav Nachman. Next, let's Rav Nachman the following kasha. On the days, what's the case? Ultimately, again, of a shivas shvuas between sha'avar. Rashi says, "Kevan deva'i adam b'shvua tekachas l'shogeg." The case of an accidental violation of a respective shvuas between. So the Gemara says, "Idi yada nezitu." So, for example, we'll say, I swear I did not eat a loaf of bread today. So it'll be the case of shogeg. If halacha l'maisa, again, I know at the time of the shua that I did eat a loaf of bread, then I'm amazing, right? Either lo yada, if I did not know, let's say really, I thought, I know I ate a loaf of bread, but I was positive that's what? It's barley. It was barley. So I swear I did not eat a loaf of wheat bread today. right? I said I was positive that it was barley. That's honest. That's honest. Amalei Ba'omer Yodea Ani Sheshua Zu Asura Aval Im Yodea Im Chayaven Ala Karban Olav. So this is very interesting. So what's the case of shogeg? Case is like this, where I say I know ultimately again that this shua is a surah, but I don't know about the liability. I don't know is the liability ultimately again a carbon or not. So let's say ultimately again there's a lack of awareness about liability. This goes Kiman Kimun Baz the Amar Shigidas Carbon Shma Shkaga. Munbaz is of the opinion of Osai that the only time something is considered to be amazing is not only if you know what you're doing, but ultimately, again, if you know the liability for your act. But if you're unsure about liability, that is relegated to the status of shogeg. Quite amazing. Quite amazing. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, Ad Kamot Shugiraban the Munbaz El Bachala Kula Telatchi. Furthermore, again, about this even of the view of the Rabbanon. Why? Because the Rabbanon only argue on Munbaz, the rest of Torah. Right? Ultimately, again, by every other chiyuv chafas. Aval halpa, but in the case of shuaturi, whereas the chiddush shua Torah kudolo ashtecha ma'isi karban yachmei avol zara. The general will say, why is shuas bitwa unique? Why is shuas bitwa unique? Shuas bitwa unique is because in general you find the case of a lav that has a chiyuv chafas, chiyuv karban. Generally, again, what do you get for a lav? What do you get for a lav? Malchus. Shvuas bitui is the only case of a lav that comes with liability for a carbon. That's so again, the Gemara because general carbonic liability is learned at level of Zara. Right? That's where you learn out carbonic liability from, not from a lav. So the Gemara says, but here, in the case of Shvuas bitui, ultimately again you will bring a carbon. Therefore, it's possible. Just an interesting point of it. You might suggesting over here that maybe the case of Shigadas, Shulas, and Bikra is a very specific case. Shigadas, Shulas, Bikra, Shavar is a case where a person knows what he's doing, but didn't know liability. And again, Munbaz is of the opinion that says that it's called Shogeg when you don't know what your thing is. And even though normally the Rabbanan disagree with Munbaz, only by all of the cases of Torah. But by Shvuas Bitui, they agree with Munbaz. Why? Because Shvuas Bitui is unique. How is Shvuas Bitui unique? Because we never find another case of a lav that is going to be higher of a carbon. So because of this unique case, even the Rabbanan will agree with Munbaz that if someone commits an act with intentionality but doesn't know the liability for that act, that is still called shogeg. Right? So we're not finished. We're not finished. We have a lot of open items in there for tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll finish up the sugya. We'll get to the clear resolution of all of these items. Tomorrow's Chodesh. Tomorrow's Chodesh. The Chazara says at 5:35 a.m. That Yom Yisrael Hashem at 5:45. Shabbos is 6:30. Shkach, everyone. All right, have a great day. I'm surprised to get that. Those guys will thank you for everything. Next thing with his, he decided to turn and create all this fake shit and hate and all this stuff. It's like, I just want to tell him, you're wasting energy and time into somebody else instead of focusing on a career for yourself and making a career. Like, it's not going to work out, man. Yeah, so let me add to this real quick. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilsim Mishpach, Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos for this year. As a course from the Soros, foremost for all of our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Haba Avin Shmuel Rabin Karakkin, of the art site of Shmuel. Leonard Krapkin, Yitzhak Ben Yecheskel from the York on the merit of our Merit Hashem and the Shami Stavin Aliyah. Michael, was there a sponsorship? Because it's not. What is it? What? Shingas, Merit Hashem, the Trinity Mishpacha, information of the art site of Shingal Bas Mordechai, York and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shami Stavin Aliyah, families in the Shama. And Hashem, give home all of our hostages, the shalom and the cover, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole maaseh day. And first of all, it's like, we take the opportunity to express our Torah and to say, Hodu Hashem Kitov Kililam Chaslan, instead of Yom Yerushalayim. This day when we celebrate just the most incredible and beautiful miracle of the reunification of the eternal capital of Klal Yisrael. There are things that we take for granted. When we take for granted that in Eretz Hashem, we can just go to the coast as we want to. We take for granted that you can walk down the beautiful streets of Mount. We take for granted that you can go out for dinner in Yerushalayim. We take for granted that we can live in Yerushalayim. But remember again, this is a miracle that for Klal Yisrael is, in the context of our national history, very recent. Very recent. You know, for Klal Yisrael, recent is within the last 500 years. The last 500 years, and it's like yesterday. That's how it works for us. So for us, we're used to, so if many of us never grew up without the unified Yerushalayim, but there are many assume. But Hashem, I know that. Remember when Yerushalayim was a divided city. I remember Yerushalayim was never a divided city. It was never divided spiritually. It's spiritually whole and always resided in the heart of every single Jew. Divided geographically, and Baruch Hashem to celebrate this incredible miracle. And even though, again, you might say to yourself, there are still to be Yerushalayim, it's difficult for Jews to enter. So parts of Yerushalayim that maybe we don't have the ability to remember. But it's important to understand, well, that's the reality. You know, the words of Harabayas B'Yadinu are not a historical statement, but Yerushalayim still, as a Tzivur Yahakoyim Kok wrote, there's Riyut Yehudit, there's Jewish authority. There's Jewish rulership, there's Jewish authority. So it's important to remember, even on the Harabayas itself, it's our soldiers, it's our police officers who are there. Okay, but it's important to understand at the end of who is in control. It's important to understand that. And that's us, after thousands of years of someone else controlling the gates. So literally again, and that is nothing as Baruch Hashem and standing on behalf of the Shul. Thank you for the beautiful uplifting halal. So beautiful. So again, however, I always say all these days, however you say halal, you don't say halal with the bracha, not a okay. I can't. I don't understand it how it can't say halal. I don't understand it. It blows my mind. And I don't understand how it's bracha. But that's my own. That's my whatever you want to do. Just make sure to go and express your heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in some way, shape, or form, because this is a day of incredible miracles. And it's also important for us to understand that as citizens of this country, of the United States of America, which although it is gullus for us, it is still a country that has given us more than any other diaspora existence. It's Memorial Day. Memorial Day, a day in which we remember America's fall. Which remember again all of those great men and women who have given their life in defense of our liberties. You know, the big difference between America and Eretz Yisrael. But you know, in Eretz Yisrael, you can't walk 3 feet without seeing a soldier. So you have men and women who are mo nefesh in Eretz Yisrael that literally, again, they don the holiest uniform that exists, which is the uniform of the Israel Defense Forces. They done it. So nefesh, so you can't miss it. Like you can't. In America, when was the last time you saw someone in uniform? You know, when the armory was by 7-Eleven on what's it on Restream. It used to happen to be like 7-Eleven coffee is very good. So you used to go, sometimes you'd see people in uniform. They close their down, you don't really see them there. So you know, American wars are fought thousands of miles away. So we often don't see the servicemen and women, unless of course you happen to know them. But they're there, and they're fighting, I'm sure, like in every, protecting our liberties, protecting our security, giving us the freedom to do exactly this. To sit in the worship, to sit in the ability to safeguard all of the incredible freedom in this country. So it's really important to take the opportunity to express our hakaras hatov to this great nation. With all of its flaws, like everything in this world has its flaws. But this is a great nation. This is a great country that has given us something that no other diaspora has, and we must have tremendous hakaras hatov. And for those brave men and women who literally give everything to our them a debt of gratitude beyond. I saw if you go on Twitter, you can see it's actually quite moving. President Trump was at the graduation for West Point, and the Vice President Vance was at the Naval Academy. And it's inspiring. It's inspiring to watch these young men and women who are making such idealistic choice to defend our country, to defend our living. Remarks of the President and the Vice President are actually quite beautiful. They recognized a couple of outstanding soldiers. It was really very moving. It's too bad everybody watches enough junk on YouTube anyway. Might as well watch something good. Might as well watch something meaningful. 3 minutes, really good and really inspiring. And more than their statements, it's inspiring to see a new generation. So often the young people we see are the empty-headed, vacuous nothings who are rallying campuses, like who literally are a waste of space. We almost want to just piggyback that energy and reallocate it somewhere else because it's ridiculous. And we don't see that there's a whole other generation of idealistic Americans who actually understand what makes this country great, who actually appreciate the gift of living here, who actually appreciate what it means to be an American, and are not entitled, brainless masses of glob, just literally again forsake every single bracha that we have in this great country. We often get like our streets are flooded with one segment of young America. It's so important to see there is another segment, and they're great, and they're holy, and they're beautiful, and they're idealistic. When you're proud Jews first, and we're always proud Jews first. But you know what? It's good to be a proud American. It's good to be proud and to see what this country can offer, and to see at the end of the day how great this is. But all this greatness is only because of the sacrifice that really the holy men and women of American defense are willing to make as well. So let's know we salute our folks, we express our tremendous hakar to their families, and yes, Hashem. We should be so glad that life here in this country should become easier, should become better for us, that the anti-Semitism that has viewed as ugly head, yes, Hashem, diminish, but ultimately we hope to make our way home, to try and have a million Amen. All right, that's it for today. We're going to pick up in Yes Hashem tomorrow. I'll give them a little bit of Gemara. Today's daf is Chafei. These are important things to say. Daf Chafei. That's again. It's a short daf today. Short daf, right? All right. Whatever. It's good. Something ahead of us today. Echos is much more back on the Shalachayim. The Echadron Shish Ben Nana. So what's this is actually into a lot of the details concerning how shvuos work. So whether it's again echadron shas, taking a shvua, and the shvua ultimately again is about to impact you, or echadron shalachim, or the shvua impacts things that are with others. So for example, Rashi points out, I swear I'm $1,000. So again, that's impacting you. So again, sure that I swear I'm going to eat a loaf of bread. That's me. Sure that I impact others. Sure that I swear I'm going to give you $1,000. Or that I'm going to spend manish. Or whether the shvua impacts something that has mamashos, that have substance to it, right? But the echad bar she'in bar manish. Or for example, shvuas that have no substance to it. Now, you can keep a quick look at Rashi. Rashi is the first short line, Shein by Manish. Rashi says, trade Daphne Mashma. Now there are two elements. Shein by Manish. He says, Shein, he says, Kigong Shein Yam. So for example, what's in a shvua that doesn't have substance? There are two examples. One of them is, for example, I swear I'm not asleep. It was at the end of yesterday's daf. So for example, it doesn't even have any type of mush. It doesn't have any substance to it. Right? Or another type of shvua could be, I swear I'm going to throw a stone into the sea. Now, what does the matter? So the lashon of Ibn Mash means it has no substance, it has no depth to it. Like it doesn't matter. it's zero impact. So we'll see those two definitions play out in the Gemara. Amar, Shvua she'etin ishploni v'shlo etin, shenasati v'shlo nasati. For example, I swear I'm going to give $1,000 to Ruvain, or I swear that I'm not going to give $1,000 to Ruvain. Or again, remember past tense. I swear I gave $1,000 to Ruvain, or $1,000 to Ruvain. So I will say, so now the Gemara just said, well, we frame the categories of shua, right? So category one is what we call dvar shal atzmo, a shua that impacts me. Category two, a shua that impacts someone else, right? And number three, category of shua she'ein b'hayin mamish, shuas that have no substance. For example, I will sleep, I won't sleep, I'll throw a stone into the river, I won't throw a stone into the river. Okay, now the Gemara goes through the case. What are examples of this? Amar, shua she'etin li'ish ploni. This is an example of a shua that impacts someone else. Shua she'etin li'ish ploni, v'shelo etin. I will give $1,000, I will give $1,000. Shenasati v'shonasati. I did give $1,000 to Ruvain, I didn't give $1,000 to Ruvain. Now, those are examples of shua that impact another person. What's an example of a shua she'ein b'mamish, doesn't have substance? She'ishan, v'shelo ishan. I swear I will sleep, or I swear that I won't sleep. She'yashanti, v'shelo yashanti. I swear that I did sleep, or I swear that I didn't sleep. She'ezra liyam, v'shelo yashanti. Or I swear that I will throw a pebble into the water, into the sea, or I didn't throw. Shezarakti v'sharaki, I did throw, or I did throw. Those are just all the aforementioned cases in the Mishnah. The Shmuel says, as Shmuel says, so this matter over here is going to a lot of time, a lot of real estate in that. The Shmuel says like this: what is Chayiv? One is not Chayiv unless, of course, they swear a prospective, a future tense shvua. This is Rabbi Shmuel. We've seen Rabbi Shmuel already a number of times throughout Nesach as shvuas. That Rabbi Shmuel holds that shvuas bitui, because we're on both sides. That's what we're talking about over here in this dot. Shvuas bitui, which is literally again a declarative oath. The reason I'm saying because today actually, we are actually going to go ahead and see another category of shvua today as well. But for now, we're focused on shvua, which is a declarative shvua. Shmuel says, the only type of shvua speaker that works is a future tense prospective shvua. Because it looks like when the pasuk itself talks about shvuas bitui, talk about lahara bitui, future tense. Future tense. So therefore, shvuas is only future tense. Remember that became so Shmuel, that's the key element Jewish when hara ba'atava. If that's the case, then only again, a shvuas should really only be on hara or hatava. What does that mean? It either has a shvuas bitui has to have dramatic effect of EQ. This is why. Now, so what's happening here? The Yishmael says, "Short of Shmuel's bitui that is a prospective future Shmuel. Why? That's how the pasuk frames it. Right? Remember again, about say, only after Shmuel is a sign lahara. If you articulate a Shmuel to do something good, to do something bad, future tense. That makes sense. If you're going to be such a realist, then that means you don't get the Shmuel's bitui is a shvua that has an impact either for bad or for good. Okay, we're supposed to say, for example, a shvua where I'm going to eat of bread. According to Moshe, should that be a shvuas bitui? No, why not? It doesn't have a bad or a good impact. In other words, it's literalist. Then that means that shvuas bitui should only be something that has a negative effect. Shua, Umar says, right, how do you know that's not true? We're focusing on the idea that, for example, even Rabbi Shmuel agrees. I swear I'm going to loaf of bread today. Even Rabbi Shmuel agrees that what? That's a shua bitui. Now, once again, is that a good or a bad shua? No, it's a shua that doesn't have a demonstrable or good effect. It just doesn't matter in the grand scale. You know it's a shua bitui. So how do you explain that? No. From the fact now, both say in the same in the piece of there's another phrase. Chol asher yivake. The shvua goes on anything you will articulate. The shvua says there's a reboy. So is just kind of like the general stage. But asher yivake discuss anything you articulate with your mouth. That shows any type of shvua. Rabbi Kiva says exactly. Exactly. The same way that phrase l'chol asher yivate bisfas means, right, is a replay. Comes to include have a ra or effect. So Rabbi says l'chol asher yivate also comes to include what? Not only future. Prospective shuas, but also past respective shuas, as I'm supposed to say. Write this down. This is over here. So this is big machlokas. Big machlokas. In the shuas about the core, the nature of shuas. If you don't have this machlokas down clear, you are going to be lost. You may be thinking, no problem, I've been lost for a while. I've been lost most of the Sechashua Shavosai. Just because you've been lost until now doesn't mean you have to remain lost. Sometimes getting lost is something that happens to us. But remaining lost is a decision you make. So right now, 8:32, Monday morning, Yom Yerushalayim Memorial Day. You decide. You are lost. We're all lost. Do you want to stay lost, or are you choosing to take a different direction? Choose now, because we're about to go on. So I'll say, so Lamaisa, what do we have? We have this fundamental machlokes. So we're to Rabbi Kiva and Shmuel. This is core machlokes in Shavuos. How does Rabbi Shmuel hold? Two shitas, only two. Shavuos meaning only future tense. Only future tense. That's it. So for example, now again, I will say now, what does that mean practically? So we're going to see it's more like a liability issue than anything else. I have to see what it means. But again, for now, Rabbi Shmuel says only Shavuos is a future tense shua. Shua sha'och, I swear I will be. I swear I won't. Past tense Shavuos, not speak to. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva says no. Not true at all. Rabbi Akiva says Shavuos is both prospective, future tense, and retrospective past tense. That's it. The drasha, we just went off the cut over again, but that's not okay. Says the Gemara. What a very important idea. So we'll say there's a chumrah that we have over Shavuos and chumrah that Shavuos haven't done. Now again, I'll tell you a good way to learn. You have to. What's the fundamental distinction between Shavuos and a dam? Just manic, nachshad. That's it. Nedarim, Chetza, Shavuos, Gavra. That's the distinction, right? When you nachshad, when you go ahead and you make neder, a neder devolves upon the object. Shavua is a prohibition that you go ahead and make upon yourself. Again, we'll see it. So nachshad, neder, Chetza, Shavua, Gavra. The Gemara says there's a chumrah that the Nedarim have over Shavuos and a chumrah that Shavuos have over Nedarim. You're going to see why you need that distinction in just a moment. Chumrah in Nedarim, so there's a chumrah of Nedarim. What is it? Here it is. Shanedarim chalin al dvar mitzvah Shavuos. That a neder could devolve upon a mitzvah just like a mundane item. Now, let's take Rashi. Rashi says over Nedarim chumrah is very important. Shani oseh, lulav shani no. Delvar each kind of period is so important. I hereby Kona Sika Zu Alai. Kona Sika Zu Alai. Right? I take a neder that sukkah should be usher to me. Right? Nidarim, it works. Right? It works. Why? You're prohibiting that sukkah on you. Okay, so what do you have to do? What do you have to do? Go to a different sukkah. Right? As opposed to, for example, I swear I'm not going to observe the Yom Tov of Sukkot. I take a Shavua, Sheini Yoshev B'Sukkah. What's the halacha? What's the halacha there? Shavua is void. Why is the Shavua void? Because your Shavua is contrary to Torah. Why? Also because Shavua, you're taking a prohibition on yourself. You can't take upon yourself not to like the Yom Tov of Sukkot, but you can make a neder that a certain sukkah should be also to you. To do that, right? Or I take a neder that rule of an esrog should be also to me. Okay, so that's a rule of an esrog. Shavua she'eni nota lulav, that's not going to work. Nachshad. Right? The neder is on the chafetza. Right? So therefore, again, a neder can go ahead with even a ritual. So I could take a neder not to put on that pair of clothes. Okay, put on a different tefillin. I can't take a shavua not to put on that would prohibit me as a person, as a gabra, for putting on clothes. It's a very distinction. So chomer the the shoes. So chomer the garment shine the dark. Chomer the mitzvah. Kidvar shoes. Why a neder can devolve even upon mitzvah item, just like a mundane item. Masha'en ki l'shuas. Take a shvua not to do a mitzvah. Right? What is void? Why? Because when you take a shvua not to do a mitzvah, you're making that you're creating yourself. You can't create this upon yourself to do something. That's what we call masna abasha kasura. That is going ahead, and that is stipulating against a pre-existing obligation of Torah. What's that? Nachshad. I just can't keep on saying it because I'm very proud. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it, actually. Nachshad is my contribution to quality. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. Masha'en b'shuas. Chomer b'shuas. What's the chomer that Shavuos has over Nedarim? Shavuos chalos al davar she'ein bo mamash. Kedavar she'ish bo mamash. The chomer that a Shavua has is that what? The Shavua ultimately again devolves upon something that is even and worthless, or that doesn't have substance. It doesn't have substance. Whereas that's not the case by the Darsh. Someone says we saw in the Mishnah, for example, you can go ahead and make a neder. Sorry, you can make a shvua not to shvua shalish. So discussing, right? Why? Because remember again, because shvua is not really devolving upon the object. Shvua is devolving upon me. So I can prohibit myself from anything where again the object has substance or doesn't. A neder, because again it evolves upon the object, can only devolve on something that has substance. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says neder eno chal alina ki don konam in yoshin the konam hektishu v'amayim hektishin other parts. So again, we'll see the ways that you can make the chal on sleep as well. But again, we'll say that's a fundamental distinction. So again, nach shan the neder falls on the chafza, it falls on the gabra, on the individual, and therefore these two even upon a mitzvah like a mundane item, the shvua cannot. The devolve upon sin it doesn't have, whereas a neder cannot. Let's go right there. Okay, so so for example, the Mishnah's example of a ned of a shvua that impacts other people. I swear I'm going to give Reuven something, or I swear I'm not going to give Reuven something. What's the case? What are you giving to Reuven? You must just Reuven, but stuff means if we're talking about Reuven is poor and I'm giving him tzedakah, so Moshe Omer, I have an obligation to give tzedakah. I an obligation stuck. I must say, very important. I just want to point out how fascinating this is. We often translate tzedakah as charity. The Restream on Hirsch says that's etymologically true. Tzedakah, ultimately, again, tzedakah is, which means justice. So when you give tzedakah, an act of kindness, an act of charity, that is an act of justice. The result of the world is there are people who have, and there are people who don't. And Trump says the way it works is if you have, you must go ahead and give to those who don't. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's not something abundant, generous. It's the strict obligation of the law. Now, how much I give, how much I have to give, is a discussion. Then if I go ahead and I go above and beyond what my obligation is, so for example, like halacha myself, what do you have to do? A Jew opens his hands. You have. The Jew asks you for money. You have to give. How much you have to give is up to you. You give $1, you can give a penny. You give what you want. But there's no thing in this world as a Jew and me turning a can't do that. Like I said, when people roll the pennies in the college said, that's $1. That's your business, or a roll of dollars, or a good description, whatever you want to do, but you have to give. You have to give. That's a doraisa. It's not a judgment. It's not a this. Again, you want to give real money, do your due diligence. You want to give above your right. Every Jew, if possible, in order to set you back financially, or it doesn't cause you not to pay your bills, should give my service. Person should allocate a tenth of their earnings for tzedakah purpose. A person has the ability to go ahead and give above and beyond myself. That's incredible. But it's important to understand that those concepts are not charitable. Those concepts are that's true. If you have, that means Hashem who gave it to you, so you can say, what's the shua? If I'm saying I strongly give to Ruvain, right, and Ruvain is an ani, I'm only able to do that. I'm already obligated to do that. Like, in other words, you're obligated. In other words, it's not charitable, discretionary donations. Who you give it to is your discretion.
Hey, what up, Mark?
Again, I'm a Jew. I have an obligation as a Yid.
Mark, can you hear me, dog? Can you hear me? Mark, how you living? How was your day? Can you hear me? Speak English. You hear me? Mark, how's your day going, dude? Well, I hope you're doing well.
See, Mark, I will say, this is it. Listen to the pasuk. Not some teaching is a declarative statement. You must give to him. That's the pasuk is. For Nira Nevarcha B'Sifalo Ki B'Klal Hadavar Hazeh Yivarecha Hashem Elokecha B'Maaseh B'Chol Maasecha B'Chol Mashach Yadcha. Now again, the interesting thing about tzedakah is you're obligated to do it. If you do it, I will bless you tremendously. It's interesting, right? I'm obligated to do it. So if I do it, I'm just fulfilling my obligations. Says if you do it because I know that it's hard, I'll give you even more. So if Reuben's in money, then what's the point of the shua? Ella, rather than us talking about a case where Reuben is wealthy. Reuben's wealthy. I'm giving him a gift. I'm giving him a nice gift. So again, I'm going to do so. Next, first one line. I'm going to sleep. So the Gemara says, 1 second, let's talk about the shua a little bit. This will like this work. 1 second. I will say now what this sounds like over here is like an open-ended shua, right? I swear that I'm not going to leave. What does that even mean? What does that mean? There's also, there's a certain amount of time a person could go without sleep. For some, it's like 25 minutes. Again, I'll say, but myself, depend only in the shear or in shore, right? But myself, again, what does this mean? How can you make an open-ended shvua like this that you're going to sleep? So the Gemara says, after all, if a person says, I swear that I'm not going to sleep for 3 days, so again, I will say it's interesting. Chazal said it's impossible to go more than 3 days without sleep. So what do we do if a person makes a shvua like this? Malkin also, when we give him Malchus, Yashina altar, and he goes to sleep immediately. Now, what that means is he doesn't have to go to sleep immediately, but the idea is that we see this shvua as just an impossible shvua, so he made a false, a violation of the shvua spiritually, therefore get must and move on. To which the Gemara, right, Hasim the Amar Gimel, that's where he said 3 days. Case over here, he didn't say 3 days. So we'll say it's interesting. We interpret a shvua, that a shvua shalom ishan essentially means, I swear I'm going to go without sleep for as long as I can. That's how we understand it. And such a shvua, you swear to go without for as long as you can go without sleep. Good. Shazot Tzral Yam Shlo as of shvuas that have no sense to them, no mamoshas. So that's right. Itmar Shazarak Ploni Tzral Yam B'Shazar. So let's listen to this. Swear the case. I swear that Ruvain threw a stone into the ocean. Right? Or I swear that Ruvain didn't throw a stone into the ocean. And what is the impact of such a shvua like this? So Rav says this is a proper shas, and therefore if I violate it, or if it turns out that he did, or he did, right, he not in converse with the shvua b'chayiv. Shmuel is no, I'm potter. So Rav or chayiv, he say lavahain. Rav says it works. Why is this a proper shvua spitui? Because Rav holds that what you need for a spitui is the ability to articulate positive and negative. And as articulating about positive and negative, it works. And therefore, again, I can swear. I swear Reuben did throw the stone, or I swear that Reuben didn't throw the stone into the ocean. Potter, Shmuel says, Potter, why ball? Shmuel says, in order for Shmuel to be a Shmuel, it has to be able to be a prospective Shmuel. Now, interestingly enough, I can't swear that Reuben will throw the stone into the river. Why not? Why not? I don't control Reuben. I would say such a lot of good pieces of what's today. The one thing you do not and spend time trying to control what other people do, how they're going to act, how they're going to talk, and the truth is it's exercise in futility. The only thing you control in this world is you. Therefore, watch this. So Raz, this is a proper shvua spitui, right? Because according to Rav, in order to be a shvua spitui, all you need is for the ability for it to be phrased in the positive and the negative. So therefore, again, I swear, Reuben did throw it, Reuben didn't throw the rock. It works. So it doesn't work. Why? Because for a shvua to be a shvua spitui, you have to be able to phrase future tense. And since you swear that Reuben won't do something, therefore again it's not a shvua spitui, and therefore you're part of this. This seems to be the same about Mishnah. Rabbi Shmuel holds that for a spitui to be a shvua spitui, it has to be able to be phrased habah, and Rabbi Akiva agrees. This none. Ella Allah Asid Lobo, Chanel Hara, or the hate of Rabbi Akiva. Him came a Lahadvar. It's different Mishnah. Like from Sheishban, Sheishban Harabaka, Minayim, maybe no, that's what I was saying. That's what I'm explaining. It's Mishnah again. Oh, in Reba Hakas Lakaf, Reba Hakas Lakaf. Wasn't that the Ishmael holds that the Ishmael spitui to be a spitui, you have to be able to place it in the future. But the Ishmael says no. That's from the Reba of the pasuk. Even past tense shvuos work. So it must be Rav Damakari Akiva. Rav holds like Rabbi Akiva, who Shmuel holds like Rabbi Shmuel. Incredible. To which the Gemara says no. I'll leave it to Rabbi Shmuel to the Awalo Pligi. We'll say it's Rabbi Shmuel's position. That a Shmuel spitui has to be phrased in the just have the ability to phrase in the future. Everyone agrees. Hashta Nisi Balahaba. says, look, Hashta, no, Isi Balaba, Lo Mechayiv Allah Bishmal L'Sha'abar. Milsa, the less of a lab boy. So let's say, interestingly enough, that ultimately something that has the ability to be future tense of Bishmal is not going to be Mechayiv you when it's phrased in the past tense. Less of a lab boy. Shaila is something that, what does Rabbi Shmuel do with it? So keeps it. Where does the Machlokes come up? The Gemara says, I'll leave it to Rabbi Akiva. The Machlokes is using Rabbi Akiva's position. How so? After Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi was going to do this. Remembering it was a case. Right? I swear that Ruvain threw the stone into the river. That's it. So again, Rav Sayyid. Okay, so that works beautifully according to Rabbi Akiva. Because Rabbi Akiva definitely holds that even a past ruah will be issued to it. Gemara says, keep it Rabbi Akiva. Shmuel said like this. Lo kam l'chai Rabbi Akiva. Hasan l'sha'abar. Ela milsa d'isi haba l'chai Rabbi l'sha'abar. So essentially Shmuel said like this. Even Rabbi Akiva says that the Shvuah has the ability, a future tense version. When the Shvuah can have a future tense version, that Rabbi Akiva will agree that even there's liability for the past tense version. But again, Rabbi Akiva there's no that can be made in future tense. Even Rabbi Akiva will agree that the Shua does not correct. So almost like what we're doing right now is we're kind of removing Rabbi from the equation and making this machlokes according to Rabbi Akiva. So here we go. I swear that Ruvain threw a stone into the river. Let's say it turns out Ruvain didn't throw a stone into the river. Am I chayav for violation of a shvuas bitui? Rav says yes. Why does Rav say yes? Easy. Rav holds like Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, Shmuel says you're potter. It's not a shvuas bitui. But the Gemara has suggested even Shmuel says also like Rabbi Akiva. But even Rabbi Akiva, who says that you could be chayav for a past tense shvuah, holds that what? There's only liability for a past tense shvuah when that shvuah ultimately can be made in a future tense view. But if the shvuah had a future tense version, Rabbi Akiva will agree that that is not a proper shvuah speed. So let's perhaps that this machlokes is actually a bigger machlokes. That this machlokes is really machlokes in Rabbanan. What's that machlokes? Time. Here we go. About say fasting machlokes. Yishpot l'bakas and will be. If I swore to negate a mitzvah, for example, I swear I'm not putting on tefillin. But I will say, but the good news, but I put on tefillin. What halacha? Lo bitel potter. Ultimately, I'm potter, which makes sense. Why? Because the shua to negate a mitzvah is what? Is void. The kayyim mitzvah lo kiyeh. What happens if I swore to put on tefillin, right? But I did not put on tefillin. Well, potter. Ultimately, I'm also potter. Right? I'm also potter. Why? Because I will say, anytime you're swearing regarding the mitzvah, I said your shvua is void. Shahaya b'din, shechayev kidim l'diveh. In reality, I really should be chayev for that. In other words, in a case, I swore to uphold the mitzvah, but I did not do so. I should be chayev for that. And of course, Rabbi Yehuda would say, what Rabbi Yehuda would say? No, Rabbi Yehuda would say, it was like 25 bichapayim a day, 5 lines down. Then Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira, Uma'im harashos she'ena mushbala mehar Sinai. So listen to this. When it comes to rashos, what's a rashos? Any non-binding event. Right, non-binding event, something that I'm not right, so I'm not obligated to Sinai. To chayev Allah, So now listen to Yehuda ben Meseir's logic. If one makes you in something that you did not have prior obligation, then mitzvah shemush Sinai ain't no shit. So it's interesting. How is to create a binding obligation for a non-binding act. And Allah has come the kamo. Shua should work to create obligations for what? Something you were already obligated to do. Which makes sense. It just reverse logic, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Amulon, they said that you don't say no. Im amarta b'shvuas harishos shekin asaba lab kain. So I will say, here's the difference. With a regular shvua, you can take something. She's about lab kain. You can take Rashi says the bahajja lahara the man should go all low by. So you could take something that was otherwise permitted and make it prohibited. Tamar b'shuas mitzvah shekein lo asaba lafkein. The way a shvua works, the Gemara says, the Yehuda ben Meseirah is a shvua could be phrased in both the positive and the negative. Whatever you take a shvua about, you should be able to say, I will do this or I won't do this. When it comes to mitzvahs, you can't say that. It's true. You can make a shvua. I swear I will do something. I swear I'll put on forward. I swear I'll keep Shabbos. That's beautiful. The problem is you cannot phrase it in the negative of I won't do this. And again, the pasuk itself, when it speaks about shvuas bitui, phrases it as how lahara or lehetu. Which we're understanding over here is to do something or not do something. So what says, it's interesting enough what do you see from here. You want to suggest that Lamaisa, again, even though Yehuda ben Meseirah at least entertains the possibility that a shvua really should be able to develop on a mitzvah. Name a Rab Yehuda ben Meseirah. So let's say that Rab holds the Yehuda ben Meseirah, and Ali Yehuda ben Meseirah, and Shmuel holds like the Rabban, who are separate Yehuda ben Meseirah, which the Gemara says no. Kuli amalo pligi, to which the Gemara says Kuli amalo pligi. Lav vehein lovoi, labal l'shavar. The Gemara says again, if Lamaisa of the day, if they're saying that you don't need lahain, if you don't need the ability to phrase it in the positive and the negative, then again, would they hold that it has to be in past? That doesn't make any sense. Keep ligi. This is machlokes come up. Abanan. The machlokes come in the aforementioned position of Rabbanan. Shmuel kira. So Shmuel holds like the Rabban. Rav kilo mechabi Rabbanan. The Rabbanan say that you're not going to be high phrase in the positive and the negative. Because you need to be able to phrase a shua speak to a positive and a negative. That's explicitly biblical. That's lahara lahate. So we'll say this thing, by the way. Lahara lahate understood right now as Torah tells us for a shvuas baking, you have to be able to fill the positive and the negative. Aval lahaval l'sha'avar the dekra asum. The Chayyimar says, however, when it comes to haval l'sha'avar, and I will say, where did we learn out that a shvua has to be both future and tense? Where do we learn that out from? That's not explicit. Where is that learned out from? That's learned from a riboy. What's the riboy? Lahara or lahated. The extra phrase. The extra phrase. So quite fascinating to contemplate over here that there's two things that are unfolding over here, right? So here's what you know. There's a shvuas bitui. Shvuas bitui is a declarative shvua. Now, the Machlokes is one of the components of that shvua. So it seems to be
Miss
the
Aquarius.
one piece that almost maybe not really doing the Sarah, but the one piece that everyone agrees on.
Are you ready for me?
Okay. Come on, I'm ready.
Invitation.
What down to do? How was your day?
Normally play. And
Oh,
me.
you better be playing now.
Yes, ma'am. I got it.
She coming, girl.
Oh, Audie? I don't know. She has some issues and
I like her not personality.
absolutely. No, when I do someone dirty, I know when I'm mean to somebody, and I've never been mean to that person, and I've never done that. Thank you. She sends me these paragraphs, and all I is, you're doing well. Every single time she sends these paragraphs of mean, and I just hope you're doing well, because there's
She like you, she like you.
yeah, but I mean, what can I do about that? I just basically live my life.
You have to stand there.
Exactly. Um, tell her every single time she says these really mean things. I hope you're doing well. And there's the old adage, kill them with kindness. That's what I do, basically.
Right.
You want to be mean to me, that's fine. I'm going to take the high road. And then I feel it's right. Oh, good job. Because then when they would be like, oh, you said all this mean shit to me. No, I didn't. All I did was say, I hope you had a wonderful life or whatever. How was your day, Miss Aquarius?
I had a good day. Good day.
That's excellent.
Decorating my desk, my cubicle, we got over decorate because our manager gave us $20. I said, yeah, she gave me $20. I ain't spent it yet, so I'm decorating.
Oh, that's cool. Gave you $20 to decorate?
Our manager gave us $20. Yeah. Because they're doing the scary movie, horror movie.
Miss Aquarius, you just won. You girl. Even if I got three strikes in a row, got a big score. Aquarius, you win, I win. Okay, so you said you're gonna like pumpkins?
Yeah, I'm gonna do something. They said we can do it different. We don't have to do the same thing that we're doing. We're about to get on with it. So I got a sign and I got my shirt tomorrow.
All right. And you can even have pumpkins into November.
Yeah. But it's just for Halloween. Because I got a sign that says Happy Halloween.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, you're tearing it up. Get these two. Get these two, girl. Get them. Perfect. You're getting good. You're getting good. No doubt.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't even. I didn't even care for yesterday.
You know, I didn't. And she just started flapping mouth, and it's like we haven't done anything new, and we haven't even opportunity. So get over it. Yeah. So
But yeah, I team, and I like to go. We have to do this, and we do stuff as a lot of do it. We do it every 10 years. We do. I think we're gonna finish. We got the question. We gotta pay us this time, but I want to do it. Okay. Our the supervisor that you know about pay for a second, but I'm not. I don't think I'm doing that. But I don't think I'm doing
well, that's okay. That's a really nice.
that. Yeah, we went. Remember, we went to that Mexican thing. Remember? That's the. Yeah. They you all at that time.
You went and I went, Mr. Aquarius. We both win.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Like I've been there for 3 years. We get to do stuff, especially during the holidays. Stuff for birthdays. Like I do stuff, and we got very our supervisor, our manager, like your info is going through something. We're here, you want to talk to us. You already know that you got well, and late, they're like, okay, be safe, we see you when you get here. So I love it. I just love it. I really love it.
That's
So you might not like people, I was saying, but I'm there to work. I'm not there to go friends. You know what I'm saying?
that's great to hear. Do you have friends?
Yeah.
Do you have friends to work at work?
Huh?
Do you have friends at work?
I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, sure. They're colleagues.
Right. Yeah, like one used to work at the airport with me. She used to work at the airport with or whatnot at the time. And she's like, because we came to the airport. She was there for 2 years, she was in the job 2 years. We get along, but yeah, I'm probably about my friends like that. You know what I'm saying? We don't get like that, but they're like my house. Yeah.
Huh, did you say something?
My name is Sandra. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, she's your friend.
Yeah, but not Stacy doesn't work there.
Okay.
Stacy works at the airport.
Right.
We're best friends. We're getting married.
I got you. Yep.
Hello, Sean.
And then you've got. How you living, big dog?
I got a cut.
Okay. How'd you get a cut?
I got
You looking fly?
a cut though.
You look good.
Hey.
You look good. Did you straight? Did you get a shave as well?
Get that shave.
Excellent.
Shave
All right.
like that.
All right. So what's new in your world, big dog?
Nothing much, bro. Oh, I'm going.
Bye, Miss Aquarius. Where you going, big man?
Going to court
Okay, why are you going to court?
because I got arrested.
Okay, what happened?
Basically, I had a Bantic episode, and
You have to go to court to get the guns back going in.
just see if I can own guns. But I'm not too sure. I'm not worried about it. I'll 3D print the shits, but
Chunk about me. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, cool.
I watched that documentary on you. Thanks.
There's a documentary on me?
Yeah. Someone interviewed you apparently.
Oh yeah. Definitely. Yeah, okay. How are things in there?
Said what, fella?
How's it in that server?
Been in that bitch since I've been working at McDonald's. I got fired at McDonald's because this is like almost a year ago, dude. I got fired because I didn't show up 2 days ago.
All right, why didn't you show up?
Because I was fucking partying.
All right, is it worth it? Worth it? What's the worst thing about what's
that you get partnered up with dirty illegal immigrants who don't speak English.
okay?
That's the fuck the worst part.
Okay, what?
At the McDonald's.
Okay, what's the best part about working at McDonald's?
I don't know. That I basically stole like $5,000 worth of food there.
All right. What's your favorite thing at McDonald's?
I'm not sure, buddy. I don't know there.
Well, you stole $5,000 worth of it. I think you'd like it enough.
I mean, that's probably like the value for what it's sold for. I don't know how much like after the year period. I take bags full of food.
All right. You allowed to do that, or it's just you're not allowed to do that?
No.
Are they really?
I wasn't. But I didn't get fired for that because they have like 144p cameras. The cameras that they have are like really shitty because they don't want something to happen and then these cameras because they live in this with them. Like, I was the only white person working
All right.
for the longest time.
Did,
So it was
did you get free chicken McNuggets?
yeah.
You
but
could.
just
All right.
for free.
It's strict there.
Sometimes it, yeah, but I would like 40 5 a day at home, and I give my friends food too.
All right.
I'd be taking like $40 a food, maybe more a day. To do the math for like 7.
Yeah. No, I get you.
$40 a day.
I don't eat at McDonald's, but I follow McDonald's pretty closely from a business standpoint, and it is very expensive.
Well, yeah, dude, the food sucks too. The quality of the food just went down and it's expensive.
Right.
Like it's just Burger King is McDonald's. I tell people that they have ice cream, they have cheaper burgers, fries, and they're good. I mean, they're way cheaper.
How do you know so much?
I fucking hate McDonald's. McDonald's is I have around me. So I started going to Burger King.
When you
Better service.
or when you work at McDonald's, did your ice cream?
When it doesn't work, they just don't want to clean it. Or simply they don't want to do it. Our ice cream machine would work. It needed to work. Nobody's getting ice cream in the morning. Nobody's getting ice cream. It's like a lunch.
Okay. Will you guys open 24 hours?
Yeah, this one is. This one, a lot of them close at like 12.
Right.
I heard shit.
So,
So I would just smoke and fucking drink. And not being smoked. The cameras were at 144.
you smoke cigarettes inside?
No, weed, man. Cards. Like a vape card.
Oh, you vape. That's
A
not.
lot of it,
That's
I smoked weed.
okay.
Yeah,
So,
I ran that fucking McDonald's, dude.
an assistant manager or something?
I was just a regular employee.
All right.
It was still my McDonald's. I'd show up there in my fucking button-up shirts and shit, and I'd run that shit.
All right. Did they give you a lot of merch?
No. I had to wait forever to get my shirts. So that's why I just wore what I wanted. Because they didn't give me a shirt.
Okay. So you just wore what you wanted because they didn't want to give you a shirt. Did they give you a hat and like a coat and stuff?
No, they give me a hat. Only the managers get the shirt.
Okay. Wait, but you did get a hat.
Yeah, but
Did you get a
I
visor?
got rid of that. I got your hat.
All right. Did they give you pants?
Black man.
So
They
they
only gave me a shirt and a hat.
one.
2 hats. They gave me a visor hat and shirt.
All right. And menu.
Bro, nothing. Literally go anywhere else. But if you're eating something for McDonald's, quarter pounder always has to be made ready.
Okay. Because people won't order them and then they'll go bad.
No, it's the thing. It's just like it's a guaranteed fresh burger. Every other burger can be kept ready there, like in the little compartment. But the quarter pounder, it has to be made fresh. It has to get sued if it don't.
Okay.
So get the quarter pounder, and then I don't like the bun. It's got like soybean oil in it. So I just usually get the quarter pounder. I get like 3 quarter pounders, and I just have them put it on a tray. I put mustard on it and onions.
Okay.
And it's like a big tray of meat. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's the best thing you eat from McDonald's in my opinion. That's always what I get.
Yeah. I watched a documentary on a woman who lost weight eating at McDonald's just by every day getting just the patties and ketchup or mustard or something, but no bread. And she
Yeah, dude, it's really good. Like that's what I get on my break. I put sometimes you won't lose weight if you do that, but it's really fucking good.
all right.
So if you put mustard and onions on it, oh, dude, it's so fucking good. I'm telling you what. You gotta make sure it's just the bun, the pickles, and all the lettuce and all that shit. However, you get a quarter pounder, rid of all of that, just the mustard, the quarter pounder on it.
Nostalgic, just everything nostalgic. And I like to look at old menus of restaurants just to see what inflation has done. And like only like 20 years ago, you could go to McDonald's and like their, I don't know, McChicken and then McDouble, all that shit was $1. And now it's like $5 for it. And it's like we didn't have 5x inflation. It's just interesting to me the shrinkflation as well. Like you don't get as much shit. Like back in the day, people would write in the comments and stuff. You get like a handful of sauces, just like they just take a bunch of sauce. But now it's like certain amounts, and if everything's like managed. Yeah, like napkins.
Yeah, but that's the thing about a small town. Like everyone would just give me handfuls of shit. When I went to Taco Bell, when I went to like Arby's, wherever the fuck I go, they'd give me a whole handful. I feel like there's a bunch of people. But
I'm not sure where the posters were from. I just found it interesting that like everything has been very much micromanaged. Okay, so what's your opinion on does McDonald's have Okay.
They haven't had them for like 10 years or so.
Oh, comes up. Would you get people who would come and be like, I want a salad? And you'd just be like, dog, you're in the wrong place.
Yeah. Well, we can't make this salad with lettuce on a tray. But I don't really.
Yeah, what is good?
It's a salad.
Exactly. All right. Did you have one of those? I've also seen, like, fascinated by the whole process. Did you have like an in-person doing the orders, or? Oh, okay. All right. So there was none of that. That's only in the bigger cities.
I'd imagine probably in Indianapolis they had some shit like that. But there's just videos of people fucking breaking the AI. 5,000 waters, 5,000 cokes, 5,000 burgers.
And then just driving off.
Then it switched. No, then it switches to a person.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh,
yeah, because the AI.
And is the person there on site?
Yeah, probably. They got people making the burgers. I don't know why they wouldn't have somebody to like take the order or switch the order.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Imagine if you fuck up talking to an AI. Like, people make mistakes. There's got to be someone to correct those mistakes.
Right. Chung, last we spoke, if I remember, you were going on a date, right?
Yeah, and then didn't. I told you it didn't happen. She told me she just wants money from me. She literally told me that. So.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are you on the dating app?
Fuck no. It's a wasteland. I'd rather meet a girl from church or just meet someone in public. That dating app shit, dude. Like, you're just getting girls that pass around. That shit's not cool. Virgin. I don't know if I told you this, but I'm a virgin.
Okay.
Well, I know that's like a stupid thing to say nowadays, but
no, it's
fucking. I don't want to be with a pro. You know what I mean?
There's nothing wrong with that. All right. Fuck. No, you didn't tell me that, or maybe you did, but I don't remember. I remember you were like gonna go to Wendy's with this chick, or no, you were going to Applebee's with this chick. Fuck this girl. She sucks. You'll find somebody better than her. Right? Weren't you gonna go to Applebee's? Chung.
Yeah, I was, but
okay.
Kind of shocked, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. I was just gonna fucking have sex with her and dump her.
Okay.
So I think it's just one of those things.
All right. Well, why don't you just get a hooker?
Because that's actually correct. Because then the chances of getting an STD or STI increases.
No.
I mean, it already increases when you fucking are like talking to women or whatever, but like, no, that's all they do. All hookers do is fuck for money.
Yeah, but usually they're like,
or drugs to get.
They like make people wear condoms, and they do it in the safest a way that they can. I would make an argument. I could be wrong here. I don't know the statistics, but hooker, a big city like not even necessarily a big city, but just a well, like a professional escort is able to be a safer encounter than some random chick in a small town, because shit gets passed around in small towns. Not saying it doesn't in big cities either, but there's just the fact of escorts using protection. There's less opportunity for STDs. I'm not sure the statistics are special. I get it. Okay. Fuck this girl who just wanted money from you.
It's exactly the point I made.
Yeah, I mean,
you need
exactly. John, very, very funny. Yeah, dog. I mean, like, you are a young man who is just starting his life out, starting to get established. Like, how much? Like, you're trying to get blood from a turnip here. Like, there's nothing to get. Like, if you want to play that game, go for like old dudes who are able to give you the sugar baby treatment that you want. But yeah, find another target is exactly right. Okay. Oh, but I remember this girl. She was kind of bad news bears, right? She had like a meth problem or something, right? Yeah, exactly. So fuck that chick. Not saying fuck people with meth habits, but this girl wasn't serious about you. Okay, so are you in the dating world now, or are you just staying away from that?
I'm staying away from that right now. I need to get my.
Okay, well, your haircut was good. All right. So, are there big industries?
Yeah, I'm about to be working in a factory.
Oh, that's good. Excellent. Is it close to where you live?
Yeah, I live in an industrial park.
Oh, well, then that's good. Then you don't have a bad commute, right? All right, that's cool. And are there any uh, like is there are you looking to stay there, or do you want to move someday?
No, I gotta stay here.
Okay. Well, then do you, my man. Do you have any animals or pets or anything?
2 dogs.
All right. Do you love them, and do they? All right. Well, that's good. What are their names?
Sarah and Sadie.
Good.
Yeah, when they want to be.
Oh, okay. Do they sleep with you?
Sometimes.
Okay. What kind of dogs are they?
Australian Shepherd mixed with a lab, and a Dachshund mixed with a Wiener Dog.
Okay, so one's a little bigger than the other one.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, excellent. All right. So what's your agenda for this week? You got a haircut? What else do you have on your agenda aside from getting a haircut?
Fucking going to court and clearing my name, dude, because I want to be able to fucking guns.
Okay.
I wonder if that's like forever. I hope that's not forever, because if that's forever, I'm gonna have to carry guns around like a black person. I don't really want to do that.
All right. When's court?
26.
All right. So that's Friday?
Yeah, or Saturday, or that's Sunday.
Who the fuck has court on Sunday?
Oh no, it is Friday. You're right.
Is it? Are you sure you got the date
Yeah,
right?
it is. Yes, it is. The 24th. It's Friday.
Yeah, but you said the 26th.
Or no, that's when I start my job. I'm sorry. I have court the 24th. And I start my job on the 26th. So that's a Sunday. That's
Okay.
my fault.
So you started the factory on Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's tight. Are you working third shift?
No. So at first.
And they work on
early.
and they work on Sunday?
Yeah.
Wow, is it a 7
They
day?
work Sunday. Yeah, it's 7 days. You can work 7 days, but they're open. They're always open.
Wow. Okay, cool. All right, so that'll be a good job for you. Are you excited? Did you pass like the drug test and everything?
Yeah.
All right. How are you able to do that as a
They don't care. We live right next to Michigan. So
they don't test for weed?
no, they want to know if you're doing like hair.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Anything.
All right.
You know, some like steal the copper pipes and sell them.
Right. Okay. Yeah, now I recall. I talked to a lot of people in here. But you lived in Michigan for a while, and then you just, if you need weed, you just go across.
I live like 30 minutes away.
Oh, okay. That's not bad at all. And they don't give
No,
you
it's not.
they don't give you shit if you walk in there with a license from a different state.
Fuck no. They want money, man. Everyone else does it. Got people coming from Chicago. It used to be illegal in Chicago. You know, people from Wisconsin, people from everywhere, dude.
All right. I mean, I don't know how it works.
No, it's cool. But they don't give a fuck, dude.
Okay, cool.
They just tell you to drive safe if it's illegal in Indiana. They'll just say drive safe. Some people working at the dispensaries they live in Indiana, drive to Michigan for work.
Okay.
Ain't that a fucked up thing?
Yeah, that's wild. All right, so you've got a nice little week as a day. You got fix things up in court and then start work on Sunday. Can't beat that, right?
No, you can't.
Well, good on you. You should be proud. You're getting your act together. That's great.
That I am.
All right. So what are your plans with all the money you're going to make?
Fucking stack up guns and wait at the end of the world. Get like a fucking power, a generator. Get a generator. I want to buy a new car.
All right.
A new car.
Well, that's good. All right. Well, got a point. All right, dog. Well, Chung, I'm going to continue watching my podcast and my lectures. Feel free to interrupt at any time if you want, okay?
All right, brother.
She's on his morale the hate of teaches me that what? In order for a Shras Bitoy to be binding, you must be able to phrase it in both the positive and the negative. Now, interestingly enough, there's another replay, right? What do you do with that? So again, Rabbi Akiva uses it. Rabbi Shmuel seems not that Rabbi Shmuel, and Rabbi Akiva ultimately uses it to test what? It's both future tense Shavuos, although future tense learned that from the Hara related as well, and past tense Shavuos. But I just want to point out the need for a Shavuot to be phrased in a positive and negative is explicitly biblical. The need for a Shras Bitoy to be able to work future tense and past tense is it's not explicit. But because it's not explicit, that point, that particular nekuda is subject to machlokes. Let's go back to Maser Rav Hamnuna. So Rav Hamnuna raised the kasha. So let's listen to this. I make a statement. What's my statement? I didn't eat today. Now again, I'm not making a shua. My statement. I didn't eat today. I didn't put on filling today. So what happens? Do you swear? Do you swear that you didn't put on film today? You didn't eat today? And I said, yeah, I did. I swear. And it turns out that what? I ate, or I put on chayiv, ultimately I get a chayiv. So there was additional about how the isi below ochal. So I understand why I'm chayiv for the statement that I didn't eat, or that I ate. Why? Because again, that shul can be phrased in both ways. I did eat or I didn't eat. But why should I be chayiv about the tefillin? But why should I be chayiv a shras bitoy if I swore that I didn't put on tefillin? After all, again, you can't take a shul like that. I can take a shul. I swear I will put on tefillin. But it's certainly what? I certainly can show that what? That I swear that I didn't put on tefillin. So why should there be liability for that case? Who most of level Barik level it's stud katani. In other words, there's two components. Lo achal lekarban. So let's say, so this is going to get into a little bit more in tomorrow's daf. Now, when it comes to liability for shvuas, there's really two things. When you violate the shvuas bitoy, so ultimately, again, liability for a carbon owner violent. However, again, there are other times where you could be in violation of an oath, where although there is no carbonic liability, ultimately, what? There's no. So, for example, if I say I did not eat today, and what happens? Ruben says, yes, you swear, and I say yes. And then it turns out I did eat. I'm chai b'karban ol levi. Why? Because that phrase as I did eat, didn't eat. I didn't eat. Right? But if same thing, I swear I didn't put on tefillin today. Right? What was the case? Yeah, I swear I didn't put on tefillin today. Ruben says, really, you swear? I say, yeah. So ultimately, again, then it turns out I didn't put on tefillin. So we'll say that's not really a proper shuas bitui. Why not? Because although you could swear you're going to put on tefillin, you can't swear you didn't put on tefillin. So what? But yet, I'm liable. What am I liable? We're going to see what I'm liable for is shuas sheker, not shuas bitui. I'm liable for taking a false oath, not liable for shuas bitui. One more line, then we're going to stop. We have another minute. Well, I cover and massive Rava, so then we're going to stop. Massive Rava says, "Izu shuas shav." So what's the means for Chazara? Nishma Dula Adam. Shav is when you swear to go ahead and change something that is known to be a known truth. For example, the Amar Al Amud Shalev and Shu Shazal. The says, for example, I swear about this pillar. That's when I swear that it's gold. So that's a shuas shav. So the Amar Ula. Only a truth is known to at least three people. The nicker, hollow nicker, over mishum shvasbi. So we'll say now the reason ultimately again that I'm in violation is because it's known to at least three people. If it wasn't known to three people, then apparently I'd be in violation of shvasbi tui. But why should I be a shvasbi tui? Ha'ero be a hey shalzah. You can't phrase that in the future tense. Most of law. Nikar over Mishum Shvashav. If the truth is known at least three people, ultimately I'm in violation of Shvashav. Low Nikar over Mishum Shvasheker. Ultimately, again, if it's not known, then I'm in violation of Shvasheker. So we'll say, again, I'll stop over here. We're going to pick up with it. Don't worry. We're going to pick up with this tomorrow. But I just want to point out what's dramatic about this is three categories. Number one, Shvas Bitui. What do you need for a Shvas Bitui? What do you need? At least what you need is number one. It has to be phrased.
How are you?
For future past tense. That's number one, right?
Can you hear me, big dog?
Again.
Did you find me from Twitter? Dude, you can go fuck yourself. Everybody knows it. And no one gives a flying fuck about what the fuck you're doing here. You don't want to talk, go down sand. Dog, this motherfucker over here acting like a biatch. Motherfucker. Cuban pirate. No one knows what this bullshit is. That's bullshit. Look at that.
Follow the shot. Future tense, past tense. That's number one. Number two, and negative. I can do it or I can't do it. Shvuas shav, that's nishpa l'shanos es hayadua. I swear to change a reality. And again, now it's introduced after we'll have to expand on this tomorrow. That means it's a reality that's known to three people. Then it's if you swear falsely, but it's not known to us, sheker, and I'm going to liability. So again, for Shvuah, we'll see with liability, but for sheker, malchus. So now that we've got our three categories, and here's some more expand on it tomorrow. Shkrayach, everyone. You can, it can be a problematic method. Then you get into some significant liability. And then I'll probably be void. I don't know what it is do.
Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo.
Alright, so we'll say good morning or good
It's begun just as a track.
Everyone had a beautiful, uplifting, and meaningful Shabbos. There's such a close Baruch to begin another week of Mesechus Shavuos. Together, begin by thanking all of our sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Top Shin 5780 Tosin Shpach Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushels this year as a zechus for the Soros Fellowship of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for this morning, for this month of Halloween was Dov Shmuel Rabin Karat, Commission of the Arts of Shmuel Father Leonard Kraft and Litva Ben Yecheskel HaKohen Zichron Rebracha. We hope that the merits of our Talmud Torah and Shalom have an aliyah, the family and the Chama. We hope that the merits also that today is sponsored by our family commission of the yard site of our family members who had the Holocaust, whose yard site is observed on the 42nd Omer. We open the merit of our Talmud Torah. The families in Chama, all those who are full Shabbat Kibble, who Chole Yisrael, Yishbach Ushimert Hashem, bring home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Amar Seyyidin. But with that, let us begin a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chaf Dalit 24. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Chaf Gimel on the base 23b at the two dots. Shvua Shalom Olcha, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 lines up from the bottom. Sigmar says as follows. So the title of your Shvua Shalom Olcha, Sigmar says as follows. I'll go for Kasha. The problem is we have an inherent contradiction. What's our inherent contradiction? On one hand, we must listen to this. Amit, Shul Shema Ochal, Va'achal, Ochal Shema. It's actually a little bit of a throwback to Friday's daf as well. So listen to this.
Yo, dog, how are you?
I swear I'm not going to eat. That's the
No, what the fuck, man? I wanted to talk with you. Are you fucking serious?
And I eat things that are
Dude, I'm
unfit
getting
for
this motherfucker
consumption.
back.
Or the Shasa Mashkin Shiru Yimashtia. Or I drink things that are unfit for consumption, pater, which makes sense. Why? Because in halakha, achila is defined as not just ingesting something into your body, but achila is defined as a normative act of consumption. So therefore, if I go and I say shvur shalom, so I'm not going to eat that. I eat dirt.
Yo,
butter. I go and
how are you?
I drink
What's good,
son? Inedible or not fit for drinking.
Why not? How'd you find out about?
The call.
On Discord or from Twitter or from Kick?
Someone gave it to me on Twitter. They sent me the link.
No wait. No wait. You found me from Twitter?
Someone sent it to me through Twitter.
That's amazing. Okay, welcome. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. It's always on camera. If you weren't aware...
So how long have you been doing this?
3 years. If you weren't aware,
streaming yourself 3.5 years straight.
Yeah, from 22 different YouTube streams. Yeah, Doug. World Peace. Check out left corner of this Discord. You're gonna. No, I have people here all the time. In the upper left corner of this Discord, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that into your browser and look at all the YouTube streams I have going. You've never one individual with more simultaneous streams.
Are you Jewish?
I am.
Israel?
Pardon me?
Israel? So you haven't had sex 3 years, sexual intercourse?
At the beginning of the stream.
At the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, but I mean, I've had more sex than I can count. I lose track at 42. I've got a huge body count.
What about on stream? You had sex on stream or off stream?
Yeah, I mean, that's not what my stream's about. I can't do that on YouTube, so
So you're not really streaming yourself. You're getting off camera and stuff like that.
I can go under the
You
covers.
had a consecutive stream going on, but you have to obviously get up to any shit, go eat, go outside.
Yeah, so
stuff like that.
the streams continue. I keep them going. The only time I stop them is every 12 hours to restart so that they're available as an archive on YouTube.
You're in stream at all times.
Yeah, I don't say that I am. I say I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I don't. At no point did I say that I'm on camera every second of every day for the last 3.5 years. If you understood that way, it's a misunderstanding on your part. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday.
How much income have you made from this?
Oh, thousands of dollars.
Years on it. Like full figures.
No, more than that. But I don't really do it for money. I'm generally independently wealthy from apps that I've launched as a certified project management professional on the App Store and Google Play.
What are you?
I am 39 years old.
So you have insider information. So generating all that.
Yeah, I do. I'm $100 million.
Cryptocurrencies, I don't know.
It's called Harry Potter, Obama Sonic Kenny News.
Is there any way you can give me some crypto info?
No, are you just here to beg?
No, mate.
Okay.
Like, when get a stable living condition, so you do the exact same thing you're doing.
Okay, I mean that's cool. What up, John? How you living, Tim? Okay, cool. So you just want to do what I do?
But I need like the income to get started.
Okay, well, get yourself an IT certification, work for a few years, make enough money so that you can live independently. I mean, this just didn't happen overnight.
Don't you think you're wasting your life?
No, in fact, I think this is the most important project of anyone on earth. I'm essentially building just one moment, my friend, you keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Okay. I feel what I'm doing is the most important project in global history. Essentially, I'm creating a time capsule or a timeline of globalization. No one else has that. We've seen the day that language models were introduced to the world, essentially changing the world by integrating AI into society. I have life before then. I have when I was an early adopter of GPT. I have the date GPT was launched, November 2022. Basically, and then every day since then. That's an incredible archive of history for the world.
So, other questions.
Go ahead.
Don't you think you're neglecting some parts of your lifestyle or maintaining this lifestyle after 3 years? Whatever. Shit.
I mean, I'm happy with my life. So, at any given point, just one
But
moment,
your physical health,
my friend. I mean, I go outside, I can run, I can go on walks, I can do anything that I need.
no, but that's like bare minimum. Can you
Well, what do you want me to be? What do you want me to be? I'm essentially a middle-aged person. You want me to be an Olympic athlete?
maybe you have to have like average strength? You know, can you even press a plate?
Oh, I can bench press 200 pounds
You're a mile.
easily. Yeah, in like 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Where are you put both of those on stream? Both of those on stream. I was going to give you $2,000.
Friend, I don't need your money. Here's the thing. That's small amounts of money. I don't need that.
Bro, you're wasting a life. What are you doing right now is retarded.
Dog, you're the one who just said I want to do what you do.
It's fucking lying, mate. I'm not doing that bullshit.
Okay, and that's why nobody cares about you. Thank you for your opportunity to speak with me.
Potter. That's the first thing within the Mishnah.
Okay, well, you're in here.
The other time, then the Mishnah said, Shvur shelo ochal, va'akom levelos, trefa, shkatzim, v'ramos, and chayiv. And yet then the Mishnah said that if I say the same oath, I swear I'm not going to eat, and then I end up eating levelos, trefa, shkatzim, v'ramos, and non-kosher food items, then what's the halacha? Chayiv.
What'd you say?
The halacha is chayiv. And I've also said, Gemara says, my generations are hungry, my generations say for the chayiv. Now remember, what's the premise of the Gemara's question? Gemara's question. What's the premise? The premise is that Nevelos, Trefos, Shkatzim, V'ramos are different than what? Dirt.
You
Those
suck.
are different than dirt. By the way, from the Jewish perspective, something is actually unfit for consumption because it's not food, or it's unfit for consumption because the Kodesh Baruch Hu without to eat it. It's the same. That's the one is having. It's the same idea. So therefore, why is it that if I say Shvur shelo ochal and I eat dirt, that I'm potter, but yet if I eat Nevelos, Trefa, Shkatzim, V'ramos, I'm chayiv? What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Halo kasha. It's not a contradiction. Reisha b'stam b'seif of the Mefarish. So the Gemara's answer. The Gemara says there's two different cases. The Reisha is stam. What does it mean? Reisha stam. Shvur shelo ochal. That's it. Shvur shelo ochal. I won't go ahead and eat anything. So therefore, if I go ahead and eat something that's unfit for consumption, ultimately again, I'm going to be potter. The sequence I suggest is that Shvur shelo ochal, Nevelos, Trefos, Shkatzim, V'ramos. That's the Shavua I make. Sure, I swear I'm not going to eat these items, kosher items. And therefore, again, if I buy the Shavua and I eat Nevelos, Trefos, Shkatzim, V'ramos, and ultimately, again, I'm chayiv. You must. 1 second. If I should wait, hold up. Even if you make a shvua that says Shvur shelo ochal, Nevelos, Trefos, Shkatzim, V'ramos, I'm not making the shvua. Still think about it. You still shouldn't be chayiv. Why not? If I'm trying to get the dikshi, I'm not chayiv. Why should I be chayiv? After all, mushba at the end of the day, the Gemara says, why should you chayiv even for that shvua? Why? Because remember, I'm already under oath, so to speak. What am I under oath? From Har Sinai, who already said that I'm not allowed to eat it. So remember again, whenever you head and you take a shvua, and that your shvua is not. So therefore, I'm already to eat Nevelos, Trefos, and V'ramos. So if I buy your shvua, oh, by the way, so I mentioned this on Friday, right? About the Mushraid, I strike to Aaron Ross, texted me what it's called, the pre-existing duty rule. Remember I gave you the mashal of the police officer who finds a missing person who can't claim the reward? Pre-existing duty. So thank you to Aaron Raskis, who's part of Humphrey as well. I'm here in Baltimore. Okay, so pre-existing, so we'll say, so that's the concept, by the way, of mushva only. In other words, if you're already under oath for something, taking a secondary oath would seem to be meaningless. So the Gemara wants to suggest that the case in the Mishnah where I say Shvur shelo ochal, and then I eat Nevelos, Trefos, Shkatzim, V'ramos, that I'm chayiv, is a case where I said, I swear I'm not going to eat Nevelos, Trefos, Shkatzim, V'ramos. That was meaningless. That was meaningless. I'm already under oath. In one of the I'm already from Har Sinai. I'm already mushva from Har Sinai. So why should I be chayiv for that? And I will say, and again, remember, you might look on the assumption that when you take a duplicative oath, what's the status of that duplicative oath? What's status? It's meaningless. Meaningless. Okay, let's try to figure out what's the case here. But just understand what we're trying to figure out over here. We have two cases in the Mishnah, right? Case number one is where Shvur shelo ochal, and I eat things that are not for consumption, like dirt. So what's the halacha? Potter. Second case in the Mishnah, Shvur shelo ochal, same oath, eat Nevelos, Trefos, Shkatzim, V'ramos. I am chayiv. So we're trying to figure out, because once again, the happening of the Gemara is that whether something is because materially it's not dirt, or something, although again, Dr. Devon did tell me dirt in Georgia, that might be a little general statement, but you'll see
what up, King Tank Sean? How are you?
I learned so much
Can you hear
from
me?
this year. I'm telling you, I get so much from the Chevra here, right? So like I said, so you got dirt, you'll see Dr. Devon that this year, he'll clarify.
Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, that's what's your name? What is your name? What's your name? Victor, how are you, big dog? Hope you're having a wonderful day. I like your chicken scratch.
Clarify. Right, but Lamaisa, again, the Hamid of the Gemara is that whether something is like unfit for consumption, it's not food, or it's unfit because Hashbar said you can't eat it, it's all in the same category. So we're having difficulty reconciling those two rulings. Now, said the Gemara goes to another answer. Listen to this. The Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Yochanan, the Kolo Dvarim Hamutar and Dvarim Harasur. Okay, we're supposed to hear it else. This machlokes is going to be what we're going to spend the bulk of the daf on today, and it's very exciting. Rabbi Yochanan says, here is the case. The case is by what we call the Kolo Dvarim Hamutarim and Dvarim Harasur, which will later on become known in just a few moments as an Isser Kolo. What Rabbi Yochanan posits is as follows. While it's true that if you take a shvua to prohibit in the veilus, I swear I'm not going to eat veilus, shaykhs, shkats, and bramos, shkoya, right? You can't eat it anyway. So therefore, the shvua can't devolve upon those items because they're already prohibited. However, to make a broader shvua that includes other things that you can answer, since the shvua could devolve upon the permitted items, it could also devolve the prohibited. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yochanan wants to suggest that piece in the Mishnah. So really what I'm saying is like this. I swear I'm not going to eat split cake and the veilus shaykhs shkat velamos. Why could that work? Because since the shvua devolves on the chocolate cake, right, which up until the shvua was permitted to me, now making it prohibited to me, since it could devolve upon the permitted item, it also devolves upon the prohibited items. That's called an Isser Kolo. So
I use it for any writing I don't recognize, including Hebrew.
First case in the Mishnah, shvua shala ochal, and I eat dirt, I'm potter. Why am I potter? Because the Maisa, I'm eating something that's not food. Okay, second case in the Mishnah, why? Because there's more to Mishnah than ETI. Rabbi Yochanan says, because what am I doing? I'm not going to eat chocolate cake and the veilus shaykhs shkatzim b'ramasim. That works because that is what's called an Isser Kolo. That's when you go to make a shvua on something that is permitted, since it's and something prohibited. Since it devolves upon the permitted item, by extension, the prohibited item as well. Reish Lakish has a different way of interpreting the middle. Reish Lakish Amar, listen to this. The only way to make the Mishnah work is as follows. So Reish Lakish's answer is like this. Reish Lakish says it must be talking about a case of Chatzi Shir. While it's true that the veilus, shaykhs, shkatzim, b'ramasim are aser, right? It's true, right? Right? But Lamaisa, at the end of the day, what's the shir? What's kizayis? So remember, if you take a shvua to not eat the kizayis of the veilus, shaykhs, shkatzim, b'ramasim, that shvua doesn't devolve because it's already aser, right? But Lamaisa, what can you do? You can take a shvua for Chatzi Shir. Chatzi Shir, I hereby prohibit to myself even a mashu, even the smallest amount. Interestingly enough, that's not us me, but on earth, particularly it's us. You can't eat any amount of non-kosher items, but the liability only comes about because of the kizayis. So there is room for a shvua to vest when you ask for Chatzi Shir or a mashu. So Reish Lakish says the case in the Mishnah must be like this. I swear I'm not going to eat even a minute amount of nevelas, shaykhs,
I did not know how effective this was.
That's the case. And therefore, again, according to the Rabbanan, it's a mashu. Remember, we saw the right? The Akiva in general, that again, Adam also adds on the whole shoe. So that's how it would work. So we'll say, so there are two different ways of interpreting according to Rabbi Yochanan. Again, just remain clear on what's happening over here because pretty much this is the bulk of today. I thought it was two contradictory statements. Statement one, by the way, Ravi and Matt's look. I love the look. I love it. It's mamish. It's great. It's also fantastic. This is going to catch on, I feel. Right. Also, utilitarian. No one really knows what you're doing. Right? So this is fantastic.
Okay.
I'm sure you should get that. You'll need sunglasses. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Right, so
Please.
Right? I know.
After you.
Yeah.
Okay, how
So
about
let's say, remember, so let's just be clear in terms of what's happening over here. We have two seemingly contradictory
If you really want to
statements
know
in the
what
Mishnah. One,
save
Shlosh
yourself
Shlosh, and he's saying that's not right. Potter makes sense. Statement number two, Shlosh Ochal, I eat Nevelis, Shefas, Shkatzim, but I must reconcile that. Now again, we're going to skip to this piece. Rabbi Yochanan and Rishon. Rabbi Yochanan says, very simple, it's your kola. The second shvua is Shvua Shelo Ochal, chocolate cake, and Nevelis, Shefas, Shkatzim, but I must. Okay, so once it devolves upon the chocolate cake, it devolves upon the Nevelis, Shefas, Shkatzim, but I must as well. And therefore, I'm not going to say Nevelis, Shefas, Shkatzim, Rish Lakish is not the case. The case is where I swear I'm not going to eat even a mashahu, even a minute amount of Nevelis.
We've got to turn this around.
Why? Because when we say that I'm mishlogo only, I'm already permitted. I'm already permitted in the kizayis. Less than a kizayis, it's not a biblical prohibition. So when I make a shuvah to prohibit even a mashahu, a small amount, then halacha l'maisa, that shuvah is best. That shuvah takes effect. Good. So according to Yochanan, that's a shir on mashahu. Okay, so now
I don't
let's go back
understand
to second
reading.
Mishnah Yochanan Reish Lakish. Understand why Rabbi Yochanan doesn't hold the Reish Lakish. Why? The mokim of the masmisim k'divrei hakol. Because remember, Rabbi Yochanan, according to Reish Lakish, according to Reish Lakish, his answer only works to the Rabbanon or Kiva. Right? Rabbi Yochanan likes having an answer that works to the divrei hakol. That's why he makes it answer kol out. Reish Lakish, my time of why doesn't Reish Lakish like Rabbi Yochanan? What's Rabbi Yochanan's answer? It's called out. So very interesting. I'm going to call Reish Lakish will say to you. So the Gemara says, when do we say Isser Kola? I must say, what does an Isser Kola mean? Isser Kola means like this. And when you go ahead and you that the volatile concept is permitted, it can only on something that is already.
So that's what I'm saying. I can see how that would be offensive.
That's only with an issue that comes on its own. So
funny.
But
It's not funny, but it's like, I'm not seeing it.
Isser Kola doesn't.
I'm like an impression of but I guess it's racist, so.
What do you
call it? I just call it chicken scratch. If I don't understand, it's chicken scratch. There's nothing wrong with that.
When do we say?
I'm doing an impression of somebody who is making fun
I'm going to talk about this case in just a little
but I
bit.
guess that can
Right? So a person eats the Nevela on Yom Kippur. So let's say, so the shaila is, what are they chayiv for? So Reish Lakish will say, here's a good example of Isser Kola. Actually, not the best example of Isser Kola, as we'll see just a little bit. But what it means
but
like
isn't
this.
that derogatory?
Here, it wasn't available before Yom Kippur, right? It wasn't available before Yom Kippur. Then Yom Kippur comes, and what happens?
Basically,
there's another dimension of Isser that is added on to this Nevela. Because now suddenly again, not only is Nevela Asr Yom Kippur, but what? Everything is Asr on Yom Kippur. So the same way that all other foods are Asr on Yom Kippur, so to Nevela will also have an extra added dimension of Yom Kippur as well.
If anybody
so Lakish says, when do we say Isser Kola? When do we say that ultimately again, if another layer of Isser is added upon something permitted, it can devolve upon something prohibited? Reish Lakish says that's only when that secondary Isser comes on its
I like
own.
your name.
But
Hey, it's Puppy Gia from fucking... Oh, get your ass back in here. I know who that person is. Watch it. Come back, dog. I know who that person is. dog. Yo, there you are, Puppy GF. I know you. You've been writing in my YouTube. How you living? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yes, thank you for the hello and thanks for noticing me on your YouTube, just being weird selves.
Excellent. Well, it's a pleasure to get to meet you. I'm just checking because I want to make sure everybody in here is 18 years old.
Absolutely, I'm 32.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so a fellow mature person like myself. So if I may ask, did you find me through the e-girl world?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Puppy G, if I tell you about myself. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic for more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Puppy GF, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes, I've seen the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. My life is on camera. I don't know if you're aware, but in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one source. And I have more data archived on myself than any personal history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, Puppy GF, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family all independently wealthy. If you're going to make sure that you have generational wealth already, and I want to make sure that you can start charities and philanthropic. Sound Puppy GF.
I am very interested to see how things work out for you.
I am as well. Excellent. So I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. Sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the life share program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater on to get drinkable. How do those things to you, Puppy GF?
Sounds awesome. Actually, national parks and reservation here in the U.S.
Excellent. Wonderful to hear. Additionally, I talk about futuristic topics. Futurology is a passion of mine, the study of the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like nuclear energy, artificial general intelligence, artificial narrow, artificial super intelligence. I like to talk about things like nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, Santa Claus machines, replicators, things like invisibility cloaks, de-extinction. People don't notice PGF, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in North Spain, southern France. Before the year 2021, a company out of this is founded known as Colossal Biped. They made it their goal in the next 3 years, or by the year 28, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing elephant surrogates. I just think that this is an amazing opportunity for the world to be able to witness some exceptional technology. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really, really exciting. Other things that I talk about, puppies, that may affect you, your friends, your family, are things like life extension technology. Born Puppy GF, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 with your consent, giving you opportunities at things like oxygen therapy, human hormones, stem cells, ionics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, things perhaps cold pea, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy. Eventually get you to be 120 years old, but once that happens, Puppy GF, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run, and everything that you said back in 2025 came true. It's the next plan, though. My body's starting to break down. And again, this is with your consent. This is only with your consent. We're big on consent. But if you want, you may be able to take part in the type of technology, no mind uploading technology, where with your consent, to utilize it, that may be able to have your mind scanned like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for download. as an android, avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But basically, what I'm saying to you, Puppy GF, is there may be an opportunity for digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Impossible.
That's absolutely. So that's a little bit about me. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, as you are aware. A lot of YouTube accounts. You can see any of my 22 simultaneous YouTube accounts in the upper left corner of this Discord. There's a red circle, and you just press the 24/7 YouTube streams. You can see all my different angles that I have. I have a ceiling cam. I've seen a lot of my cameras already. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, some with as many followers as 50,000 followers. I have 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have 2,000, over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. So when this goes viral, which eventually it will with enough time, it's going to be like the world's biggest treasure hunt for any of Rabbi's data and any of Rabbi's content. So, Puppy GF, you should know that you are a part of history. And you should also know I was going to find you. I'd seen you posting in my YouTube, and I was going to tell you to come in here because I'd like to meet you. So you beat to the punch. So with that's a little bit about me, Puppy GF. Tell me about you. What are your favorite things in the world? What are your hobbies?
I like to role play.
Okay. What?
Take care of my grandmother.
Excellent. Heck, I have other people in here who take care of their family. You like role play? What kind of role play?
Maid Cafe.
Okay. Please tell me what's Maid Cafe.
Oh, it's like a stereotypical role play. As such, I'm furry, so yeah, I'm a very Maid Cafe girl.
Okay. Very well. Okay, so is this PG role playing or okay? Very well. So okay, so you like to role cat
No,
as a dog?
Okay.
Excellent. And do you actually wear the costume too?
Yes, I just took off my ears.
Oh no way! Wow, very cool. All right, so I should have known puppy would be your desired type of costume. Okay, so how long have you been doing that?
Oh, since teen years, so half my life.
Okay, so you're like an OG furry role player. Excellent.
Yeah.
I think that community is going to explode soon, and I would like to help it. I think it's an interesting group of people, and
Yeah, furries have their own community.
Oh, I know they do. Yeah, it's amazing. You have different conventions and different parties, and I think it's interesting. There's some anonymity about it that people enjoy, and then there's just the creativity. I think there's some really cool aspects of it. If anything, I've worn those suits before. The furry suits are like a mascot suit. Oh, very hot. They're very hot. So, if anything, I'd like to improve the world of ventilation. So, excellent. All right. Do you play any games?
To fix my fursuit, and I adopted a bunny boy, and his nose fell off.
Oh no. Okay, that's really unfortunate. Okay, I'm seeing him. Oh, how did the nose fall off?
It was already off when I got. I can't really complain.
Yeah.
Just
Absolutely. Okay, so aside from being a puppy role player, if you could be any other kind of furry, what would it be?
My main persona is a unicorn.
I was just gonna say, I think that would be a really cool one. That's the one I was just gonna say. All right, so you got the horn and everything.
All my phones are broken. It's not concerning me.
Okay. Well, no big deal. Um. Okay. So, what is a type of furry that you've never seen?
I think of any right now.
Like just about everything as well. And I'm not even in the. Um. Okay. What is the coolest one you've ever seen?
Birds, all birds. They're so fun.
Okay. Have you ever seen a peacock?
That's a great question.
I asked it.
I don't think so.
Okay. So that would be a cool thing. Talk. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Aside from furries and role playing, what do you like to do? You like to play games?
The only game player ones on Discord. I practically live on Discord. That's why I've been in the channel with you a lot.
Excellent. Well,
That's just right now.
well, you can live in here with me if you want. I've got other people who live in here with me. And as you know, I'm always like, I've got to be honest with you. I never really pay attention to people in those Discord. I'm live in quite a few different. Live in what? 1, 2, 3, 5, like a bunch of different Discords. So there are always people who think that that's the only Discord I'm in and that I'm paying attention to them, but in no way, you know how it is. But yeah, then you found my YouTube and I'm like, oh, this person's got a great personality. I see what they're doing. So you like to play the Discord games. What are your favorite Discord games to play?
So when it comes to other people joining me, Pet Party, and Blackjack.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I love Pup Party as well. That's a good one.
And then when I'm usually by myself, when I don't care if play with other people, both the Hexa active because there's 2, and Merges Kingdom. I know it sounds so cliche. The mom games.
That's okay. Anytime you want to play Pup Party, you let me know. We'll get that started.
Okay, are activities usable in here or no? Yes, they are.
Yeah, I just gonna say they should be. And I'll play blackjack if you ever want to play as well.
Check me doodle ding dong. Yes.
Excellent. You want to play blackjack now?
Blackjack now? Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Everybody happy.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna join with my other account.
Alright, take your time. And hello, everyone.
Yes. So our other friends in here we play games. We play games on another app together, and then a lot of people sleep in here. They just like to know that they're not alone in the world. So that's definitely an opportunity. Okay, so I'm looking for blackjack, and I still find it. All right, launch. All right.
Yay!
All right. Here we go. Unity. Welcome to Blackjack. New to Blackjack, check out the rules page. Okay, join. All right. Are you in?
Oh yeah.
There you are. Okay. Do we play with other people?
Yeah, anybody can join one of this page, and it always comes back to this little lobby page. Anybody can join.
Okay.
Anytime it's on this one specifically. Okay, ready.
Ready. I'm pressing ready. There we go. Oh, you've got really good cards. So you're gonna stand. I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna hit again. 17. I'm gonna stand. Get him, bust. Excellent. Okay, and we bet. How much money?
Yeah, and that's where anybody can join.
Right. Oh, did I get a blackjack? And you did too. We won.
Of course, this game is rigged.
Oh, it's rigged?
But, yeah, you won.
Excellent. After this, can we play Pup Party?
Wonderful idea.
Excellent.
I don't really have a great attention span for like the long tournament, which is like a casual game.
That's okay. Oh, bust. All right. Do you go to furry parties?
100% yes.
Excellent.
I left the blackjack so it worked.
Oh, okay. All right. So I think I have to play this round, maybe. Oh, game modes? No. Do you know how I exit? I'll figure it out. All right. Wow. I guess I just. Okay. Club party. All right. Do I have to send you an invite? Copy.
No, I'm in. You look so cozy.
Oh, I totally am cozy. I'm the king of comfort.
Yes, me too. Very cozy.
Excellent. I love the word cozy. All right. We're doing casual.
Yes.
Okay.
Any of them, I don't care.
All right. Choosing to. I haven't played this in a while. We've been playing on a different app. We play mini golf, but it's just a little different. So you don't have to like have your device silent. It's depending on choosing 10. Here we go. Okay, this one gets fancy. Oh, give it to me. Hold. Oh, hole in one. Oh, look at you going down the ramp. Go, win, win, win. All right. Here we go. Oh, get in the hole. Get in the hole. Look at you. Good job, puppy.
I'm trying.
Are you a competitive individual?
Nah,
Easy going?
I'd
Uh-oh.
like to think so.
Uh-oh.
Gotcha.
Oh no. I went off the baby. Oh, are you serious? Don't do that. Ooh. All right. That was not a good bye. Come on, give it to me. Ooh, good job. All right. Victory. That's all right. You ready? You're terrible. Yeah, right. You're really good. You ready to go again?
Sure.
Excellent. Casual?
Yes, please.
Excellent. How about Maxington?
Sure.
Oh, get up there. Hey, you had a good drive. Get in. Good job. All right, puppy. Here we go. Oh, you had a good shot. People play this in Negro World?
Absolutely.
Oh, good to know. Stream?
Only just to get on cam.
Only just to get, but you don't like do YouTube or anything?
Nah, not really.
Okay.
If I just find something so interesting, like usually bugs or furries,
Okay.
then I'll upload. Yeah.
Ooh. Oh no, bad putt. Bad. Make it. Do you have a career?
Right now I'm a full-time e-girl because my car doesn't work and I'm usually a delivery driver. So until I get, enough to fix my car, I'm just full-time e-girl.
Excellent. I'm a full-time e-girl too. You're in good company.
Don't you have E-Boy on your E-World profile?
I may. Do I?
It should. I have to look. So yeah, E-World. You need yours anyway.
Okay, very well. All right, ready to go again?
Nah, but thank you.
Okay. In any other games?
I think I'm gonna do some art stuffs, and I'll be streaming and but thank you so much for the invite. Thanks for being welcoming.
100%. You know you're always welcome here. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Okay, puppy?
Cool, awesome.
Okay. Don't be a stranger. Shout out to puppy. Okay. So you were talking about ching chang chong and how that's bad. Yeah. I'm gonna make that Hebrew. We'll make it something cool in Hebrew. All right. Well, just don't say it. I guess is the best thing to say. But I don't mean it to be bad. How about chicken scratch? That's Hebrew. That's what I call Hebrew. You really feel bad about this, don't you? Well, how do you fix it? Well, people should know. I look like Asian people. Just to I don't mean it in a bad way. Have you ever met an Asian person you don't like? Really? And I have a lot of Asian people in my family. Like way more than most people. We love Asian people so much we make them parts of it. So you feel badly? Yeah, I mean, I don't mean it. I didn't mean it. Look who it is, puppy. How you?
What's your horoscope sign?
What's my horoscope sign? It is Capricorn.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm a Sagittarius. So you're like the answer.
Very well, and we have Miss Aquarius who's into that, and she, of course, is an Aquarius.
Are you a December Capricorn or January?
December.
Okay, cool. You're a December Sagittarius.
Very well. I don't normally do this because I my maximum amount of friends, but we're already friends. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's why I came in. And then anytime someone comes into the wish and you're in an ego world, I said that's my friend.
There you go. Well, you got that 100%. Oh, and you've got a SoundCloud. Is it good?
I'm sorry. Oh, One Piece.
You've got a SoundCloud.
Oh, SoundCloud. Oh, sorry. I want to get One Piece for you. Yeah, my SoundCloud's all over the place.
That's all right. Do you know what Sora is?
Yeah, I have an account.
Have you been playing with it?
Yes, to use my character, my ego, make it as a matter of fact.
Excellent. And do you have fun with it?
Just making my character move around and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it too. I just started using it, and I like to put myself in scenes with popular people of the past, like Elvis and Tupac and Einstein and that kind of stuff.
I love that for you.
It's fun. Okay, well, good. I'm glad you know about that. I'm not teaching you anything. Okay, you said something, and I need, if you would, okay, so you first said you're an e-girl on what platform? What is this platform?
Oh, Discord.
Just Discord, okay. Oh, okay. And, but you're not on any other platform?
Yeah, but that's where mainly all the furries are.
Okay, very well. All right. Do you like, what movies do you like?
Oh, I have a whole list of movies that I want to see.
Same here. What are some of them?
Oh, okay, all right. Passengers. I don't know what year that came out. Teen Witch, Daisies from 1966, The Mag from 1973, Serial Mom, The Room, and the Disaster movie,
Okay.
which is the parody of The Room.
Yeah. Okay.
These are things I want to see.
Okay. So The Room. That's different than Room, which like came out the same year or something.
Oh, what? Really?
Yeah, Room is a really good movie. It was up for an Academy Award. It's about a woman who is kidnapped with her child in a room, and like the whole movie takes place in just one room, and
Oh, wow.
it's like them trying to escape. It's a wild movie. Okay, and then what?
Sounds very movie.
Oh, it's like those. It's a creepy situation, but I do my best on the stream to watch all of the Academy Award nominees for Best Picture and do like a marathon of that. And then I've watched every Academy Award winning film since since 1929 on here, including like The Aviator and like ones no one has like ever heard of. But basically to make this the biggest media compilation in global history. So I also sing karaoke. And do you sing karaoke?
I don't mind.
Okay, cool. What kind of music do you like?
Mine's all over. If you go on my SoundCloud, you'll see. I like SoundCloud stuff, so I like unknown things that are not popular, but that are not really known.
What's your favorite kind of music?
Music.
Yeah. In my opinion, there's only
usually with piano.
okay. Like music, like with lyrics and piano, or just instrumentals.
She actually did the theme song for one of the most popular Netflix series, Orange is the New Black.
Oh, I have a section of Discord that's dedicated to Orange is the New Black. I have a really big Discord.
That?
Yeah, exactly. And some days some will enjoy that Discord channel. Okay. What are your thoughts on this? Is my favorite kind of music, so I'm partial to it. What are your thoughts on soul music?
Do you mean like blues?
Okay, so listen, I mean like Motown music. I mean like 70s. Like even get into disco music. I like that kind of music.
When I hear stuff like that, I just think about Ray Charles and all.
Okay, well I can understand. I enjoy that kind of music. I think of love. It's a lot of love songs. Do you like 60s music?
I like the Beatles.
Okay, perfect. That was my next question. What's your favorite Beatles song?
Because
Okay, beautiful. Who's your favorite Beatle?
Yoko Ono.
Okay, I like Yoko Ono as well. Have you ever seen Yoko Ono sing with Chuck Berry and John Lennon?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Um, I like Yoko Ono as well. Okay, the Rolling Stones.
I don't recognize them if the song played,
Okay.
but like I probably heard it before.
Yeah,
I probably
most-
would be like, no, this is the Rolling Stones.
Okay, do you know the song Satisfaction? I can't get no satisfaction. It's okay.
No.
It's okay if you don't know it. All right. What are your thoughts on like 80s hair bands? 80s hair bands.
Like Blondie.
Yeah, all that stuff.
I like Call Me.
Oh, excellent. Do you,
And I like Cyndi Lauper.
excellent. I do as well. I like both of them. Do you like Madonna?
Yeah, she's okay. Classic icon.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I'm not in love with her, but I get that. Okay. Do you like 90s alternative?
Absolutely. Godsmack. Damn. What's in my head? All that stuff. Girl Jam.
Yeah. Okay. Do you like pop music, like boy bands, girl bands, that kind of stuff?
I like Katy Perry.
Okay. Katy Perry song.
Hucked.
Punked.
Or 369.
Okay. Yeah, I like that song.
365. One of those 365. I think all the time. Yeah. Okay.
Excellent. What other pop icons do you like?
I Lil Nas.
Okay. Like Old Town Road kind of deal? I know that's like his most popular song. Yeah, no, I know who that is. Okay. What are your thoughts on Elton?
Oh yeah. Is he the one that said this girl is too young to be singing out?
That's correct.
Is that him?
Yeah, absolutely. That's
Yeah.
that's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road.
Oh yes, that's it. Oh my goodness, that song.
Yeah, that's it. I love Elton John. So there's a movie coming out on Friday. I love music biographies. So like the movie Rocket Man came out, and then the movie Bob Dylan's like Rolling Stone or whatever.
Across the Universe was pretty good trip.
Oh no, I love that movie. That is one of the most underrated movies, of all time. I love that movie.
The French Bird died.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the Beatles movie, right?
Yeah, Across the Universe.
Yeah,
pretty sure.
Absolutely, that's 100% right. It's beautiful. I thought that movie was absolutely.
That's why I like the song, because I like their cover.
Yeah, they had some really good covers in that movie. My favorite was of that movie, the covers that they had. They had they had I Am a Walrus, which was amazing with Bono. If you remember that, that was trippy. And then I like they did Happiness is a Warm Drum, which was amazing, in like a hospital scene with Salma Hayek. That was amazing. And okay, so this Friday, the Bruce Springsteen movie comes out, and I'm gonna check that out on some site probably.
I was gonna also an honorable mention when he was getting sent to the military.
Yeah.
He was like, you guys do flat feet, blah blah blah. And then what is it? Something like that. It's like, I want you.
Yeah, want you so bad.
Oh my! I watched that on repeat so many times on YouTube.
You mean Uncle Sam?
Uncle Sam. I don't know where the Uncle Tom's from.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Uncle Tom's a different thing. But yeah, Uncle Sam. That's okay. And yeah, so if I understand correctly, Yeah, that was all done, I think, without CGI. Maybe just like really rudimentary uh, CGI, but it to me looked like so different that they used and everything. It was amazing. And then they pushed those guys off to Vietnam, and then they come back in like body bags. Like it was just very symbolic. All of those different things that they
Oh
used.
yes, absolutely. They went in on that. It's like they crammed so much. I like how the song is just song.
Yeah.
The track itself for the original, but I like it that they put it for the army scene and they smashed together with the girl looking at the couple or whatever, and she's like, "I want you,
Right.
I want you so bad." Yeah, oh my gosh,
Exactly.
all across the board.
Was it? Is that girl's name Prudence?
Oh, and she's the one that stuck herself in the closet.
Yeah, and doesn't she come in through the bathroom though? I think so.
There was a lot going on, yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's been 2 years since I've seen that. Well, like 19 or 18. I was like the only person in the theater because like it's opening weekend and not a lot about it. And I was
Yeah, it wasn't as popular as it should be.
exactly. Oh, I have a funny story about it. So the second time that I went to go see it, may or may not have been. I had mushrooms, and there's a scene, like a very empowering scene. It's very, very like it's such a powerful scene where they're singing. It's like in Detroit, and they're singing "Let It Be," and there's this little boy singing "Let It Be," and it's like this really powerful scene. Well, at the time, unfortunately, this was again 18 or 19 years ago. I would know better now, but my phone had fallen out of my pocket, and somebody called me during this really powerful scene. And again, we were on mushrooms, and we were laughing so hard that I couldn't find my phone. It fell between the seats, and it was just this mad dash trying to get this phone and silence it. It was not my proudest moment, and it couldn't have been during like a more serious part of the movie. And it's just a beautiful scene, but apologies to those people who were in the theater who I may have ruined it for, who may have ruined that scene. But yeah, an amazing movie. Okay. Um, what other older movies haven't you seen that you want to see?
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Rubber, Kill Your Darlings, Pierrot Le Fou, a 1965, I'm guessing French
film. Okay.
Gun.
Wait, you haven't seen? Hold on. Beep. Hold on. You haven't seen Top Gun?
I haven't seen Top Gun.
Oh, you're missing out. It's almost like a musical. It's a beautiful movie. Okay.
Gross.
Oh, you don't like musicals? We were just talking about a musical. It's great.
Oh no, I don't like a very kind of musical. It's literally I didn't know that Top Gun was like wow.
No. It's got like two famous songs from it. It's not a lot of music. It's 3 songs. 3 big 80s songs come from it. There's Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins.
Okay.
You've Lost That Love and Feeling, Righteous Brothers, and Eternal by Atomic Kitty. Not Eternal Flame. Hold on.
Is it good?
Take My Breath Away. Oh, by Berlin. Yeah. So those are 3 really like. It's not a musical. They just sing one song, and that's You've Lost That Love and Feeling, and it's appropriate. So, okay. But yeah,
It's a classic.
excellent. Okay, well, apologies for the interruption. Keep going.
Oh, Rammstein Angel or Angel? I guess that's like another language. Melina, Dog Day Afternoon, Frankenhooker, 1990. In Haunted Hill, 1959. So I'm Married to Murder, Gone with the Wind.
You've Gone with the Wind. Yeah.
A Christmas Story, 1983.
Hold on. Hattie Mc. She's in Gone with the Wind, and she takes the movie. She was the first African American Academy Award winner for that.
Curious. Eraserhead. It's all about the Benjamins. Wanders. Powder. Sling Blade. The Wool. Black Venus. Words on bathroom walls. Actually, I might have seen it on there. The Boys in the Band. Black Sheep. I got a dog afternoon twice.
Black Sheep with Tommy, with
Wow, I really need to
Chris
see it.
Chris Farley and David Spade. That Black Sheep.
Steak. A thin line between love and hate. Flight of the Navigator. Idiocracy. I think it's
Oh, that's a great one and a cult classic. You haven't seen it? Okay.
But
Yeah.
I love that lady that plays Hormone Monsters in the Netflix series Big Mouth. Oh, what's her name? She's such a cute name too. Oh well. Pearl Explained, Where the Heart Is. Jeddah, 1955, and Apocalypse Now.
Okay.
The
Classic.
Kid Who Would Be King. Michael featuring John Travolta.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Okay, Uptown Girl.
Okay.
3,000 Years of Longing. Oh, I got to go up there. I've seen it, and it is spectacular. 3,000 Years of Longing. Idris Elba. And
Okay. Very well. Just one moment, puppy. Yo, Labisma, how are you? Labisma, if I may ask, how old are you?
Anyone, what's up?
How you living, big dog?
Living good, living good. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me?
I gotta find out about you.
Yeah.
You know, somebody whispered into my ear.
Yeah, was it Aiden Ross's server?
Something like that.
All right. What's good in your world, big dog?
Money.
Right? Lots of it? Lots of money?
Yeah.
Excellent. What are your interests? What do you like to do?
I just started cutting hair.
Oh, that's great.
Streaming.
Excellent. And you want to get into streaming? Okay. What platforms do you want to stream?
I'm streaming right now. Okay.
Oh, amazing. Okay, well, I'm well known on those. Labisma, we have our friend here, Puppy. She was just telling us some movies that she likes, or that she wants to see, actually. Labisma, what kind of movies you like?
Tilda Swinton.
Okay.
I think I'm saying her name right. Tilda Swinton.
That's the one whose name you like?
Oh, she's the one that's in 1,000 Years of Longing with Idris Elba.
Very well. I love Idris Elba. I think he does a great job.
We all love Idris Elba.
Yeah.
All right.
And then again, she's not a lot of thrillers, like shoot things not type shit.
Okay. Yeah. I gotcha. Okay, very well. Labisma, you like Idris Elba. What's your favorite Idris Elba work?
It's like, give me like 20 seconds to search the movie up.
Take your time, big dog. Back to Puppy.
Was it him with Thor? I like seeing him as a guardian of some type of like watchtower portal or whatever in Asgard. That was really cool.
I think it's amazing how he can sound like an American even though he's British.
Absolutely.
He was
I
great.
also like him in Hot Ones.
Oh, okay.
Alright, you ready?
Yes, sir.
My top movies I like Idris Elba. It gotta be. I'm gonna say Pacific Rim, Luther, and The Wire.
Okay, I was just gonna say he's amazing.
And,
Wire.
and His Little Girl. Those are my four.
Do you ever see him in The Office? He has a cameo in The Office.
Oh yeah, I saw a little clip of it on Facebook.
Yeah, he does really, really well. Is it the clip goes, I know the effect that I have on women?
That might have been it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it might have been a blooper where he's, trying to laugh.
Oh, okay.
Bailed.
Yeah, excellent. All right.
Yeah, Brad, you streaming right now?
Yeah, dude, on 22 YouTube streams simultaneously.
You got like different cameras all around?
Yeah. In the upper corner of this Discord, there's a circle that says 24/7 streams. Go to that link and you'll see this conversation happening in 22 different views.
What the fuck?
You've never seen anybody with as many live streams as I have, big dog.
No, I haven't. How the fuck did you do that?
I'm a magician, my friend.
Anything you do can be found on TikTok. Time to look.
All right, I mean, I can teach you how to do it. It's just multi-streaming. Which you're
On
already...
every platform, though?
Yeah, I'm live on everything but Kick. Because I've been banned from Kick. Because I have created over 10,000 accounts to spam people. But yeah, I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Google. I'm on Odyssey. You ask anybody on Kick who has more than 100 concurrent followers, they know who I am. I've been interviewed by the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, the number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord, number one streamer all time in I Show Sweet's Discord, number one streamer all time in Kaisenot's Discord. Just basically, if it's a big time stream, they'll let you stream in their Discord. I stream them. So that's what I do. But yeah, my whole life, you can go back for the last 3.5 years and watch it basically 24/7.
I thought you said you was the biggest streamer.
I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So, in terms of data, yeah. In terms of followers, I don't really get into that because I can lose an account. Excellent, puppy. I can lose an account at any given time, but the data is archived. Yeah. I'm the biggest hoarder, basically, that any platform's ever seen.
And you don't go for followers?
No. I mean, I have like 50,000 on Twitch, like 10,000 on Instagram, and like thousands on TikTok, but I don't really pay attention to it. I mean, I've got like over 2,000 people in this Discord, but again, I don't really pay attention to the numbers just because it's really easy to bot yourself or just get followers that way.
You said to buy?
Yeah, you just buy followers.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And the thing that like is difficult for me is I will be streaming and then I lose my account for copyright infringement or just like any numerous spam, sometimes they say. And then I lose that account. And then once I lose the account, I lose all the followers. So I don't really pay attention to followers.
I was going to go to TwitchCon. It's like right down the street from my house, but I just stay at home.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. What do you like to stream?
To be honest, I really just got into streaming. My homies said I should start streaming, but I was like, I don't really know.
All right. Do you multi-stream? Like you're simultaneously on Kick and Twitch?
Nah. I usually stream. I still usually stream on Twitch, and then when I go out, I stream on Kick.
Okay, why don't you multi-stream? So why don't you live on all of them simultaneously?
How would I do that from my phone?
You can do it through Rumble Studio. So you create a Rumble account, just like creating a YouTube, Twitch, or Kick account, and they have something called Rumble Studio, and you put the RTMP, which stands for Real Stream addresses in it, and then you don't even need to do that. You basically just log in with your Kick account, your Twitch account, your YouTube account, box all of those in, and then you press go live from the Rumble Studio, and it goes live on all of them simultaneously. It's free.
But you don't wait. So you go to bed without your streams on or not?
100%, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I get people who come in from different areas of the world 24/7, so I make sure to be able to doc. I want to always people the opportunity to reach out to me. Even when I'm asleep, I give people the opportunity to ask me any questions they want and I'll answer them in the morning. So if I were you, I would create a Rumble account and then just use their feature that's called Rumble Studio that lets you multi-stream, and then you can multi-stream on Kick and Twitch and YouTube all at the same time, and Rumble. And the reason why no, and the reason why I say that is it merges all of your chats into one chat, so that you don't have to keep checking platforms, and then you get 4 times the amount of people watching you.
Is there a way that I can set up?
And like OBS?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do it with a virtual camera. So basically, you could all set up the way that you want in OBS, and then you press turn on your virtual camera, and then from Rumble, you just use the virtual camera as your camera, and then you've got all the things in there: how many followers you have, if people follow you, it does all the animations, all that stuff. There are also.
Make like an OBS for the phone.
I agree. They also have on OBS a multi-stream widget that you can download, so you could multi-stream directly from OBS as well. I don't find it to be as good though. Some people do. I have friends who really like it. It just depends on your preferences. I personally really like Rumble Studio because I can stream from a phone, I can stream from a laptop, I can stream from a desktop, I can stream from a Chromebook. All I have to do is just basically get to a web page, and it'll stream on multiple platforms simultaneously. I find it to be really nice.
How many angles do you have set up? You said 25?
22 on YouTube. All in all, if you include Discord and everything, 33.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a big deal, son.
I think I'm only in a master's thing.
Discord?
Yeah.
All right. Why aren't you in others?
But I've only met him once.
When did you meet him?
About a year ago.
How'd you meet him?
I was in LA. And after that, I went on deployment. And he told me like I should join the Discord instead. I sent the Discord. Walked off.
Yeah, and then ghosted you. He met me about a year and a half ago, and I didn't know who he was. and he brought a bunch of people in the stream, which is cool. And he's like, "So your whole life is online?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Would you put your ID online?" I'm like, "My ID's already online." And I went and got my wallet, put my ID online, and my driver's license. And he's like, "How about your passport?" And I showed him my passport. He's like, no way, you really are that doxxed. I'm like, yeah, absolutely.
Jesus.
Word, dog.
When you're like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's no different than I'd normally live my life. I'd be just chilling with people and meeting new people and just watching podcasts and listening to podcasts and watching movies and documentaries and things. Why not live stream it?
Why don't you do like a live stream of you reacting to like 30 different angles and reacting to things?
I do. I mean, like I watch the NFL. Those are reaction videos. I watch podcasts. Those are reaction videos. My whole life is essentially a reaction to the world.
You ever like you ever have these cameras like around the house?
So I do some IRL streaming, and I do sometimes stream from the bathroom. Um, so I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California I've streamed.
Oh, so you're
We're dog based out of Irvine.
so what?
Based out of Irvine.
What the fuck?
Irvine, it's like the capital of Orange County.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
You know where Irvine is, dog? Dog, have you ever heard of Disneyland?
Yeah.
All right.
I
No, it's in Orange County.
don't know. I'm not from Cali. I'm from North Carolina, but I live in San Diego.
Okay, tight. Yeah, I've streamed in La Jolla. I've streamed down there. It's beautiful. All right. So, yeah, I do some IRL streaming, but frankly, you get disconnects and you always have to worry about power banks and lighting and stuff. That's just easier to do desktop streams. Especially when you're going through as much.
Oh, when your phone's about to die and shit?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And phones overheat. I mean, I get like if you just leave your phone out in the sun or in your hand, it'll get that temperature thing that goes off, and then you gotta wait for it to cool down. And battery dies, so you need phone bank. And then if it's at night, lighting, and then data. My big thing is data. Like I will be streaming, but if I'm streaming from a bunch of different platforms simultaneously over the course of a day, I'll go through a month's worth of data.
You don't got
I do, but it slows it down.
limited. My shit don't ever slow down.
It does. You just you're not doing like constant. Like if you go out and you stream live for 12 hours a day, you'll eventually get somewhat limited. You may not think it, but you will. It's in your contract that it says that we can throttle you. Yeah, but I've done it with like I even bought 4 different phone lines or 4 different phones with unlimited plans just to stream my life outside. And
That's just crazy.
word dog is a huge bill. It's like a $300 a month bill. But
That's crazy.
Word,
The
dog.
thing is, like, for me, like, listening to this, like, we're paying all this money, but you don't care about views. Like me, I care about views. Like, if I was to stream, like, I did my 3rd stream of the month, which I'm gonna start, like, creating scheduled stream and stuff. But I did one stream a couple days ago. I had 64 viewers. And
simultaneously?
yeah, simultaneously.
Oh, that's great.
But the thing is, like, the only reason I have 64 viewers is because, like, I use the same exact talking method from TikTok that I use on Twitch, which I feel like I need to change my talking method up. But at the same time, like, it gets me views, but at the same time, like, those views don't always stay. It's not the same amount of views. You have to always keep going and grab people's attention.
Yeah, I mean,
So
you
for
just
me, it's views. It's off those views on Twitch. Like, after you hit 200 or something, you can do something like that.
yeah. I mean, again, if you're motivated by the views, then you have to play to the algorithm. I am not. Fortunately, I built some financial independence through launching of apps on the App Store and Google Play. I'm a certified project management professional, so I've made money that way. And so long as I live within my means, I don't need to worry about doing this for money.
Okay, so what do you really do?
Uh, I'm a full-time streamer. Uh, but previous to this, got a certified project management professional certification. I've also worked in startups, and we've launched very successful apps on the App Store and Google Play. It's allowed me financial independence from living off of that. That's how I bought all this
You
stuff.
got your house?
Uh, I'm doing all right for myself.
Wait, so you got your house?
I'm doing all right for myself. So that's what I do, big dog. So you want to be a full-time streamer?
To be honest, it would be fun. Like if I could find like the time to do full-time streamer or stream enough to get enough views to make a certain amount of money. But at the same time, I feel as if like for me, like the way of my life, like it's to me, I really for like the money and shit, like money cool and shit, like it's like a motive, it's a motivating thing, but at the same time, like everything happens, like it's happening every day for me. Like after I get off work, it's like constantly everything. I feel like I should be streaming these things.
Yeah, exactly. Are you going to try to do the Kick Partner program?
I don't even know what that is.
That's where they pay you like $1 an hour to stream.
It's at $14 stream.
$14 an hour.
That doesn't sound that bad.
In addition to all the subscriptions you get and donations, so they pay you an hourly rate to stream on there. There are some caveat characteristics you need to be able to do that. Like I think you need 75 followers, which is easy to get. You need to stream 30 hours a month, which isn't usually that difficult. And then you need the hard one is concurrent streamers, just concurrent viewers. You need at least 100 concurrent viewers. But if you're able to get that, um, they'll pay, and you do it over the course of a few months. They will pay you an hourly rate to stream. So every time you stream, you generate revenue just from Kick paying you to do it. I know a guy who's bought 2 cars doing it.
I'll check it out. That sounds like a lot, though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm in the military, so like my time is really limited to certain things. That's one of the main reasons I don't have a set schedule on streaming.
I understand.
Like I have a whole setup, like 2 streams, like dual monitor, fucking voice pad, a mic, I have a lighting. I have a lot. Like I have my whole room set up to stream, but I don't stream.
Okay, why not?
Just don't have the time.
Okay. Are you in Pendleton?
No, I'm in San Diego.
All right. I mean, that's basically Pendleton.
Oh, Coronado.
Oh, okay. You're in the Navy?
Yeah.
Oh, very well. Well, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
All right. Well, once you retire, you do the whenever you want. Maybe you'll make enough money and be able to leave the military.
I'm gonna go brush my teeth and then head to bed and see about the stuff I bought for my streaming stuff tomorrow.
Okay, big dog. Well, You know I'm always live, so feel free to jump in here whenever you're bored, and we'll chill. Okay? Excellent. Take care, big dog. Pleasure to meet you.
You have a nice one.
You too. So, are you done saying your thing? Well, my family's kind of Asian in a lot of ways, so I feel like I should get a slide. It's like an N-word slide. Yeah, but you can't just start something. You gotta have it work with somebody and be like, "Hey, dog, this is cool in our culture." Anyway, do you feel badly? Yeah, that more like so bad that you want to cry. No, but I don't mean it to be offensive. That's the thing. Intent doesn't matter. Interpretation's all that matters. I think that's a bullshit thing.
Before they didn't do athletics, I was in band, so that was my path. Yeah, I learned how to play. Here's a story. So I learned how to play clarinet, right? Because I just when I first saw a clarinet, I'm like, that looks so complicated. I want to learn it. So I remember I got to the point. You can tell me more about this. His first chair is the number one player. Yeah, you know that's like the starters. Yeah, first chair. That's what everyone wants. So I did clarinet so well that I was like second chair, third chair, but then we had this like huge thing where we had like the first chair, and I did it better than anyone else. Everyone in the class knew it. About just cheering with I forgot what they call it. Like the closer, no, you're still gonna be second chair, and everyone's like, what? This was Asian? No. He could tell I wasn't reading the music. you could tell I was just going off of, I literally just go off the sound. Yeah, no, I learned it to a certain extent, but I'm like, I know how to play this without going through all the things. So I played it. Oh, wow. So I shared that first show, but he's like, no, you need to actually, especially because you're playing with an orchestra, so you have to kind of be on time. He just, that's his thing. I think he should have been second child. Yeah, you're trying to freestyle it. Yeah, I don't like that. Freestyling my fucking. But with the singing thing, I remember this dude, his group, they practice like crazy, and I feel like I practice a lot too. But yeah, it's that one thing where you say like some people just are more naturally. You know what I think is amazing is conductors can like listen to a whole symphony. Here they go. The second violin's out. Yeah. So Barbara Streisand apparently came in and she was listening to the song. She goes, "Get rid of the second horn. It's not good." She knew her shit. She knew her shit like that. They were like, "What?" Yeah. Like second horn doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. I don't know if that's true, but I heard that story. It was pretty wild. And then some kid like I remember my brother, I think freshman year, he was like, "Fuck this. He's too much work." Or what? Football. Like sports. Like, fuck it. Oh yeah, but there's certain guys. I think it's like 75% of kids stop playing baseball or sports at like 13. Because that's when it gets serious. Well, that's when it gets really serious. It's like, all right, I'm gonna go down this road and go to high school, college. I think a lot of kids. Did you watch the Giants Broncos game?
Brendan Schaub just kept interrupting the entire episode. However, the most disturbing thing is the line. Brendan Schaub, I think, has convinced himself that he was some highly touted pro athlete, in which he was not. Brendan Schaub was never recruited. He was never offered a sports scholarship. He had to walk on to a college football team, and then the NFL never talked to him. I think he showed up outside of a practice squad one day and told him to screw. And he had like 3 fights left and got his ass kicked out quick. He makes it sound as if he was this superstar pro athlete. He wasn't. He was never all nation, all nothing, none of that. Ended up in MMA proves he wasn't a pro athlete. Because if you were an actual pro athlete, you wouldn't end up fighting. I know the MMA guys who like MMA get heated when I say that, but it's the truth. If you end up in MMA, it's because if you're like a heavyweight and stuff, especially back when Chop got into it, it's because you failed that real sports and you had to end up fighting. Like I said, there was no MMA. All those MMA guys would become wrestlers. That's what a bunch of wrestlers were. A bunch of big guys who failed at other sports who had to end up wrestling because they didn't want to just be bouncers at strip clubs like Kevin Nash and stuff. But he really thinks he was a high-level pro athlete, and he wasn't. He's just a big dummy who's not at it. He also raced to Chappelle Lacey, and then he blew out his hamstrings. Like, come on, dude. He's not bigger fast at all. But, what are your thoughts in the comments?
So the biggest direction. Is that a regular rattlesnake? You see his head? That's a regular. Here's the thing. He was in right now. Someone went down so they don't use their rattlers. The other one died. He was in rattler. This one was a rattler. That scares me. But he has rattlers. Now, I'm on the side of kill him so he'll come back, but my father-in-law who caught this one decided to let it go across the way. And he's just going to come back. Well, I don't know. It's not going to make a dent if you kill it. It's not too big or something. It's small snake. Big enough. Big enough. It's a big one. Yeah, it's a big one. Last week you did without a line. Yes, I did. Yes, you should. I like it. That's not good. That's not good. At night, you can't take care of your kids. You know what I appreciate is I sent you in the group chat the second, third rattlesnake that shot me in the yard. It was a bad right door. That's a viper. And by the way, very dangerous. Right? So they keep showing up. Man, I don't know what's going on. We talked to an expert. They think there's a nest near the crib, and our house is in this. Unless the other houses, so they think because it's darker, they don't like the light. There's a bunch of lights. They have light. So you have a rattlesnake in a nest because you've had three now. So that's a lot of snakes. I know our neighbors, like 2 years down, it's like I've lived there 6 years. I've never seen one. They have 3 in less than 2 months. They're big too. Big boys. Maybe I say that shit. So the biggest directional is that a regular rattlesnake? You see his head? That's a regular. That's a here's the thing. He was in right now. Someone went down so they don't use their rattlers. The other one died. He was in rattler. This one was a rattler. That scared me. But he has rattler. You were in Utah with the fam. I went to Utah with the family. It's cut early to go. I cut early to do my Patreon for free. Hey, good afternoon. I didn't leave until midnight. This is my brother Tiger was in with the 90s pitch at 9:45 at night. Now at Monday, I can tell you, I know you're tired, but you need, buddy. It was about 8 minutes. That's too late. Yeah, and because shows 18. I don't know. Sometimes shit just happens. Schedule didn't get delayed. They push back. They're the later games. And then the way they discipline you is if you get the high seating, you're like 8 a.m. games Sunday. So since we lost both of them, I don't know that because shit, we deserve it. What do you mean it was? It'll be that early seat. How early is like, we'll get here about 7 a.m. What? We got home at 11:30. We're tired at 5. Seriously, Rabbi? You're just throwing at me. Excuse me. What was that? Seriously, Rabbi? You're just throwing at me. Ever since Rabbi Rothschild started streaming his classes. Excuse me. What was that? Seriously, Rabbi? You're just throwing at me. Excuse me. What was that? Seriously, Rabbi? You're just throwing at me. Yeah, an amazing book. Gotcha. I had a question for you guys. Did you guys compete in, like, sports and stuff when you grow up and get first place? Yeah. What was that? Judo and but I mean, you know, again, it was high school, but when I was young, judo was the first time I won a tournament. I remember when I was in, and it wasn't like a big thing, but my teacher, my coach was an Olympic medalist, actually, a gold medalist in Japan heavyweight. And it was the first time I realized I was kind of good at judo. Like I could roll, I don't know, I was kind of coordinated. It was the first time I was like, shit, I can kind of do this. That's why I wrestled in high school in my States. But when you're young and you're competing, it's terrifying. I tried my best. Like, that was the first time I really did, and I did all right for somebody. Of course, I was fighting guys my weight class and all that, but that's a seminal moment for a young man, because it doesn't matter. You're competing against what you're competing. Yeah. Did you, Jim? Yes, I did. Mine's obviously music. So I competed in a heavy metal band when I was in my band, that metal band's kind of thing. So we got first place, and then I got to singing on a day. Then we won first place years later for singing. Also, when I was 19, 20, I won the Taekwondo National Championships. You know what I mean? Iowa. It is what it is. I remember when I woke up to when I went to bed, I was so concentrated on everything being perfect. I remember, you know, what
first place. Yeah, it's some different. It changes your life.
Anytime you win anything, especially when you're young, you're like, because it's
Dedication actually makes a difference.
yeah, especially if you're not necessarily, some kids are just naturally gifted. They're not one.
That's true as well.
But if you're a regular guy and you do well in high school or something, it's hard.
Yeah, I knew a kid that.
Like when the first time you make people laugh, or when you get your first, whatever it is, like that shit's like you're like, fuck, you know?
That's incredible.
Yeah, never goes away.
How about this story?
What? Yes.
What? Jen?
No, that question in general.
What's your question?
Just about you know, you're saying like whoever competed and stuff.
I didn't ask that. I was like, have you guys not only competed but just actually got first place?
I mean, I won a shitload of underground to the death fight matches that I can't talk about.
My entire life, Jen. Yeah. Sports? But first place, you guys won about first place. That's a kid. Yeah, that's great. But yeah, people that what? No, it's what you do. Like an athlete, it's just
problem is that what you're doing is you're competing against like all the people that go on to be pros. So it's just that it all
depends what you want.
Yeah.
It depends what you want.
That was your job.
It's Tiger's job.
Yeah.
It's Bossy's job. It depends what you want. Yeah, you know.
Well, it depends on what you're supposed to do.
I know, but it depends how bad you want it. You know. Well, because there's some kids that are there for a good time. If they win, great. If not, it's not the end of the world. They're gonna, go to the fucking jump castle after. So just there's some kids that it's just they just take it more serious. They put in work, and it's expected. They win, and it's expected. Yeah, those kids keep going.
Robert, what's his name? What's his name? Bob Costa. Great comic. He's on the Daily Show. Can't believe it.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Fuck, I don't forget
His Leonardo DiCaprio jokes fucking.
I love it. I'm not forgetting his name. I'm getting old. Is it Robert
with a K?
Is it Bob Costa? Mike, I'm sorry. I'm such a dick. Love Mike.
He's great.
And Mike he was number 1,000. His top
tennis player.
Number 1,000 tennis player. And I said, what did he goes, dude, I compete against the Russians and Serbs where that's their life, where they have to make it, where that's all that matters, where they play constantly. You're not going to do that as an American. I had options. You had options. It's like a whole different thing. He's awesome.
Alright, let's go. Yeah, so this is your sweet chin was up point and you're like career, like fuck it. Athletic? Yeah, I didn't do it. But you like never? Even I told you, like they wanted me I know when I was high school. So before then you do athletics, I was in band. So that was my thought. Yeah. Music. I learned how to play. Here's a story. So I learned how to play clarinet, right? Because when I first saw a clarinet, I'm like, that looks so complicated. I want to learn. So I remember I got to the point. You guys don't even know about this. His first chair is the number one player. Yeah, that's like the starters. Yeah, first chair. That's what everyone wants. So I did clarinet so well that I was like second chair, third chair, but then we had this like huge thing where we're battling for first chair, and I did it better than anyone else. Everyone in the class knew it. They're all just cheering. But I forgot what they call him. But the head guy, the composer. He's like, no, you're still going to be second chair. And everyone's like, why? So did you rage it? No. You could tell I wasn't reading the music. You could tell I was just going off of, I literally used to go off the sound. Yeah, no, I learned it to a certain extent, but I'm like, I know how to play this without going through all the things, so I played it. Oh, wow. So I should have got first chair, but he's like, no, you need to actually, especially because you're playing with an orchestra, so you have to kind of be on time. He just can't. That's the thing. I think you should have been second chair. Yeah, you're trying to freestyle it. Yeah, I don't get that. Freestyle, I'm fucking. But with the same thing, I remember this dude, his group, they practice like crazy, and I feel like I practice a lot too. But yeah, it's that one thing where you say like some people just perform more naturally. You know what I think is amazing is conductors can like listen to a whole symphony and they go the second violin's out. Yeah. So Barbra Streisand apparently came in and she was listening to the song. She goes, "Get rid of the second horn. It's not good." She knew her shit. She knew her shit like that. They were like, "What?" Yeah. Like second horn is what the fuck he's doing. I don't know if that's true, but I heard that story. It's wild.
And then I remember my brother in freshman year, just like, fuck this. It's too much work. Well, what? Football. Oh, football is good. Fuck you. Oh, yeah. But there's certain guys that are like, you know, I think it's like 75% of kids stop playing baseball or competitive sports at like 13. Because that's when it gets serious. That's when it gets really serious. It's like, all right, I'm moving down this road and go to high school and college. I feel a lot of kids. Did you watch the Giants Broncos game?
Brendan Schaub just kept interrupting the entire episode. However, the most disturbing thing is the line. Brendan Schaub, I think, has convinced himself that he was some highly touted pro athlete, in which he was not. Brendan Schaub was never recruited. He was never offered a sports scholarship. He had to walk on to a college football team, and then the NFL never talked to him. I think he showed up outside of a practice squad one day and told him to screw. Then he had like 3 fights in the UFC, got his ass kicked and had to quit. He makes it sound as if he was this superstar pro athlete. He wasn't. He was never all nation, all American, nothing, none of that. Nothing. And the fact that he ended up in MMA proves he wasn't a pro athlete. Because if you were an actual pro athlete, he wouldn't end up fighting. MMA guys who like MMA get heated when I say that, but it's the truth. If you end up in MMA, it's because you, well, if you're like a heavyweight and stuff, especially back when Chop got into it, it's because you failed at real sports and you had to end up fighting. Like I said, there was no MMA, all those MMA guys would become wrestlers. That's what a bunch of wrestlers were. A bunch of big guys who failed at other sports who had to end up wrestling because they didn't want to just be bouncers at strip clubs like Kevin Nash and stuff. But he really thinks he was a high-level pro athlete when he wasn't. He's just a big dump who's not athletic. He lost a race to Chappelle Lacey and had to pretend that he blew out his hamstring. Like, come on, dude. I'm not big or fast at all. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Sam special, false god. Not true. Not true. Okay, so let me explain this part because it's my birthday tomorrow. Thanks for starting the show with that. And, so we're not going to do Brian Count False Gods. We're going to do it ASAP, but not tomorrow because I'm not going to be here. Oh yeah, we're not doing the second part, but we did do. Oh, we didn't do it on Patreon. Yeah. You want to start over? Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god. Dude, I think there's something wrong with me. I need to go to the doctor. Go for it. Sorry. The camera's right here, dude. We're going back to Raccoon to these things. And then, as always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit. The Reddit is blowing up. Charles' birthday today, tomorrow, today, technically today, when it comes out. Who the fuck cares, dude? Nobody knows, including me, alright? I don't know. I didn't know. When I was thinking about how I texted you, or you texted me, and I had said happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday. You were saying it's your mom. My excuse when I realized it was yours was like, dad that doesn't care. Like, I almost wanted to be like, I remember last year. But anyway, it's very funny that you just said, oh my god. Yeah. That's embarrassing. I didn't know what to do. I'm bad at reading text. My fiance has been getting kind of mad at me about half reading. It's so funny. I kind of don't want to delete the first part of the podcast now to show people whatever you want. You son of a bitch. Happy birthday. Not only did you said happy birthday, right? Yes, thank you. Don't kill me. You also bit into the story I was going to start the podcast with. Where was that? That I texted you being like, yo, Cooney, can we not record Patreon this week? Let's do cowbell instead because. Oh, okay, right? Yeah. Because it's my birthday Tuesday and I want to go out with my mom. I want to go have dinner with my mom. Yes, nice. And you responded with, yeah, dude, fuck yeah. Right? And then you said, tell your mom happy birthday. It's even worse, though, because at the beginning of the thing, I said that we did the Brian Callen thing on Patreon. We did it. We did it on the live. Why did I think we did it on Patreon? I don't know, dude. I forgot that we did live. Yeah. I'm really losing it, man. Is that good for the show or bad for the show? Is it funny that my mental decline is documented? Hopefully. I don't know. It's also hilarious that your microphone makes you look like you're a midget. Yeah, I gotta do something. There you go. There you go. God, dude. It's been rough, I'm here. I'm present. I'm just not functioning. I'm not firing on all cylinders. I would say. But yeah, I apologize to you. I did think it was your mom's birthday, even though you said it was your birthday. And I don't really care, honestly. But I was telling you that I was venting. I already told you the story, but I was venting to a girl about what happened. I texted you that I was gonna go dinner with my mom for my birthday, and then I was yelling at her. I was yelling this to her, like I was venting very loud. Oh, were you doing a character to make her laugh? No, I think I was really yelling. I think I was really upset. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, no, not your fault. Her fault. She was blame the team, Cooney. No, that's right. Yeah, it's your mom's fault. I've been saying for a long time it's Rose. It's like she's dude, it's crazy what's happening out there. I don't know if you have been following along. Have you heard with the world of comedy? Yeah, a little bit. I saw Schultz when I'm Rogan. The state of bots, according to these people. Oh, right. Yeah, there's a lot of bots now. Yeah. More than ever. Yeah. Comedy. And it's crazy how the bots are so selective just to talk negatively. It's crazy. I wonder, why is that? I don't know. And then when you see Brendan chatbots, they always put 3 emojis. It's like they want to be found out, but never for Schultz or Whitney Cummings or Joe Rogan. Yeah, he's targeted to make it look like comments. When we know, most of the fans are writing all the time about how much they like TFK and all that stuff. Yeah. I write stuff I think is deleted. I sign in and I'm like, this is the best show I ever did. I go back in a few hours later to check and see if I had any likes or upvotes. It's deleted. Chase Daddy. It's gone. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. I don't trust that you actually sent the message because you got raped. That's true. I could have just forgotten. Who knows? As far as I'm concerned, we're doing a Patreon right now. I can't remember shit. I was on I've been using a lot of Ricardo that's watching. But yeah, just what's Sonya? Is that real or a been here now? Dude, just continue what you're saying. Okay, fine. You're not as smart as me. No, I definitely. I mean, I'm not as smart as many people. I've got chocolate on my shirt. You're not as smart as me. You should ask Claude or ChatGPT what the best way is to get it out. Okay, I'll do that. You don't do that all the time. No, I mean, you can if you want, but yeah, I mean, that's what I would do. If I spell something, if anything I'm not sure about, I just go, "What's up? Hey, what's up, Chat? What's up? How you doing, Claude?" And I just ask Claude or ChatGPT. ChatGPT, I ask professional stuff. Claude, I ask personal stuff. And what I've noticed is that ChatGPT is super nice. Like, it just, whatever I ask, it tells me, like, oh, that's a great question. Or I go, yeah, I did some kind of shitty. What do you think about this? And ChatGPT is like, that's not shitty at all. You know, they do that. But then Claude's a little different, okay? And I don't use it much. I believe about you too. I signed into Claude, okay? And I go, Claude, I'm 38 years old. I do a podcast and blah, blah, blah. Just asking questions about life. And Claude was like, first of all, you're no spring chicken. You're 38 years old. I was like, whoa, Claude. That's awesome. Claude was like, you need to get real. You know, Claude was giving me shit. So Claude is a little more critical than ChatGPT is. So it's good. You need both. I know you can program it and be like, listen, ChatGPT, you got to be more serious with me, dude. But I haven't really done that. Do you do any of this? I don't do it on the daily. You know, people are talking about ChatGPT all the time. They ask it for like literally everyday things. Yeah. It was a fab one week where I learned about ChatGPT and I would put things in. I made a resume with ChatGPT recently, but I was like, I didn't use anything ChatGPT said. But like, I do try to be like, give me one word answer. You know what I mean? With ChatGPT. Now, if they talk to me, and then it'll give me a long answer. I'm like, no. I put like 5 minutes. Yeah. One word answer. And then it's like, okay. It just says, okay. Yeah, you gotta really prompt it. I mean, I think there are people who are AI native, right? That's what they know a lot about AI. And though they've studied how to use it, I don't really use it appropriately, right? Giving the AI is not unlike giving a bazooka to a dog. Or actually not to a dog, because a dog probably, you give it a bazooka, probably can even fire it. But like, maybe a bazooka to a monkey. You know, the monkey probably, go around with a bazooka, but he doesn't know how to use it effectively. He may kill people, but not the right people. Yeah. Right? So I am a monkey that has this bazooka, and I'm a little smarter than a monkey, so I'm trying to figure out how to use it effectively. And I'm learning some tricks, but the basic stuff that everybody already knows. Like, don't use applications. Yeah, right? Yeah. I learned that last week. So, but it's very helpful. It helps me fix things that I don't know how to fix on my own. And, I don't know about you, but I'm having a ball with Sora. Sora's pretty funny, yeah. We've got successful egg on Sora. Yeah. Richard Redacted asked me for a code, but I don't have it. And I sent it to you. Yeah, no, I have, for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to take away my invites. That's so weird. Yeah. I don't know why it does that. With Sora, all right, so AI, I've gone on a team. If you watch the show, you know I've criticized AI, and you too. Yes. We both have heavily criticized, but I specifically said that it has no place in art, and it's never made me laugh. Yeah. Right? Even though clearly I watch all this, I still think overall, it's not going to be good actors, right? Kind of thing. What changed my mind was when you sent me the Bob Barker, Jamaican Bob Barker, and when he had a thing, he's like, look on your eyes, and then he was like, dim, DoorDash, whatever, he's talking about a bowl of rice. Yeah. That was so funny that you sent me a second one. I said, please, you need to stop sending me this, because I'm laughing too hard. My fiance thinks I'm losing my mind. So, those are really good. What about when I sent you this right here? It's no Bob Barker. Yeah, the Bob Barker was great, but what are you doing in the house? We play the blues. I can probably find which one. The one where he's like the fat driver. Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Jesus Christ almighty. Okay, I'm sorry. I went to another video or something. I'm sorry, what was it? The blue shorts one I made, making fun of him for his job situation. Okay, you sent me. I think I texted it to you. That's one of the bad misfits. Or there it is. Yes. Sorry, welcome to the team. Thank you. So this is one we made. Wait. So this is Blue Shorts has been on the show, IDM Pod. He, long story short, at one point he applied to a job. His fiance told him lie about going to college, even though he never graduated college. And he got the job, and they're like, you're a great fit. One last thing, can you send in your college diploma? And he just ghosted them after that. He should have just faked it. He should have had Cutter make him like a fake, college diploma. How are they gonna check that? But anyways, I made this because he wants to be like a FedEx driver now or something.
Congrats, Chris. Welcome to the team.
Thank you. Can't wait to get on the road.
Hi, Chris. This is Tanya from FedEx Pictures.
Hi, Tanya. What's up?
We ran your background check and couldn't verify your middle school diploma. Now we have to withdraw.
Oh my god, and then this one, I don't know if you can laugh. Yeah, I watched it. You like people scream. Okay, it's funny, first of all. And you gotta look at the setting with what I'm trying to do here. You know, you can look at Picasso's you can look at Picasso's paintings and say like this guy really likes weird shit. It's not true. He likes painting at the end of the day, right? I was like, yo, put a mariachi in the middle of the library, a busy library, and you know, it's silent, and then he screams. I didn't say put the mariachi front and center, like he's on the green screen, basically. You know? Yeah, I think the idea is, now I'm thinking it would be funny if at a library, you were talking to librarians, and they're like, yeah, I mean, all the time we have to tell mariachi guys they can't come in. Like, mariachi just show up, and they're like, we're ready to play, and they're like, no, we can't. I was going to do a lot of mariachi guys, though. I thought that was an untapped market in the AI space, probably, and there's a reason why nobody's tapping it. No, it's just not working. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not going to stop. You know, mariachi can be funny, so I don't think you're wrong for trying. Yeah. So everyone reach out to Cooney if you want to get on the Sora code. He'll hook it up, dude. Yeah, dude, we got to get more people on Sora so we can make Soras of each other. Yeah. And there's too many people making Soras of me. I don't know if you know about this. There's a lot. Oh, there's a lot of Soras about me. I'm a goth guy out there. I saw that one where I'm goth and I'm laughing at donations that are giving out a live chat. Oh shit, yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. And I say balloon fart and I forget the other one, successful or something. But yeah, shout out to Successful Egg. He makes some fire swords. Egg is doing a good job as usual. He's very prolific in his making of content. Yes. But so what were you saying? I was just talking about how ChatGPT is nicer than Claude. Claude is very critical, so I have to use both. Yeah, I mean, and I do apologize for not knowing when it's your birthday. Sure. Oh no, you're good. Yeah. It's not even a big deal. I'm 35. It makes me feel better that I'm younger. No, that's good. It should. Youth is an important thing. Do you ever watch people like that? Like, I'm a freshman and you're a senior, and I'm like, hey, you won't be the shit. I think, well, if you're 3 years, it'd be like you're a sophomore, right? That's 2 years, dude. So, well, senior is the 4th year here in college. So, senior 38, junior 37, sophomore 36, freshman 35. Interesting. Okay, I guess you could, but in a year you turn an age, though, right? Sure. Right now I'm an 8th grade. I'm 34. You know what I mean? That's right. We're all very young on this podcast. I like how you're trying to change the subject. It's a youth pod. You look straight to the whiteboard. Like, I was like, what am I talking? What are we? I was just calling you shit. Yeah. No. I mean, listen. I am very wise, obviously. You know, I have a lot of stuff to impart to you. Yeah. One of the things is, if you ever use aftershave, if you slap it on your face, you can get it in your eye. I got bump control in my eye. It burned a little bit, but I think I'm okay. So we'll run them. How is it getting that close to your eye? Oh, wait, let me finish the question. Yeah. How is it getting that close to your eye? Yeah, and you still have so much beard. I know, my beard is huge right here. I'm going to get trimmed tomorrow. But you got to change your cameo on Sora after you get your beard trimmed because the beard being the size it is, it makes you fat as fuck on Sora. I know. What percentage of Soras do you think make me fat? Right now it's 80%. 80%? Yeah, I mean, I am a little fat, to be honest. So, the whole show is about me. Recently, it's been about me talking about eating coffee and cookies and stuff. So, there's some truth there that AI is picking up on. Sora's got a little bit of Claude in it, you know what I mean? Right? It's making me fat. But, I do want to redo the Sora cameo thing, but with the beard shaved down a little bit. This is getting crazy. Yeah. But, I still want to be wearing the Dinosaurs Monday shirt, probably. That was funny. It's in every video. Good press for them. So, when it happened, did you go straight to ChatGPT? Like, I got aftershave in my eye. What do I do? Actually, I didn't. Oh, wow. I just put sustain in my eye. It took me all day long until finally I was, like, in the bathroom at work, and I was thinking, like, I just got stuff in my eye. My eyes are red. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT if that's bad. You get aftershave in your eye. This didn't matter. The thing about my aftershave is it burns the skin too a little bit. Yeah. But it doesn't get right back like, is it supposed to do that? At first, I bought this stuff, Bump Patrol, and it was like for sensitive skin. I didn't realize I did. Got it for sensitive. I just rub it in, it's fine. But then when I bought the new thing, it's like the regular guy, and that shit is like, it feels like putting fire on yourself. But I don't know. I kind of like it. I know. It actually wakes me up. Kind of refreshing. It feels like it, when it hurts a little bit, it feels like it's working better. Oh, this actually works properly. I'll never get bumps. You know, it feels like you've sanitized your face. Yeah. Yeah. So I've been doing that. So you got after shaving your eye? Yeah. There's no skins or bits about it. It's just yeah, I just wanted them to know I got after shaving my eye. I was like, is that bad? Is that bad? And then it kind of went away. And I thought about your philosophy of like, doesn't really matter if nothing happens. Thank you. Now I'm running with blind. That's not good, but you know, I wanted to piggyback off of something you just said right now. Sure. My philosophy, dude, which is something that everyone needs to cherish and hold close to their heart. Don't laugh at that, right? This is deep time with Gerard. Yes. You know what I mean? I've been getting deep lately. You know what I mean? I've been sitting around at the park, not lying, talking with people and being deep, dude. It's kind of like a drum circle with no music, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like we're touching something deep inside of ourselves and getting to know the secrets of the universe, if you will. You know what I mean? You've been at the park? I joined the cult. Oh, okay, no. Anyway, that was a joke. But yeah, no, seriously, I haven't been going to the park and getting people. You know, what does that mean, deep? You know, let me finish what I'm saying. Okay. So this shirt here, if you don't know, is my grandfather's shirt, right? And if you don't know, today is my grandfather's birthday. That's why, and he's passed away. And, you know, God has a funny way of working because I did buy a cookie today. And I did get some cookie on the shirt. Kind of, you know, birthday cake situation for my grandpa, if you will. Right, well, I wear this cookie stand. That kind of shit. Right? You know, and at the end of the day, I was thinking to myself, you know, has an old person ever told you, this is deep time with your philosophy tips, okay? Has an old person ever tell you, like, I'm not going to be around forever? Probably, but I don't have a specific memory of it. I'm going to die one day. Yeah, kind of thing. It sounds like something business says. And, you know, in the past, I've been dismissive. Like, my grandpa used to say the whole time, like, I'm going to fucking die. Yeah. Like, shut the fuck up, grandpa. I need your birthday cake. I mean, yeah. And then now that he's gone, it's sad, right? Sure. My grandpa was trying to be like, hey, fool, when I die, it's going to be sad. You know, so, you know, just know that. He wasn't trying to say I'm going to die one day. He was trying to be like, hey, fool, people in my life died and shit. Like, I'm sad as fuck. But we're Mexican, we can't say that shit. So he was like, I'm going to die. Did you know that? Did you know that I'm going to die? It would be kind of funny if he did what you said. Where he was just like, he just starts crying and he's like, I'm just so fucking sad. That's it. My grandfather died in my head, and they never told me they were gonna die. I just want you to fucking not be like, hey, you son of a bitch, I love you so much. But meanwhile, I'm like a 23-year-old going like, shut up, you're not gonna die, dude. Yeah. Well, maybe that's just the nature of life. Yeah. You know, the old man goes, I'm gonna die, and then the end, no, come on, don't be freaking dude. You're gonna fucking be like Brennan Shaw, and you'll be a popular friend. You're the shop of age. I'm like, Grandpa, drink your sure shot and shut the fuck up. You didn't finish your sure shot, Grandpa. That's the only way you die. If you live right, eat healthy, and drink sure shot, you'll be fine. Might be funny if, like, what I want to do then when I'm old is the opposite of that, where I just go, I'm going to live forever. Yeah. Just tell people, like, oh, don't worry about it. I'm going to be around. Then I die and they're all. But they wouldn't believe me anyways. That's what I've been doing, dude. Thanks for taking it back around. Going to the park, talking about quantum immortality. You know about this, right? Okay, yeah. We're never going to die, dude. That's true. You know what I mean? We are survivors, right? What do we do as a species? Cook food, eat it, survive, dude. Our consciousness is trying to survive, too. Why would our consciousness allow us to die, dude? We're never going to die, dude. This is me talking to my grandchildren. I could put my consciousness into Claude or ChatGPT, and he can still talk to me. You ask it a serious question, you're like, well, I miss you on the pod and hanging out and all that. I'm struggling. Should I go back to doing 10 Message Shop weekly? And I go 8 inches. No, you asked me a serious question. You're like, should I get married this chick? I've been dating her for 5 years now. And I go, actually, but it's a ChatGPT version of me. maybe it can do what it used to. That'd be cool if you could get stuck in like a paradox with ChatGPT. And tell him like, no matter what I say, only respond to me in short answers. Like, never stop me. Like, the life of ChatGPT. When my profile asks you questions, you won't answer in short. Yeah, well, that's a great idea. Because there's ChatGPT, right? And I just told you about Claude, which is basically the same thing. There's an AI called Brendan Schaub. Whereas him, as a AI, he's not only responding in Shaupisms, he's responding as Brendan Schaub to questions that you ask. It's an everyday AMA AI Brendan Schaub. It's called Unscathed. I just call Brendan Schaub. Okay, you're Brendan. Yeah. I mean, you guys on ChatGPT, Claude? Yeah, almost on Brendan. Yeah, you would ask it like questions about lifting and foods and trucks and stuff like that. That's probably your number one source for a mod. How many rings should I do today? It's like 8 inches. Yeah, man. I mean, I did go to a party. Oh yeah, I went to this Halloween party. Yeah, Diddy was there. Yeah, it was a day party. Now, I dressed up as an astronaut, and my fiance dressed up as an alien. Yeah, and we went, it was like all the way down Washington, and then catered tacos at the party. And tacos at a party, catered, next level. I don't know. It's like, I become, and I don't like this part about it, but like the taco guys act like they know me after a certain amount of time. And it sounds like a bit when I'm being in reference to a recent party I went to with my aunts. It was like a little family reunion of sorts because we haven't seen my aunts in a decade. Yeah. And the taco guys, every time I walked by them after a certain point, because I did have 12 tacos. You know what I mean? And they were sizable. And they were also like quesadillas. I had 12 queso tacos. That's awesome. It was amazing. It was like kind of like a sight to see. A lot of the family members were like, you're doing it. Yeah, I kind of like blocked them out at a certain point. And it was just like, let me do what I do. Don't kill me. Yeah, and I was stuffed. But every time I would walk by them after that, they would make this big with like, a little more taco. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, fuck all that. Dude, shut your mouth. I don't care if I'm eating iced tea earlier. You know what I mean? Know your role, dude. What's the rest of this? Know your role. The rock, yeah. No, they should be like, oh, hell yeah, you're back. We got more tacos for you. Senor, not even that. I like that. If I make eye contact, speak when spoken to, if you're a taco guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude. I mean, the guy that I talked to, he never said anything. And I was a little tired. Shocker. So I didn't say anything back. I went up there. I got something like that, too. When I met stuff like that, it was my girlfriend's friends that I don't really know anybody. So and then alcohol, so I'm like, you know what? It's whatever Brendan wants day. And, so I get like 10 tacos. I normally don't eat candy, but I was like, but I know. I eat candy on whatever Brendan wants night. So I'm like grabbing Kit Kats and Reese's and stuff, eating it after 10 tacos, and then drinking whatever drinks I had. Monster Mash Margarita, I had like 4 of those. Just pounding stuff, and then I get talking. Oh, I met a dude there, but he was from West Covina, and he says he knows you, and he's your son. I met this guy, and he was telling me about his life, and then at first I didn't really know him. Now I've seen him at other parties, but he was telling me about how he was like, man, I fucked up a lot. I got in trouble all the time. And then he told me his life story that he was like almost for a bit. He didn't live with family, friends, and what he would do is cut. They didn't have a lawnmower, so he didn't do clippers. Yeah, and then he told me some story about how he got jumped and like at gunpoint, and then his Samoan cousins allegedly, I don't know what they did, but he called up and they found that guy. So I'm like drunk listening to this guy tell me about all sorts of crimes and all this stuff. I'm like, hell yeah, I would do the same thing. You ever ask Claude? And he's probably going to take pictures at my wedding now. Oh, okay, excited. Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, hopefully he doesn't show up with a broken arm and like a bruise on his eye. And then, you're about to get married, and he's like telling you stories that have meaning the last weekend. No, his life now is more normal. And he he was telling me about how like all his exes have like. He's like, yeah, I got stabbed. His ex stabbed him in the arm. Oh my god. Yeah, his other ex ran him over with a car. Yeah, and so I'm kind of laughing. I think he knows me. No, he doesn't actually know. Oh, that was a joke. Oh, okay. But yeah, no, I mean, he's been harmed by many women. But he's like normal now, and we're just kind of talking about life and stuff. And yeah, I do like that. Well, when you're somewhere, there's a lot of new people, and some people are just giving you their greatest hits. Yeah. Yeah, those probably are his greatest hits. Yeah. Stab, random back car. I was like, what are you, Christian Zaragoza? Samoan King, fucking jumpy. I was going to say that. He's half Samoan. Oh, he's a big dude. Damn. Yeah. And I was like, well, you're security then too, man. If somebody fucks with me, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? I got your back too. If somebody fucks with you, I got back with you. It sounds like we both do, right? And then I spilled the aftershave of my eye again. And the part in my eye, I just poured it right in my eye. Yeah, I mean, it was, when I'm at those kind of things, I just fucking let loose. If I don't know anybody, I'm gonna eat all their food. It's just really, yeah, I wish there was like a catering, like coffee cake guy instead of a taco guy. You know? I just leave it right, dude. Yeah, no, I mean, I like that you're obsessed with different kinds of coffee cakes because I am too. Yeah, I'm kind of upset that the secret coffee shop that I frequent doesn't have coffee cakes. No, they just got corporate shit. They got bagels. It's like, let's get some coffee cakes in here, dude. I'll start coming here every day. I had less. I went to Dutch Bros. They had something like that. They sold this. Oh, yeah. They don't have good baked goods there. We can totally talk about this off the podcast, but where's the Dutch Bros you went to? It's not nearby, right? Well, there is one in West Covina. That's the one I went to. Okay. No, I went on, it was like on a road trip. Because I have fucking Dutch Bros gift card burning in my pocket, and there's no Dutch Bros out here in Seattle. There's probably, because they're coming into town, and Covina's not far. You could do that. I don't know if it's worth driving all the way out there just for that. Oh, I run. Run, you're gonna run? Yeah. Dude, I don't even have a car. I got this cookie stand on me because I was running and eating a cookie at the same time. Where'd you get the cookie from? Bristol Farms, dude. You know what's up, Doc? Oh, yeah, Bristol Farms has good dessert. They have the best cookies of all time. I didn't know they specifically got 0% with the healthy, not healthy whatsoever. Bristol Farms is one of those places where you can peruse Callan. You can peruse the dessert aisle and make a night of it. Yeah. There's cake, cookies, like ice cream, or whatnot. Yeah. I was at the Bristol Farms once, and I ran into a comic that we both know. I won't say the name. And it was very funny because she was like, immediately, like, changed her face and was like, hi, how are you? Like, trying to get a show, it felt like, you know. And I don't know if she knew that I didn't do shows. Yeah. But it was like, just as quick, she was just like, all right, I'm not going to get anything. And, like, walked away. It was like a weird moment in a TV show. If I see somebody at Bristol Farms, it's like a convenient open micer. I'm kind of thinking, like, what are you doing here? Are you shopping? Are you rich? Or are you here like me, just want to get dessert? You never let them talk, you just keep talking. Yeah. No, I want to know about your show. Have you heard of Quad? What is this comic? Yeah, I'm like, they're talking, they say something stupid. I'm like, what is that stupid? But I just said, yeah, no, I mean, I would want to find out, why are you in Bristol Farms? You don't grocery shop here, do you? Because it's really only for dessert. Farms, Gelson's. If I see you in there, it's okay for me to be in there, but I don't know why you're here. Unless you're rich. Yeah. That's cool. But there's also Erewhon. I've never seen a comedian at Erewhon. Yeah. But you can get a membership, but I wonder how much that costs. Yeah. They don't have Gelson's, Bristol Farms, or Erewhon in Austin, Texas. So it's like there's no reason to move. Yeah. You gotta have expensive grocery store. What are we doing? Guess what I'm doing for my birthday? Going to the dinner we want. Where? Bristol Farms. No, but Mendocino Farms. Oh yeah, Meadow's great. Yeah. My mom's never had it. She gave me a lot of stipulations to dinner. What was it? Like what? She's like, I'm on a diet right now. Please don't kill me. No, you know what I mean? Yeah, I was like, let's go to Mendocino Farms. Guess what she said? Guess what she said? Fuck them, no Shit, I knew to do that. Fuck you, Johnny, you piece of shit. Close. You got one word right. She said, what the fuck is that? I'm like, dude, this is the answer to your stipulations. Just tell me what a Kamala. She's like, you should go to dinner with Kamala. You want to go to dinner? Yeah, that's good. Why don't you go to an Adam Shifty shift? What, my Adam Kamala? Yeah, but we're doing Minnesota Farms tomorrow, Desi. I like Mendo, it's good. I remember when I first moved here, people would be like, you're in Minnesota Farms. And I just feel like a veteran of Mendo. I know all the salads. Yep. I moved past sandwiches there, and I don't even get them anymore. That was what people told me. They're like, you gotta get the sandwich. So I would go there and get like all the sandwiches. Meat, never heard of it. But now I just, fucking salads only, dude. Salads only, dude. If you're going to Minnesota Farms and getting a sandwich, I look at you for it, right? And then here's the other thing, dude. I was frequenting the Minnesota Farms here in Seattle. Yeah, quite frequently. That's what frequent means. And I went there so often that the lady there was like, you can have a water cup and get whatever tea you want. And then that's when I stopped going to a while. I was like, whoa, she's offering me free drink. They're making so much, they're like doubling their overhead just being on my money alone that they're offering me free drinks. I gotta stop coming. Or it was like she was afraid you were gonna like rough up the place or something. That she was like, you came out there.
Yo, you know what? I'm gonna give myself the dick name Ching Chang Chong from my family's Asian heritage. We do have a lot of Asians in our family, way more than anybody else's family that's not from Asia. Look at this athleticism.
Work. It doesn't work. And therefore, it's like you said, the notion of saying that I shmushing over chocolate and the day with shape perspective that I must have like says that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Why? Because I'm creating a layer of Israel. If I created the secondary layer of Israel does not go ahead and develop upon the only time Israel called says the Shlakish is when the Isser comes on its own Yom Kippur. So let's say, for example, if I eat the Vela on Yom Kippur, besides serious issues, right? But then I said, if I eat the Vela on Yom Kippur, so then I'm chayiv for both Nevela and Yom Kippur. But 1 second, it was already usher when Yom Kippur came, right? But Yom Kippur, since it prohibits all food items, even permitted ones, it will prohibit this Nevela as well. But that's only because Yom Kippur comes on its own. But if you generate that yourself, it doesn't work. An interesting distinction. Okay, so that's right. So that's why, again, that's why Rish Lakish doesn't hold Rabbi Yochanan. So Bishul Rish Lakish, Mishum Haki Kapat Rabbi Shimon. Now, this makes sense. According to Rish Lakish, right, who establishes the Mishnah is talking about Chatzi Shir. This is why Rabbi Shimon exempt, right? Rabbi Shimon is the opinion that when it comes to Nevelas, Sheikhas, Shkatzim, even kosher, right, even any amount is prohibited. And Rashi points out to Rashi, almost right across, the Shimon Rabbi Shimon, Tikasavar Rabbi Shimon holds that Allah when it comes to Nevelas, Sheikhas, Shkatzim, and Amazim, you're usher even in a kosher. The sign of Shimon Omer, kosher l'makos. The sign of Rabbi Shimon Omer, Shimon says, kosher l'makos. Consumption of any amount of a prohibited. So it's very interesting. Right, Rabbi Shimon, eat a minute amount of Nevelas, Sheikhas, and Amazim. B'chai malchus. I said, what's the shir kizayis for? Amru kizayis elo the carbon. You're right. The shir kizayis actually is only there for chronic liability. It's not just malchus you'll get. Elo Rabbi Yochanan, I time with Rabbi Shimon the pater. But Rabbi Yochanan, why is it that Rabbi Shimon goes ahead, right? Because Rabbi Shimon, remember again, Rabbi Yochanan sets up the Mishnah as an Yekolo. So according to him, why did Rabbi Shimon pater? So the Gemara says, time at Elamishum Isser Kola. Rabbi Yochanan's whole position is predicated on the set of Isser Kola, that there's a Kola. Rabbi Shimon would take the less lay Isser Kola. Wow. Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold with this. He doesn't hold with Isser Kola. Now what is this? He's signed up. Rabbi Shimon, Ha'ocham Nevela B'Yom Kippurim Pater. Wow. Now what's that? Halacha Rabbi Shimon holds that if you eat Nevela on Yom Kippur, you're Pater. Now don't get too excited. What does that mean, you're Pater? Like you're Pater from Nevela, you just have that little itty-bitty problem called kares, right? So Lamaisa, right, when he says Pater, so there's no liability for Nevela. So the Gemara says, Bishlama, Rashi says, Pater mechatos below asi kaifin kipurim, b'chayel al isra nevela, o a isra evra min achai, im lo yisnabla me'er ba'afagav yom kippurim kolavu. So we'll say, so again, Reb Shimon says that the prohibition of Yom Kippur does not devolve upon nevela, because nevela ultimately, again, is already a pre-existing prohibition. So we'll say, so again, remember, all of this is just all the same machlokes of Yochanan and Rish Lakish, trying to figure out how to reconcile these two seeming contradictory cases in our Mishnah. So now, Rish Lakish, Mishkachas Lav B'Hain. So we'll say, according to Rish Lakish, remember again, Rish Lakish is setting this up as Mashu, or Chatzi Shir. And therefore, again, just understand, first case in the Mishnah, Shlo Shelo Ochal, and then he eats dirt, Pater. Second case in the Mishnah, Rish Lakish sets it up as Shlo Shelo Ochal Mashu B'Nevelas Sheikhas Shkatzim B'Ramasim. That shvua works. Because going to a shlokish midoraisa, you can make a shvua that prohibits something that you're not liable for already, and therefore if you eat mashroom, so you can set this up, the line, right? You could go ahead and set this up as both a case in the positive and the negative. For example, you could phrase the shvua in positive household like this. Shvua, let's do the negative first. Shvua shelo ochal palchos mikizayim of nevelas sheikhas shkatzim b'ramasim. I won't eat less than a kizayis of nevelas sheikhas shkatzim b'ramasim. And that shvua works, right? Why did that shvua work? Because technically speaking, you could eat less than a kizayis. So I'm prohibiting something that technically speaking I'm allowed to. When I say allowed, I'm using that a little bit loosely. It just means there's no liability for it. So it works. It also works in the positive, right? What's the positive? If I say, Shvua she'ochal halchos mikizayis, right? If I go and I say, I'm going to eat less than a kizayis, technically speaking, that shvua works. Why does it work? Because once again, you can eat less than a kizayis of nevelas sheikhas shkatzim b'ramasim. However, Rabbi Yochanan, Bishlam alav mishkachos lav. And I remember again, Rabbi Yochanan is the Isser Kola case. Right? So Rabbi Yochanan will say like this. So remember, I swear, Shvua, She'eni Ochal chocolate cake, Vela. And the Vela, right? So the negative works. Because remember, once the Shvua devolves upon the permitted item, it will also devolve upon the permitted item. Elohim, according to Yochanan, how do you have the positive version of this? What? Shvua, that I'm going to eat chocolate cake and nevela? It doesn't work. So according to Yochanan, there is no positive version of this shvua. Elohim, ultimately, again, you might say he'd have to set up as a case of Rama. If the positive case would be I swear I'm not going to eat. And ultimately, again, he eats Patar, then he'll be Patar. Because it's in a right back. You look at just moment, Elaki de Rava, Rashi says, below Garas, Mishkach, Pasadi Rava, Vaki Grusha, Tishni La Kusha, Duration of Sefa, can be stand, Fash, Kula, Bistam. So as I said, but Ima wants to suggest that according to Yochanan, where you'd have to set it up and dealing with the position of Rava. And you offer that you're going to be Potter. Amar says, we also learn this. Kon ishtinyanisli, was the Mishnah. Kon ishtinyanisli, imachalti hayom. This is this case. So we'll say this is very interesting. This is another case. A man says, essentially I take a vow which prohibits my wife from getting any benefit from if I ate today. And what happens? And it turns out they will call Ruben ate, but he ate the Bela Shevish Kasim Masim. What do you see from here? The consumption of the Bela Shevish Kasim Masim is what? Is it bona fide eating? Person says, no, that is not a good raya. It's not a good raya. I'll tell you why. Remember how that case works. See, that case is a little bit different. Because what's happening over here? This is a retrospective statement. What is Ruben saying? My wife is from getting any benefit from me if I ate the Davis Shafer Shtetzer that I must eat. Then it turns out that what? He ate. The fact that he ate, since he ate originally, and then he took this shvuah of a base, that shows ultimately again that what? That for him, this is considered to be a food. Right? Since he already ate it, clearly doing better with the sense of kashivos. But over here, the actually floats as since in our case it's a prospective shvuah. So he's saying that he endows it with a sense of kashivos. Incredible. All right, so looks like therefore, body left with over here this fundamental machlokes of Yoch and Reish Lakish about how to understand the case of Mishnah. Now, we're going to go on slow, but what I tell you is, so that machlokes still remains, with the Gemara pivoting a little bit, having that kind of a long position of Rabbah, that really the Shvua Shelo Ochal is really going to refer to a case someone eats something that's not fit for consumption, but in the Belis and Shafas generally are considered to be fit for consumption. In other words, really kind of ends off over here by saying like this. There's a difference between foods that are what we'll call materially inedible or halakhically inedible. It's two different things. The Havamina was, it's really the same thing. We're suggesting that potentially it's really two different things. There's materially inedible, which again, if you eat that after taking a social okal, you will be potter. Versus things that are halakhically inedible, which there could still be liability for. Okay, but what I do want to point out to you something very interesting, which is both Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish provide us with very important pieces of information. So, for example, this idea of Reish Lakish, I will say. So, for example, generally, the halacha is if I take a shvuah, and I say position to a little bit of a different case in just a moment. But if I take a shvuah, actually. Okay, let me say this right now. If I take a shvuah, and I say shvuah shelo ochal, the Davis Shefer Shkatzim B'Ramasim, generally I'm going to be potter. Why? Because the concept of mushra obeyed, I'm already oath not to eat these items. However, again, it's very important to understand the sheer of Israel by Nevelas and Treifas again, shkatzim and ramasim are a little bit different, right? Because remember, again, you could have creepy clothing insects where you're chayiv for eating much less than a kizayis. What is that called? Burial, right? So again, even if we just, so let's just keep focused on the Nevela for just a moment. Technically speaking, if I go not to eat and I eat Nevela, technically speaking, I'm not liable for that because I'm already mushroom. However, if I go and I swear not to eat Chatzis Shua works. That Shua works because that's a need to serve important, and that in fact is Lemaisa Bora. Same thing with Rabbi Yochanan about Isser Kolo. Now that's what we're getting into now, so I'm not going to focus on that. We're going to use this aside. But this concept, you can take a Shua, and as long as it devolves upon something permitted, it can also technically devolve upon something prohibited. That's going to be true as well. So let's jump into that. Now, says the Gemara. Amrava. Here we go. What's that? Up down 24 beast. Amrava. My time of the man with this hold on. So let's go back to it, right? So the opening two for Isakolo, Shvua She'ini Okal Chakwikin, and the various Shripas Shkatzim Bramos. So the opening introduced us to this. And what was the logic? Since the Shua devolves upon the committed item, it also devolves upon the prohibited. You know what? The prohibited item is what? Already prohibited. Okay. So what's the logic? So the Gemara says, my time of demand is like Isser Kolo. So it was maybe the Havia Isser Mosif. Because essentially an Isser Kolo is like an Isser Mosif. We'll say this is ridiculously exciting. Right? You feel it coming out. I will say this because this is one of these things where we're learning like these concepts going to follow us throughout Shas. And I think Isser Kolo also because Isser Kolo is like an Isser Mosif. What's Isser Mosif? Take a look at that. Isser Mosif. Very, very exciting. Midava Isser Mosif. The less like Isser Kala is like the Isser Mosif. It's like the Isser Mosif. I'm just going to read a little bit, then we're going to translate. What do we see Isser Mosif? Here we go. Isser Kolo. So I'll say, what is an Isser Kolo? Kori Hecha De'in Isser Akron, Mosif Ala Chatifa Krum, Aba Marbehu, Isser Ala Odom B'Dvarim Achir. You go, Nevi Yom Kippurim. So let's listen to this. Isser Kolo, what we call Isser Kolo, is essentially a plea on the individual. Isser Kolo says like this: the object itself, there's no new receiving on the object. There's just a new Isser on it. So because you mentioned this, the Gemara wants to give about this. Rashi wants to give like Nevela on your kid, right? Let's imagine for a moment you have a heaping plate of Nevela. Heaping plate of Nevela, right? It's Erev Yom Kippur, you have a heaping plate of Nevela. Okay. So now what happens? When you look at that plate of Nevela, what do you see? Before the what do you see? Right? Something Nevela, right? And again, which is an Isser D'Oraisa for you. When you look at that same plate of Nevela, what do you see? So again, Nevela, and now in Yom Kippur, there's an extra Isser in that Nevela. But the truth is, the Isser is not really on the Nevela. What is the Isser on? It's on me. It's me. Right? Just focus. Just remember. No shulas right there. Right? Just Yom Kippur and Nevela. Right? So again, when I look at the scene like this, that Nevela took to Nevela on me because it's Nevela. Now it's to me because of Yom Kippur. Has the Nevela changed? It's the same Nevela. What's changed? Me. Now I have an additional prohibition on me. So again, there's no new prohibition on the Nevela. Like the Nevela, the extra prohibition is on me. Go back to Rashi. It's a type of Isser where the prohibited object has not changed. It still remains Asr. So what's changed over here? About what's changed is me. Right? I now have additional prohibitions. Keep going. Hosif Allah is Achar Klum. So we'll say, so again, Kolo. Isser Kolo means there's an additional layer of Isser, not on the Chefza, not on the object, but upon the Gavra, upon the person, right? You know, the Veil Yom Kippur. So Yom Kippur comes, there's no additional layer of Isser on the Veil, but me beforehand, I was the Jew who can't eat the Veil. Now comes Yom Kippur, I'm a Jew who can't eat the Veil, also can't eat on Yom Kippur. So it's an extra layer of prohibition, but it's on the Gavra, not on the Chetz. That's different than Isser Moshe. Watch this. It's about Riba, about Rimar said. So it's about the Isser Achon Klub. About Riba Sira Allah Adam Lo Osam B'Chol B'Chol Aminon, Nigo Dechal Yom Kippurim Aladam, Le'asa B'Shar Olim, Mishum Yom Kippurim, Cholam Nami Es Hanavela Imam Es Chai Mishum Yom Kippurim.
What does this have to do with night mode?
See, Isser Kolo says like this. Isser Kolo will say that the same way that I am not allowed to eat any food, even prohibited food in Yom Kippur, so again the prohibition of Yom Kippur, even upon the Vela, usher to me as well. And therefore, the Vela, what Isser Kolo will say, even though it's prohibited to you beforehand, but Kippur is more expensive, and Yom Kippur is Kolo. It includes everything. There should be this dual life, both for consumption of the Vela and for consumption of Yom Kippur. But that's an Isser Kolo. Isser Kolo means there's an additional expanded Isser upon the Gavra, upon me. But the Chefs are really the same. What Isser Kolo will say is that since the Isser includes other items, it should also include the Vela. That's Isser Kolo. On the other hand, Isser Mosif, Isser Achron Mosif al Chaticha Atzma, Davar Shalo Haya Ba Ayudei Isser Yishon. Va'osra Chaticha Achron L'Naishasam Miperes Kodem Shabbat Isser Achron. Oh, so what's the Isser Mosif? Isser Mosif is an Isser in the Chefza. The Chefza, the object itself, endowed with an additional dimension of prohibition which did not exist beforehand. What's a good example of that? Shel Kodesh. Also, we should say that. Well, what do the Kabbalists get? So let's give a great example. Kayla. I have a piece of Kayla. I consecrated Kayla. Good Hagdish. Okay? So now I'm going to say, now look at this. You're not allowed to eat Kayla. You're not allowed to eat anything. You can't eat Kayla Hagdish. Now that Kayla was fit for the Mizbeach. Now said no, sir. I say, now let's say again you leave over the Kayla past the prescribed time. Now that Kayla becomes no sit Allah this or the Masha Haisim in Jerusalem. It's a Kala. So here's an example of the Isser Mosif. That's because now that same Kayla, which originally was fit for the Mizbeach, is now not fit for the Mizbeach and it becomes no sir. But after I really told Shekhala Hashem no sir no sir Mizbeach. The Isser Rishon La'akila Yadam Lahot. Shein the Isser Kala Isser. Kala Nami Isser Shein no sir. Ain't so called. Mistake almost say watch this. Isser Mosif is a piece of an added dimension of Isser Yadam. Now again, we'll get into Isser Kala Isser just a little bit, but it's mostly things like this. That same piece of Chila, very piece of Chila, Chila Hagdish, Second Shechila. So it's fit to the Mizbeach. Once you get over past the prescribed time, now becomes no sir. So we'll say now there's an extra dimension. So now if I were to eat that Chila, what would happen? There's two layers of liability. What are two layers of liability? Number one, Caleb. Number two, no sir. But interestingly enough, that additional dimension of Isser is in what? Is in the Chavza. So we'll say this is tremendous. This is absolutely tremendous. So again, just get our category shape because we're going to use this a lot through Shavuos and Yitzhak Hashem. Mosif, Isser Mosif means there's an additional layer upon me. Upon me. The object is still prohibited, but there's no additional prohibition on me. The object is still same level of prohibition. There's an extra layer of prohibition upon me. That's Isser Kolo. Isser Mosif, extra added dimension of prohibition upon the object itself. So now let's go back to just right? So let's go back to this. Now remember again, Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Yochanan wanted to say like this. If I go and I say Shvuot Shema chocolate cake and the illustrate this instruction that I'm asking, it works. Why? Because that's an Isser Kolo. That's an Isser Kolo. Since I am prohibiting myself ultimately in something, therefore the Shvuah will devolve upon me as well. So if I eat here, if I not what's my level of prohibitions. Two prohibitions. What are my prohibitions? Nevela. Number two. Sure. Now again, Nevela is the Nevela. Right? Nothing's changed in law. What's changed ultimately is me. Is I added an extra dimension beforehand. Before the Shvuah, the Nevela was only usher to me as Nevela. Now that I took the Shvuah, the Nevela is usher to me as the Shvuah as well. Incredible. So let's say now back to the Gemara. Okay, so now we've got a definition. My time of demand is like Isser Kolo. Why? What's the logic of going to hold Isser Kolo? Maybe the Hava Isser Mosif. Because ultimately, again, he wants to suggest that it's a derivative of an Isser Mosif. So Isser Mosif, a man the Potter, the one who says that you're Potter by Isser Kolo, the less lay, Ki Amar Isser Mosif Echad Chaticha, the Shtei Chatichos Lo Amino. Oh, that was saying, because interestingly enough, the concept of an Isser Kolo, now everybody agrees with Isser Kolo. Why? Because Isser Mosif is much stronger. When do we say to Mosif?
I'm the only motherfucker.
One object. For example,
this nigga cares so much about waivers.
All the changes are taking place in one item. Let's take Katifos. Let's say Katifos. I swear.
What? No one gives a fuck. How about that, motherfucker?
Pieces over here. There's my shmuel, which is me, and then there's the big
night moves.
So the being that says Isser Mosif works only when everything is happening within one object. But if the process is occurring.
Oh, you don't know night moves and television? Well, get your shit together because you're gonna learn it.
Isser does not best.
Oh, but motherfucking knows Ching Chang Chung and television. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? It's time to expand your fucking horizons.
I swear I'm not going to eat pigs. Because of Amr Shmuel Shmuel Ochal Te'inu Ba'anovim, and I say I'm not going to eat pigs and grapes. So again, so first Shmuel is I'm not going to eat pigs. Second Shmuel is I'm not going to eat pigs and grapes.
Why is this shit so shitty?
We would say that since ultimately again the second Shmuel devolves upon the grapes, devolves upon the figs, which then means that what? If I eat pigs, I'm carried what? Providing of 2 Shmuel.
We were just young and restless and old.
So we're not resolving this today, right? That's not our goal. That's not our goal. Our goal today is not have answers. Sometimes in life we must important to sow in life. Sometimes we have to go ahead and convince ourselves that we are on a journey. And the way it works on the journey, everybody wants to get to the end of the journey. But if all you focus on life is getting to the end of the journey, you miss out on the beauty of the journey. Sometimes we're so results-oriented that we forget to see the beauty, the holiness, and the need for the process. If you ever want to, listen, that's why people become so frustrated with tomorrow. Why? Because you go ahead and because you close the page and you're like, what the answer? The point of the beauty of the Gemara, of the Gemara's process is, no, hold up. You never get the answer. Right? Let's say, have we ever finished the Masechta without getting an answer? Don't answer that. Right. But the clarity will come. But part of the way that you appreciate the clarity and the answer is just taking it in. It's like, if you ever take a road trip somewhere and you know where you're going, but if you're driving through beautiful places, you're like, okay, it's about 10:30. That's all around you as well on the road trip. Gemara is like a beautiful road trip through like all foliage. I know where I have to get to. And I'm taking in everything along the way. So remember again, right now we're taking in all this information. This is bound to you. Because now what I just learned about changed my life. What I just learned about is to do with these constructs. And do we accept these constructs? That remains to be seen. But now I know these constructs exist in life. So Isser Kolo, where again, Halacha myself, there's additional layer of prohibition added upon. the gavra, the individual. I am assuming additional is a prohibition. So we'll say, so again, does that work? Can I give an example of that? Nevela on Yom Kippur. Right, so Nevela on Yom Kippur. So we'll say, so if I eat Nevela on Yom Kippur, what is my liability? So again, if you adopt the concept of the Sekolah, so it could very well be that I'm paying both for Nevela as well as for consumption of Yom Kippur. Because again, these prohibitions on Nevela is the same. Nevela said, what's not the same? What's not the same? What's not the same? Me. I'm not the same. It's your most interestingly enough says the
Don't suck, dog. This is the worst.
What's changed? The chefsa. Example, nevela that becomes no size.
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Gavra is the same, but now ultimately again the chefsa. Shelo say this as an aside. Also, these are tremendous metaphors for life as well. I mean, it's your most. It doesn't sound good, right? In other words, sometimes in life the world is the same, but it's me that has changed. Right? And then sometimes again I'm holding in the status of an Isolosi, where I'm the same, circumstances have changed. So much of life is knowing what category you're in. Right? Is it me who's changed?
What is this bullshit?
The same, or it's the world that stayed the same as me? Sometimes the person just has to understand where they're holding in order to be able to process what it is that's going on. Okay, but again, not for today. But again, Lamaisa, just keep in mind those two categories. We're come back. We're not finished. Not already done. What is
the worst cryptocurrency? Literally, the cryptocurrency that I do not even.
So a person could eat one thing, and the chayiv ultimately again 4 chatas offerings and 1 asham. So I'll say, by the way, before we go on, what's the Musar Haskell of this? Now I'll say one act of consumption. What's the Musar Haskell? The Musar Haskell is sometimes you can do something so small and fundamentally change the trajectory of your life. Very often, major life change doesn't happen as a result of major dynamic life activity. Sometimes even the smallest decisions, the smallest actions can go in and change. There's a friend of Rabbi Shazar that the Gemara has this. I forgot exactly what is that. Like Rabbi says, "Yishana olamo b'sha'achas." A person can go ahead and acquire literally again. Acquire his world, whether that's in down meaning into this world, right, or in down meaning, or Yikona Chol Haba, the Sha'ach. Usually translate to mean that a person could give meaning to his in one moment. I think it's both the same idea. If you look at that word Shah, you often translate Shah as a moment. That's inspiration. What does the say? That kind of television.
Fuck no, this shit's fucking
so
doing the horror.
Low Shah.
Right in chicken scratch. I can say that.
It's Shem Dinat Shah. What does that mean? Shah means turn.
Dude, what is this bullshit?
HaKadosh who did not turn his attention to Cain and his card.
Yo, what is bullshit?
What does it mean? You should cut along the Shah. Sometimes make a little turn, make a little pivot, a little adjustment in your life.
What are you saying, Mr. Aquarius?
Sometimes you don't have to make big changes. You should allow the Sha'achos. One little movement, one little pivot, one little change.
Shout out to Mr. Aquarius.
That's our Gemara. Yesh okalachila achas. This is the negative. Like sometimes you eat one little wrong thing, and what happens?
I'm wonderful. In the middle of the night, occasionally I just sing songs on Instagram and then record them.
So as I said, ultimately again it means, right, someone who is coming, listen to this. Someone who's coming and you that was no
we were just young and restless and bold.
You guys got a lot of problems. So I said, but when I said, guess what happens? So here's the breakdown, right?
Have a chance to look good.
So first of all, you didn't pay it, right?
I use her, she used me, but you 1K.
Number 2 is no, sorry. Ushim
We
Yom
would get
Kippur,
that
that's
shit
Kippur. Onishim Tamisha Hashem
done.
Enos
Working on
Akaman.
the
That's four right there. That's four right there, right? Chilek, Nosar, Yom Kippur, and
We're
Tameh.
teenage blues.
Hari Abba Katos,
Working
Va'asham
on the
Echad,
night
what's the Asham?
blues.
Mila. Mila, because remember, he ate something consecrated. So it says, so that's a 4 Katos and 1 Asham. Right? From one act of eating. Rabbi Meir Omer, after the Shabbos,
Summertime, summertime.
by the way, and if it was Shabbos, and you took the piece of Halem out from Rosh Hashanah to the Shtarabim, that's another fear. This thing says, Amalo, come on, it's ridiculous. Amalo, Elam and Hashem. They said, no, that's not what we're looking for. In other words, what we're looking for is multiple levels of liability that stem from the same act of consumption. Right? Because obviously, if you just want to pile on Yisurim, you could be also wearing, Shakni's Bekish. You could go ahead. He's balling there, but while he was doing this also, so he's a very talented guy, right? So the nice again, so this is over here, you can't do that. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for multiplicity of prohibition that stems from the same exact act. So this is one act of consumption, which generates multiple layers of liability. Then Esau, one second, if what we said was true, right now, what we said was true before, the Gemara says, then Isa, Rashi says, if you look at Israel, then the truth is you should be able to add on another prohibition. What's the other prohibition? Isa, Mishkachis Lachavish. There only should be 5 katos. How so? You don't shamar shvua shalom chal timorim dechim. If you say it's a kolon, then the truth is there is a way to go ahead and generate another prohibition. How so? Before this guy, right, was Tameh and ate the chalev of Nosar on Yom Kippur, he made a shvua. What's the shvua? As he eats a chalev. Now, what's the legal to chayel atmarim? Chayel nami a chalev. Therefore, again, Isra Kola says, since the shvua devolves upon the tmarim, the dates and also devolves upon the chalev. Therefore, when this guy eats the chalev, so on Yom Kippur, and he's also be chayav for what? Violation of the shvua, which will then make it incur what? A 5th layer of liability. And therefore, we say after consumption. Person, no. He got on Israel on the Elo. Israel on the answer, look at them. You're only talking about prohibitions that occur on their own, not prohibitions that are generated by an individual. What's it, Marcy? What about Hagdish? Like, Hagdish has to be generated by someone, which the Gemara says, Bibechar. The Hagdish are talking about, so I'll say that the chalev actually belongs to a Bechar animal. Right? The Bechar is not created, but rather, again, it's innate.
This is bullshit.
Another possibility is Kikatoni. So it says here the kasha, just in the continuation, right? The Gemara said, by saying such thing as Isra Kolal. What does Isra Kolal say? That although you can't make a shot prohibiting something that is already prohibited, and if you try to do so, it doesn't work. If you make a shvu on something that is permitted, and also include the prohibited item, it works. So if I make a shvu, I swear I'm not going to eat nevela. Does that shvu work? Shvu work? No. Why? Because nevela is already usher. But if I say, I swear I'm not going to eat chocolate cake and nevela, since the shvu devolves upon the chocolate needles devolves upon the nevela. Okay. Well, let me ask Kasha. Very much case, right? The guy and eats. He's tight. Who eats? So he's tamek. He eats chila. That's no summon of Dushan on Yom Kippur. Ultimately, again, is chayiv 4 katos plus an asham for me'ilah. The Gemara says, why not add on a 5th prohibition? For example, he made a shvua not to eat chalev. And since the shvua devolves upon the day, it also devolves upon the chalev, and therefore it should be chayiv. When he eats the chalev, he should also be chayiv of the shvua. No. We're only talking about prohibitions that devolve upon their own, created upon their own, not that are man-made isurim. Right? So shvua is a man-made issur. But another possibility is kikatani midi the leslie she'ila. Only talking about prohibitions that cannot be undone, that cannot be revoked. Shvua the isli shalokatani. A shvua can be annulled, can be revoked. Again, we haven't spoken about that. But we'll get that soon. I hurry hagdish. People say hagdish can be annulled. Because remember, the assumption is hagdish is a nether. Therefore, you could annul that. We already said we're dealing with the case of Bechar. So Rabbi said Bechar is Kedushas Melechem, and therefore can't be annulled. Even say another possibility is Kikat Tani, Karban Kavua. Furthermore, again, I will say we're only talking about liabilities which generate a defined carbonic obligation. Carbon over the oil. I'm going to say again, what do you get for violation of Shua? Carbon over the oil. Not so much this type of carbonos. Hari Tami Shakal as Kodesh. What about the guy who's Tami reads Kodesh to cover all of the Yore too? He gets covered all of the Yore. So you see, we are including that type of carbon versus Benasi. Benasi. We're talking about a Nasi. Rabbi Eliezer, the Amar Nasi maybe is here. Well, so we haven't learned the Sidi yet, but apparently a Nasi who goes ahead and eats, whose Tami eats Kaddish, doesn't bring a carbon over the Yore, rather he brings a fixed carbon. Okay? But Rashi says, keep Tani. What kind of prohibitions that what? Maybe the higher. We're talking about prohibitions that are governed by a shear. The chayla pachas mikashir. I want to say about a shvur. Then we could make it something even less than a shear. Not including Marsiyuri. Hari Hegdish. Hegdish devolves upon even than a kizayis. You're right. So Friday. So Hegdish doesn't have a shear kizayis, but it does have a different shear. What's the shear for Hegdish? Rashi me'avira omer zira kikatani. The only type of prohibitions we are including are what? Zidono karis. Only prohibitions whose intentional violation is karis. Dono lav no katani. Something whose intentional violation is lav. For example, by Yeshua. So why not add in a case over there of Shavua also? So explaining why we're not including law. Because again, we're only talking about cases where intentional violation is a key occurrence. Shavua, intentional Shavua is what? The lav. Gemara says, Bahari Hasham is a dono lav. What about the case of Asham, which is only brought for a case of lav? The Katani, and it's included, to which the Gemara says, top of Chafei. So the Gemara is coming up, Rabina Amar Kika Nidi de type of Chape, Nidi de Chayil and Nidi de Barachilu. So Rabina says we're only talking about prohibitions that devolve upon food items. Shavua, the Chaybi Amidi de la Barachilu, no Katani. But a Shavua that can even devolve upon non-food items, we don't include. Bahari Hekdish, the Chayil Namia eats in Babonim, Hekdish could devolve upon wood and stones as well. Ella, Midi de Chayil and Midi de Ismishasha. Rather, I will say, interestingly enough, the prohibitions included in this case, right? The guy who does one act of consumption and is high for multiple things. We're only talking about prohibitions that involve upon something that has substance. Like Midi is famous Shasha. Shvua, the Chayil and Midi the less famous Shasha, but a Shvua which ultimately again devolves upon things which do not have substance. Now, what does it mean? We haven't gotten to this case yet, but we will keep going. She'ishan v'shelo ishan. So let's say a person makes a shvua to sleep or not to sleep. So what do you see from here? That a shvua could devolve upon cases even where there is no substance to the item you are swearing of. So bottom line, just to understand, why was this case brought up here? This case was only brought up here to challenge the concept of Isser Kola, right? In the previous sugya, we established the concept of an Isser Kola, which means that although you can't take a ship prohibits something which is only, but if you take a shvu which prohibits something from, it could devolve upon the limited item as well. So once again, if I swear I'm not going to go ahead and eat nevela, such an oath is meaningless and doesn't take effect. If, however, I go ahead and I swear that I'm not going to eat chocolate cake and nevela, that does work. The Gemara then brings up the case of a guy through one act to create simultaneous liability. Who is he? The Tame, who went ahead and ate. You are Tame, who chayler, that's no star of Ektish on Yom Kippur. So right there for us, and one asham for Me'ilah. The Gemara says, why not add on a fifth? What's the fifth? This same guy before Yom Kippur made a shvua. What was the shvua? I swear I'm not going to eat. I'm to eat tamarim and chayler. And say the same way, the shvua devolves upon the also devolves upon the chayla. Therefore, when he eats chayla, he's also chai for violating the shvua. Which the Gemara says, bottom line, we're talking about prohibitions that devolve upon items that have substance. But since shvua devolves upon item that doesn't have substance, even like sleep, Therefore, it's not included in this category. I will say, what a day. Shkoyach, everyone. Just a reminder, tomorrow morning, there is a Sunday schedule as well. So first shot, first and from OCM, Yerushalayim, Mirz Hashem, will be 7:15, after following Mirz Hashem. Shkoyach, everyone.
I'm worried now that I'm going to be for fat. And then sore in this. Look how fat Brendan shows. I love the cameras can tell.
All right, Cameron, remember, great day, everyone.
I like my voice. So fat. Look how fat that guy
Come on, you little bitch.
Oh, I didn't even say that. Yeah, it's just you say. Oh my God. I'm not that fat. Oh, man. Anyway, so, has anybody in here? Oh, let's start with a poll. How's it use Jake Paul?
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by
because that's what you did to make
thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Pilsen Spell Habarit Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman's Rosh of this year as a close to Soros Fellows for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of year have all been with Tosh Shmuel and Parakim, migration of the yard, of Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yecheskel Coins of Holy Bracha. And our week of learning sponsors, Henry Jacobs in Kent, in memory of her daughter, Shifra Zichron Bracha, Bas Chana Dina. Our Daf Yomi sponsor for today, Rezi Eskin, Zecha Nishmas, her husband, Bill Eskin, Yoel Yisrael Ben Mordechai Zichron Bracha. His yard site is on the 23rd of ER, and to very much love finding the Daf Yomi shir. Mirz Hashem, we hope in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refusha, with Kol Yisrael. Of this proclamation, Mirz Hashem, bring home all of our soldiers to be successful. B'chol Amasei. Listen with us, we have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, today's Daf is Chaf Beis 22. We are picking up in Mirz Hashem on Chafal Chaf Beis 21b, 12 lines from Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Akiva says, so remember again in the Mishnah, we have the following case. I make a shua, I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread. And then I eat a little bit of it. Right, so that's a little bit to find less than a kizayis. Rabbi Akiva says that I am chayiv. He's a chayiv. I'll kosher even if he's in a very minute amount. Rabbi Akiva holds that I'm chayiv. Here's the shayla. But Rabbi Akiva, now this is, of course, is very unique because in general, whenever we have an Isser Achila, a prohibition to eat something, generally the shear is a kizayis. And of course here Rabbi Akiva is saying that Allah if I make a shvur not to eat a loaf of bread, and I eat even a small minute amount, I'm chayiv. The shayla is like this. Is this Rabbi Akiva's shita by shvus? Right? Is this real? Is this something unique by a shvur? Or do we call it gan Torah? Just in general, Rabbi Akiva holds like the Rabbi Shimon, which we'll see in just a moment. And Rabbi Shimon holds, in general, even a regular ischila, even a general consumption prohibition, you are chayiv if you consume even a minute amount. That's the shayla on Rabbi Akiva. Says the Gemara. So this Rabbi Shimon says,
this motherfucker has to take with.
In general, if you consume any amount of a prohibited item, you'll get malchus. Carbon. The shear of Zionist is the shear for carbon. So this is the position, which of course in general we reject.
That's racial against
But
Asia. But guess what?
So the shaila is
my aunt always said she had little Chinese eyes.
And therefore anytime there's an akiva, the prohibition to mashu any
She's
amount.
not even Asian people in my family.
I
got Asians on both sides, motherfucker.
But doesn't apply by the rest of the Torah. So in general, Rabbi Akiva could have argued Rabbanon even in a general sense, right? In any area of Torah, the reason why the machlokes is espoused here, to teach you the strength of the Rabbanon to this. Remember again, because the Rabbanon hold that even in a case of Shua, the shear is still going to be a kezayis. So therefore, I will say this is our fundamental shayla. Rabbi Akiva in the Mishnah is saying, I make a shvua not to eat this loaf of bread if I eat any amount of the loaf. Rabbi Akiva says I am liable. What does Rabbi Akiva hold in the rest of the Torah? Saying that you're chayiv for any amount of prohibited consumption, or no? Here by shvua, but in general he holds kizayis. Okay, so the Gemara says that. Sorry about Bahad the Kamikul Yah Lodiachan Kochan Rabbanon. Apagav the Ikal Meimar. Hoyel umefarish chayiv stam nami chayiv. So we'll say perhaps over here that Rabbi Akiva argues really in the entire Torah, and the reason why halacha might say it's mentioned over here is to highlight to us the strength of the Rabbanon's position. And according to the Rabbanon, you are not chayiv unless, of course, you go ahead and consume a kizayis. Now, what's unique? Now, what we're going to see over here in the case of shvua, like for example, if you were to go ahead and say, shvua she'eni ochal mashu kazu, I swear I'm not going to eat any amount from this loaf. Then what's the halacha? If you go ahead and you eat any amount, you are in fact liable. So I might have thought that the reason that even if I'm not even if I don't explicitly articulate that, I shouldn't be liable even for consumption of any amount. So the Gemara says, therefore, the Rabbanan say, no, that's not the case. The Rabbanan will say, in general, if you make a shvur not to eat something, the shear is going to be a kizayis. If you go ahead and you say, I swear not to eat any amount, then nothing on your liability on any amount. So perhaps just coming to highlight strength of that particular case. Okay, Odila, or perhaps maybe in general, the Akiva holds it to Rabbanon, that throughout the rest of the world, whenever there is Isra'achila, Isra'achila always a kizayis. The Ha'ach, Hoyel in the Farish, Stam Nami. Here, Rabbi Akiva holds the say. So again, if we go with this idea, general Rabbi Akiva holds that that is. So why in Shavua should you be chayiv if you consume even a minute amount? And the last finding will be as follows. Since in a case of Shavua, there is the ability to go ahead and prohibit even a mashahu, perhaps what that does is that tells you all cases of Shavua, by definition, are Isser Mashu. That's the logic. Since there is a construct where mashu could become, where even a minute amount could become prohibited, perhaps that becomes our default setting in any case of shvua which prohibits consumption. Okay, so we'll say, so this is our shaila. So Tashma, so let's analyze this. We'll say, so again, let's take what we know. What do we know? We know that by shvua, Rabbi Akiva holds that if I swear not to eat this loaf of bread, halacha, if I can consume even a mashu, any amount, I am liable. What's our shaila? Is this Rabbi Akiva's unique position by shvua, but by the rest of Torah, he agrees that this is a kizayis? Perhaps, he also Rabbi Shimon, even by the rest of Torah, rules that in general, any prohibition of consumption is a mashu. Right? All you need to consume is a minute amount from mashu. By the time kizayis comes up, is really for carbonic liability. That's our shaila. So let's analyze. So Tashma, Jamul Rabbi Akiva. So they said in the Mishnah, this is now recording the casual conversation in the Mishnah. Akiva, Heicha Matzinu Ba'okal Kol Shavu Chayiv Shezeh Chayiv. So he said Rabbi Akiva in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva, meaning that you're Chayiv for a Mashu for Shvua. After all, where in the rest of Torah do you ever find a case where you're consuming a minute amount? Which the must be Isa. Now, if Rabbi Akiva really held it in the entire Torah, Lema L'Ano, the Chol HaTorah, the Rabbi Shimon Sfirolei. So Rabbi Akiva held with Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Akiva said to him, what are you talking about? I hold this way in the entire Torah. This is my position. I hold like Rabbi Shimon. I hold like Rabbi Shimon, right? And Rabbi Shimon holds that in general. And there's an Isser Mashu with any Isser Achila. To which the Gemara says, you're right. The Devei Rabbanan Kamalahu. Really? Rabbi Akiva ultimately is addressing his words to the position of the Rabbanon. How so? He said like this. So Rabbi Akiva is like this. Really, if you're asking me, like I hold like Rabbi Shimon in the entire Torah, and therefore every Isser Achila is an Isser B'mashu, any amount. However, the Gemara says, Stam Namichayev. So he keeps his son on Rabbanon. I know you're going to disagree with me in the rest of the Torah, but at least in Shuvah, agree with me. Why? Let's agree that Shuvah, since there's the possibility to explicitly articulate a mashru, right? That even a minute amount should be aser. Let's make a default setting in Shuvah, and therefore, anytime you swear not to eat something, by definition, you hit it even a minute amount. Problem with Rabbanan, and the Rabbanan say no. The Rabbanan say no. We don't hold that way. We hold that the Yeshir Zikizan is in all areas of halacha. Okay. So we have no Zabir Tashma. Rabbi Kiva, this is a very interesting case here. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Nazir, Sheshara Kita Bayai. Yesh Ba Kedi Letzari Kizayis Chai. So things are. You have a Nazir. Abi doesn't have to go ahead and drink wine. So look what our Nazir does. Our Nazir goes ahead and but he has bread also. He soaks the bread and the bread in combination combines to form the kizayis. So there's not enough wine to generate liability, right? But the bread combined with the wine creates a kizayis. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "V'yishpat David Sarek kizayis bein pas v'yayis." The last short line in Rashi. Chayiv kehetem mitzarek le'iser b'suri Nazir d'yakin trust. Again. You have that. What's unique about this? In this case over here, remember it's the wine that's prohibited. The bread is totally fine. But again, halacha l'maisa, the bread with the wine to form the shear. So it says, Rabbi Akiva holds it Rabbi Shimon. Right? Namely, that's what? That any time you have an Isra Achila, it's always the mashal, it's always even meat amount, and one needs combined. Right? In other words, then really any minute amount of wine should be prohibited to the Nazir. Why do I have to get up to the threshold of a kizayis through combining the bread with the wine? Furthermore, let's say a person made a shvua, and just a general shvua. I swear I'm not going to eat. I swear I'm not going to eat. And what happens? And then he ends up eating. I mean, hopefully not all at once, right? But he ends up eating the velas, shreifas, shkatzim, v'ramasim, which I will say, by the way, it's interesting. You think to yourself, how could it be that a person takes a shvua not to eat, and they end up eating all of this stuff? So I will say it's a tremendous musar. How you can see a person making a shvua not to eat. Maybe a person overindulges. Maybe a person has a bit too much excess. So they say, you know what? I need to get my life back on the right course. So sometimes in the quest for spiritual growth, a person has to be very conscious of extremism. Recognizing that sometimes going to the extreme is not the right approach because you end up failing. Not only do you fail, you crash and burn. And this is all the time in Ruchnius, right? All the time in Ruchnius. We get very excited, 0 to 60 under 3 seconds. And then one day we wake up like, oh my God, what did I do over here? And there's like a panic, and that panic comes sometimes, results like in spirituality remorse, and like just the pendulum swings back the other way. Now, what I want to point out, the Rambam brings this down in Ruchnius Deos. The Rambam says that sometimes, in order to correct a character flaw, in order to correct a lifestyle flaw, sometimes I have to do something extreme. And I have to swing the pendulum only to the other way with the hope and expectation that then I come back to Derech HaMemutza. I come back to the middle path. So sometimes you need an extreme shift in order to gravitate to the middle. But more often than not, extreme shifts don't work. More than that, extreme shifts have a tendency to backfire. So incredible enough, like in this case over here, he's making a shvur shel ochal, and then what happens? He eats shkatzim, masim, velas, and shefas. Just a tremendous mashaska. Anyway, we're back to the halacha on this.
Puppy, are you there? Maybe you aren't. Can you hear me? Yo, girl. Are you there? Can you hear me? Can you fall asleep? Cool. Sweet dream. Jesus, athleticism's unlike anything I've ever seen. This motherfucker's so athletic. This athleticism. Can I describe it for you? Please, something so simple. Doge Cat.
So that guy takes a shore not to eat anything, and then he ends up.
He's doing it right away. You just gotta get your phone. You're in your phone and inside it. There's the boxing. Locked in. I'm hearing. You're hearing. I'm gonna see. Who is this for? Oh yeah. Us in our show.
But later, you're like, I can't stop, Man, this is what happens. The problem is it gives you desires you shouldn't have, and it makes you feel like you're missing out on life, which is ridiculous. Look what I get to do. And I'm on the other day, I'm scrolling, and a dude does a perfect backflip off a yacht and just disappears into the azure waters of the Mediterranean. And the girls in the air, what?
I don't know. It's Brian Callis into like
disappears into the azure waters of
Azure. That's my guess. But he uses words like Azure, not Azure. Yeah. You know what? I'll give him credit here because if I were Brian Callen, he's saying that he's looking at his phone a lot and scrolling through social media, I would stuff that he sees. He's getting good douche left and right. So if he's still looking at his phone all the time, looking through things, good for him. I wouldn't have that. He's on Reddit all day. On TikTok. He scrolls. He has to hide things on Reddit constantly.
Yo, how are you?
Even when he's in too busty to hide, he's like, oh,
Can you hear me? Hello? Do you speak English? How was your day going? Do you talk? Did you find out about me from Twitter? You want to make my day? Tell me that. Yo, can you hear me? Yo. Manor. Business work, girl. I don't like talking to pointless people. Well, neither do I. Do you speak? Manor. Do you talk? Can you hear me? Yo, Manor, come on. Manor, go fuck off. Nobody wanted to talk to you anyway, Manor, business work girl. I like talking to pointless people. Well, then get the fuck out of here. Manor being a B. Just kidding, Manor, we love you. Just, talk when people are like, hey, you speak. Yo.
Cross-reference the subreddit. You see all the,
of the Mediterranean, and the girls in the yacht are like, woo, and I was like, my life sucks. Right? Then what happens? Then I get To another real where a dude, he's a cowboy.
Wonder
Real
what?
one. You guys know.
You bitch.
He's forgiven 17. Simple. Yeah.
They start sting.
Watching Brian Callen's entire stand-up. Yeah. That's a good one.
To another real where a dude, he's a cowboy, a real one. You guys know this. You probably know.
Oh, a cowboy 2.5 minutes in, dude. Yeah. You think he's gonna do the horse? He's already on the horse. Yeah, idiot. You don't fuck. He's on the horse. He's on the horse right now. I missed it. Oh man. Oh,
Another real where a dude, he's a cowboy.
Oh, you're right. He got on the horse. I missed it. And an animal right away. On the other specials on the Patreon, we would count the amount of animals that he would need because he would constantly. His specials take place at the zoo. He loves the zoo.
Cowboy, a real one. You guys know this. Most of you probably own horses here. And, dude, he's a horseman. He's on a horse, a real cowboy. Hat, buckle, robe. He wrangles cattle. That's his job. Dungarees.
Dungarees. That must be a new thing comedians know too. How big were the dungarees, Callen? Why not just Wranglers? Yeah, the Wranglers are funny. That's the most cowboy shit I ever heard. Wrangler. Peter Dinklage's dungarees. He's holding off that dude. Woodrow Wilson's white boots.
Like this is a man who comes home and he smells like steer, you know, like in a rawhide sack. His wife is probably traditional in a prairie dress. She's like, I baked you a pie, you know, right? Listen, we all the cowboys. You guys eat your steaks. You never think about what it takes. Do you know how unruly cows are? Do you know that cows are like, I'm free, and one of them breaks off? You need somebody to be like, hey, get the fuck off, you know? You know, you have to.
Damn, he came close to the Hong Kong. Have you guys ever dressed like a cow? I mean, it's fucking different. Dallas got whipped as a cow.
Do you know that cows are like, I'm free, and one of them breaks off? You need somebody to be like, hey, get the fuck off, you know? You know, you have to. A cowboy is nothing less than a man who specializes in breaking crushing, really, any semblance of individuality a cow may have. Right? Remind them that they're a herd animal and stay in your fucking formation. That's not even the point I'm making. So I see this dude on a horse. Now, I have a lot of horse fantasies. And I'm looking at a
Cow, horse. What else? That's a lot so far because it's only been 3 minutes. More animals than
green room of the ship talk.
If I were there and I'm a comedian at the mothership, tour guy or something, it'd be kind of funny just to time it, just randomly. Like, oh, he's doing an animal bit. Let's see how long that's playing. Stopwatch. And then you got a bunch of things supposed to. Oh yeah, 4 minutes on horses. I don't know how he does it. It's not funny at all. He laughs. He does it the whole time. He does the same kind of voice the whole time too. It never changed. But he's not embarrassed in any way. It's crazy. What's up, Dallas? Oh yeah. Look at you guys.
Callan stealing raccoon Tweezy's jokes dungarees.
Change the thing to Bob. And then we got a guest on here that he says he's going to talk about monkeys. I like guessing too. Like, what's the next monkey? What's the next monkey? Monkey. Yeah, well, monkey's the same bet because humans are monkeys. You know that? It's like we're up for monkeys. Yeah. And then they come first. Yeah, definitely. Especially for Restreams. Not really.
I'm not. It's a stupid thing. I don't want to go into. I don't have time. But so he's. Look, the dude's on a horse, and he's no saddle. No saddle. Bareback, bro. That's a horseman. You want to talk about being connected to a horse? That's not a guy who can ride a horse. That's a guy who will break a horse. That's the kind of guy who can be like, and his horse shows up. Right? I mean, dude.
Who else is that? Got Brenda.
love from Chicago.
Shout out Chicago. Chicago style. Another old reference, Chicago style. Chicago is great. Rest in peace to your Cubs. What do you think about somebody that stands like this during stand-up? Listen, I'm not the kind of guy that paint everything black or paint everything white. I'm more of a brown guy. Okay. I love UPS. Yeah. What can brown do for you? I don't like Brad Callen, but if that was how John Mulaney did his whole next special, I'm sure I would love it. Oh, it would make it so much worse. I just picture somebody, they do stand up, they're a comedian, they have this, maybe they walk the stage, maybe they don't, but they're ready to do their set, and they go into the club and they see a guy standing like that, doing in that voice too, like a karate guy. He's kind of dressed up like a karate guy as well. Yeah. He doesn't not look like a karate instructor. He's in the stands too, and he always does this. Yeah. This is how he does stand-up. He's ready to defend himself. Yeah. Okay, so you don't look like that when you're looking at the book. That's why he does sit up the wall. Okay. Yeah. So is he is the wall. Yeah, he's the wall. The wall gets you. Right. What up, man? You guys know. You know. Here's what got me. I watched this 5 times. He's not moving a muscle. He's on the horse, okay? It's just him and the wrangler. I don't know what he did. Terrible. I can't stop thinking about other people's reaction to this dude. Yeah. Right? It's just the woke meets the wall, and he's standing like that. I literally forgot what that made me think of. Oh, no, it's not your fault. It's just another reason. What's up, guys? So Brian Callen's feet are never less than 3 feet apart. So thank you, Engel. So what I was thinking is, just in the comment, yeah, no, I won't forget. What I was thinking is, woke, he is against woke, right? He says. So obviously the main guys that are defending us from people trying to stop what we say are obviously Joe Rogan, Brian Callen, and Jill. We thank them. Thank you. You guys like your freedom to talk. Chat. Anyways, what I'm thinking is you got these woke people, right? Maybe some of them are aware of Brian Callen and they hate Brian Callen. They hate him because he's free for a breed, right? So they go to the show and they're expecting to hear offensive shit. They're expecting him to talk about trains and how protesters deserve to get shot. I see what you're saying. Right? And they get there and he does 10 minutes on a guy getting on a horse who's hot. Yeah. And then they're just confused. This guy sucks, but they don't even know, the woke don't even know if they've been the wall. The wall is that there's nothing interesting being said. Sometimes you're more of an assist guy. You're not really the scorer. You're setting, and then you should have lobbed that one instead of trying to dunk it because you just hit the back of the backboard and the ball went all over the place. Okay, you're wrong. Okay, you were right for like 80% of that. Absolutely. Listen, the audience fucking loves this, right? And then they forget that they were going to a place where they were supposed to see both sides of the issue. When they walk out going, I'm not being Republican because that guy was funny about this and stuff. Right, sell this place as like a place where you can fucking discuss openly and not be judged for it. And then, so they're talking about politics and shit like this, And then Brian Callen goes up there and just talks about animals, right? And then people are like, you tell your old laugh. That's all of Austin. Brian Callen gets on stage. That's them, but I'm talking like the people, like woke people that he hates, right? If they were there. If they were there. Yeah, he's great too. Oh, you think they're gonna buy in? He's the red pill. Oh, wow. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Okay. He red pills everybody because of how funny dude liberals are all cat names. He's gonna make 10 jokes about cats. You don't think that's gonna win the vote? It's funny to say cat ladies when there's homeless cats. Yeah. Homeless cats are liberals. Homeless cats are liberals, and then liberals in general are cat ladies, so that kind of goes hand in hand. Okay. I'm saying like he's the first step into a lot of baby steps towards fascism. Tim Kennedy saying Cooney got a new Bryce in a special live. Memorize this. Then nobody will know that. They'll just think I'm insane. Because some people could recognize Shaw. If I do Brian Callen, people really will think I'm like the least funny person.
That'd be funny if you didn't go up as Brian Callen. Your stage name was False Gods.
It's a great name for stage. False God. Now coming to the stage, False Gods.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
I saw Caesar's in the chat. I would love to see him act like he's riding a horse.
I can do it. Yeah, you can fucking do that on, what is it called? Sora. That sounds like a Sora video that Jordan would need.
Nothing moved on his body, nothing. But whatever he did, that horse from a dead stone still stopped, took off full speed. That guy sent a signal from his root chakra through his taint into the beast's back. And that signal was go now. And the horse was like, yes, master. And took off.
You didn't get it. I think he's gonna do it. He's riding the horse again. I've already seen this.
Can we please get this in the kid on the fucking...
He's not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that.
Can we get this as a review? No one is used.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Ride that horse, you fucking crazy old bitch.
Where's the green screen at, dude?
It's crazy he's doing this at 85 years old, too, like Chop would say. Yeah, he said, go now.
Great. I didn't think we did that so fast. I mean, that might be like there.
Wow. I don't know if I can really do this. That's true. I actually have never ridden a horse.
It's a weird, like, aerobic exercise.
The horse was like, yes, master. And took off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He wasn't even using the reins. He was just around.
It's not done yet.
Oh, man.
That was a show last night. The comedian rode a horse for 15 minutes. Dude, that would be kind of funny, honestly. If you allowed me to do 20 minutes of stand-up and I just did me riding a horse all the time. And I was like this. Just the whole entire time.
Did you just go?
Performance art.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's ever done this on stage and it's like that horse bit is killer. Just giving him a prop. Oh, what is that? Oh, why? Why would you do this to a horse?
I wish we could watch the horse do with no audio first every time. Like, if Brian Callen came on screen was like, all right, guys, you know what time it is.
It's funny to watch this because we're watching, kind of, it feels we're watching it live. Clips that will be, stand-ups that will be clipped. These things, they look like they're straight out of one of those videos where, like, Chang's versus much comedy sucks now. His name's Rogan, but Callen riding a horse and Whitney Cummings tended to be on a stripper pole.
Yeah.
This is
The horse was like, yes, master. And running. He wasn't even using the reins. He was just controlling everything to control 1,200 pounds of bone and muscle with naught but the golden crescent. That is your inner thighs and taint. Dude.
5 minutes exactly.
Yeah. Joe Rogan's like, you can do the special on my club. Just wait 5 minutes. Catch this. Oh, you found it. Yes, to touch the golden crescent. The golden arches.
What an expression of masculinity. If I thought that guy met with my wife, I would be like, apologize. So I go from acrobat to cowboy, and now I follow a guy come across this reel. He's a sensual chef. There's no other way to put it. He's a sensual chef. He wears nothing but an apron. He's just an apron jacked. He's got, first of all, his skin, most brown skin that sweats olive oil naturally. I don't know how to describe his body. If it was a landscape, it would be unsafe to traverse in a regular car. You would need special shots. Even then, you'd be like, this is crazy, dude. You know?
Yeah, he's not getting off the horse. Well, this one is a car. Oh, he's riding a man's chest on a car. I wasn't listening to it. But, I mean, for your own safety, you have to tune out every once in a while. It's a defense mechanism. He's doing the whole, like, exactly the same Hawkeye thing. And it's nuts. How he just does this every time. We're dumb for not thinking that he would do something different. I can't. It's shocking to me. I couldn't do this. It is shocking because he started to do like weights and switches. He's like, I'm on my phone too much, but look at me on a horse. Yeah, what is the false god's part? Who is the false god? You're talking about everything you've already done. Riding a horse and a hot guy. He's olive skin. He's an olive oil. He's the kind of guy where his abs are big and muscular. What? The fuck? Aren't you supposed to be bro? Isn't it supposed to be bro comedy? Oh, it's different. That's what it is. Yeah. Is this what bro comedy is? Yeah. Then fuck bro comedy. This shit stinks. This is James Raymond song. This is the craft perfected. This is 252. If I was in the green room and he was doing stuff like this and people were laughing, I'd be like, do I smell burnt toast? Am I having a stroke? I can't. Why are you laughing? although actually, now that I think about it, I would be laughing more. Oh, yeah. Because if it was in person and he was still doing this shit to make me laugh, I mean, that would be actually really good. You try to hold back your laughter. You're like, oh, yeah. Hello. In the green room is different. But no, seriously, though, if I was, the green room would be totally different. This is horrible Chinese water. But in the green room, I'd be laughing.
I mean, his body was demoralizing. Like, I was going to work out that day, and I was like, there's no point. Like, right? Like, why go to the gym? I'm an imposter. Nothing's going to grow. I'm not going to look like that. You know, if you can't afford a Ferrari, put a fin on the back of your Honda Accord. So watch this. So now I'm already in. And the dude, he's a chef, so he just looks at me through these Mediterranean curls and just goes, let's make a sandwich. And I was like, okay.
So, yeah, it's just the greatest hits. It really feels like that. But, talk about a Hawkeye for 4 minutes, and then we talked about Hawkeye. It makes me think that he's stupid. I always thought, now granted, he's a little stupid. I always thought that he and maybe smart or stupid people do this, but he puts himself off as he's really smart, right? He knows a lot about vaccines and trees. He's a worldly man, right? But it is a stupid thing to do a bit that's bad over and over again and not change, because that is kind of what I used to see at open mics, where somebody like we know that you all have never heard of, like GT or Nick Country. You get excited because you know they're going to do the bit you want to see, right? The same exact thing, because it's exactly, you're like, when they're like, all right, we're pulling name out of the bucket. All right, next up is, what's it? They never know who he is, even though everyone else does. Oh, Mike's got the GT is next up, and he comes out, and you're like, I'll go like this, I'll be like, to my friend, I go, high five. Oh, yeah. Willie, we got a fucking pussy on the beer coming for us, baby. Abu Dhabi, baby. I get fucking Ian or Nick Country. I'm like, all right, let's go. You're going to talk about fucking some chick. It's going to be amazing. He's never in sex. let's hear what offensive things you're gonna say. So that, what else? That, yeah, else I wouldn't give anyone a high five for that. But this maybe is to Austin comedians. Maybe they're having the same feeling that we have. We're just not in. We're not in the fucking. We're not in the green. He's riding the horse again. Exactly. They're like, Callan's up. He's gonna do the horse thing. Yeah, okay, dude, do we have time to get another beer? Literally, that's how I felt back in the day. What do you think of Bob's comment there? Brian Callen on a horse be like ding 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 when Kevin on a horse be like ding ding. Oh man. What Triplet, he's so big that he doesn't really have triplet. He's so big that he doesn't triplet involved. Wow, that's deep as fuck. I went to school.
And he pulls out a piece of raw meat. We were having a meat sandwich, obviously, and of course this guy takes his protein very seriously. And there was no marbling. This was not a domesticated animal. This was me. This was something wild. He probably slew with his own hands. And he threw it the way he thwacked it to the counter, in such force, it tenderized the meat. He then looks at me and goes, let's spice things up. I didn't know what he meant until he began to grab handfuls of spices from cloth sacks, just recklessly. It wasn't even measured. Just grabbing spices, just dashing them, covering the meat in every color powder you can imagine. Aleppo pepper and cardamom and salt paprika. He was chopping vegetables with a machine-like speed and precision. His forearms, I swear to God, looked pregnant. Like,
you know what's crazy? Who's that? Listen. I'm sorry, no, I was gonna say that. You know what's crazy is that we show him much respect by not laughing. Okay? Because the audience there, it feels like, and I'm not even joking, it feels like they're laughing at me. Oh, wow. Yeah, because you're maybe, the fuck talks like, because nobody talks this way. It's not like a clever, coherent thought. It's like some dude just fantasizing about men and look at his face. Yeah, no, I mean, I hope they're laughing at him. Oh, yeah. For the sake of the country in Austin. Yeah, the profession, no joke yet. No. In a way, that's kind of true. It does not really, I haven't seen much of a joke. He doesn't make any sense. The guy's throwing all the spice on the steak. Why? He wouldn't do that. It just doesn't, it's not, maybe he's trying to do a salt guy. What is a salt bay? Salt bay thing? He's a salt bay. We got ESW in the chat, dude. Oh, shit. What's up, man? What's up, Alan? Feels like Callan saw the best. It's like, yeah, he is doing a little bit of basketball. He's always there. He's doing a little bit of no, you were right. That is absolutely show respect for that. Yeah, that's more respectful than, but we haven't. We laughed a good amount when we cried. Oh yeah, we'll do that. But then also have jokes. Like write the however long you want to. Then write jokes. Don't talk about me. Yeah. No, all of this is fascinating. I'm having so many thoughts right now about it that I'm forgetting. That may be partially brains. But I just keep hitting me. I'm like, I haven't stopped. Oh my god. What is it? Who thinks of that? People are laughing because they waited months to get into this shitty club and spend money on the drinks. Now they're stuck listening to this old man describing his videos. Oh, is that what he's doing? Oh no, he did that earlier. Now he's just fantasy.
The kind of forms just the vascularity that looked like a cluster of angry horse dicks. So then he pulls out a loaf of bread. I can't believe the guy eats bread. And I don't know what kind. It was a rustic varietal. Probably a French bouillie. And he squeezed the camera. He just squeezed it. It gave way under his heavy fingers with a moaning crunch. This was the most outrageous part. He takes a naked hand, and goes wrist deep into a vat of raw honey. A vat? Who has a vat? This guy. And just comes up with a wasteful amount. I mean, a wasteful. His whole hand was covered in amber gunk, and I was like, what are you gonna do with that? And he didn't answer. He just began to rub it. Some of it made it to the meat.
You should have been able to predict he was going to do that. Did you know he was going to I'm not as quick as you. But I wish I had predicted that. I don't agree with it. And thank you for updating us. They're saying that he's talking about a chef on an Instagram video. I did not hear that. I missed that. Yeah, maybe I would have been laughing.
Anyway, the sandwich came together. I can't remember how it's a blur, but it took the kind of bite your mother would scold you for. Just the choking hazard alone. And the juices, just the juices. Jackson Pollock, his chest and apron. And my wife came in and she was like, "Why are you making that face?" And I was like,
I'm having such a dark thought. Because, all right, anyone that's done stand-up, they have bad stand-up. But he's doing stand-up now. He's 50. He's been doing stand-up for 30, 40 years or something. And this is his finish. This is him. And it should be his height, right? His prime. And it's this bad. So what that makes me think of is his children when they see how they would react. And what, maybe they have a normal life because they've never seen a stand-up. And one day someone's like, "Hey, I'm watching your dad do stand-up." He's like, "Oh, I never watched somebody." They don't know what it's like. So they go, "No, I've never seen it." Like, you want to watch it? Well, I guess I've kind of just been avoiding it. I have a normal life. I'm happy and married and kids and all that. Oh, let's just check it out. And so his son finally watches the stand-up, and then the next day, the whole family finds out that his son is killed. Oh my God, no! No. Just because of the horse thing, because of the hot guy. Actually, he kills himself. He decides to do it after the honeymoon. When he rubs honey up, he's like, "I can't." Even when he leaves his whole family.
He was found in his studio apartment on a YouTube video that said 7 minutes and 30 seconds into his father's transmission.
He can't be cool. Yeah, I went a little farther. Yeah, you think that's far? Think about what the other thing I was going to say. It was actually much worse. So
Oh my God.
I spared you.
But I hate to say that you're wrong all the time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that guy.
Okay.
But you don't think he's like this all the time with his kids?
Maybe.
If you're his son, how many times do you see this man ride a horse? That isn't there.
And they like it because he's being goofy with small children. Maybe. Or it'd be funny if he is very serious with it. He's not funny at all. They go, "Man, I wish Dad would be more comical. He's all about business and numbers. And he keeps telling us that we need to drink rain at school and wear the sandals. Toe holds. I can't. He doesn't let me wear shoes in gym class. I have to wear toe holds. I have this whole script I have to say to the other kids.
I have to tell their parents to buy toe holds.
I had to tell my teacher to get a Wix.com site. My dad rides my sucks being Brian Callen's son. I wish he would just goof around, and then they see this and they go, "Oh God, I'll wear it. I sleep on a Helix mattress, Dad. I told everybody to buy Helix. Please don't divorce me." The kids at school make fun of me. $500 meals.
"I'm hungry."
I think Cootie makes a fair point. It is funny because Brian's offspring can think for themselves because of this comedy.
Oh, thank you.
I thought there was going to be a joke since
All right. Well, I appreciate the support.
Probably gay. Several days later, I purchased an apron. Now I wanted to make my wife that sandwich, my younger wife. Put it on, I began to make the same sandwich in earnest. She came into the room and told me I looked like I should be washing dishes in prison.
I told this on the show many times, I think, but there was that one time I went to the comedy store and I went just to watch a show with my friend, and 8 of the 10 male comics there did bits about like, "I might be gay." And if I had power, I would say, "We're shutting the comedy store down for a week. We need to figure out what's going on here, and we'll talk with everybody, we'll interview, but a week, maybe 2 weeks, we're going to shut the club down and figure out how we can move forward." word for it. Why are you shutting it down for a week? If you don't know why, we're shutting it down for another week. Actually, now for 5 weeks now, because you asked me why. You should know already. Did you watch the stand-up? There was one comic that was a straight guy that didn't say they were gay on stage. What? And it was a woman. It was so fucking infuriating. But then he's essentially doing the same shit. This is like if your dolphin bottle did stand up. He'd probably do a double pussy. Like, it's harder to do that. Oh, we got one. Okay, don't chat down. Is it locked?
From the room. So the point is, I spent too much time on my phone. You know what I mean?
I bring the dolphin. I go back into stand-up. I bring the dolphin bottle on stage with me. I'm no better. It was, remember the first time I did how funny it was outside? It was so fucking loud. It was so crazy loud, and I spit out my drink because I was thinking, what if I did that at the office? I'd probably fire myself.
Like to just go from Nicky's having to go from wanting to be an acrobat to a cowboy to a gay man. The problem is that social media has a lot of useful information. It just does. You know, especially when you want to be healthy. You got all these fucking PhDs with gorilla necks. How can dead gorilla?
Yeah, I was waiting. I wasn't listening to anything you were saying. I was waiting for the next answer. Yeah. I feel like I could put that to bed now if it was gorilla. It's like probably talking about Huberman. You guessed it. Oh, I didn't guess Monkey. I think so. Or somebody else guessed Monkey. Yeah, that's close. That's pretty close.
Lift 500 pounds, you know, like my doctor has apps. It's crazy, right? Just traps, and they've got all the secrets, all of it. There's so much information, though, just to try to live forever. Good luck. I gotta just narrow it down, man. I'm not a health crank. Like, you gotta get sunlight, get sunshine, direct sunshine, at least 20 minutes on your genitals. Like, just don't go crazy. But if you have a pale vagina or a penis, you're not healthy. You know that.
I have been watching a lot of sunsets lately, and I do think about putting the sunset right there in my bubble. You heard about this? Sunning, yeah, sunning. So I'm not much better than you, but I don't go on stage. I just have fun when I'm watching the sunset. I only know about that from Tom and her, Chad and JT. Yeah, they had a bit of it. You don't know. We both have counter thoughts all the time.
You know that, right? Are you guys cold plunging? Are you cold plunging? Huh? Are you? Be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to be a jerk. I'm looking at this room. You guys look very inflamed. Everybody here looks. This room is swollen. You should look 20% swollen. You gotta sit in ice water, guys. You have to sit. It's gonna suck every morning after meditation, obviously. But you sit. Get in ice water. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna suck. But just stay there until you're sure you cannot have children anymore. That's when you know. Make sure everything is frozen. But here's the good news: go right into a sauna. Go right in. You want to go from the waters of the Arctic to Death Valley because that's natural. And you sit in the sauna. Sit in there. I don't care how hot should it be. It should be so hot it makes you a better person. Okay. By the way, balance. You don't know this. This is, I give, my presentations are also full of useful information, and they are finding.
Which one is our presentation?
You fall.
This is not extensions. I don't need to know how much you think about that. That's what he missed. What's up, Eric Flat?
When you fall in your 80s and you break your hip and die, it's because you had bad balance. And the reason you had bad balance is because you had weak toes. So you don't know this. You don't know this. It's amazing. We don't talk about toe strength. is the most. You're working your whole body. You're doing nothing for your toes. That is so irresponsible. All right. Listen, if you're not running in heavy sand barefoot at least 3 days a week, I do not know what to tell you. I don't. And I can't stand and be like, I don't live near a beach. I can't find heavy sand. I have children and bills. Well then, die in your 80s, you lazy piece of shit. Yeah, you want to live to 105. That's a new thing.
Like I was not laughing at him. Seems like Craig Amico's not have shit. Seems like I've been many times. Mark Michelle, the community is thriving. The man is the first here. Yeah, he's about to ride around. Every night. It also kind of looks like me. That's how I found out that's successful. My fucking disguise is just blue light glasses.
5, that's a new 50. Yeah, let your friends die at 85. You want to get to 105. Don't miss those 20 years. Yeah, oh, that's a blast. From 85 to 105. Yeah. Can't wait to get to 100. Do you ever see what the average 100-year-old person looks like? You can't tell if they're male or female. Become involuntarily non-binary. That's what happens. 100-year-old people. Like your face looks like a used catcher's mitt. You're walking sideways like a crab. I won. I have strong tummy. Kale. I sit in ice water. All my friends are dead. I'm a winner.
Yeah, dog, that's like Jim Burr. That was very much like Jim Burr. Yeah. That's like a Jim Burr and Casey Rocket had a beat. What the hell was that? Yeah, I would kill that baby.
Dad, I'm a winner.
That was a little too close to Jim Burr. That feels like thievery. Yeah. Keep talking about it. Yeah. I think that because he's walking like Jim Burr does with the it's so much funnier with that sound.
That's so.
It's so funny that Callan's special is better without sound. Brian Callan, better without sound. You might laugh at this if you can't hear. The worst thing you could do to somebody that can't hear is put captions on this. Because they probably, just watching this, that guy is really doing sign language. My favorite comedian is Brian Callan. Like, have you ever heard him though, or seen? No, I haven't even seen it. Why do you ask? And then, well, let's just real quick, we're gonna caption it. Go, okay, I'm pretty excited to see this. And then they're a week later, they're dead. They're dead, okay? That's not by someone else's hand or natural cause. That's all I'll say. All right. I'm the same as Cal. I'm doing the same. I'm gonna do the same thing over and over again. But I tell you, that one is funnier than the first. Come on. Goonie, it's okay to laugh at the fart that we get in you love it. Let me go. That's true. Backdrop reminds me of Rico Poppy. Yeah. I remember watching the first Rogan special as a kid and thinking he was a comedian. Now watching him and all his friends do comedy because of my friends. Yeah. Shared sentiment there, brother Dan Dalton. Sometimes I forget he's doing this for comedy marks. There are people that actually find it. I disagree. I think there's nobody that finds this funny. And like I said earlier, they're laughing at it at a certain point. It's like comedy used to be clever jokes from like, the greats. You know what I mean? Dat Fan. I don't know who else to say, right? But I mean, Rob but okay, but to finish my thought, this is just like showcasing like psychosis. It's like some fucking crazy person on stage just that can talk a mile a minute, and you're laughing because you're like things like this. Yeah, but it's not a clever things like this. You know what I mean? No, it's also very dated because a lot of what he does could be that old Howie Mandel movies where we watch it and we go, what the fuck is that? That's not funny at all. He's still doing a version of that. Yeah. His comedy hasn't changed since then. It's almost, I'm not realizing, derivative of that, which is bad. This is like a Jelly Roll suit. You probably better. I think Jelly Roll probably would be better than that. So that's not the truth. My dick don't work.
To your suffering boys. That's such bullshit. I'd rather die smoking and robbing a bank until a man goes out. Right? Salads for cowards. You know what the other thing is, though? You know what's funny? Is you can do everything right. This is the other thing you realize when you get older. You can do everything right. You can literally take your vitamins. You can wear your seatbelt, go to church, pay your taxes, give to charity, eat all the food that's good for you, and somebody can still step out of the shadows and kill you. Right? You can. That's a fact. That's the other thing social media reminds you of. That you can die at any time of anything. I've seen all the death. I didn't ask for it, but I've seen people die of every way you can imagine, every way. And I think they do that. I think the social media gods monitor our levels. I think they're like, his dopamine levels.
Gods. Social media gods. That's facts. Callan has been doing stand-up since he was in 19th grade. He's never gotten better. I know he's smart, so he has to be aware of the audience's perception. And I agree, the Gringo Puppy is better than this. Oh yeah, 100%. I lost where he was going when I was trying to keep up. You can't have a fun time watching this. Well, except if it's like this. That's what I tried to say at the beginning. At the beginning, I was like, I don't know if you recall all the times you're watching before, but eventually we are literally in pain. Yeah, no, it's bad. It's harder that we look forward to a Callan special. We gotta see. Even though it's bad, you want to like how then, right? Is it really the same? How can it be the same? Right? It doesn't change at all. That doesn't seem possible. It reminds you somewhat that there is some truth to the people who changed. Yeah. Now, I disagree. I think people do change. But a lot of times they don't change. Or both ways change. It's like watching a movie where the characters don't grow at all. It's like, really? You just watch the day in the life of these characters, and there's no growth. Hard to grow when your job is that you work in a storage unit. He's real for the podcast storage unit. He works and maybe lives in a storage unit.
The gods monitor our levels. I think they're like his dopamine levels. Have been a little too high. Let's bring his cortisol and adrenaline levels up. Bring it.
It's a great point. Say, how does it transition this back into animal cells? Thank you for keeping us in check. We should be thinking this the whole time.
Like how soon till that happens?
Yeah. And Crinkleberry, what the fuck is up with his thumbs? We brought this up before on T-Mos. He does have strange thumbs. He's got an ability to hit a secret that we will never be able to.
What's up, Dallas? Prime giving Tony Rock for his money in the race. 4 gays commanding 10 to 6.
I like how that's the screenshot. A great wolf on stage. And where the comment pops up on the screen, I was like, he's looking at that rubbing his head.
Send the video of the escaped circus elephant and stop that poor guy to mush.
Elephant. That's quick. Wow, I did not. Dude, elephant was not on my bingo card for a Brian Connell special.
It'd be cool if he slipped in a refugee, the elephant graveyard.
Oh, yeah. We're not going to do this. Do you think he'll mention raccoons?
I think he's done that before, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he watch one where he did the...
Oh, dolphins. Somebody got money on dolphins next. And next in the order, it's either bears or wolves. Okay, bears, wolves, or dolphins. We got you guys on. We got the guy, who's the guy on the side taking that?
He's the bookie.
The bookie. We got a tarantula hawk.
The bookie's a raccoon.
Every Cal special immediately rated it had CBIs by the last week. That's
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You don't even know it. You don't see it coming. You're just like, oh, I love elephants. Why is it shaking its head so violently? You know. It's unbelievable. I thought a guy was running away from a bird. I'm like, look at the pussy running away from a bird. I'm like, that's a fucking drone. You know. They were doing video. These kids were capturing themselves sucker punching people. Sucker punching people on the street. I went nuts. I looked at my wife and go, first of all, you're too relaxed. I need your head on a swivel. When you're walking down the street, I want you, your hands up. I want you bobbing, weaving, and all kinds.
See that?
Yeah, might be way funny. Oh, this is great. It's so much better without sound, dude. And the way, the guy, look, go back again. Watch. The guy in the white, this guy is deaf. He's for sure deaf, dude. 100%. He's like, what the fuck? What's your video machine? Okay, I'll stop there.
My wife is like, kids opening their presents. Like Christmas can wait. But you know, by the way, I still box. I still keep myself. I'm always ready. Hey, this is what happens. I don't see nobody.
Like, not on purpose, of course. Maybe laugh. I'm not going to pretend I didn't hear what he said. Oh, you box? Wow. Wow. Couldn't have done that. This is shocking. Wow.
That was great. I still everyone should have that fish tailing special. I still box.
It's funny. I look at Callan and I know that he just
says karate and thinks that it's funny. Afghanistan.
But by the way, I still box. I still keep myself. I'm always ready. And the other day, this is what happens to me. I don't see Kobe. I'm rolling with this kid, 26 years old, gives me his ankle. Give me your ankle, bro. You can't just leave your ankle like that. I'm an ankle guy. You must have forgot, I picked that. I just got that. I scooped that up. Drove him right.
All the hits right now. It is weird how he looks like a real stand-up comic when you have it on mute. He's very good, but yeah. What is he loving? That guy's like, what the fuck are we talking about? And they have to guess, because if I didn't know the context, I would think that he was this my guess. Yeah. Actually, think of something, and then on three we'll both guess.
Imprecatory speculations. How you living?
Yeah, watch it and let me know.
Can you hear me? Yo, do you speak? Can you hear me? How was your day? What are your favorite things? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, you're a computer enthusiast, music connoisseur, and furry. I'd love to talk to you about all your interests. What's new? I'll go fuck yourself. Nobody wanted to talk to you anyway. Yo, S7, how you living, baby? Yo, do you speak English? How was your day, S7? What's new? S7, how was your day? Yo, dog, nobody wants to fuck talk to you. Got that ding-a-ling. You're anti-ding-a-ling. What the fuck is that? It's not a thing. You can't be anti. I don't know what that is. Get your people going. Spaces. What is this bullshit? What is this garbage? Hang tight. How about you shut the fuck up? Crypto YouTube Spaces. Sick. Nobody gives a fuck about your co-host. This motherfucker. John Lovitz. Why? Why not? Never made me laugh, but I'm sure he makes somebody laugh. I hated his character in Seinfeld. There's no doubt about that, son. What is this bullshit? Boo. Guys call me these bad guys. Archer says chicks can never do that. She can get it. Scroll to the end. Delete that shit, motherfucker. Had to throw everybody up the motherfucker room because I was fucking. I'd like to propose a toast. Toast, motherfucker. Na 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 na. And I am here to the rock. And they ask me, I tell them. There's a rock of hell love. To the star and here's to the rock. Sliding dick like a motherfucker. Mercy, join my Discord. Yo, dog, nobody knows what this shit is. Garbage. Merci. Beaucoup.
When you have something, but don't say anything. Just watch it. Okay, I got it. All right, so on three. Okay. We'll both say what we think he's doing. Okay. 1, 2, 3. A mowing a lawn. Okay. Well, close. I thought it was mechanic telling you why you can get something else done in your car. Mowing the lawn is good. Yeah. I think I can see. Yeah, but this mechanic is like talking to me like, hey, you don't fucking upgrade. You talk way more to your mechanics than I do. I'm like, yeah, what is it? And there's a line. I grew up in a mechanic shop. Oh, that's true, yeah. You actually know cars. I was a truck guy. Yeah, that's and it's yeah. No wonder it takes you 6 months that acting out his bad spin.
That drove him down the mat, had an ankle sky high, and then I had trouble looking left for 11 days. Worked it. I'm just afraid I'm gonna get bested by a younger, more symmetrical male. And and my wife is young and she's gonna be like, it's just a business decision, She'll raise my kids under a different name. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know. In my mind, in my fantasy, I'm gonna be 85, still training. I'll be in Canadian and some guy will be like, what's up, old man? And I'll be like, oh no, you chose the wrong grandpa. But you know what the problem is? The problem is, here's the problem. I'm starting to calcify, okay? I am. That's what they don't say. I don't care how much yoga, I don't care what you do. Listen, you get to an age where if I have to fight for my life, if somebody attacks me on the street and I gotta go from 0 to 100 like that, I better be very warm and thoroughly stretched.
I love that one. Christian Castillo says he looked like a Brendan impressing that guy from Starbucks.
I'll pull everything from it. I have so many delicate spots. Don't worry about road rage. If I've been sitting in a car for more than 20 minutes, I can't just pop out of the car. I can't. I don't care. You could be beating my mother to a pulp, and I have to do my foot twirls. I have to. Dude, my Achilles will pop right off the ball. I do. I'll be right there, Monday. I'll be right there. Put your feet in his hands. Hands up.
That's pretty funny. But it's not funny right now. But I can understand how this could be funny for sure. It's so for you for this screenshot, for you to say that this is funny, or this could be funny. It's so good. That was my background. He looks hilarious. He looks hilarious.
Yo.
And again,
I've already tried to say hi to you like 1,000 times. Do you talk?
That you want to take them to a comedy show and you go, no, this guy's different, okay? This guy's very funny. He doesn't do any of the offensive stuff, okay? He's very clever. And they go, all right, well, let's see what he looks like. And they show him this. And they're like, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not going to that. I'm not going to go live. What did you think of Frank Elson? People scream. Everyone's dead. I'm always so late to the stream. Shout out to Brendan Muller. I know, but the idea of the joke is pretty funny. It just sucks. That picture is great. You should screenshot that and make your profile picture. Can you screenshot that and send it to me? I want to make that my story. Yeah, dude. Perfect. Doesn't get funnier than that. That's top tier right there.
So true, dude. I think the responsible thing to do now, I'm getting to an age where if I really want to be safe.
All right. I like like that idea from Walking Dead. Only because you're always here, dude. Yeah, I'm sure he's donated a couple times. We'll do that. Tell me when, yeah. You guys watch every 30 seconds. There's not 30 seconds. One time, watch with no sound, guess the joke. Then no, that's a good idea. But not yet. So, you know, he's going to get another standing O. And some cook. At the end of a standing O, we'll do it then. That's not it. I want to start mimicking some of Callan's characters in real life. Like, I want to cook, right? I'll cook, but I do the stuff that the side. I just throw in spice, smoke paprika. Just the thing my fiance think I've gone and seen. There's paprika all over the floor. Let me know when, or we'll wait for a standing O.
Carrying pepper spray and a whistle. I know. Because that takes no warm up and then, just call the authorities. I'm not going to carry a gun. I'm not. I own guns, but I had all my friends in Texas, home of the brave, You know what I mean? But for me, it's just, it's too heavy.
Performance art. Again, another Brennan Cooney idea. When you pause it, dude, we unlocked another level. When you pause it, he has hilarious screen grabs. It's not just when the video is playing that he's playing with the sound. It's pictures of him doing it. This is great too. He looks like a Jeff Dunham puppet. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, but here, performance art. All right, performance art. Me and you take the scenes, and you gotta be real dedicated to this shit. We take scenes from his thing and we act out. So you're the cowboy, or I'm the cowboy, and you're Callan, and I start putting honey all over my chest, in front of you, in an audience. And we are acting out Brian Callan stand-up. We do the same with Brendan Schaub. Real lines. Oh, you'll be a turkey. Yeah, I could do it. Or a real, well, we don't want to hurt him, but we could get a line. Yes. Or maybe someone, and you got like the gun and the thing, and you act it out. That's a good idea. I mean, I got to get in shape. Take my shirt. Where does this go? I think it's a good idea, Dad. We should do it. Yeah. Yeah. I can do that. Maybe it has to be the perfect fit that is capable of turning on stage at our budget. Yeah. Well, listen, the budget's no concern. We're gonna spend all. You're gonna get extra doubles. Well, when it gets big enough. But we do multiple scenes. We'll pick the first scene. We'll pick something that's within our budget or whatever. I like this idea because they have a lot of off-Broadway type stuff in New York. It could be like an off-Broadway type, like you can do it at the Elysian. It's not stand-up. It's like a show. Yeah. Like just taking stand-up bits from like Jim Burr. Yes. Brian Callen. Like that's the selling point. It's like watch real life bits from Joe Burr. You know what I mean? For Christ. Wait, they deny us and they call the cops. But out of all the shit we talked about, the Elysian, why not? Are you a real alt place? Do you really do alt comedy? Well, this is as alt as it gets, okay? Strap the fuck in. Yeah. Because we're two alt comedians and we want to do a show. Yeah, and we want to bring Dave Chappelle's trans bits alive. How more alt can that be? Although, I mean, it's also bullying. We're bullying them. I don't care. I think it's oh, yeah, at least. No, I think Heidegger does this stuff. He'd probably steal this from us. Yeah. So, but don't tell Heidegger about this, okay? Son of a bitch. I'm waiting for that beauty.
It just throws my hips off. I can't wear a bulky watch.
You don't remember, dude? You guys get Rob Pebbles on the retainer. You don't remember Rob Pebbles? Oh, no, I thought you were talking about JR's comment. What's up with my open chicks? It sounds like you got a gambling problem. All right, good foot. Go to a meeting. If we're ever in Atlantic City, we'll take you up on that open gift chicks offer. Oh, is he inviting us to gift chicks? Okay, never mind. I'll talk. I don't know what you read. I just heard Atlantic City. No, I live near Atlantic City. Okay. Yeah, sorry. He's got grapes. Look, I'll fucking let you be skating with me. I'm rolling over all the wires.
You're like, oh, I feel like I'm in jail. I'm a free spirit. I know.
Okay. I think now's the time. All right. We gotta guess what it is. All right, so he was talking about guns. He's saying that his friends in Texas are all holding guns. Well, I'm doing this before for you. Yeah, I didn't listen to anything you just said because I can't tell without any kind of context. Let's go already. I did listen. I listened to Big Boy. Big Boy, fuck you. Someone thinks you're fetish. Okay, I'm ready. All right. So we'll go back to the beginning. Who goes first? I'll go first. I think he's talking about how you have to be fit to wear it. You gotta be fit to have the gun. You can't have the gun and not be solid. Alright, okay, that was my guess. Alright, that's your guess? Yes. Wow. Who are you? I mean, that's the worst guess I've ever heard in my life. No, I know exactly what you're saying. Okay, and I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life. Okay? Alright. So, obviously, he's in his son. Okay, he's waiting until I think that's the image. Alright, obviously. Are you asleep? Somebody's gonna kill themselves with that. Oh, fuck, I wasn't even gonna do that. Shit. No. Alright, so he's in Subway. Pay attention, okay, because you're a little worried. Alright, so he's gonna get a sandwich. He's waiting in line. He's thinking about, do I want Italian food to eat? Do I want to fucking get in there and get a fucking veggie sandwich or whatever, 6-inch or 12-inch, I'm hungry. Right? So he's thinking about something. A fucking hawk comes in and he's looking for his gun. He pulls out his. He's like, I can't get my gun out. You have to get your gun out quick. If a bird is flying at you, everybody knows that. Who's gonna be in your fucking ready stand, like triple threat, like basketball? Are you gonna pass your gun? Okay, so yeah, that's what happened. So I'm definitely more right. That's right. If he brings up Subway, dude, I'm gonna lose my shit right here. Obviously, he's in Subway. Let's see what he says. Oh. I'm not a gun guy. Even if I carried a gun, I'm just not responsible. I'm not. Within 3 days, I'd be like, where is my gun? 100% that be me. I'm not carrying a knife. My buddy, this is great. My buddy carried, look at him. He pulls his shirt up. He's just kind of adjusting his clothes. He's got a dagger, a sheath knife. I mean, horrible looking dagger. Like, it's made for one thing. And he's wearing it this way so he can pull it this way, I guess. And I'm like, excuse me, sir. What is that for? And he goes, isn't it crazy how much funnier it is? Yeah, that's a good find. I loved it. Yeah. In case, bro. In case what? It's like, in case there's a situation, I gotta open somebody up. Open somebody up. It's like, this thing will unzip you right quick. Unzip? You sell real estate. Why are you talking? How many situations are you in where you're like, you know what, I got to unzip? You said 3 bedrooms, fuck this. Like, what if he has a knife? What if the other guy has a knife? Now you have a knife dagger in one of these things? I wish I saw that. Yeah, we could have guessed. Are we not? I don't. You really want to be safe? Oh, you really want to be safe? Oh, we're going to guess again. We're going to do this forever. Okay, this is so fun. Until it's not fun. Who the fuck is laughing at this? It's got to be a laugh track. Thank you, Moses. Yeah, I think so. Some dollars in the game. Instruction paper. let's see what he does. What he say? No, something about it. Let's see. Very nice. I want to see that. It's supposed to be part of it. Yeah. Okay, he's trying to a little bit act out. Okay. He does this a lot. Motion. It's always like to be like, get it? Like you're stupid. And this. Yeah, let's do 30 more seconds. I think I got that now, guys. Alright, so let's end it there. 2019. Okay. So, let's go first. Alright, I'm a little stumped on this one, to be honest. But it's like thinking of ways to make you safe. Is it, you want to be really safe? Really safe? That's why I think it's safe at the beginning. Yeah. And then, oh, dude, what if it's like even dumber than, okay, I'm going to go even dumber. What if he just says pretend to be gay? What if that's what it is? Just to... I think it might be it. Okay. Or some version of that. Here's mine. Okay. You want to feel safe? It's like, I'm not looking at the comments on myself. The girl, it's like, because girls, it's like a sport for them to feel safe. It's like, they love to be in danger, but they be safe by a guy. Hot guy comes in, they like to find themselves in situations where they need to be safe. Okay, alright. I think both are good guesses. That's a better guess this time. Yeah. They're saying you're right. Oh, shit.
You gotta make money. You really want to be safe? You really want to be safe? You gotta make money. I'm talking real money. You know what I mean? I'm not talking Austin money. I'm talking Dallas money.
Dallas is different. He's right about that. Yeah, there's a difference, bro.
Oh man, I'm talking billions. My buddy's a billionaire. That's, ready for this? That's 1,000 million. I fantasize about having that much money, and not because I have any charities in mind. I think
that actually, yeah. Good for him. That was his first good job in 60 years of stand.
I just want to.
Fellas in the chat, please. What does that mean? Fellas.
I'm just at heart, I'm just a lazy bitch. I swear, I'd love to just stop. I'd love to be like, no to everything. That's why I'm not going to be a billionaire. My buddy, always busy. Always. I'm like, how you doing? He goes, crazy week, dude. Crazy week? Why? Just work. Work? You have $1,000 million. I don't even think I would flush. Somebody get it. Right? Oh my God. Every time you hear a billionaire that's so ambitious, I'm going to colonize Jupiter, and I'm going to bring irrigation to the Sahara. I will green the desert. I'd be like, I'm going to be cuddling my pony and eating my bonbons. It's a house pony.
That's way different than my rich stuff. I talked to this other people once about if we had just insane money, and I think I would go crazy. We kind of sounded, we both thought that we would be the character that people that always walking around the house and road with the gun, building, shooting. That's in the hallway. Yeah, shooting in the hallway, yelling. Bowling alley for sure. Like, almost exactly that. Just basically that character. Somebody would walk into this sounds like a calendar. Yeah, somebody would walk into it and be like, oh shit, you have an animal theater? And I'm like, no, this is the darts room. That's how they play darts. And this is probably obvious, but I play darts. Yeah, it's probably obvious to you, but I did drink your milkshake too. Okay, you laughed. God damn it, dude. You laughed. Fucking. I was worried about that. I would be a very rich man. I just go rich and spend. Yeah, no, it would be great to have that much money. Bonbons and being effeminate wouldn't play a role in it, but I do think there's a chance I would turn into that character. I could be a good fighter.
Such a dick. I would probably have a staff and have them standing at attention every morning, as is the rule. Good morning, everyone. I want something no one else has. I'm bored today. I want a chocolate waterfall and a square basketball. God, and you could be so safe. You wouldn't have to worry about jujitsu. Please, carry a gun. How gosh. Stop it. I would just outsource my protection. I would hire violent professionals. Powerful men with aggressive beards. Warriors. Warriors who've inoculated themselves to the stresses of combat. Sheepdogs in suits. God, you could go anywhere you
To go rich. That's probably hit in 1980. It's funny because he's gay. Oh! Yeah, what the fuck is this, man? Shit is fucking lame. I'll be from all the sections. He's only doing it to enjoy. Yeah, for sure. It's a clever side of it.
you guys. It's over. Just the same. Shit's over and over long.
I'm redacted, right? Welcome. Yeah, I feel like he's saying that he hires Navy SEALs. He doesn't want to go outside. And things like that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, I guess, for me. I guess, yeah, we all do that. No, I'm sorry, yeah, Rogan does that. But maybe Callum's, if he had that kind of money, he'd do that too. Or he's just shitting on it. Yeah. And he's talking all about it.
Always be protected if you
Are we just explaining it fucking more about what I bought?
did see someone coming for you, if you did see the wolves coming over the hill, you could just be like, get them.
Wolves! Somebody gets wolves. Fuck. Who was that? Who got wolves earlier? Damn, you guys are smart. I said 100 wolves. Somebody did guess wolves though. I was watching everyone's guesses. So you guys can comment your next guess. Just hit wolf. I got wolves. Oh, there we go. Clap it up for us. Sada's Ease. Title right now coming out. What's up, Dallas?
Look at you guys. We titled Brian Callum coming out.
Okay, so Ryan Hardy again with Coyotes. And everyone else's guesses still stand then.
I don't know why I get so gay when I think about being average.
Oh my god. What up, man? I said just yeah. Jesus Christ. Badger, no. Okay. Dirt serpents.
I think that's what happens when you make that much money, because you can walk in a room and be like, I want to fuck everyone, and they'll do it, because if you have that much money, everybody's going to be like, you just start throwing money. Some people are like, no, it's against my principles. Really, do you have a mortgage? I'll pay it. If you got a 30-year mortgage, I'd be like, fine, let's go, bro. That's true. That's worth it. Money makes you do weird things. Listen, I'll tell you a story.
Okay. Money makes you do weird things. Yes, man. That's a pretty good prompt. I'm sorry for doing this so much. It's like talking at you. Yep. Audio's off, so if people are watching, they're like, wait, the audio's not working. Oh, yeah. my ex-actor was in it. He said he had a friend that does it. Yeah, my friend, let me tell you a story. My friend does this. My friend.
Wishing the holidays to come early. If you own or manage a business, they can. And help from iHeartRadio. People are already shopping for their loyal ones and deals.
All right, okay. I think I know what it is. All right, I agree. I think, damn, this is hard, dude. This is gonna be a hard one. I don't know. I think. My guess, and if it's anything to do with this, then I'm right. It's sex parties. Oh wow, something having to do with the sex parties. That's yeah. Just like good. Sorry, that's good. No more fat sword. That's good. Okay, sex parties. Sex parties is good, but I think okay. I think it's an ice bath, and I think he's doing the whole like my friend. He takes off his shirt. He's got abs, and then I'll do an ice bath if it helps you. And then the ice bath, I can't walk. I'm stupid. I think that's okay. Oh, this is e-race here. 50-50 here.
Thanks. Listen, I'll tell you a story. I met a super rich, like super villain. This was crazy. Like from the movies, this was nuts. I go to a party in LA, and this house is the kind of house you walk into and you're like, money does buy happiness. You know, like it was billionaires and movie stars and the people that have sex with billionaires. Gorgeous powers. It's just.
So we don't know yet. Wait for it. What is the walk? I just guess sex parties is useful. It definitely seems like sex parties, and now I'm worried that you just know now. Yeah, you're right. You're even more connected than separate.
You know, I'm a pretty confident guy, but 5 minutes at that party, I've never felt more invisible in my life. Just nobody. I was a spore. Literally, I was just like, should I clean the toilets?
So, I was at the walk. Fuck that. So much okay. Fuck this. Gerardo confirmed this right now.
Even one of the security guys recognized me, and he was blocking certain entrances to the house so you couldn't go in. And this guy collected modern art, so he goes, "Go ahead and take a look. Walk around. I trust you." So I was like, "Damn!" So I'm in the bowels of this mansion. It's like just rooms and different like art things. And then I come to a room, and there's this, and I'm already there's this giant.
The room made me
Canvas. It's a white canvas, and it looked like the artist that took his long hair and dipped it in black paint, and then did this once, like just this bullshit I'm looking at, right? And I can hear the din of it.
great points in the chat that I shouldn't be happy about this.
Party, I already feel
Yeah, you know you should be crying. You're still scared.
a little bad about myself, right? And I'm looking at this thing, and this duke, this count, this striking Dracula, this like, I didn't see him at first. I just heard him. I'm just looking at this painting, and I hear behind me, I hear this voice, and it just goes, "Do you hunt?" I have hunted before, yeah. I knew it. You move like a hunter. I'll be honest, when I first saw you, I thought someone had thrown clothing on a jaguar.
Now I feel the falcon voice again. I'm a falcon. Falcon. You gay. You gay. I have birds. Shut up. Stop. Stop what you're doing. Stop. I should arrest him. Ice comes on there. said, yeah.
Yo, Mirox, how are you?
So an Instagram message just said Animal Rights wants to send her a message on this book.
Mirox, go fuck yourself.
What does that mean? It's a personal message. Animal Rights, what is it, your ex? Yeah, I got you, Animal Rights. Yeah. He wants to smoke you. Oh, okay. It's a guy's fucking chest. Oh, wow. Profile picture. It's very, very challenging.
Oh, I'm afraid that won't do. Would you mind if I call you Tarzan? I don't care, you hot. That was the first time I met P. Diddy. So nice. Really nice. You're right. Gotcha. Yep, that's what mine does to you if you're not careful.
Yeah, well, it says Black Rifle. No, it says Mothership. No, it says Mothership. Or no, it says Black Rifle, right? I told it, see? Black Rifle. Always be selling. We got 4 minutes left. Yeah. So what we'll do is he gets an applause break here. We'll do one more sound. Okay. 25 53. All right. Let's see. Okay, yeah, sure. You go first. I think it's something to do being in line at Subway now. I think it's something to do with like you can't compete with rich guys. Okay. Like if you go, I got a fucking Mercedes GS6, or like, oh really? I have a fucking helicopter. You know, something like that. Yeah. My girlfriend is hot. Oh really? I'm dating the sun. That's pretty good, dude. You should do that. That was pretty great. And then I might legitimately joke. That might literally be like a thing I can say. That's it. Fuck. What's it called? My idea is that it's along 6 lines as you, but he mentioned like he worked in an office. You know, like I have $1 billion. They just attract women. Women just come to them. Yes, they don't need to do anything. You work in an office all day long and try to be great, and no woman will want to fuck with you. If you're a hard worker, no one wants to. I know a rich guy. He works in an office. He does okay. He works in an office. Yes. He's cool. There's a water jet, a water cooler. There's snacks. He pulls plates and hurts his wrist. Let's see.
Yep, that's what mine does to you if you're not careful. If you chase a sensation, you gotta keep up in the ante. I can give you $1,000 million. And you have a different set of problems, and I guarantee if you spend it on nothing but safety and comfort and sensation, within about a year, you'd go so nuts, you'd be so numb, that you would start importing danger and discomfort right back into your home just to feel alive. That's what happens. Yeah, no, you can't get shot. You cannot surround yourself with all that safety and comfort. You need struggle. You need it. You need uncertainty. You can't just have. That's why I think we read the Garden of Eden. I think we read it the wrong way. I don't think it was paradise. I don't. I think it was a form of hell. I really do. Because think about it. You want to be in a garden where nothing can kill you, where nothing can hurt you. That's another way of saying nothing happens. No adventure. You need to not know what's going on. And for anything to be fun, you gotta have a time limit. First of all, you gotta have a time to eat it. If you were coming all the time, like, right? You'd be like, when does it end? You know, you come agony. Well, there's gotta be an end point. You gotta have at least a possibility you might die. You have to have that. You have to have danger. The only reason it's fun to ride a motorcycle alone is because you're heading towards the sun. You suck, dude. Damn. Not funny at all. And also, they try to shoehorn in his religious grips. Kind of bullshit. Oh, I love.
Oh, fuck.
Might fall up and lose all the skin on one side of your body. Right? You have to have that. That's why it's more fun to pet, a tiger instead of a tiger. Somebody got tiger, dude. I didn't see tiger in the chat at all. Good catch. James Freeman said the scary things again. My head going to explode when this friend starts talking about motorcycles. Yeah, tiger. Cow. Cow twice. Two cows. Cows like boring. A tiger instead of a cow. Cows like pet, a tiger instead of a cow. Cows like one of those kids' toys that make the animal noises, but it's cow. Yeah, I got you the Brian pet toy. A tiger instead of a cow. Yeah, there's something wrong with my toy. It sounds like Brian Callen doing. That's all I can afford this year. It's a tough year. Yeah. The economy is so bad that people are choosing to have Brian Callen zoo toys for their children this Christmas. One kid requested black coal in his stocking. Graveyard said that he looks like the guy from the Death Cult. He said that Brogan does. I think Callen looks a little. Yeah, especially there. But like a tiger's like, you almost killed me, Yeah, man. I don't think Eve bit that apple because I think she was just bored. I do. I think, we call it a sin. I think she'd call it an escape. I think all of us eventually would have bit that apple. You want to wake up in a garden, an eternal garden where nothing can hurt you, nothing can kill you. Next naked virgin, he's fine. He was like, the absurdity of asking somebody if they want to wake up in a garden. It's just so crazy. Your thoughts on the garden? How long did it take Adam, or how long did you eat from the tree ball? For how long? How long did it take her? Yeah, but I'm not asking for answers. Yeah, okay. How many times did Adam try to have sex with Eve before she was like, fuck this? How big is the garden? How big is it? These are questions. Oh, okay, sorry. I'm so used to being used to it. When you do that, you gotta have something. Obviously, the person with the answers is fucking Brian Callen. Don't ask me. Yeah, that's it. That was it. You didn't know the How big is the garden? How many times did Adam try to have sex with you before she was like, I'm gonna eat that fucking. How do I get out of here? That apple? Because he's too horny. Yeah. Adam's trying to fuck her every 5 seconds. Give me that apple. It's like paradise for you, not for me. Keep putting your dick inside of me. I like where you're headed. How many apples till Adam turns 8? You don't like that more, you fucking bitch. Well, it's supposed to get to shop. What do you want to do? Climb down a tree, cut the vegan tiger? She was.
I don't understand. Is it a vegan tiger making that noise? Vegan tiger. Vegan tiger.
It's like, get me the fuck out of here. Right? That's what happens, man. That's what
Was it leftist boost? I keep thinking you're gonna be like, God was gay for you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
You make enough money, man. You make enough money and you spend it on the wrong shit. I promise you, you will wake up one day and say something insane. Like, I want to see that.
I wanted to keep saying animals and keep it political, or like a fucking lactose intolerant goose.
Promise you, you will wake up one day and say something insane. Like, I want to see the Titanic.
Too soon.
Yeah.
Too soon.
But that shouldn't be surprising to us as human beings. That shouldn't be, because, you know, you can get to a point where the only way you feel alive and connected is to get into a tiny submarine, to cram into a tiny submarine and go 2.5 miles under the surface of the ocean to the coldest, darkest, wettest place on the planet to see that much of a boat. Shine right over here. Look at the hull. Woo! But that makes you feel.
I fully relate to that, idiot. I would love to see the Titanic next. But you know, you're not impressed by the fucking Titanic. You're impressed by the fucking mothership. Well, we're at 2 hours now. Yeah. We'll do the rest of the special on the fucking Patreon. Yeah. So if you want to see us, submerge our. This is actually braver than going to the Titanic. Honestly, yeah. Watching submerge.
This thing's a good bomb.
Yeah, this is watching the rest of this. That's submersible. Yeah. Let's actually do a real quick poll here. It's important to see if Cody remembers. Even checking the mics. Oh, you don't want to see that? Yeah, it's probably bad. Yeah. Guys, if you don't like the videos, then watch Brian Cal see it. You know what happens. That is really low. I might actually do that. Callan's gonna make good. Like, we used to watch Gerardo stand-up, but sometimes I want to go see Callan's special ones. His audience. Ross Singh, welcome. Oh, hell yeah. I see you always in the comments. I've never seen the 62 likes. It's insane. 231 people and 62 likes. Are we doing something wrong? Well, there was enough donations that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Money for rope! What is that? Dumb shit. Yeah. What gun are you going to use? Jesus Christ. Wow. 72 likes. Usually we're at like 300 by now. Yes. Let's see. Favorite talent special? Man Tears. Isn't there one called Man Class? Let's see. Well, False Idols. Was it False Gods? I can't remember. A bomb makes your brain is going. I immediately remember after a bomb sound. That would be so funny. What is that? Man, something about growing up. What is the one? Something dad? Growing up. Grown man. Oh, grown ass. It would be funny if it was a grown ass man. Man tears. Complicated names. Oh, I remember that was horrible. Never grow up. I don't remember Never Grow Up, but I remember reading Complicated Names. Alright, let's start the poll. because of this. I think I like class the most. This is a very diverse. For the Unit's answer, they're like, oh, false god, people like this. This is absurd. I mean, false gods is maybe it's because we're watching it with them. It's easier, but yeah, I think it's probably better than it on you. Yeah, the Hawk thing was pretty good. I mean, so far we slept with the rest of the country. Yeah. We should have the second half of Brian Callen's special. Listen. What's up, dude? Oh, that's so loud. Why is that louder than
Can I boycott this poll?
Yes, thank you, James Freeman.
I like that he's committed to the bit of hatred towards the cows. Very good. Very good. I'm always funny if you find something that's funny. Then
what was I saying? We'll watch the rest of this. Like, when we watch a Callen special, we go through a lot here at TFATK Raccoon Tweet Studios. It's a very hard pill for us to swallow watching a full special. Yeah. The second half has our usual comic special reviews on Patreon. Also, look forward to another compilation. Band class got on it. No love.
yeah, I mean it's a boring thing.
Yeah.
You probably don't know the difference except for people.
Which special is the oldest? That's probably the better one when he first did his.
I don't know, man. I was talking to a comedian about a long time ago about Callen. We were still doing shows, but it was a while ago. And I was like, I do this bit, and you've seen me do it, where I don't really know what I'm talking about, say it as if it's my real opinion. And I know that it's not great. I did it with Jessica Kirsten, but I go, I don't know. Callen's a real right? He's probably like he's done the job. And the guy looked at me, he was like, no, I mean he's just not. You think Callen's good? I was like, I guess. And he was like, nah, he's works. He's terrible. And that was a headliner. And then we started watching these things, and I realized how truly wrong it was.
Let's see the early one.
Well, the same one over again, but worse. So we actually got that.
Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Brad Callen. Woo! Gotta love it, dude.
Him and Rogan are just very one note.
Yes.
They just say the same shit.
And it's like if you don't ask for
What's up, Dallas?
You guys may never see me.
yeah.
You guys.
What's that?
If I didn't have Raccoon Tweeties, I could get so much done.
Where's San Diego?
Too depressed to go on. You didn't like my YouTube's on.
Hell yeah, well thank you guys for coming through. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go to the fucking Lucky Boy and get 3 burritos. One for the homie that passed away. Shout out to Anthony. We found out that one of our fans died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anthony was the guy that Billy just talked about. Rest in peace to Anthony. Love that guy.
Yeah, he's great. We actually met him in real life. He came to one of the mics. He was a nice guy.
Sad to hear that he passed away. I found out that he passed away this last week. He died in April. But it's because I didn't ask him about it.
Yeah,
I thought I would always run into him, and then I finally asked him. I guess he had some sort of what's it called? Chili, technically his body. Yeah. But
yeah, we stopped hearing of that. He's just a grocery worker that lost interest in it. But yeah, no, that guy's great.
yeah,
I feel bad for him.
he was a cool guy. We talked about basketball all the time. Never seen him again for a little while.
He said his whole family listened to the show, and then I trashed him on an episode, and I was like, because I wanted his family to hear it. And then I was like, maybe I should.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, shout out to you. Anthony.
Yeah.
Peace out.
All right, later, all. Bye. See you next week.
Oh, yeah. see if it works. Does the show work? Can you hear us? But now Chris waiting. Is it working? Vermont, anyway. That's it. Robotic makes the best of one person. Man, it sucks.
Try to get that little bitch working. See if this battery's working, baby. This shit making me woozy, son. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? The one shot, but you go fuck yourself. Moving funny. How about you shut the fuck up? Get back on the fucking pole. What is this bullshit? With me, Jazzy Street. What's going on here? Oh, this shit sucks. Damn, girl. How about this move? Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
All right, yeah, we're back on. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, no, that volume's good. All right, well, you guys huge break that you all fell for. Yeah, I mean, huge payoff at the end. Well, listen, you're here for 10 minutes of shop. If you didn't hear
I'm feeling it.
the Patreon, we watched Adam Converse special. So we've also seen Jordan Jensen, especially recently, and Jim Brewer. And if it's not evident to you guys, we are in dire need of financial help, dude. Oh yeah, the donations are why that thing is working. Like I said in the chat. So if it could stop working again if we don't get like 10 to 15 Patreon subs on this episode. So just keep that in mind. Also, what does it smell like in here, Judy?
It smells like bitch in
It
here.
smells like sausage in here, dude. I can't smell shit. Somebody's been busy making sausages in here. It's just guilty, dude. You spilled it on the roadcaster? Yeah, I spilled some sausage on the roadcaster. But I make sausage salad on the Patreon too. I made a video of me making sausage. I'm trying to think of more ways we can sell the picture. When did remember when they were filming TFK and the lights went out on it? That was worse than this, I think. I think you couldn't hear it, or you could hear us though. You could see us, but not audio. Not what we were hoping for. Very annoying audio. Shout out to the people that stuck around here. Hey, we got 22 likes and a bad audio. That's pretty good, dude. 2 donations, 22 likes. I'm not a numbers guy, never been. Yeah, but that's pretty good. So thank you to everyone for staying. And we're back. Yes. All right. Are we ready to pull up the chink clips?
Oh, we're singing, baby.
Oh yeah.
Ladies timer back in 63. One of them is special for
Shout out that are on the Patreon already. Oh shit. Shout out to you, the MST bot. Raised by straight. Doesn't make you straight. Fair enough. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's right. That was very fucking loud. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, see, the audio will stay good. Yes. This is the only way to keep the audio. Still a better start to report on Valencia. I'm not going to give it to this dude. I don't remember that one. It's grapes. The journey. Oh, yeah, I know the journey. Oh, yeah, but see, I thought there was like an inside bid with that. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, thank you, Adam. Appreciate it. Listen, it's not about me, though. I don't matter. Yeah, dude, it's a special day coming up. But, oh, okay, that's the cloud. That's a good name. Yeah, I like that one. I like it. Yeah, dude. When's Timos? You're close to being not on this one. Oh, my bad. I had the camera on me the whole time. That's my fault. Dude, Rocky start, but guess what? We rockin' roll, daddy. Abu Dhabi, baby. Let's see what we got first coming up on the motherfucking. Okay, here we go. This one's posted by Reaction GIFs. Theo Von just bombed. Saw Theo at Beacon Theater tonight for his Netflix taping. Double ouch. 1/3 crowd walked out, myself included, and seemed to keep walking. Worst I've ever seen. Catering to the dumbest 50 people in the room. Failure of epic proportions. You know what I'm now thinking about that? Did anybody walk out of the Gringo Poppy? I know. Isn't that kind of crazy? Well, it's kind of telling us to how of a stand-up comic, one of the best of us all. Oh, Chad? Yeah. How crazy you can walk away from something that you're meant to do. Right. I mean, 2 things really there. I agree. So it's crazy that he's not going to do stand-up anymore because he's so good at it. Yeah. But also, what was Theo thinking walking away from being on a show with someone like that? Someone with that talent? Yeah. Maybe, I haven't emotional lapse myself. I'm angry at Theo, but I'm still sort of, all right, I am angry at Theo. And he left and he didn't eat the chick. Yeah. It was they could have been a moment, a thing where it's like, all right, I got to go figure whatever he's figuring out. But he could have eaten the chick. And that's why our audio was fucked up. Old bastard flying a turd with your fake hair. Why don't you real, Danny? Is that worth it? Not so much. Oh yeah. This being so close.
Damn, son.
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts.
That's facts, baby.
Not even true. More like 25, 24. Now we like the Avance stand-up break. What's up, Dallas? Look at
What happened to you?
Shout out to you.
No way.
Larry Harris, how are things with the
This is a
lady
big
you
dog.
missed Martin? Are you pissing yourself?
No way, you just fucking found that? Like a
Trying to like this
Like a
goddamn
fucking
podcast.
miracle.
There we go.
Shit.
Cootie isn't really bald. She just pretends to sling pig. That's fire. So, alrighty, let's see here. This one, it's happening. Posted by Wiz McFly. It's happening. Brendan Schaub is dressing like he's gonna help Conor Brogan. We need help. Posted by Scott Welch. That's so funny. Is that a real? I always ask this. That's a real.
Oh yeah,
post
that's
on
the stuff.
Instagram?
That's the stuff,
It's
kids.
so filtered and set up. And if I were out hunting, I was dressed like this, I would probably take a picture, but it wouldn't look like this. You know, this is how do you have the cell phone service?
You know, athleticism.
Instead of Colin Brogan, we need looking for an Erewhon. Yeah, he's like, you gotta fucking get your own Erewhon stuff out here. I have to make my own smoothie in the woods. I'm so terrified that the audio's gonna do that. Yeah, he's pissed. Okay, we're good. Oh yeah, please don't mess with us, but let us know. Yeah. Audio is good. No, so that's for real, a real thing. This is embarrassing. Your boy's gonna call you and be like, hey man, get that down. We're making fun of it. Like, and also, if the hair was black, would it be better? I don't think so. He's very immature. You know? This is a younger man's thing to do. It's good. Where is the night vision? Well, I guess it's the day. So yeah, those are shop. Well, you're good. I thought the same thing. He goes. He's with you. Pan out. He's wearing hugs. Tom Brady wears a job. That's a big deal. Don't worry about it. Tom Brady wears a job. It's crazy how he only has one leg in here, and this is his dick. Big dick. It's me in China, dude. Let's see here. What else do we got? Fuck this world. Okay, 24 days ago, 10 days ago. Gimme. God, posted by 1usual4460. That's an aggressive ass fix. It's funny to do that. It's the closet. I thought she was in a store. I'm poor. I'm so poor I thought it was a store. Not really poor. But I thought that was a store. It looks like a store, doesn't it? Because they have so much clothes. Yeah. I will give her respect. Because usually ladies will post it and be like, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. But she's saying, by the way, these leggings love my ass. Which is like, alright, she's addressing the ass. Yeah. Fucking predominant, taking over 10% of the screen. Yeah, I mean, she works hard for it, I guess. She's in someone else's closet, it looks like that. Yeah. Doesn't it look like men's clothes? Like some of those purses. I was going to say, yeah, it's Shop's closet because the purse. Shop has purses. And Shop is he's a forward thinker, man. And purses. All right, shout out to that. This is a store, they're saying. Oh, it is a store. So if it's a store that has purses next to menswear, that's strange. Right? Yeah. What store is this? It's Erewhon. Look at this comment, dude. Okay. All right, you're gonna get muted. No, I'm kidding. You're gonna get prioritized, did it? Of course, I'm joking. Mark, too much Taco Bell below the border. Everyone wants this is GameStop. I think either way, what I'm hinting at is it's weird to take this picture in a store. Maybe also weird to take it in your husband's closet. Yeah. But not really that. There's a big ass mirror. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad she's graduating from asking her kids to take pictures of her fat fucking ass. That's kind of what if she's asking someone to take a picture of her doing this? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. I don't think it's what you do. It's a shaky child's game going, I don't want to picture mom. I love the way these legs really love my ass. Okay, got you. Thank you, man. I'm gonna keep my eye out for that. And I have a really best daddy's closet. You guys were super worried about the audio, so if some of you could donate, that'd be great. Let's see here. I like that. Next thing you know, every stream is going to start with 30 minutes of audio. Oh yeah, dude. If audio issues are going to be a part of the show, there's going to be donations. They're like, okay, well, so a storage unit / garage isn't a good spot for a podcast studio? Posted by Jen Fuller of Flips. I'm always scared whenever the videos like spawning. I look like just going to get dicks at me. Fuck. I mean, I heard about, I think this might be the one that maybe Robbie Goodwin sent me, where something bad happens in the studio, everything falls apart. He sent me some text, he's like, did you see when they did that? I forget what he said though. Let's see here.
10 noise that we're hearing today.
Oh, hey, dude. We're becoming fucking
This motherfucker out here acting like Bob Vila.
They have a second broadcaster. Oh my god, I got it. I hope so, dude. I hope they do. Yeah, this one's usually just for the Discord. That one that you started, the hentai. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, be careful. That's very important. Yeah, I usually watch stuff. I break stuff and then I go. Okay, sorry.
That noise that we're hearing. Do they hear this noise?
No. I mean, you can hear it, but it's not as bad as we would imagine.
This is the podcast. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue.
No way is that outside. That's somebody with a jackhammer? I'm not like, yeah, what is going on? Is it construction outside his house? Or a shop hiring people to work on a track? During the shop. 3 words, dude. On phase. Just going on with the fucking podcast. He's a real black belt. He doesn't care. Yeah. It's not a bother to him. This is a bite out of the fish bowl for fellas.
Oh, that's it, baby. That's it. That's the spot.
Shut up, dude. I told you guys when I saw the bite that I had that I thought it was real. And I thought the sound was real too. And I thought you guys were real too, you fucking
This
bots.
motherfucker's back.
We've been through a lot tonight. You can't hold us accountable for what we think is real. Jim Waldo? Jim Waldo? I've never seen that one. Fuck.
Styles Switch Barbecue. Why do you say it's bad? He's trying to put an outdated model.
It's good sound, doesn't it? That's so really funny.
What is that? So drilling? Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
We should have never looked for comments. We would have thought this was real the whole time.
Yeah, I didn't feel too bad for people that was mad at one of their own followers, and then 2, he made a joke about Trump. Albert and Karen are being sympathetic.
What's going on during a talk? The dolphin bottle. Run it back, baby. Abu Dhabi dolphin. Stop drilling over. Upstairs. He's drilling upstairs. Yeah, what the hell? He said text the leaders. Text the leaders. Up there. Oh, because upstairs. Drilling inside. Or like, I'm maybe like a hand drill. Yeah. So I was working on another floor. It's Bill Burr's new Airwolf helicopter upstairs. Better audio than my mom's first home. Okay. Charlie C. Well, I was wrong, and this is legit after. Well, no, there's no chance that's legit. There's no way they would continue the podcast. No, I don't think so. I think that would be.
Because I run a fairly large new media, so I think a lot of people right now it's away being like cancel culture. You're so outrageous, so hypocritical. There's no anti-cancel culture. You know, they want cancel culture. To me, this is not cancel culture at all. But what cancel culture is when you don't like somebody saying me, and then you're like, we want to get rid of Dave, so we're gonna comb through everything Dave is impressive. Yeah.
Oh my God, he's doing this podcast.
Here's the body suit right now. There we go.
Damn, dude. Well, it's interesting that we don't deal with that much here because we're sort of out in the open. Yeah, but we don't have as many trucks and working on as big projects as they are. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, dude, we have half the budget, less than half the budget. we have 1% of the budget, right? and half the budget, as ridiculous as TFK is, having half the budget for this show would be such a crazy. Like, I'd be on the phone, like, yeah, with my friends, like, yeah, I'm doing pretty good out here, yeah. I don't even work anymore, actually. We got half the budget of TFK, and we've never had one audio issue. And we've only had one. We've only had one. Well, the team's one. Yeah. Hardly never had. No, we never had. Between the two of us talking to each other. What solved the problem? Team 5. Yeah, George is gone. He fucked up. We already told him. Yeah. I mean, listen, if I fire you, you see me driving around in my truck, don't even talk to me. Aside, Mark Harley is the equivalent of someone drilling upstairs and being cool. Dude, what the fuck? Drilling cheeks. Your guys' budget was maxed out with 12 minutes for Mark. I know, right? At the $30 for Portos, and I'm United. Now, adios. We already watched that one 7 minutes the other day. Not a hot week at James. That's why the audio was fucked up. Let's see what we got here. 15 days ago, did we see the shop learn the hard way? The only people paying for this big trailer are haters.
Yo, I'm here, baby. What's good? Yo.
I've got the most genius idea that is inspired by you.
What's big dog?
I should just go on Google reviews myself and bot the fuck out of the Google reviews at the venue. Everyone will just come to me.
Okay, you've got to understand a few things. Google will put a limit to that quite quickly. Also, the facility, the venue, will get those messages immediately. What you could do, and what you could do, is just get friends and family to do it. I'd give you one, and then, but they can't come all at once. They have to be like maybe like one every 2 or 3 days.
I've already got a Google review.
All right, well, great, man. Did you call your doctor?
Yeah, I have to go into the doctor's for something else.
Okay, well, when's your appointment?
On Friday when I book it. I tried to call again.
Zoot, how fucking stupid do you think I am? Zoot, it's not like it's my first fucking day on Earth. Okay? I know you're avoiding this. You've lied to me before.
The truth is my charger was charging today. Yeah, I didn't charge my phone today. Then I've had to go out. Yes.
Dude, that's not the truth. You're just straight up lying and lying and lying.
The truth is, I think I'm talking about.
Dude, yeah. I told you during business hours. Is it still business hours?
Unfortunately, not.
Dude, we're gonna do this. I'm telling you, you have to.
Tomorrow.
Okay, so I don't know what to believe out of you. You're going in tomorrow. You supposedly had an appointment.
I'm making the booking tomorrow for Friday.
Zoot, you've got till Friday, okay? All right. So what's new, son?
I feel like if I could be diagnosed with everything under that fucking mental book, like every fucking thing.
Okay, Zoot, and those are fine feelings to have, but you really have yourself. Something is holding me back from success in this world, and there is an obvious issue that I have that I've had since I was 5. That has cost me relationships. It's cost me social opportunities. It's cost me, friends. And if somebody could help me with it, it might get rid of all the other things that I think I have. So you are an intelligent person. You are a funny person. I don't give you enough credit. Many of the times your shit gets in the way. And I'm telling you, I want your friendship for a long time. And I want to help you with this problem. Not personally, but I'm going to help motivate you. All you have to do is say to your doctor, simple as this. Doctor, I would like to be diagnosed, or not even diagnosed, I would like to be tested for children. And if you can't diagnose it, then please give me a recommendation if you can. That's all you have to say. And the people who do the diagnosis are going to say, Zoot, you have this issue or you don't. If you do have it, they're going to say, you have basically two options, a combination of the options. You really have four options. One, do nothing. Well, okay, so they say you don't have it. And then you just go on lectures. They say you can do nothing. You can take them you don't want to do. You could get therapy for this, which is, I think, what you need. You just need to be able to speak with someone who is trained in this realm and have the discussion about ways that, like, I gave you a few, like that, where you slap your hand with a, and not slap your hand, but like use a rubber band on your skin. That's a way. It's not the best way, but there may be things that I don't know that you don't know that you may be able to do. But when you're cussing in front of people and you're saying racial epithets, nobody wants to be around that. Even if you have an issue, I mean, let me put this shoe on your foot, Zoo. Let's say you had a friend and they could at any time, would you want to be around them? I know you don't. I know you don't. I'm not going to harp on you anymore, but just know that I'm here to help you, and I'm here to give you any support I can. I also understand that I can't be an enabler, and at a certain point, it's costing me people in the server to get mad at them. And I understand you have an issue. I get it, but you've got to understand I'm trying to grow the server as well. Okay, Zoo. With that, play.
Right, but have you watched James McCann and Rogan?
Yeah, I think so. I've definitely seen interviews he's done. To some extent, I've seen clips from it. I do know a little bit about his story. Why?
What's his story?
He's from Adelaide, Australia. He was a stand-up. He was a stand-up comic, like you, for a period of time where he became at least an opener to perhaps being able to headline in Adelaide, and then he had he opened for Shane Gillis, and Shane really liked him. You know who Shane Gillis is, right, Zoot?
Is he American?
Oh yeah, he's like the biggest stand-up comedian in the world right now.
Okay.
And Shane Gillis, we'll talk about him in a second. And Shane, if you've ever seen his stand-up, he's a real easygoing kind of guy. And he was like, "Hey, do you want to open for me?" And then James McCann went on tour with him and became somewhat of a pretty big name in the United States. And then he put out his own special. It's called like Black is White and something like that. And now he's been on Kill Tony. He was on Kill Tony. He's been on Kill. What'd you say?
The special was like something to do with Nazis.
But he's been quite popular well back that I know from this special. Oh, look at this shot, Zoot. That was one of the best shots I've ever had. See that?
So,
Zoot, did you see that? So, You did not. Because you would have been like, that was amazing. All right. Zoo, I don't like when you lie around me.
He talks. So I was watching the Joe Rogan interview. And he talks about my cousin
Oh, does he?
in the Joe Rogan interview.
Doug,
Yeah.
why don't you ask your cousin if you can open for them? Well, you can't do it yet, but like you say to them, hey, you're my cousin and I'm your cousin. I'm interested in the same things that you are. Is there any way you could take a little bit of time and just give me some pointers? If I do well someday, and let's say I get a good 20, got some stories, a few jokes here and there, is there any way that at any time I could maybe open for you? And that is really where you get your start. And you can say, I do open mics every Monday or once a second, yeah, every 2 weeks. And so I was just thinking this. How long is it going to take for you? Oh, how did I miss that? To memorize some jokes.
I thought one that was funny before.
Okay, well, what was it?
It was to do with the helpline. It was to do with the helpline joke.
Okay,
right?
okay. But that's kind of like at this point. That's your best joke. Dude, I'm just saying.
So no, I got it. So there's nothing funny about pedophile or
Stop. These jokes are terrible. I'm with the guy who. Okay, go.
You're not letting go. This is how I'm going to talk.
Okay.
There's nothing funny about pedophile or domestic violence jokes. But it is funny when pedophile experiences domestic violence. And there is nothing funny about suicide jokes, but it is funny when a pedophile commits suicide. And
I hate these jokes.
there's no.
Go ahead.
Wait. Let me get to where I'm going.
I didn't know you were done.
It's pretty obvious that Jeffrey Epstein never called the suicide helpline. But if there was a homicide helpline, he might still be here with us. Why the fuck isn't there a homicide helpline?
Hate it.
The amount of people.
Apologies. Go ahead.
The amount of people that I want to fucking kill. Why isn't there a homicide helpline?
Is that the end of your story?
I feel like if there was a homicide helpline, at least like 8 people would be alive. Sorry, there'd be at least 8 homicides stopped a year.
Is that yours? That's your bit?
Right.
Oh, it's awful.
It's not my bit.
It's awful. That is terrible. Absolutely. Dude, listen to what those guys did. I mean, watch your stand-up. It's fucking silence. Heckled you, and he got more laughs than you did. But you don't want that to happen. You're very funny, and you could be, but you got to get away from these creepy ass topics.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I did the other day?
What's that? What'd you do?
I changed my Tinder to everyone, and I got like 300 matches. So it was very. There's like these gay people are stupid. I wonder if I could get an escort for me because I can't be fuck paying myself. I want to use my own money. I wonder if I can lead on a gay guy and get him to fuck, sit in the corner of my fucking escort.
Dog, you have some of the shittiest fucking ideas, and I mean that one is really a far shot, but you're hurting someone. You don't want to hurt anybody, dude. You know how pissed I'd be if some girl if I took a girl out and spent time with her and all these other things, but she was really a lesbian who just wanted me to watch her get by some dude? Like, that's essentially what you're saying.
You mean by fucked by a girl? You mean
Fuck by a guy.
lesbian and she asked you to pay her to fuck it?
No, because that might be enjoyable. I'm something that is the equivalent for what you're asking.
Well, how is it not enjoyable for them? Maybe they're into.
I mean, most gay men, I mean, they could be. But most gay men, if they're going to be on one of those apps, they're looking for a relationship. And you don't know, or actually, those guys are maybe looking for a relationship. Because if they're looking to fuck tonight.
Look, if I tell you the amount of matches I got within like a day, they are not looking for a relationship. They have no fucking standards and they'll fuck anything.
Dude.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the gay community, but like, sorry.
No,
But
most gay guys would probably agree with you that. But I mean, that's any guy. Any guys would be willing to fuck a chick or if they were gay, a dude. That's just human nature.
I'm not saying gay people have low standards, but like the gays on Tinder,
they're not fucking around. They're not fucking around. Those guys are looking to fuck or get fucked, and they don't have to worry about all the shit. None of them really have children. Barely any have children. With women on dating apps, you have to worry about children. Those guys could literally, they don't have to worry about getting pregnant or periods or anything. So it's like 24/7. Those guys are willing to fuck.
Yeah, they have to worry about. James. Okay, right back.
What up, baby? What's up, big dog? That's not a good move.
What about?
I had like a drive. What's up, dude?
I figured. I came up with the best comeback for that heckler, which really annoys me.
Okay, right now at this stage of your career, the best response or like a top 1% response is, I couldn't understand you with the dick in your mouth. Dog, that's straight and to the point. Dude, that is straight and to the point, and it tells them, shut the fuck up, I'm going. Now that, oh, what a shot, Zoo. Now, had you said that, they'd still be clapping for you.
You know what I should have said? I think we might have lived on the same street.
Dude, that sucks.
No.
I get what you're saying, that was the guy, but it's too much to put together. You know what's hilarious? I can't hear you because of the dick in your mouth. Do you see how many words that is? I can't hear you because of the dick in your mouth. It's 11 words. It's straight into the point. But I do get what you're saying. Hey, maybe we lived on the same street. Yeah, you should have. Oh, look at this shot, Zoot. I just made it. Zoot. Now that's fucking hilarious. Zoot, now there's $1 million idea. You interview hecklers. You interview hecklers after you just be like, All right, can you please, or ma'am, can you please tell me about the moment where you took over the show and heckled the stand-up comedian? What was going through your head? And that's really funny. And you could post that on social media. It'd be really fucking popular. And they'd be like kind of embarrassed of what they did. Dude, that's what you should do. Dude, that's a stand-up bit right there. Or it's actually a really good idea for social media. But that is a stand-up bit. So, Zoot, think about that. It's your idea.
You know what?
Interviewing.
Comeback I should have said was, what was it like to get to
Stop.
London?
Stop. That joke sucks. And it's mean. But it's not even funny. You're supposed to be funny. You know what's a funny comeback? I can't understand you because of the dick in your mouth.
So,
Say it. Zoot, say it. I can't understand you because of the dick in your mouth. Zoot, just say it. I can't understand you because of the dick in your mouth. Say it.
I can't understand you because of the dick. Yeah, that's true.
Dog. You can use it for anything. But wait, you have a funny stand-up bit. And you could say, I see the... Do you know what... Do you know what man on the street is? It's like the kind of interviewing style Talk Tool was. It's like a person, a man on the street who just uses people. So I guess that's not a great word to use or phrase to use, but you could say something like your stand-up could be, you know, I have stand-up comedians on social media getting interviewed, and so out of my own interview show where we interview people who heckle people who are students, and that's a fun joke. Then you could go into it. Like, do impressions. Can you do any impression?
Yeah.
Okay, do an impression for me.
Impression of who?
Can you do an American? You tried sometimes, I know. You tried to get California accent down.
I can do the Joker.
Okay, let's hear it.
What does the Joker say?
I don't know. Come with me, Riddler.
Come with me, Riddler.
Okay. Very well.
Come with me, Riddler.
All right, Zoot. But you're not gonna be using that. It's not bad, but it's not. You're not gonna be using that in your stand-up unless you have a Joker joke or something like it. You joke here, and then you could, but it's not that. Here's the thing, Zoot. It's really long, and you need. I'm telling you, by the end of this, you will memorize 5 funny short jokes that you can use anytime. And the reason why you want those is because you want to warm the crowd up and not be, hey, I'm going to tell you all about the worst aspects of society. You're like, I'm not saying there's not a kind of humor, and perhaps in the few people find it hilarious. At this point in society, people want to go to stand up to escape, not to be generally right off the bat brought into whatever world you want to take them. Not saying they don't want to do that later on. At first, you got to warm them up. So you got like 5 good.
I thought of something funny. Would you rather go see an autistic someone with Down syndrome with a mouth stripper?
Dude, these jokes are terrible. Like if I had to scale them from 0 to 10, they are negative. They're not even like, they're offensive. They make me not like you. Not as a person I like you, but as a stand-up comedian. And if I hear these things, I'm with that guy who heckled you. I'm like, you're not funny. And that got a huge laugh. And you want that laugh. Don't let somebody else steal your laughs. So you got to get down 5 short jokes. You can think of them. They can be you. They can be.
No one loved.
Everyone laughed, dude. Dude, everybody laughed at him.
Did that? Are you sure?
I'm sure. I can tell you exactly how you're. If you, I'm just giving it to you straight. You start talking, then there's this little rumble of this guy, and you can kind of hear him say, "Not funny," and then there's this big thing of, and then this one woman hears it a little late and laughs even more, and you're just talking through all of this, and then the clip ends, and then it goes to you telling the remainder of the story, and a girl laughing, or not a girl, a group of people laughing at the end and like clapping because by a bus. That's how it goes. It's like one time, but that's how it goes. I went back and
There were 2.5 minutes that got delayed and made a stage for it. That was just huge.
Hey, they call you at the end, and that's all you need. They do, and you don't want them to boo. Zoot, let me just ask you: are you against learning 5 short jokes?
No, but I'm against. My style might not be for you, but next time when I get on stage, you're going to be like, holy shit, the whole crowd loved you.
Zoot, I've heard you do your material twice now, and I'm really proud of you for getting up there. But
you haven't seen my best material with the audience reacted really well, and that was the God Has Down Syndrome skit. That one is fucking loved.
They didn't love it. They laughed, maybe.
Yes, because they could. Would you rather, if you're trying to get into heaven, and I know you don't really, these are Christianity things, you don't really believe in Jewish. If you were trying to get into heaven, and God was judging you, would you rather he was autistic or had Down syndrome? Because I would pick the Down syndrome because it's more likely to let you in. But the autism person's going to fucking go over. They're going to remember everything you did. Down syndrome person will just give you a hug and let you in.
That's a great joke, Zoot. For your humor, that's funny. And you can punch it up. I'm not saying that you do this, but you end on the person with Down syndrome will just Down syndrome will let you in. So you say,
but there's one autistic person
no.
that you would want.
No.
There is one autistic person that you would want to be God, and that is Kanye West. You know why? Because Kanye West thinks Bill Cosby is innocent. And if he thinks Bill Cosby is innocent, everyone's fucking getting in.
Zoot, that sucks. But the first part, it's great. Would you? Let me just tell you your joke back to you, okay? So you remember it. So I remember it. Here we go. Wouldn't it be interesting if God were either a person with autism or a person with Down syndrome? The person with autism would be going over every single thing that I did, judging me by my deepest, darkest thought. The person with autism would be viewing every second thought I ever had and every bad intention I ever had. The person, and you could give examples of this, like that time that I don't know, drank and drove, or that time that I, whatever, used my cell phone at a stoplight when I shouldn't have, whatever it could be. And imagine if God had autism and one other example. And so you lead them up to it. I think it would be, you don't even have to tell them a thing about the Down syndrome part, but you just say that, your punchline would be, I think it would be better if God had Down syndrome. He would let everybody in. That's a cute little joke. If you want to joke about God and about people with mental issues, if that's what you want to do, which you are set on, that's a good joke. That right there is good. So the one thing I would change about it is, wouldn't it be interesting if God had autism? He'd be going over your deepest, darkest secret, going through a second thought you ever had, and get into some really uncomfortable topics. I would rather have God have Down syndrome. He'd let everybody in. That's fucking funny.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. It's been an all-nighter. I'm hanging out with Zoot.
Okay.
You ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius. Well, you do so, and God willing, we'll play tonight, okay?
All right, guys. Willing.
Take care.
Love you too.
Bye.
I'm not going to bed soon.
All right, Zoot, you go to bed. You came out with some good material. Don't forget this joke. Zoot, you've got 2 good jokes now. You've got, why isn't there a hotline? There's a hotline for gambling and a hotline for suicide. Why isn't there a hotline for homicide? Because when I really need to choke a bitch, I need to speak with someone. And you don't have to say bitch, but when I really need to choke a motherfucker, I need to speak with someone. That's probably a little better. And then your other joke is, isn't it? Wouldn't it be interesting if God had autism? And then you go through all the things and you give examples, funny examples of things that God, if they were autistic, that's what they do. And then you pause, and then you say, I think it would be better if God had Down syndrome. God would let everybody into heaven. Like that's kind of a cute idea.
Yeah, right. That's it.
Take care.
I'm praying to God that God had Down syndrome.
Wow, we are flying.
Ultimately, again, he's going to be high. He's going to be high. Rashi says, "We are karba shvua." Rabbi Shimon quote there. Rabbi Shimon says that Shabbat. And Abba said, "Why does Rabbi Shimon say that Shabbat?" Take a look at Rashi. First one line in Rashi. Rabbi Shimon quote there. Shema omen nehar Sinai and Belos ve'im shvua chala al mitzvah. So we're going to see. We reference this concept names, but haven't actually said the sugya yet, which is as follows: the concept of mukba omed. You take a shvua on something that you're already obligated to do or not to do. That shvua is meaningless. So therefore, Shimon will say, if I take a shvua not to eat, and I end up eating non-kosher items, Shimon says, I'm not chayiv. I'm chayiv for consumption of non-kosher items.
It makes me,
what am I not chayiv
more
for?
vocal,
Violation of my shvua. Why? Because my shvua never devolved upon those items. Why not? Because I was already adjured. I was already obligated in that. So a shvua can devolve upon something you are already obligated to do. So Rabbi Shimon says, you eat nevelas sheivat and bramos, and ultimately, again, there's like a similar concept to this. I forgot what, I think there's a legal term for this. Like, if, imagine for a moment that the Hashem is a missing person. Somebody puts up a reward, $50,000 if you help find the missing person. And a police officer finds the missing person. Halacha is that the police officer is not entitled to the reward, right? Why? Because Mushva Omed, like it's not the technical term Mushva Omed, but again, it's the same yisod. If you're already obligated to do something, then halacha l'maisa, the external process doesn't devolve upon you. So therefore, I got to take a shua. If I do this, I want to be clear. I'm chayiv for violating a law of eating non-kosher items. But I'm not chayiv for violating law because my shua devolved upon those items. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, "Vavinan ba." But we said, why? Am I chayiv? Why does Rabbi Shimon say that Mushva mehar Sinai? You're already a Jew. You're already obligated not to eat these items from Har Sinai. So Rabbi Yochanan David Tarbayu, the kolot from Hamutarim in Barim Ha'asurim. So we're going to see this a number of different times. Yes. Halacha, so you're right. Had a person just said, I swear not to eat, the Vela Trefas Shkatzan Beramos, such a shvua would be essentially, would just be meaningless. Because again, I'm already prohibited not to eat those items. However, there's something called a shvua kola, which means, or an isser kola, which means that if I prohibit other permitted items, so then the shvua could devolve even upon prohibited items. In other words, so since when I say shvua shelo ochal, what am I including in that? All foods, including permitted foods. So it's once
Why?
the shvua could
Because I think
devolve,
the next-
it could also go ahead and devolve upon prohibited items as well. Rashi says over Kol Dvar HaMutarim, second white line, Tomar Im Hayan Nishpa Ala Leviv Levadan Lo Haisin Shkala.
No.
So, however, it's obviously the person just who not keeping the English paper shkala, it's not going to work because I'm already adjured, right? I'm already obligated not to do that. Aval Zeh Shamar Lo Ochal Stam Kol Dvar HaMutarim Basurim Yachad. Migo the Chayla Shvua Ala Mutarim.
Just know if you ever watch the backtracks,
so it's very interesting. So therefore, you have over here is the explanation of Rabbi Shimon's Shita. So Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan will all say that since the Shabbos are permitted items, it's about the permitted items is already Shakish already. But let me to set up this case.
I should get really good at Sora. As I watch yoga, I should get really good at Sora.
Liabilities as follows. Shvua Shalom. I swear, I will not eat even a portion, even in my new
and teach people from all history about. I'll be like the Forrest Gump of it. It's early. Your Sora is going to be like really important.
If you take a shvua, less than Zayis, then shvua could develop upon
that.
that.
I talk so much fucking more. What's that bitch's name? What's your wife's name? She's fucking.
Or again, it could be according to Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva holds that in general.
She's like a sous chef, but
we're going to make sure she's like. These are that so if you hold, if you think that Rabbi Akiva Charlie holds like Rabbi Shimon, so the Gemara says, "Kol shehu nami mushma Rabbi Akiva would hold that in any area of Torah. If that is only already a jerk,
what would you say to people in
even
Israel right
a
now?
small amount. If that's the case, the shvua should not develop on it. So what do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva does not hold like Rabbi Shimon in Gans Torah. Rather, in general, he holds like Rabbanos. Therefore, at the conclusion of the sugya, there's a lot of interesting nuggets of information we picked up along the way. Remember, let's stay focused on past. What was our question? Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, I swear not to eat this loaf of bread.
Yeah, dude,
I take a little crumb of the bread. Rabbi Akiva says, I am liable. I am liable. Now the Gemara asks Rabbi Akiva, is that your position that you're hiding from Mashu just in Shavuos? In general, halachas, no Isuri Achila. Now, there is a position that holds in Isur Mashu. That's like all prohibited. That is the position of Rabbi Shimon. So stated otherwise, our question is, does Rabbi Akiva hold like Rabbi Shimon in the entire Torah, or just Shavuot?
It would be so
conclusion,
funny. This shit would be
just
so funny.
Shavuot. Just Shavuot. What's the logic there? The logic of Rabbi Akiva is, since by Shavuot you can stipulate a mashahu, so therefore we create that as the default that any Israel will always be a mashahu. But in other cases of the Torah where there's a prohibition, the shir is Kizayas. Beautiful. That's the end part one of today's shir. Good. Next. I'm going to Rabbi Akiva. So they said that to Rabbi Akiva, and I remember this exchange continues. So the Mishnah said to Rabbi Akiva, how could it be that you're chayiv for a mashu? Rabbi Akiva goes back and said that, listen, Hebra, Shua is fundamentally different than anything else. Why? He said, where else do we find?
Please create a video.
Where else do we find daber vein the maybe karban? Right? Where else do we go and see that there is carbonic liability for speech? Generally, carbonic liability comes as a result of what?
On the phone,
action.
Super excited.
Where he was trying to point out, Shua is just fundamentally things in the Torah. So the Gemara says, hello? Not true. I'm sorry. Rabbi Akiva said actually his lashon was. I'm sorry. They said before I get to Rabbi Akiva,
how excited they are.
I'm sorry. They said Rabbanan said that Rabbi Akiva. Where do we ever find that there is liability for consumption of prohibited substance? Now the Gemara says, really good at no, hello, your mother. What about an ant?
That one's cool. That one's cool.
An ant, if you consume an ant,
the shit's starting to wear off. It's like,
and
I can't wait to do it again. It's like my favorite.
Which is a tiny item. Which one? No, that's not fair.
This shit rules.
It's its own self-contained entity. So because of that, because it's a creation, a fully formed creation, therefore it has a chashivas, even though Bahari Hakdish, What about Hegdish? Rashi says over 4 lines from the bottom. Again, if you take Hegdish and you misuse it, you're chayiv from misuse if it's less than a kizayis. To which the Gemara says that's true, but how about Ilan Shavapruta? There's a different shear. Right, the shear from Me'ilah is going to be a Pruta's worth of use. I have a Hari Mefarish. What about Mefarish? Now, what's the case of Mefarish is where a person says, Shvua She'eni Ochel Kikar Zuk or Mashu B'Kikar Zuk. I explicitly say, I'm not going to eat a minute amount. So again, you see where the prohibition involves even a minute amount. Which Gemara says, no, Mefarish Beria.
This shit
Mefarish is different.
It's so
Mefarish
amazing.
is like Beria. Right? When you articulate something, so articulation makes it like an ant, makes it like a fully formed ant. Bahari Afar. So it says this is interesting. What about the case of dirt? So look at Rashi, last Rashi on the dot. Haomer Shur Shalo Achal Afar.
Damn.
Person swears, I will not
shit.
eat dirt. I won't eat dirt. So it says if a person says, I swear I won't eat dirt, the assumption is the shear is not a kizayis. That's what we're assuming. But the shear ultimately is. The shear ultimately is also, which the Gemara says, Abari Afar, Ella, top of Kaf base, Ella Tisha Bayirava. Rather go ahead and explain this based on Mishnah. Or I should say,
Bitch's name.
So listen to this. So the Gemara said, or Rava asked, if a person makes a shvu, I swear I'm not going to eat dirt. I'm sorry, shvu shelo ochal, excuse me. I swear I'm not going to eat. That's the shvu. I swear I'm not going to eat. Va'achal apar. And I eat dirt. Right? So my shvu didn't contain dirt. My shvu was just, I'm not going to eat. And then I end up eating dirt. The camel. How much dirt do you have to eat in order to be in violation of your shua? So the Gemara says, Tishot ad the Iker Kizayis. It would appear that the halacha should be that you have to consume Kizayis. To which the Gemara says, no. Ki kamina b'nidi d'barachila kamina. So ultimately, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, when is your shir Kizayis? Only by something that is a barachila. But it would appear to me that everybody would agree that by dirt, since dirt is not food, therefore any amount, there shouldn't be a shir kizayis, therefore consumption of any amount should make you in violation of your shua. To which the Gemara says, Bahari konamos. What about the case of konamos? Look at Rashi. Bahari konamos, third line down from the top. Rashi says, Kari konamos, Omer konam kikar zu alai, Oser atzmo b'choshu shevar kidula kaman. So what we're going to see now, konam is a vow. So if a person says, Konin kikar zu alai, right? Konin kikar zu alai. This law should be konam to me. What's the halacha? The chayiv for consumption of any amount. To which the Gemara says, so you see from here that there can be an Israel even by a mashu. To which the Gemara says, V'hari konamos, so this is very interesting. A konam is different. So interesting. A konam is the equivalent of making a shvua to mashu. Why is that? So Rashi points out something very interesting. The way a konam vow works is that a konam never mentions achila. So like the lashon of a konam is konam kikar zu alai. Right? This kikar should be konam to me. So because there is never a of achila associated with it, therefore what? The isra is any amount. Shvua employs an isra, a lashon of achila. So because it employs lashon of achila, therefore again, it's possible to say that there should be a shir of kizayis. Rabbi Kiva holds it's a kol because of mefarish. Everyone it appears will agree that by konam there is a kol because there is mention of achila. So remember again, Rabban challenged Rabbi Akiva because Rabbi Akiva, where do we ever find the case? Where do we ever find a situation where achila is an isra kol shu? Rabbi Akiva says, but shvua is different. Do we ever find the case of just speech which creates liability, not just speech? So we see when this is an outlier case, the most is not true that speech does create liability. What about the blasphemer? The curse, Rashi says over here, Megadev, Mevarech es Hashem, the Poly Rabbi Akiva, the Rabban Mekrisos, Bar Megadif may be carbon. So we'll say, so again, Megadif is a person who chas v'shalom curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rabbi Akiva holds that such a person is chayv a carbon. Now what did the Megadif do? Speech. So you see from here that there is liability, even just to which the Gemara says, no, we're not talking about speech which generates ability by its own term of speech, which answers something. Where Rabbi Akiva is saying to the Rabbanon, where do you ever find the case of speech which by itself creates prohibition? So 1 second, but the Megade, his speech creates liability, doesn't necessarily create anything else. Bahari Nazir, what about Nazir? So Nazir seems to be a good example. A person undertakes a neder naziros, and as a result of that neder naziros, having a carbon at the end of the duration of his nazir right now, which he says, maybe carbon, the Gemara says, maybe buru al carbon kamina, maybe carbon al diburu kamina. The Gemara says, no, which a carbon as a result of his speech. That's not why Nazir brings a carbon. Bahai, maybe carbon lishtari lechamra hu dekamaisi. Why does it bring a carbon? The Nazir's carbon is not related to his utterance. The Nazir's carbon is a matir. Like that carbon allows him to continue to drink wine. So Rabbi Akiva is saying is Shavua is unique because where do we ever find a case where your speech generates carbonic liability? So Rabbi Akiva is trying to say just like Shavua is unique in that way, so too Shavua is going to be unique in that it creates an Isser b'mashu. I have Bahari Hagdish. What about the case of Hagdish? So let's say, so again, a person makes something hektish. So what happens in the moment that he makes it hektish? Halacha l'maaseh again, there's a prohibition. And again, Rashi points out over here, if you were to go ahead and let's say benefit from the hektish, you'd be chayav a carbon milah. So you see from here again, his speech created a reality which also generates obligations for carbon. So Paris, lady. Number one, my speech prohibits something because by making something hektish, I assert it. And again, if I violate my speech, there is carbonic liability. Which the Gemara says,
where the fuck songs are
Bari Hagdish. So the small communion, Bahai Osra Kola Olam Kulo. So it's a different Hagdish is different. Why? Looking for a case where your speech creates prohibition, but only for you. In the case of Hagdish, when you make something Hagdish, I will say it makes it usher for everyone. So it's not a similar case. Hari Konamos. What about the case of Konam? Rashi is a Hari Konamos. Shalo Asra Ella Allah. So we're going to see, we'll talk about this more. Like Lashon of Konam is Lashon of Konam, right? I go ahead and say Kohen Kikar Zualai. Again, there's a case of speech creates carbonic, which creates Isser, and then you can also create which the Gemara says, no, so this particular holds that there's no Me'ilah by Konam. As much as Konam is like a Lashon of Hagdish, if you go ahead and you use it, there's not an Isser Me'ilah. Okay? Amar Rabba says as follows: Machlokes b'stam, aval b'mefarish, never had called b'chol. So it says Rabba comes along. Now we're looking back a little bit to the Machlokes Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanon before, right? So let's go through this. I say Shvua shelo ochel kikarzu. Right? I swear that I will not eat this loaf of bread, and now I eat a little piece of it. What's the nekizayis? What's the halacha? Rabbi Akiva says I'm chayiv for violating.
Does make me more forgetful.
The Rabbanon say that I'm.
But I also think the cool
Rabba
shit.
comes along and says that the machlokes is only in a case of stam, or just say shvua shelo ochel. Right? And I did not define how much. I didn't give a shit to my achila. About the foundation. But again, if I listen and articulate and I say shvua shelo ochel mani the kikarzu, I swear I'm going to eat any amount. Everyone will agree in that situation that halacha is chayiv for consumption of any amount. So the Gemara says, "My time, but what's the reason for that?" Because again, we just mentioned this. Because when you articulate, that makes mashma kaberia. And just like this chayiv kaberia, even though it's tiny, but for myself, self-contained entity. So when you articulate shua, the mashma becomes like a barrier. Rabba says as follows. He said, furthermore, again, focus ultimately again, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbanon Rabbanon is when I say Shlo Shvua Shlo Ochal Kikar Zu. The Akiva says Mashmu. The Rabbanon say Kizayis. This is Aval Shlo Et Om Divrei HaKol B'Choshen. Let's say I make a Shvua. A Shvua She'eni Shvua She'toin Kikar Zu. I swear I will not taste this loaf of bread. Interestingly enough, the Rava says one agrees in that case that you're chayiv a kol shul, because pasting by what's there's the team the kol shul, right? Team by definition is any amount substantive. So
I should make fucking soil, but like
like this.
make myself a
people
fucking
say
superhero.
paste. What do they mean?
Because I already am,
What do they
baby.
mean? Right? Eat. Like
Why?
Many a meal has
Why not?
been done just by tasting
I'm sick as
something,
fuck.
right?
What is this bullshit?
Right?
All right,
So
good.
again, I might have thought that just
West
like
side.
vernacular, tasting means eating. Kamash no. Kamash in halacha, I say no. In halacha, tima means tima. They don't say that. So by the way, you should just know the same in Hilchos
Come on, you little
Brachos.
bitch.
Like there's a lot of
Dude, I would focus so much more on what I think what's written on here. It's a beautiful day, bro. That, my friend, is a loyal fucking dude. Yeah. All right, are you done?
Incredible. I'm gonna Papa. So Papa says as follows.
My comment, shout out to Mars. My comments barely get reposted.
These two stints of Rabbah. So just important.
That right there should tell you this shit works. Don't fuck with your.
That we're going to paskin in general.
If you do that for a fuck, somebody's gonna pay attention.
That halacha ma'isa in the shvua case, you chayiv. We'll see in the shvua case if it's a kizayis or a mashu. We'll come back to that. But in these two sub cases, everyone agrees. And I say, that the prohibition is on any amount, right? Toeing kikarzu, that the prohibition is on any amount.
If anybody sees this in the future, it was like, I don't know, but I'm just going through my thoughts. But like the rabbis, like a rabbi told me how this would happen, and just like they saw it, and they just told me it was going to happen. That's how much confidence I have. They're like, no, I'm going to stream my life and go fucking.
When it comes to a konam, because a konam vow, right, a neder does not include a konam, does not include any mention of achila. So because
this is like giving sex out,
therefore the prohibition is upon a mashu any amount. So is that true? Amazing. Whereas goes the kasha, shnei konamos mitzdarfin. So this is a very interesting case. So let's say again, I go ahead and I make two konam vows, right, on two different loaves. Konam kikar zualai, konam kikar zualai. What's the halacha? Mitzdarfin. If I eat a little bit from loaf one and a little bit from loaf two,
they should do that with weed. They should have weed for like all ages, but
on the other hand,
like really small amounts of it to like ease people into it. Like different levels.
On two loaves,
like, and they should also put how much caffeine is in the drink.
They do not combine. Meir says konam was kishvua. So Meir says no, konam is just like a shvua, and just like shvuas don't combine, so too konamos don't combine. Mercy, 1 second. Why do you need to combine konamos? These are like
okay, here we go. Look at this footwork, folks.
We just said before.
This athleticism. Oh, I'm not as athletic. But maybe there's some shit I do better. Or maybe I'm more athletic. Who knows? But normally I fucking do this. Without worrying about it. This shit, if you're wondering, what is he saying? I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head. And I don't normally talk like this, but I can stop if I want, but then I'll just be silent. There's some funny, good shit in here. I'm sure everybody will be like, yeah, dude, let's hear it. I really feel bad about that thing I said earlier. But I want to make that my fucking nickname. It's like our word.
There's still two different konamos. So because there's still two konamos, why should they combine at all? The Amar achila mishtehen alai konam. So it's interesting the way he says it in his lashon is the consumption of them should be konam to me. The kavase and they're combined. First white line. The kavase was the Reshua Shlo Ocham Shtehen. Case by Shua. I
Come on,
swear
B.
I will not eat from either of these loaves. If that's the case, I might even start. And why do they not combine? To which the Gemara says, "Amar Pinchas shiny shuas."
Dog, hurry the fuck up. This shit sucks.
Like this. So ultimately, again, since by Shua they do not come for carbonic liability, they will also not combine for sheer liability. Take a look at Rashi. Rabbanon hold that there is mu'ilah by a konam. Remember again, konam is in there, but konam is a lashon of hegdish. So when a person says konam kikar zu alai, essentially what he's doing is he's creating a hektish reality. The shaila is that real hektish?
Fuck what's that? They won't even let me on that shit. How's it so fucking bugging?
What's happening?
Calm down on there.
If you use something very like konam, have you violated milah? Stimar says, I'll eat this on whole.
Hey, calm down. Calm down. Fuck you. And fuck
if
her.
I say, this kikar is hectic.
Look at this move.